The words "the game Ether World" appear, framed by a glowing, celestial design. The game, Ether World, had been released 10 years prior as a dating simulator, specifically targeting a female audience. However, it ended up drawing significantly more male players. It allowed players to play a variety of characters, the description reads, as several of them are shown. The game featured a wide array of characters, ranging from easy but very efficient characters to very difficult but inefficient characters. Amongst them, the description continues. Among them was one character especially known for his difficulty level and terrible features. The description continues, singling out one player. There was one pervert who mained this character, Beck Uziel, for 10 years. Cracking his knuckles, Beck Uziel asks, "Shall I get started then?" With a crack of his knuckles, Beck Uziel asks, "Shall I get started then?" Suddenly, the screen flashes the words, "It's me." A smirk plays on Beck Uziel's lips as he gazes at the screen. The screen now displays player Beck Uziel, as his finger hovers over the keyboard. The screen displays the title, "I Became the Academy's Top Genius." The story begins. The Academy looms, its buildings stretching towards a sky painted with the colors of dawn. Inside, a young man sips from a mug, his gaze fixed on a screen. He notices something on the screen. Oh, there are new posts in the forum, he wonders aloud. Scrolling through the forum, he notices a flood of new posts. Is there a new update or something? He wonders, seeing complaints about deleted characters and login issues. The forum posts paint a grim picture: characters deleted, game data wiped, and something about a dark demon dragon. He pauses, a thought bubble appearing, a final boss in a dating sim? He pauses, mug in hand, a confused expression on his face. I thought these usually end when you get together with one of the characters. A message appears, stating the grim truth: guys, this boss is not beatable at all. Apparently, this piece of shit dark demon dragon has 99% magic resistance. Above, a frustrated message details the boss's impossible stats: 99% magic resistance, magic absorption, and no cooldowns. Then, a realization dawns: wait, this person is that famous ranker. Setting his mug down with a clink, he muses, a final boss. He considers the situation, stating, well, it doesn't make sense that there would be a monster with magic nullifying skills in a magical world. A new thought bubbles up: is it really a bug? People are saying their characters are getting deleted. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him: this must be it. A monstrous form looms, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. The dark demon dragon, 13th moon of the Black Knight, has appeared. So the story is. A voice begins, as a pale hand emerges from the darkness. Clicking the mouse, the story begins to unfold. The story unfolds in Ether World. Within Ether World, there exists a cult-like organization known as Dark Demonic Humans. The Dark Demonic Humans' true aim is revealed: to assist an otherworldly force, the Persona Gate, in conquering Ether World. And when they, the text trails off as hands hold a bright, purple orb. Finally manage to achieve this goal, a voice declares, the shadows around them deepening. The shadows coalesce, and the dark demon dragon appears. A blinding light erupts. The light fades, revealing a dire situation. 90% of the continent has already been taken over by Persona Gate. The gravity of the situation sinks in. He appears to be deep in thought, his fingers resting against his chin. A sudden realization hits him. I've only concerned myself with PvP and not the story so far, but the whole lore got messed up. Is this okay? Well, it's not. The voice continues, the sentence trailing off, leaving the thought unfinished. The voice continues, a defiant tone rising, like I can avoid fighting it. I might as well, he concludes, a glint of resolve hardening his gaze. The voice declares, well, give it a try. He reaches out, his fingers hovering over the screen. The screen prompts, will you fight Dark Demon Dragon? The cursor hovers over the yes button. I'll show off, he declares, brimming with confidence. His fingers tap rapidly, a soft tack-take sound filling the air as he prepares to unleash his skills. My skills I've honed over the last 10 years. A monstrous dragon, its eyes glowing with menacing intent, looms into view. The dragon towers over him, a menacing shadow against the ethereal light. He stands firm, sword drawn, ready to face the beast. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The hero's determination remains unshaken despite the overwhelming odds. If I am to explain my character, Baek Uziel, a voice begins. He is the sole character in the game who cannot use magic, the voice declares, highlighting Baek Uziel's unique disadvantage. Despite everyone else's magical abilities, he remains powerless. Because of this limitation, even the most experienced players avoid choosing him. In essence, Baek Uziel is worse than an extra. Despite his disadvantage, Baek Uziel grips his sword tightly. Of course, he can use some magic, a voice declares, as the scene focuses on Baek Uziel's stance. Well, just one, a voice declares. A blinding purple light erupts from him. From the blinding light, a monstrous form begins to take shape. The blinding light intensifies, the monstrous form within becoming more defined. The light continues to coalesce, now revealing the back of a figure bathed in its glow. The light fades slightly, revealing long, flowing hair cascading down the figure's back. The light recedes completely, revealing the figure's face, a look of grim determination etched upon it. A sinister grin spreads across his face, a palpable sense of malice emanating from him. A blinding light erupts from the dragon's maw. He can use the blink spell. Focusing intently, he prepares to use the blink spell. The blink spell activates, surrounding him in a burst of energy. With the blink spell now active, he prepares to strike with his blade. His eyes narrowed with determination, he prepares to unleash the full force of his attack. A blinding flash erupts. The blinding flash gives way to the reveal of Baek Uziel's blink spell, a shadowy dragon-like figure materializing. The shadowy dragon-like figure intensifies, its form now defined by glowing, stylized characters. The system explains, it allows him to randomly travel between 3 to 10 meters very quickly. The system warns that the direction of his blink is random. If he doesn't control the distance well, the system warns, he will die immediately due to the speed and impact. On top of that, another warning flashes. The system continues, stating, the cooltime and mana usage is ridiculous. There is also a penalty that you. The system continues its warning, cannot move for 2 seconds after using this skill. The system concludes its warning with a stark message, most people don't use it. Despite the system's warnings, a determined glint flashes in his eye. A blinding light erupts. However, a voice cuts through the light. Baek Uziel has mastered the use of blink. Now, he can control which direction he will go in. Baek Uziel stands ready, his sword held firm. He now has control of the distance as well. Furthermore, he's managed to nullify the penalty. A voice observes that the technique doesn't use up mana, since Baek Uziel doesn't even have a mana stat. Unlike other spells, blink was nothing more than just a movement ability. But I became obsessed with this character since everything depended on my skill level, the voice admits, as fingers rapidly tap away at a keyboard. So over the last 10 years, I have been playing as the only character in the game that does not use magic in battles. The light intensifies, obscuring the figure before us. The blinding light erupts into a series of crimson slashes. The crimson slashes tear through the darkness. The slashes continue to rip through the space. Eyes narrowed, he grits his teeth, more slashes tearing through the air. The slashes intensify, a blinding light erupting. The light subsides, revealing him unscathed, a look of intense focus etched on his face. The symbol glows intensely. His gaze remains fixed, a subtle determination hardening his features. The screen declares, you have defeated the final boss, 13th Moon of the Black Knight. A bemused expression crosses his face as he asks, huh? What? Still in disbelief, he wonders aloud, did I really kill it? He begins to rationalize the victory, thinking, I know that I'm basically covered head to toe in ancient relic grade items, but despite his victory, he still complains, it's still a garbage character. He types away at his keyboard, saying, well, that's nice. His fingers fly across the keyboard as he nonchalantly remarks, well, that's nice. He intends to brag to the community, typing, "I'll flex to the community that I killed the dark demon dragon." He moves the cursor over the post button. Before he can post, a system message flashes: because the wrong ending has been reached, 90% of Ether World has been destroyed. "What?" he mutters, disbelief etched on his face. A system message blares: because the wrong ending has been reached, 90% of Ether World has been destroyed. The world fades to white, the implications of the message hanging heavy in the silence. However, another message appears, stating that he was the closest to reaching the true ending. The protagonist's eyes widen in disbelief. What? He stammers, clearly confused by the latest turn of events. The screen flashes with a new directive: please reach the true ending. Another "what?" explodes from the protagonist, his confusion amplified. His face contorts in utter disbelief, another shot building in his throat. SFX, rumble. The room is empty, save for a desk with 2 glowing monitors. A blinding light fills the room. His eyes widen in shock as he shouts. A sharp gasp punctuates the sudden silence. He looks up, his eyes wide with surprise. What does he see? He lies on the ground, his arms outstretched. He sits up, clutching his head. What's going on? He wonders aloud. A surge of energy erupts. He looks around, disoriented. And where am I? He asks, his confusion evident. His brow furrows, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He stares ahead, the broken window a stark reminder of his predicament. He pauses, a question forming as he stares at the broken window. A mirror. He reaches out, his fingers almost touching the glass. His eyes widen, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Huh, he mutters, taken aback by what he sees. His confusion deepens as he exclaims, huh? He stares, uttering, this appearance. His eyes widen as he realizes, this is. The realization hits him, Beck Uziel. The sound reverberates, echoing the name he just spoke. Darkness descends. A sharp crack echoes, and the man looks up, startled. The screen fades to black, revealing the title card, Episode 1, Escape the Chase. His eyes widen in what appears to be a mix of shock and fear. His eyes widen, and he gasps, This is Beck Uziel's prologue quest, he exclaims, his eyes widening further. He stands ready, poised to face whatever this quest entails. No way, he mutters, disbelief etched on his face. He reaches into his pocket, the sound of something rustling within. He exclaims, a mix of shock and disbelief evident in his widened eyes. This is the words trail off, leaving the sentence unfinished. The realization dawns, entrance certificate to Stellar Academy. The protagonist holds the certificate closer, but the writing is indecipherable. The protagonist's expression is unreadable as he thinks, it's hard to believe, but the words "this is" appear ominously. Definitely Ether World, he thinks. And I had to be Beck Uziel. A realization dawns on him. Kook. He mutters, his hand covering his face. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he looks ahead, a deep frown etched on his features. The words "I need to be logical about" flash across the screen, emphasizing his internal struggle. That voice told me to reach the true ending. The words hang in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes. But from what he knows, this game doesn't have a true ending. It just has multiple endings. He looks down at his hand, lost in thought. The idea of multiple endings clearly weighs heavily on him. A sharp intake of breath. A sudden realization strikes him. Wait, could it be that no one has managed to reach the true ending in the last 10 years? His eyes widen slightly as the weight of his question settles in. Has no one truly finished this game in a decade? He grits his teeth, a wave of frustration washing over him. Damn it, this isn't the time to be thinking about that, he finishes, cutting off his own train of thought. If his memory serves him right, a plan begins to form. Right after Beck Uziel wakes up, the scene begins. He moves toward the window, opening it with a click. He peers out the window, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Just then, the pursuers burst into the hut, shouting, "Where did this son of a bitch run off to?" Emerging into the snowstorm, a group of pursuers clad in gray cloaks advances. He glances back, a visible flinch betraying his fear. "Damn it! They're already here," he curses, his eyes widening in alarm. An exclamation punctuates the air. The exclamation echoes across a snow-swept landscape, a small cabin barely visible amidst the dense, frosted trees. "There's a hut over there," one of the figures exclaims, hope evident in his voice. The command rings out, "Go search it." A chorus of voices immediately responds to the order, "Yes, sir." His expression hardened, he grits his teeth, and asks, "What now?" His brow furrows as he admits, "There's a limit to how long I can avoid them." "But I can't," he admits, his voice trailing off, hinting at a looming inevitability. "Fight them either." The words hang heavy as his fist clenches, a sharp crack echoing the weight of his decision. A wave of energy erupts outward. What should I do, he wonders aloud as a bright blue screen flickers into existence. A sharp crack echoes. The screen displays a message, "You can use the skill, blink." A confused "what" escapes him. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Confusion is etched across his features. A sudden blink fills the screen. Flash forward. But with a body suffering from magic leakage syndrome, Beck Uziel can't accumulate mana in his body. He has this one hope. "It's the spell that I fully practiced my whole life," he declares, pinning all his hopes on this one chance. And just like that, he's back to the present. Back in the present, he sees a notification, "You can use the blink skill." A system notification appears, "You can use the skill, blink." The system displays the skill's details, blink. Class 0, maximum distance 9 meters, 1 charge, and a 3-second cooldown. "You're telling me to." A voice begins, the sentence unfinished. "Use blink right now," he questions, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "But that was in a game where I controlled my character with a mouse and keyboard," he finishes, the absurdity of the situation dawning on him. He moves in a blur. The hooded figures advance, their swords ready. He leaps into the air, ready to strike. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he hears the distinct sound of metal clashing. His face contorts in a grimace, the metallic clang echoing around him. "Damn," he exclaims, the impact of the clash clearly taking its toll. The realization hits him, they're already here? Panic rising, he realizes, there's no time. The word left hangs ominously in the air. The word left looms, a stark reminder of the dwindling time. The protagonist's determination hardens. "The only thing I can do is try." The title card appears, "I became the Academy's genius swordsman." The story continues with Chapter 2. The clash of steel echoes through the snowy forest. Two figures, cloaked against the snow, press onward through the blizzard. The first, a grimace etched on his face, seems eager for the fight ahead. A flurry of motion, the clash of blades echoing in the frozen air. "I found that bastard," one shouts, as another voice commands, "Chase him." The order rings out, "Don't let him escape." "Stop right there." The pursuers close in, this being only the first part of the tutorial. He sprints forward, a determined look etched on his face. Escape is his only option. Avoid the pursuers are closing in, using blink. He gasps for air, the snowy forest blurring around him as he tries to escape. He struggles to breathe, the sound echoing in the cold air. My pursuers, he thinks, realizing they are still close behind. He sprints onward, boots pounding against the ground. Those who wear magic boots are faster than me, he realizes. Blink. Blink. Calm, a voice echoes, seemingly from within. You've used blink countless. The voice continues, as he grits his teeth, pushing forward. You've used blink countless times before. The timing. He continues, sweat beading on his brow as he stares intently forward. Is burned into your muscle memory. This son of a bitch, you aren't going to stop, he shouts, his face twisted in fury as his opponent continues his relentless advance. The relentless assault continues, a barrage of strikes aimed directly at him. A smirk plays on his lips as he declares, "They've caught up already," he finishes, a sense of disbelief coloring his tone. Blink's main disadvantage is that the words hang ominously in the air. Blink's main disadvantage is that if the user fails to control the distance, they could collide with an object and die in an instant. The warning proves tragically true. However, a furious voice booms, declaring, "I'll send you to hell." His blade flashes with blinding light. "Die," he screams, his face contorted with rage as he brings his blade down. His attack lands, or so he believes. A confident smirk plays on his lips. "If I use it, it's different." A blinding blink fills the screen. A blinding flash erupts. The hooded figure lunges forward, a blade of pure energy crackling in his hand. The energy blade crackles closer, aimed directly at his head. His eyes narrowed, he braces for the attack. An exclamation hangs in the air as he sees something. "I did it," he exclaims, a triumphant shout breaking the tension. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he declares, "I did it." But the celebration is cut short as one of the hooded figures asks, "What, is that Blink?" A sudden realization dawns. He's a mage? The hooded man shouts, "Don't falter." His words ring out across the snowy landscape. After using Blink, the user always gets paralyzed for 2 seconds, so it's actually good. The hooded man reveals a critical weakness. A gasp escapes the hooded man's lips. "For bus?" he asks, confusion evident in his tone. Suddenly, a voice shouts, "Wait, how is that bastard moving?" Footsteps echo as he sprints forward. His feet blur as he continues his advance. He continues his headlong rush through the snowy forest. More carefully. A voice echoes in his mind as he continues his advance. The snow falls heavily as he pushes deeper into the forest. Deeper in the snow-covered forest, he realizes, "I have to use the uneven." He resolves, "I have to use the uneven terrain to my advantage." He thinks, since players who aren't able. He continues his thought, to learn how to control Flash at this stage. He concludes, "Won't be able to make it." "Won't be able to make it," he finishes, as the words "IT2 the next episode" appear above him. He laughs, the story continuing in the next episode. In reality, 99% of players who played Beck Uziel were unable to pass this tutorial. And even the 1% who did manage to get through couldn't surpass the wall of blink distance control and continuous blinking. Only 3 remained. 2 remain. Only 1 remains. A blinding flash fills the snowy forest. He is sent hurtling backwards through the forest, the force of the blow immense. The hero is sent flying, the impact radiating outwards. Far above, the opponent reappears, seemingly unfazed. Using Blink in this terrain, is that bastard insane? A group of figures stands in the falling snow, their faces obscured. The opponent, enraged, barks orders. People who can use magic, come to the front. Attack that bastard from a distance. The figures, cloaked and hooded, stand ready. A magical energy crackles around them. The mages advance, their cloaks billowing in the wind. A surge of magical energy emanates from their hands. The snowy mountain landscape stretches before them, the mages' destination visible in the distance. Are they? A voice wonders, as the sound of something approaching grows louder. The mage's eyes widen, a look of shock spreading across his face. "Trying to use magic," he exclaims, as the approaching force intensifies. The words "the second part of the tutorial" appear, signaling a continuation of their magical training. The second part of the tutorial begins. He must use Blink to dodge the magic arrows flying at him. He sprints forward, attempting to dodge the incoming magical arrows. In the game, you can see everything behind, the tutorial explains. "So I could." He begins to explain, as the magical arrows close in on him. "Dodge it then," the tutorial challenges him. SFX, whoosh. A blue energy blast hurtles toward him. As the blast approaches, a system message flashes: skill, magic leakage syndrome, is being used. Even as the energy hurtles toward him, another system message appears: magic leakage syndrome, S derivative skills, sixth sense, and cognitive acceleration are being used. The energy washes over him, a blinding light filling the space. His eyes widen as the full force of the energy slams into him. He sprints away from the blast, dodging the falling energy. He continues to evade the blast, narrowly dodging the beams of energy. He grits his teeth, the energy blast nearly upon him. Now! He stomps down, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. A blinding light erupts, blink. The light intensifies, a piercing blink, momentarily blinding everything. The blinding light continues to intensify. The figure is launched forward amidst the continued blinding light. He skids across the snowy ground, struggling to maintain his balance. The air crackles with residual energy. A blinding flash erupts. He leaps forward, propelled by the blast. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination etched on his face. Phew, that was close. He narrowly avoids a strike. He lunges forward, a determined snarl on his face. The ground explodes beneath him. Then, the last thing he saw. He sprints through the snowy landscape, a desperate escape. His eyes widen in terror, a gasp escaping his lips. The landscape shifts dramatically, revealing floating islands amidst the snowy mountains. The tutorial continues. Before him, a chasm opens up amidst the snowy peaks. The tutorial's next instruction appears: cross a canyon while using blink. The snowy landscape blurs as he prepares to use blink. The canyon stretches into the depths below, a series of floating rocks the only path across. The words "the only" appear on the screen. Standing at the edge of the precipice, he realizes, the only way is to control the distance of my blink perfectly. He then realizes, I can meet up with some passing mages and escape, and that's the end of the tutorial. He realizes that to pass this part, he has to cancel his blink spell, which occurs in 0.1 seconds, at the perfect time. The stakes are now clear: if I fail even once, I'll die right here. The path ahead is treacherous. There are about. The text begins, hinting at the dangers to come. 20 floating boulders. The sheer number of obstacles sets the stage for the challenge ahead. He stands firm amidst the swirling snow, the daunting path stretching before him. 0.1 seconds, that's a lot easier said than done. The daunting task ahead is laid bare. Just what? He begins to wonder, the challenge ahead becoming clearer. Frustration mounts as he exclaims, "Freaking bastard made the tutorial like this?" He clenches his fist, the snow swirling around him. However, a twist is coming. To be honest, this is just about doable, he thinks. Standing on the precipice of a snow-covered cliff, he thinks, to be honest, this is just about doable. The title card appears. His eyes narrow, a realization dawning. The problem is, right in front of us, he exclaims. The protagonist starts to say, his words trailing off. His eyes widen as he finishes his thought, he's right there. Before them stand a group cloaked in gray. His pursuers were closer than he expected, he realizes. His fist clenches, preparing for a fight. The distance, a caption reads, emphasizing the narrowing gap. The distance between me and them is about 100 meters, he notes. Since my blink has a 3-second cooldown, that's not enough time to make it across, he realizes, the situation growing dire. It looks like the likeliest method, he concludes, steeling himself for whatever comes next. For my survival. He thinks, the falling snow adding to the intensity of the moment. The falling snow intensifies as the chilling words echo in his mind, is to kill them all. Clenching his fist, he steels himself against the biting cold and the weight of his decision. The wind howls through the snow-covered mountains. Snow falls heavily on the floating, jagged landscape. The blizzard rages on, obscuring the already treacherous landscape. Amidst the relentless blizzard and the treacherous, floating terrain, he pauses, kneeling in the snow. Even I think. A voice begins, the rest of the thought obscured. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he grits out, "How dare?" The voice continues, laced with disbelief, "I think I can do this when I've even been in a proper fight before?" He thinks, if this were a game, the system would make it impossible to attack those who are chasing me. His thoughts are cut short by a stark reminder, but this is reality. A realization dawns on him, no rule says that I have to blindly follow the game's system. With renewed resolve, he moves forward through the snow-covered landscape. The path ahead is a blinding expanse of snow and ice. His grip tightens on the sword. The thought of killing someone doesn't bother me at all. The reason for his actions isn't complicated. As he states, those guys are my parents' enemies as per the story. His gaze sharpens, a steely determination hardening his features. His eyes widen as he realizes, they're here. Drawing his sword, he prepares for a fight. A sudden wave of confidence washes over him. It's just that I think I can win. The title card appears, I became the Academy's genius swordsman. Chapter 3 begins. A sudden exclamation breaks the silence. He grips his sword tightly, ready to face whatever lies ahead in the snowy expanse. "That's him," he shouts, his face twisted in anger as he spots their target in the distance. "Catch that rascal right now," the leader shouts, spurring his hooded companions forward. "Yes, sir," comes the immediate reply as the group surges forward, their pace quickening. He breaks into a sprint across the snow-covered ground, a determined look etched on his face. A massive figure looms above, spear poised to strike. A sinister grin spreads across his face, the hooded figure sneering, "You dare fight me?" "Idiot," he scoffs, his voice dripping with disdain. The hooded figure declares, "You're done." The hooded figure's words hang in the air as he declares, "For." The hooded figure's final word echoes, but the panel focuses solely on his chest and collar. The word hangs in the air, followed by a rush of speed lines. Target distance, 8.7 m, the system announces as the protagonist races forward. Closing in, a bright blink emanates from his chest. The protagonist's eyes lock onto his target, a fierce determination etched on his face. His teeth grit, the protagonist prepares for the coming impact. "Ha," he mutters, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "Ha," he voices, the confusion now amplified. He looks up, meeting the gaze of a figure cloaked in shadow. He's suddenly pulled in close, a look of shock etched on his face. A sharp VEW echoes as something pierces through the air. A violent cough erupts. Blood splatters across his face as he stares ahead, a look of shock etched on his features. Spitting more blood, he grits his teeth, enduring the pain. He feels the clear sensation of blood trickling down his fingertips. Despite the pain and the blood, he declares, "I don't feel any sense of guilt at all." The hooded figure moves in a blur, their sword flashing with deadly intent. "After all, I only killed them to survive," he declares, eyes burning with conviction. A deafening impact rings out across the snowy landscape. A figure is sent hurtling backwards across the icy ground. "Ugh," he groans, bracing for the full force of the attack. The force of the blow sends him flying through the air. The hooded figures watch him hurtle through the air, expressions of grim satisfaction on their faces. But as he flies away, one of the hooded figures shouts, "He's getting away." He sprints forward, a determined expression etched on his face, desperate to escape. "Don't let him escape at any cost," one of the pursuers yells. He continues sprinting, his breath ragged in the cold air. He continues to sprint forward, a blur of motion against the harsh landscape. "I dealt with one of them, but the next attack won't be easy," he thinks, his breath catching in his throat. His face contorted with worry, he wonders, "How do I go about this?" His eyes dart around, scanning the surroundings as he wonders, "Why is it so quiet though? Did they give up on chasing me?" He sprints across the snow-covered landscape, a burst of speed propelling him forward. Unbeknownst to him, someone watches from below. Suddenly, he realizes, no, they didn't. He wonders if they're using magic. Realizing they're using magic again, he grits his teeth. "If I just dodge it," he thinks, bracing himself. Magic crackles in the air above him. But the magic is faster than he anticipated. Shit, he exclaims, realizing he's in trouble. The panel fades to white as the magic closes in. Now, a voice booms. With a fierce yell, he unleashes the magic. The magic erupts, a blinding pink energy radiating from the intricate circle. The magic surges forward, crackling with power as it hurtles toward its unseen target. With a determined gaze, he unleashes a blade of pure light. The blade of light explodes outward in a blinding flash. He grits his teeth, a pained arg escaping his lips as the light engulfs him. The light intensifies, consuming everything in its path. The inferno rages, a consuming wave of pure energy. He braces himself against the overwhelming inferno. Damn it, he curses, the intensity of the flames seemingly overwhelming him. Straining against the intense heat, he grits his teeth, questioning, why is the spell so damn? The heat intensifies, represented by a visual indicator. Suddenly, a voice booms, there. Eyes narrowed, he lunges forward with intense determination. Suddenly, everything flashes white. The world erupts in a blinding orange explosion. The explosion intensifies, consuming everything in a fiery inferno. The fiery inferno continues to rage, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The explosion continues to reverberate outward. The sound of something shattering rips through the air. A foot descends, crushing something beneath it. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Serves him right for being so cocky and acting up. The sound of something breaking echoes. He stands on the edge of a massive crater, the destruction complete. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he mutters, He's not here. He dives into the abyss, a determined look on his face. His eyes narrow, a grim determination settling on his face. A surge of power emanates from him. His golden eyes glow with intense power. The light intensifies, and a title appears, one of the. The light coalesces, revealing the words, peculiarities of Blink. The light fades, revealing a close-up of a character's face, distorted in pain or concentration. It maintains the same momentum before and after use. The skill activates, Blink. The Blink skill activates, and he moves in a blur. The Blink skill propels him forward in a burst of speed. The Blink skill unleashes a powerful scream. The scream echoes through the snowy forest as two figures stand their ground. The hooded figure stares in disbelief at the scene before him, muttering, what the? He towers over a fallen figure, uttering in disbelief, what happened? The fallen figure lies prone, pierced by several energy blades. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A simple exclamation mark punctuates his shock. He stumbles forward, his breath clouding in the cold air. Looming before him stands a figure cloaked in white. Snow swirls around them as the cloaked figure stands their ground, a sword glinting in their hand. He gasps for air, his vision blurring. He struggles to breathe, a visible huff escaping his lips. The world spins. A voice declares, now there are two of them left here. Two figures stand ready in the snow. The ground rushes up to meet them. I need to end this before the two who fell behind catch up, he thinks, urgency etched on his face. His blade gleams, ready to strike. Oh, what a weird guy, he thinks, observing his opponent. He's got an uncanny reaction speed for a mage. He stares intently, a grimace etched on his face. Another figure stands behind him, cloaked and hooded. His grimace deepens as he demands, who on earth are you? The man stands his ground, clutching a blade. Blood stains his clothes, hinting at a recent struggle. His eyes narrow, a thought bubble revealing his confidence. My reaction speed is indeed faster than most professional gamers. But that's only when we're talking about games, he thinks, casting doubt on his earlier confidence. I can't just keep dodging, he realizes, understanding he needs a different approach. Their attacks forever, especially at. The text ominously trails off. Range, the text finishes, as a foot descends from above. I'll end this as quickly as possible, he declares, descending upon his opponent. He descends with incredible speed. I've already figured out your fighting style, he declares, a sinister grin spreading across his face. All this guy. The words trail off, leaving the rest of the sentence hanging in the air. Uses his blink and that dagger. He's clearly analyzing his opponent, his expression intense. Confidence etched on his face, he declares, as long as I protect my face and neck, that dagger won't even scratch me. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening his features. Sword gleaming with a blue light, he advances, a determined strike aimed at his opponent. He roars, "Come on, bring it on!" The challenge echoes, filled with raw intensity. Ice wave. The words boom, signaling a powerful attack. A blinding flash erupts as the attack connects, accompanied by a sharp blink. The ice wave crashes forward, the warrior grimacing as he prepares to meet the attack head-on with his blade. The ice wave crashes down, and a voice declares, "All right, I've got you." A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "Now let's watch that face." The villain's taunt echoes, promising pain, "Now let's watch that face of yours wrinkle in pain." The attack lands, eliciting a pained grrr. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, a testament to the intensity of the blow. He staggers back, a look of disbelief etched on his face. He manages to utter, clearly caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. He looks up, his expression unreadable as he tries to regain his composure. He prepares to strike, a surge of energy emanating from his hand. The strike lands with devastating force. The force of the blow sends him reeling, and he grits his teeth in frustration. "Damn it!" The unseen attacker continues, taunting him, "Earlier, you kept running away like a rat who's never fought before, and now." The unseen attacker continues his verbal assault. "Earlier, you kept running away like a rat who's never fought before, and now." Yeah. The unseen attacker finishes his thought as the protagonist stands over a fallen opponent, a bloody knife in his hand. A sinister smile spreads across his bloodied face. "Thanks for helping me get better at it." A twisted smile contorts his blood-splattered face as he admits, "Thanks for helping me get better at it." The twisted smile remains as he spits out, "You little brat, just because we went easy on you." His threat echoes, dripping with malice, "I'll kill you this time." He lunges forward, his blade crackling with energy. The blade hurtles forward, a streak of lethal blue. The blade hurtles towards its target, the air shimmering with displaced energy. He continues his charge, a blinding light emanating from his path. The polearm blazes forward, a streak of violet energy in its wake. His eyes narrowed, he focuses intently on his target. The polearm connects with its target, a blinding flash erupting on impact. The attack lands, a powerful energy radiating outwards. Despite the successful strike, he realizes, using blink head-on puts me at risk of getting counterattacked. A chilling thought crosses his mind, is he trying to lure? The chilling thought continues, is he trying to lure me into defending my front by throwing the spear and then aiming for my side? Eyes blazing with determination, he declares, "I won't let you have your way." The spear flashes with power as it hurtles forward. The spear pierces through the air, streaking towards its target. "All right," he grits out, his face contorted with rage as the spear hurtles toward him. He thinks to himself, "Now I just need to attack him while he's beside me." His sword now raised, he prepares to strike. The sword whistles through the air as he brings it down. His eyes widen with fury as the swing continues. He mutters, confusion now replacing his fury. His eyes widen further, disbelief now etched across his face. "No way." He utters, the statement laced with shock. Snow continues to fall across the mountainous landscape. The swordsman stands over his opponent, a blue light emanating from his blade. A thought races through his mind, was he planning on attacking me at the front from the beginning? Episode 1, Escape Your Pursuers, comes to a close. Experience points have been obtained. Following the experience gain, a new message appears, an additional reward has been promised for uniquely developing the story by the Constellatio project. He stumbles, the force of the blow nearly knocking him off his feet. Snow swirls around him as he struggles to maintain his balance. His sword slips from his grasp as he falls to his knees, blood staining the snow. Breathing heavily, he grits his teeth against the pain. He collapses onto the snow-covered ground. His bloodied sword clatters to the ground. He lets out a strained laugh, his face streaked with dirt and blood. Ha ha! His tattered cloak lies discarded, soaked in blood. He stares down, his expression unreadable. His cloak, now a bloody mess, lies discarded nearby. The scene focuses on the bloody aftermath. Gazing forward, he realizes, that's right, this isn't a dream. The realization dawns on him, this is no dream, but his first battle. His first battle, and first murder. He looks down, a grim expression settling on his face as the weight of his action sinks in. His hands clench tightly, knuckles white, as he grapples with the reality of what he's done. His gaze hardens, a steely resolve forming in his eyes. The stark realization hits him, I killed a person to survive. The title card flashes, Magic School's outcast became a genius. The title card appears, Magic School's outcast became a genius. The title card appears, Magic School's outcast became a genius. Standing amidst the snow-covered landscape, he exhales, ha! Let's leave this place for now, he declares, the snow continuing to fall around him. He pauses, a soft ah escaping his lips. He stops abruptly, a sudden thought striking him. Wait! His gaze drops to the blood-soaked ground. A thoughtful escapes him, his expression clouded with doubt. Although this leaves a bitter aftertaste. He thinks, his expression grim. I have to think realistically since I have no money. Ah, found it, he realizes. There's around 2 million credit. A bag overflowing with gold coins sits in his hands. That's approximately 2 million won. Better than nothing. Gazing ahead, he realizes, now, the problem is. An icy wind howls through the frozen peaks. The blizzard intensifies, obscuring the already treacherous path ahead. Visibility drops to near zero as the snow swirls around a dark symbol etched into the mountainside. The blizzard rages, and a trail of blood stains the snow. The blizzard intensifies, obscuring everything in a whiteout. He pauses, the cliff looming before him. I have to cross this cliff, he declares, steeling himself against the blizzard. The blizzard rages on, the wind howling as snow whips through the air. Battling the fierce winds, he calls out, is anyone there? His voice is almost lost in the storm. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the blizzard. This way. Hearing the voice, he seems to recognize it. That's. The voice belongs to a mage, standing with others in the snow. The group of mages that appears in the tutorial, isn't it? The blizzard rages on. A figure stands on a distant peak, arms raised, shouting, I'm over here. He then calls out, questioning, there's no bridge nearby. Are you able to cross? A voice answers from below, yes, I am on my way. Let us wait since he said he would cross, one of the cloaked figures suggests, glancing back towards the speaker. One of the cloaked figures considers the implications. But to cross this cliff, he'd have to be at least a third-class knight. He then wonders, could that young boy do such a thing? Sure. A voice responds, the tone dripping with skepticism. The cloaked figure's eyes widen slightly, aha, escaping his lips. Oh, he mutters, a note of surprise in his voice. Landing on what appears to be a surge of energy, he braces himself. He looks ahead, a hint of concern etched on his face as he notices another figure nearby. The energy explodes outward. A surge of golden energy erupts around him, the other figure looming above. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the light intensifies. The golden energy intensifies, engulfing everything. The landscape warps, floating islands appearing amidst the blinding light. What was that, he wonders, the sudden change leaving him bewildered. Surrounded by cloaked figures, one of them wonders aloud, is that a jumping type of magic? The cloaked figure responds, a blink. His expression remains unreadable beneath the hood. The cloaked figures remain, their expressions still hidden. Snow falls around them. The cloaked figure stands silently, the wind whipping through strands of bright blue hair escaping the hood. The hooded figure beside him speaks, questioning, that's a blink? The hooded figure continues, stating that a blink won't be able to control the direction and distance. How is that possible, he wonders aloud, clearly shocked by what he's witnessing. He moves with incredible speed, a burst of energy erupting from his foot as he propels himself forward. His eyes widen in disbelief. "Ah," he utters, clearly taken aback by what he's seeing. "Those two people." He begins, spotting figures in the distance. A chilling question forms: are they with the boy? His gaze lowers, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on him. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. Two small embers drift into view. The hooded figure stares ahead, a grim expression hardening on his face as flames erupt around him. Flames erupt around him, arcane symbols blazing with power. The hooded figure lunges forward, arcane symbols blazing intensely before him. The arcane symbols intensify, a blinding light emanating from their depths. The arcane energy surges, engulfing everything in a fiery explosion. He's sent flying backwards by the force of the blast. "Hey! Watch out," someone shouts. The blast throws him forward, a look of grim determination etched on his face despite the impact. "Shit," he exclaims as a blinding light erupts. He presses forward, gritting his teeth against the intense light. The light intensifies, but he keeps pushing forward, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Through the dust and fire, two cloaked figures become visible in the distance. He continues forward, his boots sinking slightly into the ashen ground. He narrows his eyes, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Are they with that mercenary from before? He wonders, realizing this is dangerous. Blink's eyes widen. He lands on the snowy ground. A system message appears, cooldown is 3 seconds. A stark realization hits, dodging all magic with it is not possible. Magic rains down. The hero realizes he must find the next floating stone. He spots a stone that will work as his foothold. His eyes widen in shock. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupts before him. Tendrils of dark energy reach out, swirling menacingly. The dark energy intensifies, crackling with power. The man stands firm, bracing himself against the surging power. He grits his teeth, a pained ugh. Escaping as the power surges around him. Power erupts beneath his feet as he declares, "I'm going to fall," he finishes, his body plummeting downwards. His eyes widen in terror as he plummets towards the snowy ground below. The air rushes past him as he continues to fall, the sound echoing in his ears. "Damn it, all the floating stones are too far from me," he shouts, his voice barely audible against the wind. Desperately, he reaches out, struggling against the powerful downward rush. His eyes dart around frantically as he plummets. "I hope I land on just one," he thinks desperately. The ground rushes up to meet him, streaks of light blurring his vision. Blink flashes before his eyes as he plummets. Golden light envelopes him as he falls. He reaches out, the cliff edge just barely within his grasp. His grip slips. His fingers barely clinging to the edge, he whispers, "I survived." He plummets downward, the ground rushing up to meet him. But a fiery blast engulfs him mid-fall. Or maybe not? He manages to grab onto the cliff face, narrowly avoiding the blast below. The fiery blast explodes, filling the screen with blinding light. His eyes narrow with determination. "I'm going to die." The declaration hangs heavy in the air. A surge of blue energy erupts around him. The energy intensifies, swirling faster and brighter. The blue energy condenses, forming a distinct shape above. The energy explodes outward with a deafening roar. The hero is thrown back by the force of the blast. The world blurs around him as he's sent hurtling through the air. He plummets through the sky, surrounded by swirling clouds and debris. As he falls, two figures stand in the distance, cloaked and watching. He grabs onto a rocky cliff face, halting his fall. He kicks off the cliff face, propelling himself forward. What was, he wonders, mid-air, as the panel cuts to white. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. That magic just now, he wonders, before realizing, an ice spear covered with lightning. Someone just. The words trail off, leaving the sentence unfinished. Use two attributes in one magic in the tutorial, he wonders, the realization dawning on him. Furthermore, he continues his train of thought, something else is on his mind. The castor precisely calculated the trajectory without wasting any mana, he thinks, his eyes narrowing. Who could? His thoughts continue, a question forming, who could perform such a feat? The group stands in the snowy landscape, a damaged carriage looming behind them. Who possesses such skill remains a mystery. The blizzard intensifies, obscuring the already treacherous, snow-covered terrain. Her gaze sharpens, a crystalline structure forming in her hand. She grips the crystalline weapon tightly, preparing to strike. She descends, her crystalline weapon poised to strike. Impossible. One of the figures stammers, his face etched with disbelief. An audible groan escapes another. A collective scream erupts as her attack lands. Her attack obliterates the landscape, leaving a blinding cloud of snow and debris. The blizzard intensifies, obscuring everything in a whiteout. Phew, it. The blizzard seems to have subsided, but what's next? Leaning against a rock formation, he mutters, seems I live anyway. Below, a group of figures and carriages become visible in the snowy landscape. The snow continues to fall, obscuring the view. The group gathers in the snow, their cloaks dusted with white. Suddenly, a member of the group exclaims in surprise. One of them speaks up, a clear note of gratitude in his voice. Thank you for helping me just now. The man's simple words hang in the cold air. Cutting him off, the hooded figure replies, I didn't do it to receive any gratitude, so don't mind it. The man simply responds, okay. In his thoughts, he admits, she's got the prettiest voice I've ever heard in my life, but she seems kinda difficult to approach. His gaze sharpens, a glint of determination in his eyes. His thoughts continue, anyway, those lots. He continues his thought, revealing, although, they're known as bandits who pillage nearby villages. He clarifies, in reality, most of such activities are carried out by the dark demon cult. A sinister grin spreads across his face, the purple energy around him intensifying. Standing atop the snowy precipice, he declares, but even that ends here. He knows that the moment I escape this cliff, I enter the territory of the mages. He believes demonic humans will no longer be able to pursue him. He glances back, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Not to mention that they don't even know who I am. A sharp ringing echoes as he's struck by something. Suddenly, a ringing sound pierces the air as something strikes him. Episode 2, Enroll in the Stella Academy. He wonders aloud, is this the second episode? Well, it doesn't sound like it'll be hard. He muses, a hint of doubt in his tone. The words Stella Academy appear on screen. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He seems to be having second thoughts. How am I supposed to, he wonders, his inner turmoil evident. Under a crescent moon and a star-filled sky, the night is silent. Through the desolate, snow-covered landscape, a horse-drawn carriage makes its way. Suddenly, the carriage violently shakes. Inside the carriage, the hooded figures brace themselves as the vehicle lurches violently. The hooded figures remain braced against the sudden turbulence. The carriage ride proves rougher than expected, and one of the hooded figures grimaces, letting out a pained "you." The ride grows even more violent, and a cry rings out, "M." The boy's eyes widen with joy as he cries out, "Mom." His declaration rings out with youthful certainty, "I'm gonna be a mage when I grow up." A warm smile graces her face as she responds, "Yes, I believe in you, Uziel." He holds the second-hand magical text, a gift from his parents who worked tirelessly to save up for it. Seated amidst stacks of books, Uziel declares, "I'm gonna study really hard and make my parents happy." Exhausted, Uziel drifts off to sleep at his desk. His mother gently drapes a blanket over him. From the darkness, a voice echoes, "I'm sorry, Uziel." Uziel's eyes snap open, a look of shock on his face. Doctor." He gasps. A woman, her face etched with worry, demands, "Did you just say that my son has mana leakage syndrome?" He stammers, "And no." His face pales, and he thinks, "There's no way." The air crackles with energy as the question hangs, Baek Yuziel's memories? Or a pained cry escapes him as he clutches his head. Tears well in his eyes as he utters, my memories? A surge of energy pulses around him. A sharp, resonating sound echoes as the energy intensifies. The resonating energy coalesces, forming a visible barrier. The man winces, clutching his head. Ugh! He groans, clearly in pain. His expression shifts, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he looks up, a flicker of concern in his eyes. It's morning. He realizes, the landscape around him now bathed in the soft light of dawn. The sun rises over the snow-capped mountains, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. Oh, you're up, a voice says. I was just about to wake you. Oh, you're up, he asks. I was just about to wake you. He announces, we're going to arrive in Lazoica, the satellite city of Arcanium, soon. The announcement has been made. The story continues with Chapter 5. Chapter 5 begins with the sound of a wagon wheel crunching through the snow. The journey halts as someone declares, let's take a break here. With a groan, he stretches his arms overhead, relieving the stiffness from the long ride. His gaze drifts downward, lost in thought. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of unease crossing his face. She glances up, her expression shifting to one of guarded wariness. A question mark appears above his head as he clenches his fist, now visibly confused. The hooded figure stands silently, an ominous aura surrounding them. That's cold, he mutters, his expression unreadable. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he extends a hand. But he begins, then continues, things are going fine, considering how worried I was. He then reveals, I'm glad the timeline is closer to modern times rather than the Middle Ages. The screen declares, magic exists in. Magic, it turns out, exists in the ether world. Moreover, safe cities, trains, flying ships, and even warp holes are established there. Long-distance travel is made convenient in the ether world. We're going to Lazoica right now to get on a flying ship, too, he announces, ready for the next leg of their journey. Lazoica lies on the route to Arcanium. The towers of Lazoica rise into the sky, hinting at the wonders that await. The journey culminates in Arcanium, the city of magic, where the real episode begins. Arcanium boasts renowned magic towers, mage knight orders, and 5 prestigious academies. But one academy stands above the rest. Mages as well as most excelling students is. The text reads, displayed over a towering academy. Mages as well as most excelling students is. The text reads, displayed over the towering Stella Academy. Mages as well as most excelling students is. Because of. The text continues. Is full of geniuses and nobles from all over the world, the text continues, as a man wonders to himself, I still don't understand how Baek Yuziel managed to get admission into that place. Suddenly, Baek Yuziel realizes, I haven't checked out my skills yet. Baek Yuziel's eyes widen slightly as he looks off to the side, seemingly thinking about those skills. His skills are revealed, Mana Leakage Syndrome LVU1 increases strength, agility, and sensitivity. He also gains Sixth Sense, which consumes mind power to detect mana and activates Detection Acceleration when danger is detected. Baek Yuziel realizes the gravity of the situation. Sixth Sense and Detection Acceleration. I would already be dead if it weren't for these two. The truth of his condition is revealed, a cursed physique prevents him from accumulating mana within his body. It's the Mana Leakage Syndrome. It's revealed to be a kind of inherent curse. Baek Yuziel has a look of dawning horror on his face. However, this curse allowed him to detect mana around him with his sixth sense. That curse also grants him the ability to sense attacks coming his way, even if he isn't looking directly at them. Detection Acceleration allows him to perceive things as if time itself has slowed. If an attack comes faster than a human could detect, his curse allows him to sense it. It's a necessary skill for Baek Yuziel, a voice declares. The narration continues, explaining that while Baek Yuziel can sense attacks faster than normal, he can't rely on his sixth sense for long. It drains his mental energy. So it has pretty huge consequences after usage, someone notes, revealing the downside of Baek Yuziel's ability. Next up are stats. The voice announces, shifting the focus to the numerical aspects of Baek Yuziel's power. The stats for Baek Yuziel are displayed: strength, agility, sensitivity, stamina, endurance, and mind power are all shown. He has the skill Blink LV0 and the trait Mana Leakage Syndrome LV1. That's. A voice trails off, seemingly in disbelief at what they are seeing. Actually not bad for starting stats. The voice reveals a surprising assessment of Baek Yuziel's abilities. The original Baek Yuziel had really low sensitivity. The voice explains. But it seems like it took a part of the stats of the character I had fostered Baek Yuziel into. Baek Yuziel stares intently at the screen. Ether World isn't a single level, it's a world with a level for each stat. The screen displays his stats: strength and agility are at 1 star, while endurance is at 0. He also has 10 remaining experience points. Skills, the screen explains, are in the form of levels and stats in stars. The maximum stat level is 9 stars, but it is essentially impossible to reach. I played this game for over 10 years, he recalls, but the highest I managed to reach was 8 stars in both stamina and sensitivity. But I should be able to do it now, he thinks, determination hardening his gaze. He decides to invest in sensitivity to boost his sixth sense and reaction speed, noting that both sensitivity and stamina are at 1 star. He also plans to raise stamina and flexibility through other means, after all, a voice declares, hinting at a new strategy. Sensitivity increases to 1 star. Sensitivity increases to 1 star, now at 97%. That's done. He thinks, seemingly satisfied with the progress. But then, looming into view, the words "the problem" appear. But now, the real problem looms: Mana Leakage Syndrome. If I don't train this, I won't be able to survive for long, he realizes, resolving to upgrade it to Secrets of Nature Physique as soon as possible. The words Secrets of Nature Physique now appear, highlighting his next goal. Stella Academy, it seems, holds the key to reinforcing his Mana Leakage Syndrome. The needle swings, indicating a shift in power. That means I have no choice but to go to Stella, he declares, driven by the need to avert a looming catastrophe. If I want to stop the end of the needle continues to swing. Despite his declaration, he sighs, admitting, "Phew. I already don't want to go." He then wishes, "I wish I had something to help me out here." As he points forward, a faint, ethereal glow emanates from his hand. Suddenly, a message appears before him: "You have missed some notes." He pauses, noticing something new. "Huh? I haven't seen these," he wonders aloud. A voice calls out, "Hey, let's get going." He responds, "Okay. Coming." He thinks to himself, "I'll check it out later." He thinks to himself, "I'll check these out later." Her gaze remains downward, hidden beneath the shadow of her hood. Silence hangs in the air. The sound of sails flapping in the wind fills the air. The airship soars through the sky, its sails billowing in the wind. The airship continues its journey through the clear sky. The announcement is made: "We are now leaving for Arcanium. Please take a seat for your safety." Looking off to the side, he seems to be lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts: "Hey, look at that dude looking around like some lost little kid." The man's question hangs in the air: has he never been on a flying ship before? The man scoffs, concluding, he must be some country bumpkin. TCH. "I don't get why Stella has to allow peasants in," he mutters, clearly annoyed. The man continues his tirade, proclaiming, "It's supposed to be the most renowned in the world. They're sullying the waters with these lowly folks." He continues, sneering that these lowly folks are sullying the reputation of the renowned academy. He turns away, his coat billowing behind him as he walks off, seemingly dismissing the entire situation. His expression shifts to one of contemplation, a silent pause hanging in the air. He sighs, a visible wave of relief washing over him. Phew. The words echo in his mind: "Kids are all the same, whatever." The words linger in his thoughts: "Kids are all the same, whatever you go." The words still echoing, a man in a suit confronts him, demanding, "Did you just sigh at us?" His eyes narrow, a visible tic forming as he glares back at the man. The man's anger simmers as he thinks, that little. "Hey, you, stop over there," someone shouts. The man yells, "Hey, you, stop over there." His outburst causes a stir among the onlookers. Annoyed, he wonders, "Ugh, what the hell? Why's everyone being so loud?" His eyes widen in surprise, an exclamation mark punctuating the sudden realization. He looks down, finally understanding the source of the commotion. His gaze falls upon a large, ornate red bow adorning her dress. "P. Princess Bayan." He mutters, a confused "huh" escaping his lips. The question echoes in his mind, did he say Bayan? Footsteps echo, growing louder. The footsteps grow closer, revealing Princess Hong Bayan Adalabit of the Adalabit Kingdom. The princess's white dress flows, surrounded by flowers. The princess is surrounded by murmurs and onlookers. A man in a suit stammers, "Why, Your Highness?" The princess's gaze is intense, a silent pressure building in the air. A low rumble emanates from the princess. The man stutters, "Ah," as the princess's power seems to physically manifest. Petals scatter, a visual manifestation of her power. She strides forward, leaving the others behind in the grand hall. "Your Highness." They stammer, clearly intimidated by her sudden departure. A man follows closely behind her, his expression unreadable. The camera focuses on the princess's retreating form, highlighting the intricate details of her uniform. His eyes narrow as he thinks, so she's. His thought trails off, the words "this world's villainous" hanging in the air. The realization dawns on him, Hong Bayan is one of the main characters of this game. The realization hits him hard. The implications of this realization deepen. She and the main female protagonist always have arguments. But the crushing blow? She dies in the end. The grim reality sinks in, no matter what route you choose to take, her fate is sealed. She's brutally murdered in some endings. The situation worsens, and in others, she's bullied by the entire academy before getting expelled. Another grim possibility surfaces. In one, she goes through something so shameful she never appears in front of the public again. The weight of these potential futures crushes her. The possibilities seem endless, and all of them point to a cruel fate. It's as if the developers had personal resentments and wanted her to suffer no matter what. A new voice chimes in. "I did hear that she's really popular amongst the male players, but she sure is pretty." He continues, a hint of fear creeping into his tone. "I feel like she'll kill me if." Despite the risks, he decides, I talk to her. His stomach rumbles audibly as he steels himself. He begins to ascend the staircase, but then pauses. Maybe I should eat something, he thinks, his resolve momentarily wavering. His gaze drifts towards a bakery display, laden with tempting pastries and cakes. A wave of dizziness washes over him, his face contorting in discomfort. He holds a container, his expression unreadable. A pregnant pause hangs in the air. Stepping through the doorway, he wonders aloud, why's everything so expensive? He decides, I'll just eat once we get to Arcanium. A loud buzzing sound suddenly fills the air. The buzzing intensifies, growing louder, bzzzzz. The buzzing is followed by an announcement for everyone. A woman with long white hair looks out the window, seemingly waiting for what's to come. The announcement continues, stating, "We will be arriving in Arcanium in 10 minutes. A figure clutches the pages of a book, seemingly engrossed in its contents as Arcanium draws near. An announcement cuts through the air, "Please make your way to the first floor." The announcement echoes again, I repeat. Relaxing in his chair, he hears the announcement, "They will be arriving in Arcanium in 10 minutes. The announcement continues, "Please make your." Is it finally starting? He wonders, a slight smile playing on his lips. Well, either way, this right here is my reality now. His golden eyes reflect a newfound determination. A throbbing headache pounds behind his eyes. He stands with his arms crossed, a look of concern etched on his face. A soft "ha" escapes his lips. He thinks to himself, it's good that I resolved it. But would he really be able to? His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. To survive in this Stella Academy. He thinks. No, he declares, his voice a firm denial of any lingering doubt. The question hangs in the air, survive in this world? Before him stand cloaked figures, their eyes glowing with ominous intent. He peers out through a window, a look of grim determination etched on his face. I wish I had something to help, he thinks, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Me in a situation like this. He thinks, his frustration mounting. His golden eyes narrow, a flicker of determination replacing his earlier frustration. Now that I think about it, I had a notification that I haven't checked yet, he realizes, a possible solution dawning on him. The title card appears, I became the Academy's top genius. The chapter opens, I became the Academy's top genius. The Constellatio project offers a special reward, downgraded versions of items and skills used in the game, plus EXP. It seems those system lots have at least some commercial ethics, he observes. He ponders his options. Let's see, what should I pick? He continues to muse, could I perhaps take? He pauses, considering the choices before him. Returning light or praise of the flash, he wonders aloud. However, a system message appears, declaring, as a result of the search, the item's grade is too high and will be severely downgraded. The system then delivers disappointing news, as a result of the search, the skill is an advanced version of the blink skill and cannot be acquired. However, there's a consolation, you can use the reward to enhance the blink skill slightly. Clearly disappointed by the system's messages, he hesitantly asks, do you really have to downgrade? He finishes, the question hanging in the air. The system responds, due to the lack of your narrative power, we are also unable to materialize fully. Staring at the screen, he wonders aloud, what is that? The screen displays a crucial piece of information, the force that drives the progression of the story is called narrative power. It continues, warning, if you continue to explore unknown branches of the story like yesterday, it will accumulate. The warning continues, if it exceeds 100%, the story will be destroyed. So in short, you can't provide me with late-game items because I'm too much of a newbie, the character states. His expression hardens, a silent percent hanging in the air. A silent energy crackles. What about bulbul glasses? He wonders aloud, the question hanging in the air. The system responds, confirming, according to the system examination, we have concluded that it can be provided. Having received confirmation, he decides, alright, I'll go with that then. He holds up a pair of glasses, ready to use whatever the system is providing. He mutters to himself, I never thought a day would come when I'd actually wear this thing. He examines the glasses, a new system message appearing. Bulbul glasses are described as containing all the information he's collected while playing the game. The system explains the bulbul glasses function. In Ether World, recalling information about hunted monsters or acquired knowledge was impossible without them. The system message continues, explaining that players developed various items to store information in their own way, since recalling data was impossible in Ether World without such aids. He smirks, adjusting his glasses. And I, too, did that. His eyes glint behind his glasses, a reflection of the data he's about to reveal. The bulbul glasses are revealed, boasting the ability to recall any knowledge, accessible through the bulbul folder and seal features, but at the cost of mind power. The bulbul glasses activate, displaying the command, open folder. The glasses initiate the process, displaying the message, opening the bulbul folder. The bulbul folder opens, revealing options, alchemy materials, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, and characters. Alright, a voice declares, as the screen displays images for alchemy materials, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, and characters. A voice declares, this is good enough. Since this place is indeed real life, there's no way for. The voice continues, a realization seemingly forming. Me to tell how much grinding I could do using the game system, he finishes, the realization seemingly hitting him hard. But with these glasses, I should be able to. He declares, a new plan seemingly forming. Regain half of the ability I used to have. He pauses, peering through the glasses. Hey, hey! Isn't that Acel? He wonders aloud. The view shifts to his chest and shoulders. The question is met with a sharp retort. Oh, you mean the traitor Dutch Malf's eldest daughter? Whispers follow the woman as she walks, a book clutched in her gloved hands. Her footsteps echo on the patterned floor as she continues her walk. Yikes, how dare she show her face here, a voice suddenly questions. Shoo, she will hear you, another voice warns, as the woman continues her walk, seemingly unfazed. The man, seemingly surprised, wonders, Acel? Now that he thinks about it, a realization begins to dawn. One of the functions of the bulbul glasses allows him to register or. He adjusts his glasses, a sudden thought occurring to him. Check the character information within the story. The glasses display character information for Acel Mulf, revealing her to be a fake heroine and an ice lightning mage. Other details include her unusual pizza-eating habit and the grim fate that her father's death led to her family's downfall, and that she dies later on. He sees Acel in the distance, and a thought bubble appears. So she's that fake heroine? To truly understand Acel, the fake heroine, there's one critical detail that must be addressed. The critical detail is this: although the place I'm currently in is a game called Ether World. Ether World, it turns out, is based on a romance fantasy novel called Don't Love the Princess. And that novel, Don't Love the Princess, centers on the heroine Acel, who had lost her entire family. Acel grows by confronting the schemes of the villainous Hong Bayan. Acel looks up at the man beside her, a soft smile gracing her lips. And eventually, she ends up with the male protagonist. However, the story took a turn. Her revenge plot vanished entirely, replaced by male characters shielding her. It ended sadly, a result of harsh reader feedback. The male protagonist looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face. However, a problem arises: although the game world is based on the novel, the story itself is completely different. The text reveals that someone else was added, taking over the role of the heroine. Furthermore, the text reveals that the character named Flame had a backstory. Flame's backstory reveals that she was once an ordinary woman from the modern world. She enjoyed reading Don't Love the Princess before being transported to this world. It turns out that, unlike in the novel, Acel became the fake heroine in the game, while Flame became the real one. Despite countless players' attempts and efforts. It's said that Acel couldn't survive any of the routes, ultimately being pushed out of the real heroine position. Well, it's got nothing to do with me, he states, seemingly unconcerned with the tragic fate of Acel. He holds his glasses in his hand, seemingly unfazed by the information he just received. But is it just my imagination, he wonders, as he looks at the other people in the room. I feel like. He begins, a sense of unease creeping into his voice. I've seen you somewhere before. Must be my imagination, he concludes, though a lingering doubt remains etched on his face. He decides, I should get ready to hop off. The destination, Stella Academy. Stella Academy stands before him, its grand architecture and serene courtyard a stark contrast to the world outside. A crowd of students in the academy's uniform surrounds him, their expressions unreadable. An older man begins to speak, stating, as you are already aware. The older man continues, his words painting a grim picture: the dark demonic humans are the mages who have embraced the otherworldly powers and transformed into monsters. The older man continues to address the crowd, his hands clasped in front of him. Even now, the dark demonic humans continue their invasion. They achieve this by opening persona gates or liberating ancient dungeons to encroach upon the magical world from the backworld. The older man's voice booms, declaring, our destiny as mages is to protect the world from the forces of darkness. Unimpressed, a student mutters, what a boring speech to begin the semester with. So tedious, another student thinks, the sentiment echoing the previous mutter. And next up, a voice announces, the words appearing in a text box above a student's head. The announcement continues, stating, we will have the oath ceremony for the 4 students who were admitted with high scores, as well as the freshman representative. The announcement continues, directing, students, please come up to the podium. Hearing the announcement, students begin to make their way to the podium. A student's face is seen, his expression unreadable. A few students are seen, their expressions suggesting a mix of anticipation and nervousness. The student looks down, her expression still unreadable. Everyone's faces are shining, fitting their position as main characters, he thinks, his own expression remaining unchanged. However, the brightest one. He continues to think, his golden eyes gleaming. Among here is obviously. He thinks, the sentence unfinished. Among here is obviously. Freshman representative, Ma Yuzeong, he concludes in thought. Ma Yuzeong's red eyes glint as he looks ahead. The focus tightens on Yuzeong's uniform as a voice declares, he's the student who entered with the highest score. A voice wonders aloud, questioning, how is he so handsome and intelligent at the same time? The camera focuses on Yuzeong's face as a voice declares, so that's the famous Ma Yuzeong. The name Ma Yuzeong is emblazoned across the screen. A glowing sigil hovers in the air, its intricate design a stark contrast to the darkness encroaching below. He is the character that best embodies the phrase, throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. With a mana status of 9 stars, possessing potential close to the realm of deities, he's a natural genius among geniuses who can control all the elements in this world. Even if I can't, he begins to say. Reach the true ending, I must at least aim to avoid the bad endings by bringing my Yuzeong to the. He thinks, his expression unreadable. Good side. However, a new thought interrupts his plan. His expression hardens, a new resolve forming in his eyes. That's. He begins, realization dawning. His eyes widen, as he realizes, completely up to flame. But it depends on how. The voice continues, the rest of the sentence left hanging. His golden eyes narrow, the speaker's words hanging in the air. She acts from here on. Also from the same reality as me, it may be a good idea to get along with her. He finishes, the implication hanging heavy in the air. But things will. But things will. She thinks, her expression hardening. Since I have an enemy and I face a rejection. The upper hand in terms of information. She continues in thought. I shouldn't have to risk anything. Flame is a romance fantasy novel possessor, she realizes, and I am a romance fantasy game possessor. Solemnly swear to do so, the text declares. He raises his hand, a wry smile playing on his lips. Although my importance in the story cannot even be compared to that of a shop NPC in a village. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Furthermore, a voice declares. The girl clutches her staff, ready for what comes next. The heroine possesses the special ability to cleanse the dark demonic humans. But aside from that, she has another ability. The heroine's other ability enables her to impoverish those around her. Being around her is going to surely affect me too, the man thinks, likely dreading the financial consequences. My role is to support the. The sentence hangs, unfinished. From afar, a voice completes the thought. The speaker, an older man in a red robe, stands before a group of younger individuals in formal attire. And to not. The voice continues, the rest of the sentence yet to be heard. Get involved with them as much as possible. The words hang in the air, the young man listening intently. With that, we will conclude the entrance ceremony. The speaker's words signal the end of the formalities. Applause fills the air as the entrance ceremony concludes. Yay! A wave of cheers erupts as the ceremony concludes. With the entrance ceremony concluded, a system message appears, enroll into the Stella Academy. Has been completed. The imposing walls of the castle rose against a clear blue sky. Below, a blinding light obscures what lies ahead. The light fades, revealing a classroom filled with students. It's been a while since I've graduated university, so it feels weird to be a high schooler again, he thinks. He looks down, a slight frown creasing his brow as he considers his situation. But still. He muses, a hint of resolve hardening his gaze. Having said that, he holds up a golden pocket watch. A voice then echoes, this feels good. The words Stella Pocket appear on the screen. The words Stella Pocket Watch appear, as a chain descends into the darkness. The Stella Pocket Watch is revealed, described as proof of enrollment at the prestigious Stella Magic Academy. The pocket watch signifies something far greater than mere enrollment. If you have this, you will receive much better treatment and service than those with most magic warrior licenses. He's eager to put the Stella Pocket Watch to use, thinking, I want to hurry and use this. And go out while I'm at it. With a resounding thud, the heavy door swings open. A stern voice commands, everyone, sit in your seats. The disembodied voice continues, declaring, we will now be beginning the exams, so put away all items other than your writing supplies. Those who use glasses will be examined prior. The voice continues, so what follows the entrance ceremony? Is an exam, the voice concludes, a hint of surprise audible. The voice elaborates, stating, Stella Academy's curriculum is more rigorous than most Korean universities. The voice continues, you take an exam even on your first day. The voice concludes, emphasizing, you take an exam even on your first day. The voice reveals the exam's name, Class Organization Exam. The man clarifies, meaning, it's a class placement exam. The disembodied voice declares, then, begin the exam. The title card flashes, I became a genius at a magic school. The title card flashes, Episode 7. The sound of something hitting the desk echoes as a hand places a document covered in arcane script on the surface. A sinister chuckle echoes as a voice declares, ha! I have no idea what it says, he admits, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. This is quite tricky. It's the class placement exam. It turns out this isn't the infamous entrance exam. It's the class placement exam. Students are assigned to classes ranging from F to A and even S, all based on this exam. Of course, most of. A voice begins, the words trailing off as the focus remains on the speaker. The voice declares, the playable characters are obviously in the S class. On the other hand, Baek Uziel, who entered the academy in last place among 1,141 students, thinks, I've already gotten in. Can I just hand in a blank page? Pondering his next move, Baek Uziel wonders, what are the odds that they'll expel me? The text on the paper ominously declares that he can be automatically considered to be assigned to the F class. His gaze sharpens, a bead of sweat forming on his face. Resting his head in his hand, Baek Uziel looks around the classroom, a thoughtful expression on his face. A document lies before Baek Uziel on the desk. The name Ma Yuzeon hangs above him as Baek Uziel yawns, seemingly bored. The focus shifts to his attire, a dark suit with gold trim. He's already like that, a voice comments, as Baek Uziel remains unfazed. The words the exam loom large, signaling the start of something significant. The exam is a paper filled with strange symbols. Finished it. The words echo, implying a task completed, but the nature of the exam remains a mystery. No wonder living is boring for him, a voice muses, the speaker's identity still unconfirmed. The nature of Ma Yuzeon's character was boredom. He was born into the strongest family in the world, possessing the most genius brain and talent. Everything came too easily to him. That's why, the narration begins, setting the stage for the next revelation. The narration continues, revealing a crucial detail, depending on how the female lead acted, Ma Yuzeon's disposition would be decided as evil or good. The narration continues, revealing that it's the dark demonic humans who work to bring the humans to ruin, the ominous voice concludes, as a sinister smile spreads across the face of the speaker. From his hands, a surge of dark energy erupts. The ominous voice continues, stating that someone would obviously be very interested in Ma Yuzeon. The man continues, yawning as he reveals, well, his biggest issue is his family to begin with. Anyway, looking at geniuses makes me. The man trails off. Compare myself even more, he admits, gazing at the document filled with unfamiliar script. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. Wait, can I use the bulbul? He wonders aloud. His eyes widen as he wonders, glasses on this too? He recalls, I did use it quite a lot while playing to stack additional skills studying at the library. Nice, I've got nothing to lose, so let's check it, he declares, reaching inside his jacket. His eyes widen in surprise. Wait, what are those glasses? He exclaims. He stares at the glasses in his hand, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. What could they possibly do? He examines the glasses closely, his fingers adjusting the frame. His superior scolds him. I definitely said that if you were going to use glasses, you needed to get them checked prior. Oh yeah, he did. A voice acknowledges. A gloved hand reaches out to adjust the glasses. I'll examine them, he declares. A thoughtful escapes him. His gaze sharpens, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. The gloved hand holds the glasses up, examining them closely. The glasses shatter, the pieces falling away. Ah, now what? He exclaims, his voice laced with frustration. Ah, now what? He exclaims, clearly frustrated by the turn of events. A looming figure stands before him. If the fact that there's magic on them is discovered, I might get expelled, he thinks, a wave of anxiety washing over him at the potential consequences. He pauses, a look of suspicion crossing his face as he mutters, Something catches his attention, and he voices his suspicion. A system message appears, a missing part of the bulbul glasses has been sensed. Would you like to call it? Panic sets in as he pleads, no. Please. Stay still, system, he shouts, desperately trying to prevent whatever is about to happen. Silence descends as the system seems to be processing something. He stares intently at the system interface in his hand, a strange energy crackling around it. What will it do? A voice echoes, filled with a hint of irritation, I can't feel mana from it. Make sure to ask beforehand next time. Taking the offered glasses, he replies, yes. A wave of relief washes over him. Wow, if the original functions were working, it would have been trouble. What a relief. He breathes a sigh of relief, admitting, wow, if the original functions were working, it would have been trouble. What a relief. With a slight adjustment to his glasses, he declares, then let's do it, he exclaims, eyes widening as he realizes, wow. I can. Suddenly, he can really see the answers. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him, this is a sinister smile creeps across his face as he ponders, what if I get? His thoughts drift, and he wonders, what if I get first place at this rate? At this rate. The thought continues, the implications beginning to dawn on him. He continues to write, thinking, I'll definitely escape F class and maybe even get a CLA-. His thoughts are cut short as a voice booms, the exam is over. Hand over your papers. The proctor's words cause the student to flinch. A speech bubble appears near the student, indicating he is about to speak. The student questions, clearly confused by the proctor's statement. Who, he questions, his eyes widening in disbelief as papers float around him. A blinding light erupts. The light intensifies, accompanied by a sharp, crackling sound. The man stands amidst the fading light, arms crossed, declaring, I just finished 3 questions. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. He holds a stack of papers, his gaze unwavering. What answers lie within those documents? A low growl rumbles from his throat, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. I thought I'd finally escape F class, he thinks, a hint of frustration coloring his words. Adjusting his glasses, he muses, that must have been too much for Beck Uziel. Ugh, is all that's heard. His eyes widening in disbelief, Beck Uziel mutters, His face contorted in rage, he demands, you, give me those glasses right now. A dark hand reaches out, demanding, hurry. Beck Uziel, utterly bewildered, can only respond with, pardon? Examining the glasses in his gloved hand, he mutters, there's no way. The man barks, you over there, go bring Dr. Graham. A subordinate immediately responds with a resounding, yes, sir. A burst of speed follows the order. The subordinate questions the sudden burst of speed, wondering aloud, what's up with him all of a sudden? The reason for the sudden speed is revealed, clearly so I wouldn't get mistaken for cheating. A sudden thought strikes him, was I caught? The hero's question hangs in the air, what do you think, doctor? The doctor simply responds, HM. His expression is unreadable. The panel introduces Magic Engineering Professor Dr. Grahan. The professor's arrival is immediately met with suspicion. The fact that he solved this question is definitely suspicious. The suspicion deepens as someone begins to question, then did he cheat? Cutting off the accusation, a voice declares, but he didn't cheat. No magic tool energy can be detected from his glasses or items. Clearing the air of suspicion, a voice declares, he definitely solved it with his own ability. The accusation silenced, he looks down, his expression unreadable. Ho ho, how interesting. To think I'd see this in my lifetime, a voice booms. Then, the speaker commands, anyway, Professor Lee Hanwol, apologize to the student and guide him well. A hand grips Professor Lee Hanwol's collar, the sound of the fabric tightening audible. He simply replies, understood. Professor Lee Hanwol, with a lowered gaze, states, I made a misunderstanding. I apologize. Professor Lee Hanwol admits, to be honest, I did cheat. He thinks to himself that it would have been a real problem if the original functions still worked. A vast, bright sky stretches overhead, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The camera pans down, revealing the imposing architecture of a large, white brick building. The view shifts to the entrance, revealing a large, imposing door. The sign above the door reads, Professor's Office, Lee Hanwol. Inside, Professor Lee Hanwol reviews documents covered in red markings. Another person sits across from him, also studying the papers. The professor continues to review the documents, his expression unreadable. A close-up reveals a document with a passage circled in red. The text is indecipherable, written in an unknown script. The professor pauses, a low escaping his lips as he studies the document. Oh, Professor Lee Hanwol, a voice calls out. The approaching woman asks, are those the exam papers for this year's freshmen? Professor Lee Hanwol confirms with a simple, yeah. She responds, I heard that there are especially many interesting freshmen this year. Professor E. Deltaman of the Stella Academy Council of Elders seems particularly interested. E. Deltaman replies, apparently, yeah. His expression suggests he's not entirely convinced. A surge of power emanates from the Stella Academy. The surge of power reveals Hong Baiyan, the princess of from the most renowned family in fire class magic. Emerging into view is the chosen successor to the position of Crown Prince of the Scalvan Empire. At just 12 years old, he secured his place purely because of his magical prowess. Jeremy Scalvan, who completely surpassed all his older brothers in the race for the crown, also hails from the world's greatest magic tower, the Full Moon Tower. Jeremy Scalvan isn't the only prodigy, also entering the scene is the successor of the Magic Tower Master, Hei Wunriang. The scene shifts to an ethereal, light-filled space. I heard it was tough to set the exam questions with so many elite students from prominent families, the woman exclaims, a satisfied smile gracing her face. This year, there were surely many interesting questions. A sly smile plays on his lips as he responds, I'm glad they were to your liking. His eyes narrow, a hint of menace underlying his seemingly polite words. The scene shifts to a close-up of the test paper, revealing that, as Professor E. Deltaman mentioned, this year's class placement test featured a new type of question. The test paper reveals the professor's intent. The first 3 questions were ones that'd be hard to solve for students who studied in an ordinary manner. The test paper continues, revealing, these were the intentions behind those 3 questions. The test paper continues, posing a question, flexibility test, if it's a problem you can't solve anyway, can you quickly skip it and move on to the next question? The test continues, now labeled second. The second question appears, challenging the test takers, how would you solve a problem that didn't appear in any of the textbooks you have studied so far? The question fades, replaced by the words, the era of. The words continue, declaring that the era of rote memorization and theory is over. Now, it is the age of combat using quick judgment and creative thinking. The age of practical application. However, those questions weren't meant to be solved, a voice declares. The speaker continues, revealing that over 1,000 of the 1141 students left the questions unanswered. Of the remaining 100 students who attempted the questions,
However, of those 100, the vast majority couldn't even get a single answer right.
Among the new students, only 3 managed to answer correctly. Among the new students, only 3 managed to answer all the 3 questions right.
My Yuzeon, the prodigy of the century, is introduced.
The text describes him as the prodigy of the century, who appeared like a comet, but his origins are unknown. Then there's Flame, who, despite being a commoner, got admission on the principal's recommendation and was recognized for her talents, coming close to my Yuzeon.
And then there's
Baek Yuzeal. My Yuzeon and Flame are considered geniuses, but I'm sure Baek Yuzeal had the lowest admission score, someone thinks, clearly underestimating him. I didn't expect him to solve all those questions.
The voice continues, dismissing Baek Yuzeal's success, especially when he couldn't even solve any of the other problems.
The woman questions the speaker's motives, asking, "I was wondering why you're so interested in the new students' scores."
He glances down at the document in his hands, replying, "Seems there's a student whose mana awakening is quite high."
The speaker's tone shifts, stating, "The score doesn't make sense."
"Makes sense," he says, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "After all, though countless formulas and equations couldn't solve them."
"You could solve them without knowing anything," he finishes, a slight smile playing on his lips.
"Do you think this child could be a genius?" he asks, his gaze fixed on someone out of frame.
"It could be a coincidence too," the voice muses, leaving the question of the child's genius hanging in the air. The man's gaze remains intense, the question of the child's potential still hanging heavy in the air. The man in the center remains impassive, his expression unreadable as the 2 figures flanking him seem to await his judgment.
The man's sharp gaze remains fixed, his expression still unyielding.
A hand descends, placing a photograph onto a document filled with barely legible writing.
The picture is of a young man in a suit.
A note rests beside the photo, stating that the young man was granted special admission because his ability to control blink was held in high regard. The note clarifies that the young man received special admission because his ability to control blink was held in high regard.
The voice wonders aloud if the young man, granted special admission by the principal, is somehow different from the others.
So the child who the principal personally granted admission to is different, huh?
Is that it?
His expression hardens, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes as he considers the implications.
The man's eyes widen, a realization dawning on him.
"A mage," he breathes, the word hanging heavy with implication.
The text reveals, combat student specializing in blink. "We'll find out soon."
The words hang in the air, promising a swift resolution to the mystery. "Enough," he states, his expression unreadable.
Whether it's a coincidence.
The words hang, heavy with unspoken implications.
Or if he really is special.
The thought trails off, leaving the question unanswered.
The title card declares, Magic School's Outcast became number 1. Chapter 8 begins. Chapter 8 begins, the air thick with tension.
A student mentions, "I heard the class assignment was posted to the bulletin board." "Ha, I'm stressed about what class I'll get," one student admits, the pressure of the upcoming assignment weighing on them. The stakes are raised as one student reveals, "My mom told me not to come home if I don't make it to Class A." He mutters, "I can't believe I have to check class assignment in person." The inconvenience clearly frustrates him.
He sighs, remembering easier times.
"In the game, I could check this with just one click." He joins the crowd, all students intently focused on the posted assignments. He stands among his classmates, all of them focused on the task at hand. His eyes widen, a look of surprise washing over his face.
A question hangs in the air, is he Baek Yuseok?
Whispers fill the air as the focus shifts to a young man in a suit. "I heard he got an O in the magic application section of the entrance test."
Doubt creeps in as someone wonders aloud, "I can't believe it. How can someone like him get into Stella?"
Another voice adds, "I'm questioning Stella's standards now."
He retorts, "Whatever, ramble all you want.
I'll just check what class I got and leave."
The screen displays his class, F. "Not that it matters," he mutters, seemingly unconcerned. Before them, the large board displays the results, row after row of text culminating in a prominent F at the top.
He looks off to the side, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. The camera focuses on his face, but his expression remains unreadable. "Ha," he mutters, staring at the glowing symbols and strange lettering before him. Staring at the glowing lists, he realizes with growing concern, my name's not here? The world fades to white. Panic rising, he wonders, they didn't fail me because I only solved 3 questions, did they? It can't be. No way. The white fades as a terrifying thought crosses his mind, am I going to die now? The abyss of death looms as he utters, huh? The realization dawns on him. Beck Uziel? Why on earth is he? He voices his suspicion. This has to be a mistake. Something's off here. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as someone says, I know, right. Uslek from Marquis Chechbalin ranked 29th and got into class though. The murmurs continue to spread. Even Kyle got placed in Class A by scoring perfectly on the theory section and ranked 17th. So why is someone like him? The murmurs grow louder, the question hanging in the air, what's going on? Something's on, he wonders, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Weird. Should I check it out, he wonders, contemplating the unknown. A faint rustling sound catches his attention. His eyes dart to the source of the sound, a flicker of concern crossing his face. His eyes widen slightly, a barely perceptible shift in his expression. His expression shifts to one of surprise as he utters, oh. The screen displays the name, S.O. Beck Uziel. The light intensifies, obscuring the screen. Suddenly, a question arises, why is my name written over there? His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Why is my name written over there, he asks, bewildered by the glowing text surrounding him. The camera focuses on his hands, clenched tightly into fists, as the question hangs in the air. This can't. He begins to say, a sense of dread washing over him. His eyes widen in disbelief. This can't be. What's going on, he asks, the question hanging heavy with uncertainty. The screen reveals Class S, the most special grade that all students dream of. The scene shifts to a sprawling castle bathed in golden light. The place where the text begins. It's a stark contrast to other grades, which have multiple classes. Class S, where the most special students of Stella Academy gather, has only 41 students. And only one class. The text emphasizes the exclusivity of Class S. I've been assigned to the S grade, a voice questions, followed by a statement of disbelief. This seems like a mistake. It's driving me. He scratches the back of his head, muttering that the situation is driving him crazy. He realizes that being assigned to the S grade means he'll run into the main characters way more often now. Getting involved with the protagonist. The words echo in his mind. It will only shorten my already short life even further, he thinks, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated resolve. I can't even change my class. He concludes, the weight of his decision heavy in his thoughts. He resolves, I'll just have to try my best to keep a low profile. He extends a finger, a strange energy crackling around it. Well, I'll manage somehow, he thinks, a determined look on his face. The energy explodes outward in a blinding flash. Against a backdrop of a bright blue sky with scattered clouds, the title appears, I became the Academy's genius swordsman. The scene shifts to a sprawling view of the Academy, its majestic buildings under a bright sky. The chapter is titled 9. The sounds of sparring fill the room. A sharp crack echoes as the silver-haired woman strikes her opponent. The woman's voice rings out, laced with disbelief. You got 3 questions wrong? Even Princess Acel of the fallen Malf Duchy got 2 questions right. Professor Hong Yil, the fire element instructor, appears enraged by the student's poor performance. Professor Hong Yil continues his verbal assault. You weren't able to answer questions that even those insects got correct, meaning you're even lower than an insect. Humiliated, the student drops to their hands and knees, their face obscured by long, white hair. The instructor's voice booms, commanding, you should think of yourself as a bug and do it again. The instructor's voice cuts through the silence. Do you understand, Bayan? Bayan, her face streaked with what appears to be dirt or blood, replies with a quiet, "Yes, mother." The instructor stands tall, her hand resting confidently on her hip as she looks down at Bayan. A sigh escapes the instructor's lips. The instructor's expression hardens as she addresses the kneeling Bayan. "Listen to me, Bayan." The instructor warns Bayan, "You can't afford to become like me, who was chased out of the kingdom and is holding on to some stupid professor position." The instructor's eyes narrow, a flicker of intense emotion crossing her face as she continues her warning. The instructor's voice booms, her warning ringing with urgency, "You can't become the shame of the kingdom." The instructor's intense gaze pierces through the student before her. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The instructor's hands gently cup the student's face, her gaze unwavering. The instructor's words cut through the tension, "You have to become a better existence than your sister." A sinister smile spreads across his face, a chilling contrast to the instructor's earnest words.
The question hangs heavy in the air, "You understand what I mean, right?"
His face is marred with fresh scratches, a stark reminder of the battle. A stern expression settles on his face, his gaze unwavering. "Of course, mother," he replies, but internally, he admits, "I don't understand." His red eyes look down, a shadow of doubt crossing his face. His thoughts crystallize into a firm resolve, "I just live the way I was taught and solve the way I was taught." He now faces problems composed of magic and spells he hasn't learned. But now, he's facing problems composed of magic and spells he hasn't learned. A tear streaks down her face as she whispers, "Why?"
Her voice trembling, she asks, "Why are you tormenting me?"
More tears fall, tracing paths down her cheeks. Her pain is palpable. Cherry blossom petals drift in the wind, a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere.
An ornate S hangs above a doorway, marking the entrance to a building.
Inside the building, a lecture hall buzzes with hushed whispers.
Resting his head in his hand, he thinks, I'm screwed."
His thoughts continue, lamenting, "Of course I was assigned to a place chock full of asocial weirdos.
Not that I was going to try and hang out with high schoolers." His brow furrows further as he wonders, just how is he here? He continues, frustrated, "That's what I'm saying. I just can't figure it out." The student reveals, "Did you know?
Our parents protested and asked why he's in the S class, but the instructor's only response was, Beck Uziel has the qualifications to be in the S class."
Really? That doesn't make any sense.
The student exclaims, voicing the growing confusion.
"Well,
The student starts to say, but the sound of approaching footsteps cuts him off. "Well, it looks like I'm an outcast," he murmurs, clasping his hands tightly.
Then again, they've been working."
He thinks, a hint of understanding dawning on his face. "Hard since they were young, so I'd be frustrated," he reflects, a new understanding washing over him. "I'd be frustrated too if a known dunce like me was in the same class as them," he thinks, his eyes still closed.
"Well, one's class changes according to their performance after every test, so that's fine," comes the reply.
The voice continues, clarifying that the S class isn't exempt from these performance-based changes. "Of course, there are very few cases where someone is demoted," the voice adds, the speaker's gaze intense.
"Now that I think about it, there'll be a male student who..."
The voice trails off, hinting at a potential demotion. His gaze sharp, he declares, "Well, I'll find that out later."
"Still, it's pretty." The thought trails off, leaving the audience to wonder what he's referring to.
The word amazing hangs in the air as he looks down, a slight smile playing on his lips.
"To think that these game..."
He begins, his expression thoughtful. What could he be considering? His thought continues, a realization dawning, these game characters are in front of me. The thought continues, a grim prediction taking shape, in a few years, most of the students in this class.
His thought continues, a startling prediction, will become famous worldwide.
And about 5 will die, he finishes the grim thought. The grim prediction continues, of them also have the possibility to betray the magic world.
My Yuzion is... The ominous prediction continues, leaving the audience in suspense.
One of them, the prediction concludes, the ominous words hanging in the air.
SFX, gasp.
A gasp escapes him, his expression shifting to one of grim realization.
If Flame could stop that from happening, that would be nice.
He thinks, a desperate hope tinged with resignation. Lost in thought, he rests his chin on his hand, staring blankly ahead. Suddenly, a voice booms, cutting through the silence.
Everyone, settle down.
A man in a long coat enters the room, his expression unreadable. The young man pauses, an unreadable expression on his face as the room falls silent. Breaking the silence, the man addresses the room.
It's nice to meet you all.
He begins to introduce himself, stating, I'm sure some of you have seen me before, but I'll still introduce myself formally. The man introduces himself as Lee Hanwall, the professor of the S-class.
So that's the famous professor, Lee Hanwall, one of the students remarks. A grim thought then surfaces, the number of dark demonic humans he's hunted down has almost reached 4. Almost reached 4 digits, right? The student's unsettling thought hangs heavy in the air. Whispers circulate, he's known as the 7th class magic warrior, a figure on a completely different level.
Hanwall then speaks, his voice cutting through the murmurs.
Everyone, settle down.
Hanwall observes the gathered students, remarking, it looks like a lot of talented students are here.
Hanwall continues, adding, and a very unique student as well.
His gaze lingers on someone in particular. Hanwall begins his address to the students, stating, as you all know, this academy is a place where we foster combat mages. Hanwall continues, clarifying, as magic warriors, you will experience a rigorous high school education over 3 years. Hanwall continues, stating, I don't expect all of you to follow. But he clarifies, however, I'd like for all of you to show me your best within that time frame.
Hanwall's gaze sweeps over the crowd. Any questions, he asks, his expression unreadable. Silence descends upon the room after Hanwall's question. Hanwall steps forward, breaking the silence. The instructor states, good. Then, let's start the class.
The girl looks down, a hint of sadness in her red eyes. Her gaze remains fixed downwards, her expression unreadable.
To think.
She mutters, lost in thought.
Hong Bayan, who follows the rules more than anyone, is late.
The instructor stands behind a podium, facing Hong Bayan.
Her tardiness is a stark contrast to her usual punctuality.
The instructor's podium stands on a polished wooden floor. The word hangs in the air, a stark question. Did something happen? She asks, her red eyes wide. He adjusts his glasses, stating, let's use the bulbul glasses to check. The glasses reveal a profile, Hong Bayan Adalabit, a villainous and fire mage who likes red ginseng candy, occasionally burns herself, only drinks espresso brewed the Akalia way, has an evil mother, and is guaranteed to die. The glasses scan completes, the word this appearing prominently. The glasses wearer's eyes narrow, a realization dawning. Isn't it? His hand rises to his chin, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. The man's train of thought continues, the sound of his words echoing. The words echo ominously, guaranteed to die. The man continues, his words laced with a dark promise, if Acel dies because of Flame. The ominous words appear, Hong Bayan dies because of both Flame and Acel. The camera focuses on Acel, her expression unreadable as the weight of the ominous words settles upon her. As the words sink in, a new declaration appears, you could say that it's the inevitable fate of a villainess. Against the odds, a new declaration emerges, I'd like to save. He continues, admitting, I'd like to save her if I could, but I'm not really in any position to help someone else. He adjusts his glasses, a cold command cutting through the air, you should go and sit at your seat. He admits, I feel bad, but I can only keep my distance. A slight turn of the head, and he voices his confusion, A faint sound reaches him, and he turns his head, a look of confusion now etched on his face. He reaches for his glasses, still seemingly confused. Her red eyes narrow, a flicker of understanding crossing her face. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as a look of dawning realization spreads across his features.
He mutters, the realization now fully formed.
A faint rustling sound fills the air. His hand slams down on the wooden table. The woman's eyes remain closed. Her eyes remain closed. His eyes snap open, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths.
What is? He begins to ask. His question hangs in the air. What is this?
The question hangs in the air, unfinished, as a strange sensation begins to envelop him, this feeling that. The strange sensation intensifies, as a disembodied voice echoes, things are getting twisted right from the start.
Then, before we start the class, a voice announces.
The instructor continues, arms crossed, we'll have the staff succession for the staves you'll be using while in school. The instructor's voice continues, explaining that the S class and the A class will have their staff succession together.
As for the details, the instructor begins to elaborate. The staff succession ceremony.
The instructor's words fade as the scene transitions.
The staff succession ceremony is apparently a bit annoying.
A sinister smile plays on his lips as he strokes his chin. But something is clearly about to change. He anticipates the coming events, stating, I'm looking forward to it. The title card appears, I became the Academy's star player.
The title card appears, announcing Chapter 10. At Stella Academy, there are two major events.
The first, the familiar contract. The narrator continues, explaining that the other major event is the staff succession ceremony. The other major event at Stella Academy, the staff succession ceremony. The narrator continues, stating that, like the premier academy that Stella Academy is, the staff succession ceremony it holds is just as special.
The narrator continues to describe the special staff succession ceremony held at Stella Academy. Standing in the center of the academy, a man asks, Is everyone here?
The crowd of students stands on what appears to be a body of water. The man continues, explaining that staves ranging from the lowest to middle high class have been prepared. He gestures, stating that staves ranging from the lowest to middle high class have been prepared. He then instructs them to simply go up and grab a staff they like.
The students stand ready, waiting for their turn to choose.
He cautions them, the process of switching the staff once picked is very complicated, so I hope you choose carefully. Despite his words, a realization dawns, we're not actually the ones choosing our staff.
It's the other way around.
The truth of the matter is revealed, in Ether World, the staves only respond to a person who they deem as worthy of commanding them, causing a resonance effect. The narrative shifts to a cloaked figure, staff in hand.
The explanation continues, it basically means that you.
The explanation continues, the figure stating that one can't use a high-level staves just because you want to.
A crack echoes as the explanation continues. The staff snaps.
Anyway, I wonder which one I should choose, he muses, standing before the broken staff. The camera zooms in, focusing on the ceiling. He reflects on his options, realizing, if it was before, I would have chosen a staff meant for the F class, but I have to think carefully now that I'm in the S class. His expression hardens as he considers the implications of his new status. His decision is made, the staff that fits my position the best is the wand. Staves, it's explained, are typically divided into two categories, the short-form wand and the long-form staff. It's explained that wands are typically used by the knight class, known for their rapid magic casting. On the other hand, staves are typically used by the bishop class. They focus on a single, powerful hit, but with a longer casting time. Hey, which one do you think he's going to pick? Someone asks, the question hanging in the air. He looks conflicted, the weight of the decision clearly etched on his face.
Someone wonders aloud, since he's in the S class, he shouldn't have any problems with causing a resonance effect, right? A faint cracking sound echoes, almost imperceptible.
The S-class student remains stoic, the cracking sound seemingly originating from him. Whatever. You guys can think what you want, he says, his voice carrying a chilling indifference. Hey, he says, the sound of something breaking still audible. Huh, he asks, confusion evident in his tone. The taller figure stands with arms crossed, a stern expression on his face. The other looks up at him, a slightly worried expression on his face.
The two figures stand on what looks like a watery surface.
The figure narrows his eyes, suspicion evident.
Who are you? He demands. The figure answers the question with a simple declaration, me? I'm Uslek.
A sudden, sharp sound pierces the air.
Who is he? It's my first time hearing such a name.
A voice wonders aloud.
I see. So, he replies, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Which staff do you plan on picking? He asks. The other replies nonchalantly. Just anything.
The instructor's voice booms, laced with condescension.
You should pick a staff that fits your status as a commoner. A sinister smile spreads across the instructor's face.
The instructor warns, don't make a ruckus and cause trouble for the professors.
The student remains silent, his expression unreadable. Another student speaks up, echoing the instructor's warning, yeah, you shouldn't cause any trouble either.
His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. His teeth grit, a surge of anger rising within him. You bastard, he shouts, his rage now boiling over. Despite the outburst, the other man remains calm, his gaze fixed forward.
The man coolly asks, are you picking a fight?
Shae, so annoying, he mutters, his hand now poised over some kind of device.
His face contorted with rage. Like Chechbalin's information is revealed, son of Marquis Chechbalin, Prince Jeremy's underling, and third-rate bully.
The device activates, emitting a series of sharp, radiating lines.
Like, visibly taken aback, questions, this is all the information. The device's glow intensifies as like wonders, how much of an extra is he? Like's eyes widen in disbelief, the device clearly showing the other student in a simplified form.
Clicking his tongue, the student declares, anyway, I'm going to pick that one, so you should watch carefully.
He points emphatically.
The student's statement hangs in the air as the camera focuses on the arena floor. The camera focuses on the arena floor, where numerous spikes protrude from the ground.
That staff is.
He begins to say, a look of concern washing over his face.
The question hangs in the air, the Edmuri Edamirai?
The camera focuses on the staff in question, revealing its intricate design.
That should be.
The words trail off, leaving the sentence incomplete.
The highest one here. A middle high class.
His words fade, his assessment of the staff's quality unfinished. His assessment hangs in the air, unfinished. The narration clarifies, a middle high class staff is typically wielded by professional magic warriors. The hooded figure holds the staff, its ornate design hinting at formidable magical power. The narration continues, stating that even with immense talent, middle-low-class staves should be the limit for students. The narration continues, emphasizing that even professional magic warriors struggle with staves of only middle-low class.
It is noted that there's another middle-high-class staff present besides the Edmuri Edamirai. The staff, bathed in ethereal light, is presented, but a voice clarifies, it isn't really here for anyone to pick but more to show off. The voice instructs, everyone should go stand in front of the staff they like. The figure stands with arms crossed, awaiting the others to make their choices. The students begin to gather, drawn to the staffs that resonate with them. A symbol glows with a soft, blue light. The student's hand glows with the same blue energy, a symbol materializing above it. A smirk plays on the student's lips as the symbol solidifies, glowing brightly. The symbol continues to glow, its form becoming more defined. Clutching her staff, the student's gaze hardens. Blinding light erupts from the symbol. The light intensifies, becoming an all-consuming white. The light consumes everything. He stares intently as the blinding light continues to intensify. As the light fades, a voice exclaims, isn't the staff that Haywin picked the Hayden Amikatan? That's a middle-class staff. As murmurs spread through the crowd, one voice rises above the rest, questioning, isn't the staff that Haywin picked the Hayden Amikatan? That's a middle-class staff. The murmurs intensify as someone asks, Prince Skalvan also picked a middle-class staff? Adding to the growing surprise, a voice announces that Princess Hong Bayan also chose a middle-class staff, the Suaviter La Haven. The question hangs in the air, just how many are able to choose middle-class staves that only certified magicians are able to wield? This year's crazy, he mutters, teeth gritted in frustration. Damn it. A sharp intake of breath echoes, the sound of someone clearly struggling. Struggling to catch his breath, he vows, just you wait. I can do it too. He stumbles, a gasp escaping him. A fallen sword lies nearby as someone asks, "Isn't that Uslek?" A question arises: could he possibly be trying to resonate with a middle-high-class staff? Uslek stands, facing away, as the question hangs in the air.
A staff floats beside him, awaiting his next move. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. "Ha, watch carefully." A sinister grin spreads across the speaker's face as he commands, "Ha, watch carefully." His hand crackles with energy. The speaker's challenge rings out, brimming with arrogance. "I'll show you what a true S-class talent looks like." A pink glow emanates from above, while small debris falls below. His fist clenches, crackling with pink energy. The strike lands, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air. Shielding his eyes, he peers through the fading light. As expected. A voice echoes, laced with an unsettling confidence. The light fades completely, leaving only darkness and the faint outline of a barrier. The barrier holds. He failed to resonate, a stark message declares. He floats, seemingly unconscious, within the ethereal space. A pained ugh escapes him. A groan escapes him as consciousness flickers back. Oh no. He seems to have gotten hurt pretty badly. A voice observes. Above, a frantic voice urges someone to call a professor quickly. Below, he sighs, defeated. I guess a middle-high class is impossible. He exhales, defeated. Yeah, it'll be better for you to give up, a voice echoes, seemingly confirming his worst fears. A heavy thud echoes as he collapses to his knees. But then, a voice cuts through the silence, because his head remains bowed, as the reason for his collapse hangs in the air. Hey, get a hold of yourself. A voice calls out, urging him to recover. A faint smile plays on his lips, despite the concerned voice urging him to recover. The words "the owner" appear, signaling a shift in perspective. The owner speaks, declaring that the wielder of the staff has already been chosen. The one who calls himself the owner stands confidently, a smirk playing on his lips. A sleek, ornate staff rests beside him. An unseen force declares, the owner of that staff has already been decided. A young man in a blue suit stands confidently, a staff floating beside him. He smirks, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. The young man's smirk deepens, a sinister glint in his red eyes. The title card appears, I became a foolish aristocrat. The story continues. It's my Yuzion, a voice declares, introducing a new character. Whispers fill the air as the question hangs, is he gonna try to take the staff? My Yuzion approaches, his intentions still a mystery. Doubts begin to surface. I don't think even he could handle Edmuri Etamirai. My Yuzion's expression remains unreadable as he grips the hilt of his sword. The grip tightens on the sword's hilt. The blade glows with an intense, vibrant energy. Energy crackles, arcing from the blade. The energy intensifies, becoming a blinding white light. The world is consumed by pure, radiant light. Standing amidst the radiant light, he holds his sword aloft. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. The light fades, revealing a character's exclamation, "Cook!" The light subsides, revealing the character, his expression strained. He exclaims, his hand clutching at his chest. Floating above him, the word "Sa" appears in glowing letters. A sinister smile spreads across his face. His red eyes gleam with anticipation, a weapon held loosely in his grip. His grip tightens on the weapon, ready to strike. His eyes widen in disbelief. No way. He utters, stunned by what he sees. An incoming student managed to take a high mid-class staff. He wonders aloud, is that even possible? The unbelievable feat clearly weighs on his mind. Well, a voice begins, cutting through the silence with an air of anticipation. The voice continues, I expected this. His smirk widens, a glint in his eye as he says, now a lot. More people will know how talented he is. His eyes narrow, a sinister glint reflecting in them. A slight smirk plays on his lips, a hint of malice in his expression.
His expression shifts to one of curiosity, a question mark floating above his head. His eyes narrow, a flicker of intensity now burning within them. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. What the? He begins to mutter, his expression shifting from amusement to confusion. Hell, he mutters, now utterly bewildered. He wonders if the other person has lost his mind. Anyway. The word hangs in the air, signaling a shift in the conversation. Flame also owned another Heimat-class staff, Terryvon. The man's gaze remains fixed ahead, his expression unreadable. However, this might be where the route splits. The narration continues, if Flame manages to grab Terryvon, Ma Yuzion will take interest in her because of her geniusness. The path forward is now clear, opening up the Ma Yuzion route. However, a different path could open, but if she were to go for another staff, it would open up a completely different route. The protagonist resolves, I need to use Flame to bring Ma Yuzion onto our side. With newfound resolve, he declares, I need to use Flame to bring Ma Yuzion onto our side. Having stated his plan, the protagonist looks down, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice rings out, declaring, found it. The protagonist continues to look down, his expression unreadable. The protagonist remains still, his gaze fixed on the girl as she floats in the air near a slender, ornate sword. His gaze remains fixed, his expression still unreadable. That's where. The words trail off. That's where Terryvon is. His jaw tightens as he processes the information. The revelation hits him hard. What? The disembodied voice echoes, posing a direct question, will you do, Flame? Flame stands silently, awaiting his answer. She begins to walk forward, a spear materializing beside her. A determined look settles on her face. Yeah, grab, she declares, her words echoing with newfound resolve. The name Terryvon hangs in the air. His expression hardens, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Then, Ma. The words trail off, leaving the sentence unfinished. The unfinished sentence hangs in the air as he looks towards the sky. Yuzion will take interest in Flame, a voice declares. The panel reads, and we will have a... The voice continues, promising a higher possibility of reaching a happy ending. Ding, the voice concludes, but something is amiss. A sword lies discarded on the water's surface, prompting a confused A. An energy blast hurtles toward him, its source unseen. What, he wonders, as a sense of disorientation washes over him. Her eyes widen as she realizes she's not. An energy blade descends rapidly towards her. The realization hits her hard, she's not interested in Terryvon. Panic rising, he wonders, what's going on? Does she not know about it? His anxiety spikes, does she not have enough information, maybe? The situation takes a turn for the worse as he concludes, either way, this is bad. Flame should. The character begins to say, though the rest of their words are cut off. The character's unfinished thought hangs in the air, be able to resonate with any staff since Flame's the female lead. The thought continues, posing a crucial question, what if she ends up picking some strange staff? He wonders, the stakes becoming clear. He continues to worry, realizing, then we might end up losing out on the other good routes too. A strange sensation washes over him. At this point, he begins to say, but a strange energy surrounds him. The energy intensifies as he thinks, I have no choice but to push Terryvon to her. A flicker of hesitation crosses his face as the golden energy intensifies. The light intensifies, becoming blinding. Blink. As the light fades, two figures emerge. A figure in a blue uniform stands amidst the fading light. The figure's gaze remains fixed ahead, her expression unreadable. A surprised "ha" breaks the silence, followed by a stifled giggle. An inquisitive, when did he, is cut short by a giggle as someone says, "Ha." Hi. He asks, I was just wondering which staff you're gonna choose. Why do you want to know that? He finishes, his question hanging in the air. She answers, I just wanted to help because you looked lost.
Her offer of help is met with a cold dismissal.
It's none of your business.
Turning away, she hears him say, "Bye, then." But when she's only a few steps away, he pauses, muttering, "Huh?" He suddenly calls out, "Wait." His brow furrowed, he touches his chin, muttering, something strange. The darkness deepens as a thought bubbles to the surface. Flame is supposed to be. The thought continues, describing Flame as someone friendly with everyone, a very social person. But a more pressing question surfaces: why is she being so cold? The thought continues, now revealing, well, I can't just ask her directly. Just give up like this. My life depends on this, he thinks, before shouting, "Hey, wait." She responds, "I really just want to help you pick one." Cutting him off, she retorts sharply, "Mind your own business." She insists, "But I feel like there's a staff that's perfect for you here." An annoyed voice suddenly erupts, demanding, "What the hell do you know about staffs?" Her eyes widen, and a fierce expression hardens her features. Her lips part slightly, and she is about to respond. But before she can speak, she exclaims, "What the hell?" He smiles, but his thoughts betray his insecurity. Did I do something wrong? Or does she not care about? He stammers, I heard a lot about you." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the awkwardness. "Don't you think you would be capable of grabbing that one?" The camera pans to the side, revealing the speaker standing next to a girl. The camera focuses on a gleaming, ornate sword. "Terryvon," a voice questions, the gleaming sword now in sharp focus. The response is immediate, "Yeah, that one." The man smiles, his eyes closed in apparent satisfaction. A symbol materializes. His eyes snap open, a symbol now hovering above him. He utters, a question hanging in the air. The symbol pulses as he cries out, "What is this noise?" His question is cut short as the symbol pulses brighter, the light intensifying around him and the girl beside him. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the symbol burns intensely. An exclamation hangs in the air as the symbol beneath him flares with power. The symbol's blinding light engulfs everything. The light intensifies, consuming everything in pure white. The blinding white consumes everything. The light fades, and a gasp escapes him. A pained way escapes him as the world comes back into focus. That scared me, he thinks, his hand still gripping the hilt of his sword. A burst of confusion erupts. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as confusion washes over him. He clutches a strange, blue-glowing dagger. His eyes dart around, a sense of panic building within him. A gasp escapes him. A blinding light erupts. He stares in disbelief at the blade now in his grasp. "Why is this in my hand?" he exclaims, bewildered. His confusion deepens as he realizes something is amiss. Flame was supposed to take this, he thinks, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Shit!" he mutters, the gravity of the situation beginning to dawn on him. A grim smile plays on his lips as he seems to accept the dire situation. "You He begins to speak, seemingly ready to address the situation. He pauses, a question forming on his lips, "Flame?" Her expression hardens as she stares intently at someone out of view. A trail of blood drips ominously. A sinister smile spreads across her face, the red glow intensifying the unsettling atmosphere. A chilling "why" echoes in the air, dripping with malice. Visibly flustered, he stammers, and nothing. The realization hits him, I'm fucked. Royally. Against a sky painted with hues of dawn, a towering structure emerges. Two figures in matching uniforms walk towards the towering structure, their expressions unreadable. The two figures are revealed to be students, walking side by side towards the academy. One of them speaks up, breaking the silence. "Hey, did you hear?" The student's expression hardens as she hears something. Whispers fill the air as the student overhears something. This year, 2 students managed to grab and resonate with high mid-class staffs. Wow, really? Historically, there were only 5 people who managed to grab those, the student overhears. So it increases by 2 people now?
However, the student also overhears that, strangely enough, one of them only used blink during the magic manifestation exam. Blink is basic magic.
How is that possible? One of the students wonders aloud.
Another responds, my parents said that blink was a rare garbage magic.
Did something go wrong? She wonders, her brow furrowing slightly as she considers the implications of their words. Silence fills the air as she contemplates the implications of their words. The scene shifts to the self-study hall, its imposing architecture hinting at the academic challenges that lie ahead.
Sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the self-study hall.
The warm glow of the setting sun paints the sky outside the hall's window. With a sigh of relief, she notes, it finally got a bit quieter. She thinks to herself, that's all they talked about today, no matter where I went.
She's relieved that the constant chatter has finally subsided. The news of 2 new students grabbing Hymed class staffs spread instantly. The male student looks perplexed, muttering, but I can't understand it.
Suddenly, a voice cries out in disbelief, no way. Her eyes widen in shock as she exclaims, he grabbed Terryvon.
Just who is he?
Confusion clouds his face as he mutters, I read the original novel 3 times before coming here.
The protagonist is still confused, stating that a character named Beck Uziel has never appeared once.
Furthermore, he recalls that nobody was able to grab Terryvon. He wonders how he could resonate with Terryvon so easily, when it's as if. He trails off, lost in thought. His thoughts crystallize, he's trying to show off to me. A sinister smirk plays on his lips as he holds a gleaming blade close to his neck. The blade glints dangerously close to his throat. Well, it's pointless to think about it now, she says, adjusting her hair with a sigh. Suddenly, the word flame bursts onto the scene. She stops abruptly, a Korean word flashing beside her. Are you going to study on your own too? She asks, a wide smile on her face. Her expression softens, her gaze lowered, as she awaits his response. A gentle smile graces her face as she awaits his answer. You kids, do you think I'm a nerd or something? She asks, a hint of playful challenge in her voice. The response comes quickly, no, you always say there's nothing to do so you end up studying.
An immediate denial rings out, it's not like that.
But Flame, why do you always call us kids? She questions, a touch of annoyance in her tone.
We're the same age.
Huh? That's because. She begins to explain, a slight smile playing on her lips. It's just a habit, she replies, then explains, I've always been treated as older where I used to live. A realization dawns on her, and she laughs, confessing, I realize that I'm in a novel from the present, so I can't
exactly act like a kid. The girl then asks, then, are you going to study alone today too?
She hesitates, unsure of the name.
She's Jackie, I think. A strange energy emanates from below. The character wonders why her style is a bit similar to mine. She then thinks, I think she was a little tacky before. Not alone. There's a special supplementary meeting coming up, so I'm going to attend that.
Anyway, I'm off, she declares, apparently concluding the conversation. Before she leaves, a thought bubble appears, alright, let's go to a cafe together next time. She waves goodbye, a cheerful bye-bye accompanying her departure. The scene fades to white. The scene shifts, and a voice sighs, ha. Girls at this age. It's quite hard to be a student at this age, she thinks, her eyes closed. The camera focuses on her chest, adorned with a detailed purple and gold outfit. SFX, pang. Pang. Ouch. She murmurs, wincing and reaching up to touch her head. Her eyes widen as the word flame fills her vision. Hey Wonriang, he asks, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He stands close, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. You okay? He asks, concern evident in his voice. She responds, yeah, I'm fine, though her tone suggests otherwise. He looks away, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. He notices her less than convincing response. Your expression doesn't look good. Is something up? He asks, concern etched on his face. He presses, noticing her discomfort. Your expression doesn't look good.
Is something up? He asks, his concern evident. Her eyes widen slightly as she wonders to herself, is he worried about me?
She responds, not particularly, though her expression betrays her true feelings.
I see.
Going to self-study? He asks, his tone suggesting he doesn't quite believe her.
He presses, yup, and you're going to the S-Class exclusive training hall again?
She counters his question with a statement of her own, you can't be lazy when it comes to training every day.
He retorts, you're unnecessarily sincere. To which she responds, that's not something you should say. He responds to her last statement with a simple, is that so? A tense silence descends.
The silence stretches, broken only by a single, questioning thought bubble. That silence is broken by a soft chuckle.
The chuckle comes from below, the camera angle shifting to reveal the speaker.
Her eyes widen slightly, as she raises her hand, a strange energy emanating from her fingertips.
The man, looking down at her, says, see you later then.
Suddenly, a surge of power erupts around them.
The light intensifies, obscuring the view of the room. How bland, he remarks, his expression unreadable.
She wonders, her expression thoughtful. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she seems to hear something. She turns her head, now seemingly focused on someone else in the room.
Jackie, she asks, a question hanging in the air.
Why is she still? She wonders, her eyes widening slightly.
She begins to say another name, Ja-Dash. The girl appears, asking, huh? Well, she begins to say. It doesn't matter.
She seems to be trying to convince herself.
But then, she abruptly cuts herself off.
This isn't the time for this, she thinks, seemingly trying to regain her composure.
Footsteps echo on the wooden floor.
The camera pans to a sign written in an unfamiliar language.
The sign now translates to Self-Study Hall. The camera continues to pan upwards, revealing more of the building. Above, a text bubble ominously declares, a special supplementary meeting.
The camera continues to pan down, now focusing on the polished wooden floor and the hem of what appears to be a student's uniform.
The camera continues its descent, now revealing the word according. The camera continues its descent, revealing that according to the original novel, Acel and Hong Bayan will attend this meeting.
The camera continues its descent, now revealing that it'll be important to watch the female lead and the villainess of
a romance fantasy face-off. The narrator's words hang in the air.
The camera continues to pan down, focusing on a large arched doorway. The camera continues its descent, now focusing on the interior architecture, revealing a series of arched windows.
Inside, a woman in a long robe holds a book.
Two men in suits watch from above as a woman with long, light blue hair looks on with a solemn expression.
The
words begin, as if a prophecy is about to be revealed.
Important characters are here.
The prophecy continues, hinting at a significant gathering.
Let's see.
She says, her expression thoughtful as she considers the implications of the prophecy.
A faint signal emanates from the distance. The host is A-Class Kyle, a voice announces. He stands at the podium, a faint smile playing on his lips. The announcement hangs in the air, like he's taken aback.
Well, it is a supplementary meeting for students who need to improve their grades, the host explains.
The host continues, stating, and seeing how famous S-Class students are participating in the mass, it's a given.
The host's hands rest on the open pages, ready to continue with the meeting.
Her gaze remains fixed, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes.
The host seems surprised by the revelation, to think even Ma Yuziang would. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, be here.
Ma Yuziang's presence is clearly a surprise.
He stands with a subtle smirk, a playful glint in his eyes.
The focus shifts to a document on the table, hands poised to write. The document reveals a surprising truth. Ma Yuziang, considered the male lead of this world, is interested in Baek Yuziel.
It's definitely no coincidence, he states, his words hanging heavy in the air.
And Baek Yuziel didn't solve anything other than.
The sentence hangs, unfinished, leaving a lingering sense of incompleteness. The 3 questions from hell, a voice echoes, then fades. Perhaps. A fist slams onto the table with a resounding crack.
Baek Uziel knew from the
start that if you solved those questions, a voice declares,
you could enter the S-class. A blinding flash erupts.
If, she begins to say, her expression unreadable.
The world fades to white. The woman's thoughts drift, a realization dawning. Baek Uziel really knew beforehand and was acting like that. A semicircle of dark spikes materializes against the white void. The realization hits hard, then he's dangerous.
A shadow falls across his face as he looks down, a somber expression settling in. His hands clench into fists on the table, a clear sign of growing unease. The title card appears, I became the Academy's top genius. The title card appears, Episode 13. Episode 13 begins. Phew, he sighs, a wave of relief washing over him. I wish someone would take him off of my hands, he thinks, a slight frown creasing his brow. Meanwhile, the other smiles innocently, oblivious to the internal turmoil.
The question hangs in the air, Uziel, why did you come here?
He leans in, a reassuring smile on his face.
You don't need to listen to this kind of stuff. His smile tightens, and he asks, or is there some special reason? He laughs, trying to brush off the question. I don't have a special reason.
I was just told to participate in this because my grades are poor. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face.
The question hangs in the air, why is he so? He wonders aloud, eyes closed and a slight smile playing on his lips, why is he so interested in me anyway?
Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring, now, that's enough chit-chat. The 2 young men stand side by side, their expressions unreadable as the unseen speaker interrupts them.
The speaker reveals himself, standing behind a podium. Today, we're going to look over the placement exam problems. The instructor continues, explaining that the placement exam was notoriously difficult. It even earned a grim nickname, the 3 questions from hell. The students listen intently as the instructor prepares to review the infamous 3 questions from hell. The instructor then reveals, and I managed to solve one of those. Despite his smiling face, the instructor thinks, damn it, why are there people like him in here? I was planning on expanding my.
His smiling facade hides his true thoughts, influence in society by teaching some stupid noble bastards.
To expand my influence in society by teaching some stupid noble bastards.
He finishes his thought, a subtle shift in his gaze betraying his true feelings.
No, this is actually my.
He continues, his true intentions about to be revealed.
Chance.
But his true intentions are interrupted by another voice, declaring, I heard that Baek Uziel kid got the
lowest score in the placement exam. The unexpected announcement hangs heavy in the air.
A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he hears the news. Fueled by the announcement, he vows, then, I will show him that I'm better than him. With a confident grin, he declares, I'll show you how I solved it first.
He begins writing on the board, explaining, this problem is a kind of trap, really. He continues his explanation, revealing, it was trying to lead you to make an error.
The instructor continues, the speech bubble simply stating, first.
He begins to elaborate, writing on the paper in front of him, first.
He continues, a sly smirk playing on his lips as he prepares to reveal the next point.
The words, what do you think? Do you think?
Appear, the question hanging in the air.
Do you think he's right? He asks, his expression unreadable.
A slight smirk plays on his lips as he awaits the answer to his question. His thoughts betray his outward composure.
What the hell is he saying? Do I think he's right? In the first place, I don't even get what he's trying to do. His confusion intensifies.
What the hell is the 3 questions from hell, he wonders. The protagonist dismisses the challenge.
Whatever.
Despite his dismissive words, the protagonist's expression betrays his inner turmoil.
He resolves, I'll just be honest. The protagonist admits, no, I don't know.
He holds up a piece of chalk, a look of uncertainty etched on his face as he stands before the class.
A murmur ripples through the classroom as a voice asks, What? A look of surprise spreads across the faces of both the instructor and a student. The classroom erupts in whispers at the revelation. That's Beck Uziel. His expression hardens as he clenches his fist. Is he saying that Kyle's doing it wrong? The scene shifts to a view of falling rain. Ha! Wise. A question hangs in the air, unfinished. The student's eyes widen in confusion. Why's everyone looking at me like this, he wonders. A sharp crack echoes as something shatters. The barrier shatters. With the barrier now shattered, a question arises, I'm doing it wrong? With a bead of sweat trickling down his face, he wonders aloud, I'm doing it wrong? Then, Beck Uziel's name is mentioned. An irritated voice booms, why don't you come down here and solve it yourselves? A tense silence follows. A resounding thud echoes. What? He exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. His shock intensifies. What the hell? He mutters, staring downwards in disbelief. Above him, the words kind of appear, amplifying his confusion. His eyes widen slightly, a nervous tick appearing as the kukek sound effect punctuates his mounting anxiety. The dotted line curves downward, suggesting a rapid descent. You can do it, Uziel. The words of encouragement echo. With a knowing smile and a thumbs up, he declares, he did it on purpose. The barrier shatters. Ugh. He groans. Oh, well, he sighs, continuing his descent down the stairs. He mutters, He continues, I'll just get it over with. A thud echoes. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoes. They stand before the chalkboard, its surface covered in arcane symbols. The chalkboard glows as the words 3 questions appear. A voice breaks the silence, laced with skepticism, from hell, huh? The response comes, it's more. Like a pun quiz, really. To illustrate, the example given is, a mage cast a spell saying, Dear Earth, shed tears, and there was double the amount of dirt than before. The mage, staff raised high, stands amidst glowing runes. Why would that be? The text asks, posing a question to the audience. The question hangs in the air, but the answer is simple. The answer, it seems, lies with the mage himself. The mage smirks, stating, if dirt cries? It's in a state of decomposture. He seems to be struggling, muttering, it's ridiculous to me too, but this is really the kind of problem it is. I wonder who came up with these damn problems. He squints, adjusting his glasses as he continues to ponder the strange problem. Anyway, he says, seemingly trying to change the subject or move past his frustration. A blinding flash erupts. That Kyle over there solved the problem like it was some math, he remarks, arms crossed and a look of mild annoyance on his face. That Kyle over there solved the problem like it was some math, he continues, talking about the soil splitting when it cries or whatever. His method was wrong, but he... The voice trails off, leaving the statement unfinished. Managed to get the answer right by a stroke of luck, he admits. But if there was another problem similar to this, he would get it wrong. I can't really show you the way it's supposed to be solved, he admits, but then adds, I can tell you where you are wrong, though. The student, clearly confused, simply asks, what? He continues, the problem mentioned earth, but what if it had been water or wind? He presses on, questioning, do you think your method will still work then? Stammering slightly, he replies, then. I will just use a different method. His teeth gritted, he hears the response, but then, you will have to do everything differently. A look of frustration crosses his face as he trails off with. The instructor dismisses his attempt, stating, it was only because of luck that you got the answer right. The instructor continues, emphasizing, not because it was what the test maker intended you to do. His eyes widen in disbelief. That's, he exclaims, before falling silent, seemingly lost for words. His mind races, thoughts and possibilities swirling within him. You're right, he admits. Meanwhile, another wonders, eek, did I kill his confidence too much? Anyway, this is supposed to be, he begins to say, poised with the chalk. He says, pausing mid-sentence. The instructor's words hang in the air as he pauses, leaving the students in suspense. He continues writing on the paper, the suspense building with each stroke of the pen.
A gasp escapes her lips as she reads what the instructor has written.
The instructor's writing has clearly had an effect. The instructor's words are revealed. How is this possible?
The instructor's incredulous question hangs in the air as the other students are mentioned.
The other students are writing down what he's saying.
Acel and Hong Bayan should have gotten into an argument too, he states, matter-of-factly. However, the narrator adds, but both are distracted by the problem. Izel's gaze sharpens, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she focuses intently. A grand building stands tall against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset sky. Then, I'll see you tomorrow, Uziel, he calls out. Waving, he bids her farewell.
Then, I'll see you tomorrow, Uziel.
He waves goodbye, a cheerful smile on his face.
But his thoughts drift off as he walks away.
He continues to wave, maintaining his cheerful facade. His cheerful facade crumbles as he thinks to himself, ah, fuck.
If I get involved with someone like Ma.
The name Yuziang hangs in the air as he covers his face, seemingly regretting his prior enthusiasm. The thought bubble reveals his true feelings. Forget tomorrow, I don't want to see you again for the rest of my life. A sigh escapes him, his expression one of clear resignation.
It's probably. He starts to say, the rest of his statement cut off.
Because of the telephone, he finishes, his hand raised as if to ward off an unseen threat. I can't even use it right, he thinks, frustration evident.
Now, but I caught my Yuziang's attention.
He thinks, a hint of resignation in his voice. I just can't understand why he came to me, he wonders, still grappling with the encounter.
His thoughts continue, there weren't any instances of
characters using it besides Flame. He continues to ponder, lost in thought. His red eyes remain downcast, still lost in thought.
The man remains lost in his thoughts.
His eyes widen slightly as a thought strikes him.
Isn't that Hong Bayan? Is she waiting for someone, he wonders.
He decides to ignore the situation, thinking, well, it has nothing to do with me, so let's just pass quickly.
Suddenly, a name echoes in his mind, Baek Uziel. The name echoes again, louder this time.
He turns to see a girl with long, light pink hair standing nearby.
Her gaze fixed on him, Baek Uziel states, I have something to ask you.
The camera focuses on the girl's chest and neck area.
To think the Hong Bayan. The words trail off, leaving her thoughts hanging in the air. To think the Hong Bayan wants to ask me something. He pauses, then asks directly, what is it? Hong Bayan demands, why didn't you explain the solution earlier?
A confused "huh" escapes him, as he begins to explain, it's not that I didn't.
He continues, trying to explain, it's not that I didn't. But his inner thoughts betray his frustration. How can one logically explain a nonsensical quiz? He stops mid-sentence, realizing, I think she's misunderstanding something. He smirks, his hand raised to his neck as he declares, I just didn't have anything to say?
Her eyes widen slightly, a dawning comprehension spreading across her face.
I understand. He continues, surmising, you didn't want to announce your solution at that kind of place, right?
She crosses her arms, her gaze unwavering.
A look of confusion crosses his face as he realizes, huh? That's not it. Realizing his mistake, he murmurs, huh? That's not it. With a renewed determination, he declares, then, I'll compensate you. The woman responds with a simple, what?
Her arms remain crossed, awaiting his compensation. Her piercing gaze intensifies as she demands, so, whatever you have in your mind, explain it to me. His expression shifts to one of clear panic.
A wave of shock washes over him. What?
The title card appears, I became the Academy's top genius. The story continues with Chapter 14.
Chapter 14 begins in a warmly lit library.
Inside, a man and woman sit at a table covered in documents. The papers on the table are filled with a strange, indecipherable script. Examining the documents, the man questions, I don't understand why you're paying me just to understand 3 questions on the placement test.
A woman retorts, I have my reasons, so just tell me.
Answering the woman, he says, "Yes, yes, of course, my lady." He then reveals, "But you only got these 3 questions wrong."
He then asks, "Aren't you embarrassed to ask me for help, who got all the other questions wrong?"
Her expression unwavering, she responds, "Not at all." She continues, stating, "The only thing that's embarrassing is the fact that I still don't know the solutions to these problems." Determination hardening her gaze, she declares, "If I can find the answer, I'm willing to do anything." Someone observes, "She sounds like a model student." Her red eyes narrowed, she asks, "But why did you ask me specifically?" The response comes, "You're a princess, so you should have a lot of friends who you can ask." He examines the document closely, muttering, "That's..." The princess begins to explain, "Out of all the 1,141 freshmen, if you count the people who got the 3 questions from hell right." The princess reveals the astonishing truth: there are only 3 people, including you. The revelation hits him hard.
"Huh? What are you?" He stammers, utterly bewildered by the princess's claim.
The princess reveals a startling truth: these trick questions were meant to be unsolvable, but my Yuzion, Flame, and you managed to
solve them.
The princess's words hang heavy, the implications of her statement yet to fully sink in. "So now I'm in a bit of a tough situation," he admits, the weight of the princess's revelation settling upon him. His hand trembles as he reads the document.
"No, wait." He utters, a sudden realization dawning.
"These were trick questions? They were meant for nobody to solve," he exclaims, the realization hitting him hard. Another voice chimes in, seemingly surprised at his realization.
"Yeah. Didn't you get that while solving these insane..."
He begins, his voice trailing off as he starts to process the implications. His eyes widen as understanding dawns on him.
"Now I understand," he declares, "why I'm in the S-class." He finishes, the realization now complete.
"And why Flame held me back," he concludes, the pieces finally falling into place.
He realizes, "I didn't know all the details of the world building.
I didn't even know there were trick questions like these."
But Flame is different.
Because she has read the entire novel, even if she doesn't know the game's story, she must know. She must know most of the settings of the story. She must know, such as the 3 trick questions.
But, he continues, since an extra, who wasn't in the original, butted his head in.
The voice continues, revealing that Flame had no choice but to acknowledge the existence known as Beck Uziel. Damn, so there was a reason for her to act that way.
He thinks, realizing something. But then, she asks him directly, "Why do you look like that?" She seems concerned. "Don't worry about it,"
he replies.
Clearly troubled, Uziel's expression suggests he's still grappling with the implications of Flame's actions.
Suddenly, a voice reminds him, "You haven't forgotten that you'll listen to a request of mine as thanks for helping you solve this question, right?"
He simply replies, "Yeah." He then reveals his request: "Alter my staff into a magic sword." His request hangs in the air, the other party's reaction yet to be seen.
The woman responds, stating, "The blacksmiths of your kingdom should be able to do that easily." She continues, stating that only low-level mercenaries use those kinds of weapons.
Then, she questions why he, a mage, would even use them. He responds to her query, stating plainly, "It fits my style." "I don't."
He begins, but the rest of his statement is cut off. He thinks to himself, "I don't really feel like explaining to her that I'm a cripple." "So, are you going to do it or not?" an impatient voice demands, breaking his train of thought. The girl's voice cuts through his thoughts. "So, are you going to do it or not?" she asks, her tone impatient. Silence hangs in the air as she awaits his response. He answers with confidence, "Sure, I'll do it."
That sort of thing should be easy. His confidence seems to be genuine, but a thought bubble reveals his true feelings. "Nice.
Great, then I'll tell you the way to solve this question first," he states, pointing to the ancient text. He begins to explain, "The method is a change of perspective," the text declares, hinting at a new approach to the problem. "A change of perspective," she questions, before a simple yup confirms the shift. Above, the words Hong Baiyan's weakness appear, suggesting a vulnerability has been identified. The weakness is revealed: her magic is strictly textbook, and she's stuck in a rut. But she only realizes this in her second year. After losing to Flame in a significant way, she now thinks, I don't think I can give her any. But then she thinks, but I can push her in the right direction. A new plan forms in her mind. In that case, she concludes, a sense of determination radiating from her. He begins to speak, the first words of his question hanging in the air. Do you know what a nonsense quiz is by any chance? He asks, finally completing his question. A blinding light erupts. In that case, the voice declares, the light intensifying. Do you? He begins, the question hanging in the air as the blinding light continues to fill the scene. Know what a nonsense quiz is by any chance? He asks, the light still intense. The light remains, and the question hangs in the air. The number 15 appears. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Nonsense? I think I've heard of it. He says, his words laced with uncertainty. He declares, I'll give you an example. He poses a riddle, his finger raised for emphasis. What's between an E and an E? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The answer comes, hesitant and questioning, the back of the knee. The challenger's guess is incorrect. A voice declares, nope. The answer is and. A stunned, how, hangs in the air. A smug grin spreads across his face as he repeats, I asked what's between an E and an E, remember? Silence hangs heavy in the air as the implication of his words dawns on her. A heavy silence descends as the realization of his crude riddle sinks in. Come on, don't glare at me like that. He pleads, though her expression remains unchanged. He attempts to diffuse the tension, urging, calm down and look at this question. The question, filled with unfamiliar formulas and techniques, is presented. It has formulas and techniques you don't know. The challenge intensifies, that means you have to solve it solely using your creativity. A thought bubble appears above her head. But would it be possible to memorize creativity, she wonders. Suddenly, a blinding light fills the room, obscuring everything. Her red eyes widen slightly, a hint of concern flickering across her face. The light fades, and she whispers, no. A slight smile plays on his lips, his golden eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. Of course, knowing many spells and techniques is important, she states, her gaze unwavering. But for a mage, the most important thing is, she begins, her words hanging in the air. To look at the world beyond the boundaries of your thought. Her words resonate with the power of ancient magic. The mage's words echo, magic can grow with even the smallest change. But you. The words trail off, leaving the rest unsaid. But you, just think about things as you see them. The mage continues, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Spells aren't just about memorizing and casting them. A beat of silence hangs in the air as the mage pauses, seemingly lost in thought. The mage continues, admitting, you might be better than me at analytical thinking and judgment. However, the mage declares, but you lack the most important quality for a mage, creativity. Her hands clench tightly in her lap, a clear sign of her frustration. A surge of power emanates from the mage, the air around her crackling with energy. Whoa, a voice exclaims, as the surge intensifies. The look on her face is way too serious, he observes, a slight frown creasing his brow. You understood everything I said, right? Even though it sounds kinda complicated. He sounds unsure. He scratches his head, a nervous smile plastered across his face. Her red eyes gleam as she responds, of course I did. He admits, that's fascinating. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm glad you understood. Let's start right away. The disembodied voice echoes in the dimly lit room. The camera focuses on a bookshelf in the dimly lit room. A strange question echoes in her mind. Why did the man say to the horse while putting him to bed? She pauses, a look of confusion washing over her face. The bizarre question hangs in the air,
What would the man say to the horse while putting him to bed?
She stares ahead, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity.
I don't know, she admits. But then, a voice declares the answer: it's past your bedtime. Another question arises, this one seemingly unrelated: why don't beds work hard? I don't know.
The response hangs in the air, unanswered. The punchline arrives, because they're always lying down on the job.
The question hangs in the air: what happened when rock, paper, and scissors entered a race? Her response echoes the previous one. I don't know.
He delivers the punchline with a grin. Rock began to roll, but paper and scissors were stationary.
Get it? Because they don't move and they're stationary. The boy beams, clearly proud of his joke.
But judging by the sound effects, his audience remains unmoved. The girl's face reddens with embarrassment, her expression a clear sign of second-hand mortification. Her mortification intensifies, a visible tic now present in her expression.
Oops. She'll.
The text reads, implying a looming, potentially disastrous situation.
He grins, his expression suggesting impending chaos. She'll explode any moment now.
Then what did the cloud say to the ocean, she asks, her expression a mix of confusion and building pressure. She continues, struggling to recall the joke.
What did the cloud say to the ocean when it was raining? Suddenly, the man bursts into laughter, his hands outstretched as if presenting something.
A beat of silence hangs in the air as he awaits her response.
Her expression remains unreadable, a pregnant pause filling the space between them. A blinding light suddenly erupts. Please.
He pleads, his eyes wide with desperation. The room is filled with a heavy, oppressive silence.
A heartbeat echoes in the silence. Her expression remains unreadable as she considers his desperate plea.
I'm getting a bit emotional, she says, her voice barely a whisper.
His eyes widen slightly, and he murmurs, oh? Stammering slightly, she admits, why you got it right.
Her eyes, a striking crimson, widen slightly. A bright smile spreads across her face. Her gaze intensifies, a spark igniting in her eyes. Wow, this is my first time seeing her smile both in-game and in reality, a voice remarks, clearly surprised by the rare sight. As expected of a princess. Your creativity is on another level, a voice praises. The princess sits quietly, a slight tremor running through her. The princess, her cheeks flushed, declares, all right, that's enough. Give me the next question. A smug smile plays on his lips as he rests his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowed in amusement.
Then, the next question.
A voice declares, the challenge continuing.
The question hangs in the air, unanswered.
Beneath a cloud-strewn, moonlit sky, the towers of the academy stand silent. The academy stands bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, its towers reaching towards the heavens.
The academy streets are now populated with figures in formal attire. SFX, thud. Footsteps echo through the academy's halls.
He grits his teeth, a clear sign of frustration. His eyes widen slightly, and he mutters, I ended up spending 3 hours on those nonsense questions with Hong Bayan.
I didn't expect to actually. The words trail off, leaving his surprise hanging in the air.
He is swarmed with memories of his past blunders, as a voice booms, believe what I said. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, his expression one of intense concentration. The voice continues as a text box appears, declaring, Hong Bayan is undoubtedly an excellent magician with a sharp mind. However, the voice reveals, but her weakness is her rigid way of thinking. The text box then ominously states, but to exploit that weakness.
Even though she's the villainess, I feel kinda guilty.
The voice expresses a surprising sentiment. A sudden thought occurs to him, I need to quickly modify Terryvon into a magic sword, so there's more I'm able to do. Well, it's not like I can do anything about what I've already done, he mutters, seemingly resigned to the consequences of his actions. He cuts off his train of thought.
Enough thinking.
I should hurry and buy the books I need for class. The city sprawls before him, bathed in the fading light of dusk.
SFX, thump. Thump. Is it around here?
I can't quite remember, he mutters, looking around the unfamiliar area. He continues onward, his destination still unclear. He pauses, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. He exclaims, a sudden realization seemingly striking him. The realization solidifies, found it. The realization turns into confirmation. Found it, he declares, the words hanging in the air as he gazes up at the looming structure. Having found his target, he approaches the building. Twilight descends upon the village, casting long shadows across the quaint, wooden structures. Inside a dimly lit study, rows of ancient books line the shelves. A spider web cracks the corner of a window, undisturbed. Gazing around the study, he thinks, it's pretty run down. His tailored suit, trimmed with gold, stands in stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings. But I knew, he thinks, the sound of dripping water filling the room. His gaze remains fixed on the table, his expression unreadable. A hooded figure stands silently behind him, arms crossed. This bookstore's owner, it's said, has a habit of pretending to be asleep while watching his customers. The hooded figure remains still, his eyes half closed as if he's dozing off. In this nameless, decrepit bookstore, the hooded figure holds out a book, the study notes of Mayella, the student who graduated at the top of Stella Academy 10 years ago. A golden emblem appears, declaring, is hidden in this place. A screen appears, posing a direct question, will you take the class? Two options are presented, yes or no. The screen informs him that, in real life, he would need the textbook for the major. Furthermore, the screen explains that the rate at which his grade increases will vary depending on the textbook he uses. In the beginning, the screen displays. The screen continues, revealing that he initially bought textbooks from famous bookstores. However, he later discovered that there were better options. The screen reveals his discovery, textbooks hidden in stores without any signages. He stands in a library, confident in his strategy. If I were to take a magical engineering class while holding onto the study notes of Mayella, I'm almost guaranteed to get full marks. He muses that wearing the bulbul glasses will get him decent grades, but he'll also be able to figure out the hidden recipe. A determined look settles on his face as he prepares to put his plan into action. Hidden amongst the other books, he finds it. Here it is. He clutches the book tightly, his fingers wrapping around it possessively. He reaches into the shelf, his fingers brushing against the spines of the other books. His hand recoils as if burned, a sharp intake of breath audible. His eyes widen, a visible tremor running through him. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he whispers, huh? The name echoes in his mind, Acel? Acel looks down, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. Her gaze remains fixed on the ground, the sadness lingering. The title card appears, I became the Academy's genius swordsman. The chapter begins, I became the Academy's genius swordsman. In a towering library, a woman asks a pointed question, you know who I am? Of course. Aren't you famous? The reply comes. Ah. I remember now. You're from the supplementary group. Your name was Beck Uziel, right? He asks, seemingly recalling her identity. Ha? Does she not? The voice trails off, seemingly confused by something. He presses on, asking, remember meeting me before entering the academy? She responds, I enjoyed the debate. It was a bit disappointing that you couldn't finish explaining. About it, Acel wasn't able to figure out that question fully either. He replies, anyway, it was nice meeting you. Acel begins to walk away, a slight breeze seemingly following her. He watches her leave, a thoughtful expression on his face as he reaches for a nearby bookshelf. Thankfully, this wasn't taken away. He thinks, clutching a book tightly. Why? A simple question hangs in the air, unanswered. As she browses the shelves, a new question arises, would she be here? She continues her search, the shelves stretching endlessly. A hand pulls a book from the shelf. Its price tag reads $78,000. A hand reaches out, selecting a book. The price tag is a staggering $78,000. With a sigh of relief, the character seems to have found what they were looking for.
A towering figure looms over him as he clutches the book tightly. Was it that, he wonders, his gaze fixed on something unseen? The scene shifts, revealing the interior of a bookstore. It's noted that this bookstore usually deals in used books. As such, the people that come here are usually poor students like me, he reflects, the camera panning up to reveal rows of used books lining the shelves. It's then revealed that, as someone from a fallen family, Acel, who lost everything, probably didn't have a choice but to come here. Acel, the fallen noble, stares intently at the book in her hands. Iziel remains focused, her gaze unwavering as she studies the book before her. Her father was probably killed by the dark demonic humans. A portrait hangs on the wall, splattered with blood. That's... He begins to say, his expression hardening as he looks down at something in his hand. The narration reflects on the situation, pretty sad. A princess like her, coming to buy used. The narration continues, reflecting on the princess's plight, buying used books, but worried about the price because she doesn't have the money. Adding to her troubles, Acel also met an unfortunate end in the original novel. She died even before the story began. She died even before the Flame, who became the main character of this world. It could be said that Acel was the most unfortunate character in the game. Acel, the game's most unfortunate character, holds a book, her expression unreadable. With a grunt, Acel struggles to lift a stack of heavy books. Please give me these. Acel asks, looking expectantly at the smiling man beside her. All of those? Sure, he replies, though a thought surfaces, this young man is stronger than he looks. A question hangs in the air as the man's smile falters, replaced by a look of genuine confusion. A beat of silence follows his agreement, the character's thoughts hanging heavy. A bead of sweat trickles down her face, a subtle sign of the pressure she's under. What? He asks, taken aback. The other character begins, you just look like looks like you picked out some interesting topics. A smile plays on his lips as he wonders, was she just about to call me names? He presses her for details, asking, like what? Her response is sharp, all of them. Why are you even reading topics like the advanced ceiling theory? She begins to explain, stating, the theory of sealing is an ancient magic involving the use of an item. She continues her explanation, adding that sealing is a rarely used skill in a world where alchemy and magical engineering are already advanced. He responds to her explanation, admitting, oh, this? It's true that it's a subject that doesn't have much use. Now, she responds, so you do know. She retorts, revealing her reasoning, that's why I'm taking it. The man's stunned reaction is clear, what? Her statement hangs in the air, leaving the man utterly speechless. Her surprising explanation continues, revealing the disturbing truth, everyone thinks like you. That's why it's easier to get better grades in this class. A slight smirk plays on his lips, a subtle hint of arrogance in his expression. Anyway, I'll get going first, she announces, seemingly ready to leave. But a thought bubble betrays her uncertainty. Her hands rest on the table, her demeanor suggesting she is still present despite her words. As Acel predicted, not many are willing to take the class on the theory of sealing. He believes that's why he can spend less time on the theory of sealing and still achieve good grades compared to the other classes. With a confident smirk, he declares, with this, I won't be having any issues this semester. He holds the books confidently. But then, she hesitates, her expression thoughtful. The scene shifts to the second day. The next day dawns, revealing a grand, castle-like building under a clear sky. The first class is looking into nihility, a voice announces. Still, this subject is easy to get good grades on, so it shouldn't be too bad, she thinks, a small book held in her hands. The lecture hall is packed with students, all seemingly absorbed in their books. She pauses, a thought striking her. Roar, the word echoes in her mind. A classmate speaks up, surprised. Huh? You're also taking nihility? The classmate continues, yeah, but I think I messed up. I signed up because people were saying it was a class that was easy to get good grades on. He adds, looks like the rumors have already spread. All the smart kids signed up for it as well. Ah, I'm doomed. She thinks, realizing the implications of her classmate's words. Her eyes widen in dismay. The realization of her predicament sinks in. It can't be helped, she thinks, resignation settling in. I'll just have to do my best in my other classes. The instructor's voice cuts through her thoughts. We'll end the class here. As the instructor dismisses the class, a student breaks the silence, admitting, I'm hungry. Lost in thought, she wonders, what should I eat for lunch? Her decision is postponed. I'll decide when I get to the cafeteria. She sighs, still pondering what to eat. Her thoughts drift from lunch to a more pressing concern. This is troubling. If so many people are in all the classes I sign up for, it'll be hard to get a scholarship. Her stomach rumbles, a stark reminder of her empty state. Should I go? She wonders, the question hanging in the air. She pauses, considering, get something to eat first? She pulls out her phone, pondering, let's see. Since I only have 60 meal tickets for this semester. A decision made, she concludes, I should just get some bread to eat today. Her decision made, she looks off to the side, a slight frown creasing her brow. The realization dawns on her. Person. She murmurs, the realization solidifying. Isn't. The realization hangs heavy as she sees the person before her. That Beck Uziel, she asks, the name hanging in the air. A faint, rhythmic pulse begins to emanate. That's. A character begins to say, seemingly interrupted by the rhythmic pulse. His gaze hardens, focusing on the source of the sound. Beck Uziel, the voice echoes, a question hanging in the air. What is he doing here, she wonders, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. The words begin, the speaker's identity still concealed. Lecture, the unseen speaker finishes, the word hanging in the air. The speaker is revealed, a man in a gray coat, standing before maps and scrolls. But the scene shifts to a classroom, where a student laments, there are so few students here. The student continues, noting that students here are people who scored iffy grades too. The student worries, this lecture might be in danger of getting cancelled. The student's expression hardens as he continues to speak. If the student begins, his words hanging in the air. If I sign up for this class, he continues, the weight of his words becoming clear. I'll be able to raise my grades without putting a lot of my time into it. And if I use the time saved to study for other subjects, he continues, I will be able to earn more scholarship money. He firmly grips the book. A bead of sweat trickles down his face. More sweat glistens. The pressure is mounting. The tension rises. Beck Uziel. He mutters, his fingers tightening around his collar. Did he? The elect have easy to score in, he finishes, the question hanging heavy in the air. The realization hits him, has he planned out all his classes such that it makes his life easier? Dread washes over him as the implications of his discovery sink in. No way, he thinks, the shock of his discovery still sinking in. What am? The realization dawns on him, and he wonders, am I thinking? A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything. Amidst the overwhelming light, a thought surfaces, I'm sure it's just a coincidence. The title, I Became the Academy's Genius Swordsman, is revealed amidst the fading light. The light fades, revealing the title card for episode 17. The Academy looms in the distance, birds circling its towering spires. Inside the Academy, a lecture begins. I'm sure you all know the origin of magic. The instructor states. The instructor continues, explaining that with the founding mage, the mage in white, spreading magic all over the world, humans and other species learned to handle magic. The instructor's name is Layden, a professor of divine moon studies. The instructor continues, explaining that he taught the elves nature class magic. The dwarf declares that dwarves matter magic. The dwarf continues, stating that dwarves matter magic. The dwarf adds, and humans elemental magic. Afterward, he traveled to the heavens. He grimaces, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he wonders, how am I gonna pull through this for 3 years? Going through school again at this age is really torturous, he thinks, sighing. I could have skipped all this with a press of a button in the game.
His gaze hardens as he looks off to the side, a newfound determination flickering in his eyes.
But this lecture is actually pretty important.
This lecture might give him clues as to what the true ending is.
The lecture begins.
Well, that's just my assumption though, he admits, his gaze thoughtful. His hands rest on the table, the lecture seemingly continuing. By the way, he begins, a new thought seemingly occurring to him.
Was Acel, he continues, the name hanging in the air? Always in this class, he wonders aloud, a question hanging heavy in the air.
Acel, seated to his left, appears lost in thought, her gaze distant.
I don't remember, he admits, the words hanging in the air. The words any main characters taking this class appear above Izel's head. Her expression is unreadable.
The camera focuses on the intricate details of Izel's uniform. Well, not that it matters to me, he thinks, his expression still unreadable.
Human's curiosity did not end at elemental magic, he muses, his gaze distant.
The mage continues, revealing a darker side to human ambition. Human mages traveled the world and began stealing magic from other species. But even then, they were not satisfied, the mage reveals, hinting at a deeper, darker ambition.
But they could not learn any more magic than that, the mage reveals, a hint of frustration in his voice.
The founding mage, it's revealed, left behind the 12 divine moons, then vanished. A figure cloaked in shadow stands amidst falling feathers, their identity concealed. The figure emerges from the shadows, revealing a man with long hair and glasses.
The man turns to face the students, asking, "Does anyone know anything about the 12 divine moons?"
A voice explains that it is known that the 12 divine moons are guardians who protect the balance of power in the continent. The voice continues, explaining, it is said that they were scattered throughout the continent, carrying out their duties until 1,000 years ago. The voice confirms that they had their own special powers used to protect the continent. The voice gives an example, for example, the divine moon that symbolized summer. The voice continues, revealing that the 6th moon of the red summer wielded a red flame.
The figure stands amidst a raging inferno, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. And it is said that those flames never died out.
If you go into deep sea of Alamanca, the instructor warns. If you go into deep sea of Alamanca, the instructor warns, before adding, you can still see the red flames.
So if any of you are curious, you can go take a look. A student wonders if that's supposed to be a joke. The instructor's warning echoes, if a living being entered the domain of the king of the seas, Alamanca, they would die right away. The instructor continues, warning that any living being entering Alamanca's domain would instantly die. The scene shifts, revealing Levian's coast.
The text reveals that a massive whirlpool in the ocean has been frozen solid by the 12th moon of the blue winter. The man explains, each of the divine moons has individual powers. He continues, revealing that a miracle would occur if they were all gathered together.
The question hangs in the air, what is the miracle?
He gestures towards an open book on the desk, the details of the miracle still a mystery. He begins to speak, his voice filled with a hesitant wonder, that's. His words trail off, replaced by a stark declaration, no one knows. The man states that they have fallen asleep 1,000 years ago.
Another voice confirms, he's right.
At least I met some of the divine moons by playing the game.
The voice trails off.
Sword drawn, he stands ready.
A bright light shines in the distance.
But I only met 5 of them through limited time events. He explains that gathering information from other players in the community made it possible. He continues, there weren't any other players who managed to meet more than I did.
If my assumptions are correct, he begins to say.
Then these 12 divine moons probably have something to do with the true ending. If no one has managed to reach the true ending in the last 10 years.
The answer, it seems, lies within the unexplored content, the path untrodden by any before.
I only managed to meet 5 of them, he admits, revealing the immense difficulty of this hidden path.
After risking my life multiple times?
Lost in thought, he stares off into the distance, the weight of his revelation evident.
But I guess.
The words trail off, leaving his true feelings unspoken. His gaze hardens, a newfound resolve in his eyes. I have no other choice if I want to witness the true ending. I'll just
have to do it all over again.
The words hang heavy, a daunting declaration of his next step.
Flames erupt, consuming everything in a blazing inferno.
The inferno intensifies, consuming everything in a blinding surge of heat. A figure is launched through the air, propelled by the force of the explosion. Strength isn't all there is, she declares, her words hanging heavy in the air. She raises her weapon, declaring, no matter how strong your attack is, if you can't hit the enemy, then it's useless. The focus shifts to Fire Class Professor Hong Il. Fire Class Professor Hong Il launches a fiery attack. His gaze sharp, Professor Hong Il's fiery attack intensifies. The fire intensifies, engulfing everything in a blinding inferno. The flames surge forward, consuming the training dummy. The inferno rages, sending shards flying outward. The shards rain down, piercing the ground below. The figure stands amidst the devastation, the sky a fiery canvas behind them. She surveys the scene, her expression unreadable against the backdrop of the fiery sky. Her gaze sharpens, a glint of determination flashing in her crimson eyes. In the distance, a figure stands silhouetted against the inferno, its arms outstretched. The figure stands firm amidst the inferno, arms still outstretched as the heat intensifies. The ground trembles beneath the figure, a low rumble echoing through the flames. The figure turns, revealing a confident leader amidst the chaos, followers flanking her. How terrible, she says, her expression unreadable amidst the fiery backdrop. The leader advances through the smoke and fire, her staff held firmly. Buy-in, the word echoes, seemingly a declaration amidst the chaos. The leader's expression hardens, her gaze fixed on something ahead amidst the blinding light. A flurry of motion and light erupts. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure sits on a bench, seemingly untouched by the surrounding flames. Red eyes pierce through the chaos. I showed Mother a sorry sight again, she admits, a hint of regret coloring her tone. She must be disappointed, she thinks, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Princess, a voice calls out, interrupting her thoughts. Turning towards the voice, the princess offers a small, polite smile. The camera focuses on the princess's hair and clothing. Are you okay? The princess asks, her expression unreadable. The story continues in chapter 18. You're so amazing, princess, a voice declares. The princess, however, seems confused by the sudden praise. What do you mean? She asks. The princess's companion continues, stating, you used the same magic as me, but it was several times stronger. So what? I couldn't even aim right, the princess retorts, dismissing the praise. The companion insists, but your magic itself is incredible. Beaming, the princess responds, it was super cool. The companion admits, to be honest, I've been hearing about you since I was young. Is her name Ars Huang? Someone wonders aloud, the question hanging in the air. I think I've heard of her, someone admits, fueling the mystery. It's announced that a next-level genius of the fire attribute has appeared. A figure emerges, standing amidst a swirling inferno. A red-bladed sword is held firmly in their grip. Even with the red-bladed sword, he thinks, I thought that even still, she must be nothing compared to my magic. It must be nice for you to have such high accuracy, she states, her expression unreadable. It must be nice for you to have such high accuracy, she says, her expression betraying nothing. But if you practice more, I won't even be comparable to you, she adds. Enough with the rubbish, she finally declares, cutting off the conversation. Still, talking to you has made me feel better, she admits, her gaze lowered. With a finality in her voice, she says, goodbye. She turns and walks away. Her back now turned, she continues to walk away. Her gaze hardens, a steely resolve settling in her eyes. Her back remains turned, the details of her uniform now visible. The camera pans up, revealing the grand castle where she stands. Phew! She sighs, seemingly relieved. She stands on the staircase, a look of relief washing over her face. Suddenly, a voice calls out, simply stating, Princess. Hearing her title spoken, the princess turns to face the speaker. A voice then echoes, offering a simple, welcome. The words Hong Baiyan's exclusive guard, Ye Terran appear, introducing the princess's protector.
A drink and some ginseng candy are offered.
Thanks, she responds. She begins to address the request, stating, "As for the staff remodeling commission you asked of me before." She explains that because the staff is so good, they said a top-grade magic sword will be made.
The other woman responds with a questioning, "Yeah?" However, she admits, there's something slightly questionable. The other woman's curiosity is piqued. "Questionable?" she asks. She pauses, a thoughtful expression on her face. "So?" She begins, drawing out the word. "I heard that staves continuously suck in the owner's mana," she states, revealing a potential drawback. She bites her lip, a gesture that betrays her concern. "What?
Isn't that a dark demonic tool?" she asks, her expression a mix of surprise and concern.
It's a bit different from that," comes the reply.
The reply continues, clarifying that it is consistently in resonance with nature's energy.
The revelation hits hard, and he exclaims, "No way." The explanation continues, revealing its purpose, to take the user's mana and resonate it with nature's mana.
Why is such a garbage staff a middle-high class, she wonders aloud, her expression laced with frustration. The explanation continues, answering her question, that's precisely why it's simply a middle-high class. Her brow furrowed, she presses for clarification.
"What do you mean by that?"
The instructor elaborates, explaining, the original ability would drastically strengthen the user's mana, making it a high class, or higher. The instructor clarifies that the ability's mana-draining effect forced it to be downgraded.
But because it sucks in mana just by holding it, it was downscaled to a middle-high class.
The girl with pink-tipped hair stares up at the weapon in disbelief. "High class," she stutters. The girl wonders aloud, questioning how any student could possibly wield such a weapon.
"How can a student wield that?" she asks.
"I'm confused about that as well," someone replies, sharing the pink-haired girl's uncertainty. The woman sighs, her hand pressed to her forehead, admitting, "I know that it wasn't there for us to resonate with in the first place." She continues, stating that she doesn't believe most people would even use that kind of staff, even if it was given to them.
"Unless you have a crazy amount of mana or none at all. I don't get it."
She continues, stating, "I'm sure that commoner will figure things out." She pauses, taking a sip from her teacup, still seemingly unconcerned. "Anyway," she starts, seemingly changing the subject.
"He sure is unique."
She muses, her words hanging in the air with an ambiguous tone. The scene shifts, showing a view of the outside world through a set of windows. The bright sky, dotted with clouds, is now visible. A few days after the official start of the semester.
A few days into the semester, a professor points to a complex diagram on the blackboard.
The students diligently take notes as the professor continues his lecture.
The professor explains that attack magic needs to be manipulated in more detail than any other type of magic. The professor emphasizes, that's why this mana orbitology class is mandatory. "This is mana orbitology, Professor Carlium."
Professor Carlium continues, "From today onwards, for your PvP battles." Professor Carlium reveals the new focus, you will be learning orbitology with a focus on shooting and target. The professor elaborates on the new curriculum, shooting magic from the user's body. Target, creating magic with a fixed target. Tapping a pen rhythmically against the desk, someone seems to be contemplating the new curriculum. The professor turns to the class, chalk in hand.
"Then shall we discuss this orbital formula?" he asks.
The professor poses a complex question, from 760 meters away, with Kyoso running at 12.6 meters per second, what orbit and distance does Yangi need to hit the mark using water air force? Silence descends upon the classroom, the students seemingly stumped by the professor's complex question.
Someone mutters, "Of all the attributes, it's water." The professor declares that only a water attribute major could answer the question.
Is he just trying to bother us? Someone wonders aloud. A yawn escapes him as he thinks, this is so boring. His thoughts drift, questioning, why are these classes harder than Korean? A sudden thump sound breaks through his thoughts.
Suddenly, a voice booms, singling out Beck Uziel. "Please stand up and solve it."
Internally, he curses, realizing, damn it, I got caught.
He mutters, okay. Shortly after, time moves forward. He confidently declares, all done.
But the man's eyes widen in disbelief.
He stammers, utterly speechless. A voice stutters, gee, good job. You solved it quite easily.
Another voice marvels at the feat, to be able to organize the Rydie-Heiborg equation so simply.
The instructor, still reeling, asks, is your first major of the water attribute?
The student simply replies, nope.
Nice.
Then we'll continue these questions next class, the instructor announces, bringing the session to an abrupt end.
Silence hangs in the air, leaving everyone in suspense.
The session's abrupt end leaves the students in a state of uncertainty.
A low rumble echoes through the room, adding to the unsettling atmosphere.
Excuse me, a voice calls out, breaking the silence. The young man's voice cuts through the tense atmosphere, excuse me. The young man's words are met with confusion.
Huh? The young man's interruption is met with a confused huh?
The person carrying the book remains silent, the book held firmly in their hands. The person with the book simply stares ahead, remaining unreadable. A young man in a formal suit looks to his left, his expression unreadable. He stands in what appears to be a grand hall or library.
Something to ask?
The question hangs in the air, directed at the young man. The young woman, holding a green folder, appears slightly surprised by the question. A revelation hangs in the air, I've determined something about Beck Uziel while watching him.
The woman's assessment is clear, unrelated to his grades, he's definitely smart.
That intelligence, she emphasizes, holds true even compared to the top rankers. His eyes widen, and he declares, I'm finished. Her eyes dart to the side, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she mutters, no way.
That question's level was at least university, no, professor level, a voice exclaims. The text on the aged parchment seems to confirm her fears. Even if you say Stella is where geniuses come to gather, she thinks, her brow furrowed in concern, just what is Beck Uziel's identity? At first, I thought there was no way, but now I'm certain, she concludes, her gaze fixed downward, lost in thought. That person definitely has a course registration strategy, she realizes, the pieces falling into place. If that's the case,
she begins, a new idea forming.
Your next class, a voice declares, the statement hanging in the air.
Her eyes dart to the side, a flicker of curiosity crossing her face.
What is it? She wonders aloud, her curiosity piqued. I must
obtain that information, she declares, her determination hardening. The title card appears, I became the Academy's genius swordsman. The title card appears, marking the start of Chapter 19.
Chapter 19 begins, and the swordsman's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The swordsman questions, why do you ask? Are you interested in me or something? In response, she retorts, what?
That's gross. She continues, stating that whatever it was, it grossed me out more, alright? The scene cuts to a field of grumpy cat faces.
I'm an adult, what? She declares, seemingly trying to justify her actions. He wonders aloud, what am I doing? Then, changing the subject, he asks, anyway, why'd you ask?
She responds, revealing, I did some research on the classes you're taking. And it looks like they're all classes where you can get high grades easily.
Her eyes widening slightly, she awaits his reaction to her revelation. She declares, I'll ask you straight up.
That strategy, where did you learn it? Her question hangs in the air, demanding an answer. Because this is pretty important to me, she states, her tone leaving no room for argument. He thinks to himself, I was wondering what she was going to ask.
He laughs nervously, trying to brush off her implication. What do you mean, learn? It's just a coincidence.
Feigning nonchalance, she declares, if that's all, I'm going to head out. His casual facade crumbles, and he blurts out, what? He stammers, wait. As she begins to walk away.
She pauses, a soft ah
escaping her lips as she turns her head slightly. A slight gasp escapes her lips as she turns her head. Please, wait up, a voice calls out. The boy, wearing a suit with gold trim, pauses, a look of slight surprise on his face.
Hold on a second.
She calls out, breathless.
The boy turns back, demanding, why did you follow me?
He dismisses her with a sharp retort, go learn that kind of thing from someone else.
There are lots of smart people here. He then adds, or just follow what I've been doing. You said you looked it up. Stammering, she begins to protest, but.
He states matter-of-factly, anyone who takes Divine Moon Studies gets an A+, so it won't matter if I also take it. He continues, warning that, if I register for the other classes you're in, it could impact your grade negatively. It seems the classes are graded on a curve.
If she doesn't get the top grade, the warning continues. If she doesn't get the top grade, she'll lose out the most.
But even in light of that warning, she looks down, a shadow of worry crossing her face. Despite the personal stakes, she's more concerned about the grades of those around her. Even if she's a bit annoying, it seems like the female lead is still the female lead, she thinks, a hint of resignation in her expression. Anyway, she says, pivoting the conversation.
Could you just recommend me one class?
One that's easy to get a good grade in, she asks, her eyes wide.
He responds, do you think your looks will convince me? He's taken aback by her response.
That's weird, she says, tilting her head slightly.
Usually, when I look at my face, it takes my stress away. The male student seems utterly bewildered by her confidence. Are you for real? He asks.
She giggles, admitting it was a joke, and adds, I knew you'd be like this, so I prepared some compensation.
A voice from off-panel questions, compensation?
Suddenly, a voice booms from above, why do all these kids?
The booming voice continues, questioning, why do all these kids love to offer compensation?
The man wonders to himself, where did they learn to be so snobbish?
The voice then asks, do you know anything about the ghost story of the Seventh Tower?
The question hangs in the air, and the man's expression shifts to one of curiosity. He wonders aloud.
The man responds, yeah. I do. Really?
There aren't that many people who do, the woman responds, seemingly surprised.
The woman explains, since it's an abandoned building that disappeared.
The woman continues, explaining that there's a bunch of barriers that prevent people from even getting close to where the tower used to be, but then hesitates, leaving the sentence unfinished.
Wait, she stammers, then follows with a questioning, sorry?
Is everything all right? He asks, even as he clutches his head, muttering to himself, I'm gonna go insane. Suddenly, a thought bubbles to the surface, this is really big information. The word since appears, hanging in the air. Since, it begins, Flame can greatly increase her affection with the male. Since, it continues, Flame can greatly increase her affection with the male protagonist. Thus, the fact that Flame can greatly increase her affection with the male protagonist. The reasoning continues, that Flame knows it means that in the original novel, Acel knew it, and Acel must only give this information to the male protagonist. Information to the male protagonist.
Acel clenches her fist, a subtle gesture hinting at inner turmoil.
The scene fades to a soft, swirling yellow.
The swirling yellow fades, leaving only the words, not an extra like me.
The words solidify, a stark declaration of self-perception.
Not an extra like me.
It's a scary story, right?
I don't want to hear it. It doesn't sound interesting.
The words hang in the air, a clear declaration.
He waves dismissively, cutting off any further discussion.
The girl, visibly taken aback, can only stare.
It's not that scary, though. Are you afraid of ghosts?
At your big age, he taunts. Then, changing his tune, he adds, it's fine, I'll just tell you for free. She retorts, questioning his sudden change of heart, you were acting like you weren't going to tell me, and now you've changed your mind? He smirks, responding, well, it's my mind to change.
Moreover, he begins, his expression unreadable.
He continues, stating, it's enough that Acel sincerely wants to give me something.
He holds the book Acel wants to give him.
Anyway, he begins, changing the subject.
This isn't related to grades, but it's something that'll.
Be super useful to you, he continues, suggesting, take meditation journey into the abyss as your liberal arts class.
Her eyes widen slightly as she questions, meditation?
Taking that as my liberal arts classes. The divine moon studies and meditation on top of that. Are you into cultivation? He asks.
The answer comes quickly, not at all. The question hangs in the air, how? Smirking slightly, he wonders aloud, how do I explain this?
He then reveals, my master was in a bishop. He continues, explaining that his master, while in a similar position, greatly raised her magic power through meditation. Just through meditation, she asks, a hint of disbelief in her voice.
He simply confirms with a MHM.
In reality, this isn't known yet, the text reveals, as a hooded figure stands amidst swirling magical energies. The text reveals that, for bishops who wield large-scale destruction magic, meditation is extremely important. A hooded figure stands bathed in light.
The text continues, explaining that, since precise casting comes from formulas and equations, meditation is key. The explanation continues, but ultimately comes from your mind, which moves mana. The instructor then admits, I don't usually tell this to anyone, but you're an exception since you're cute. The girl, clearly confused, confronts him. You said I was ugly earlier.
A slight smirk plays on her lips as she processes his words.
She responds with a surprising twist, thank you, though.
It's a shame it's not a class that can help my grades, but I'll register for it anyway.
An indifferent, whatever you want is the reply.
He simply replies, whatever you want, seemingly unconcerned by her decision. Footsteps echo as he stands calmly, awaiting her next move. The words hang in the air, I actually told her.
He admits, it does scare me a little to think about how this could change the future.
The weight of his words hangs heavy. But if I just leave her be out of fear, she exclaims, her eyes wide with a mix of determination and worry. The grim words echo, Acel will die a tragic death in this life as well. It would be unforgivable, the words echo, emphasizing the weight of her decision. It would be nice if meditation could be helpful for her, he muses, a slight smile playing on his lips. His brow furrows slightly, a soft escaping his lips.
A flicker of curiosity crosses his face.
Suddenly, a realization dawns on him.
Wait, now that I think about it, I'm a mage too, aren't I?
He stares at his hand, a sudden thought striking him.
Why didn't I think of training until now?
The Beck Uziel in the game trains his body strictly, a stark contrast to the protagonist's current state.
Awakening his magic revelation delays physique, and grows immensely. In the game, you, the text begins, can gain experience with just the push of a button? The text continues, before the character declares, now I can do it directly.
He continues, explaining, it's been quiet lately anyway, with no episodes or monster hunts, so I haven't been able to gain experience. A smirk plays on his lips as he considers the possibilities. He muses, I should be grateful to Acel. The dorm sure is large, he thinks, his footsteps echoing in the spacious hallway. It's revealed that in Stella, all students reside in the dorms. The exterior of the dorms is revealed, a grand, imposing structure under the night sky. The dormitory system was supposed to be like a little extra content in the game where you can decorate your room for fun.
But for Beck Uziel, it's basically his only home since his village had burnt down. The dorms are divided according to the class you are in.
Although the size of the rooms is the same, the number of people assigned to each room differs depending on the class. It's explained that the S classes get the highest floors all to themselves. Sitting alone in his assigned room, he thinks, I was feeling a bit lonely, but finally, I get to use it for good. The word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken intent.
A sigh of relief escapes him, though the underlying intent remains unclear.
Then, sitting cross-legged on the floor, he declares, I'll start. His eyes cast downwards, he states, stats aren't the most important thing.
He resolves, since this is reality, I need to get used to this body. A blinding light fills the area. Within the game, Beck Uziel was a genius, capable of manifesting sword aura. Sword aura emanates from Beck Uziel's blade, poised above his opponent. He utilizes the fact that mana is endlessly circulating in and out of him. No one paid any attention to him, so no one knew.
But Baek Uziel is a genius swordmaster who is the only one in this world to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship.
I need to walk down that path one more time.
He sits in meditation, a golden aura enveloping him as he prepares to walk that path once more.
The golden aura intensifies, its energy reaching a fever pitch.
My breathing is what dictates the flow of the mana through my body, he thinks, the golden light around him unwavering.
If I can slowly increase.
He continues to focus, realizing, the amount of mana I take in with each inhalation, I'll eventually be able to take in enough at once. A system message appears, stating, skills don't level up just by collecting EXP. A system message clarifies, you need to keep using the skill in order to level it up. Another message appears, concluding, that means all you need to do is train. The system message fades, leaving the hero with a clear path forward, train.
Tick-tock. Time begins to pass as the hero starts his training. Tick-tock.
The sound of time passing fills the room.
Tick-tock.
The sound continues to fill the room.
Tick-tock.
The sound of time continues.
Tick-tock. The sound persists. The ticking intensifies. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The sound relentlessly continues. He realizes, this is the same sensation Baek Uziel must have felt.
He sits cross-legged, bathed in a golden light.
As someone.
The words trail off, unfinished.
As someone who had accepted the mana leakage syndrome as a part of him at a young age.
The faint mana is barely perceptible, but he can definitely sense it.
Feel it, the voice commands.
His eyes widen in surprise as a notification appears, skill, mana leakage syndrome, has leveled up.
Another notification flashes before him, skill, blink, has leveled up.
All right, he exclaims, a surge of triumph evident. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, I'm one step closer to my goal.
He clenches his fist, determination hardening his gaze. His resolve solidifies, and he vows, I will find the true ending in no matter what.
The title card appears, I became the Academy's top genius.
The story continues with Chapter 20. Chapter 20 begins.
Chapter 20 opens on a bright, grassy field beneath a clear blue sky. A field of green grass sways gently under the sunlight.
Footsteps echo across the field.
Though the field and wind are supposedly created with magic, they feel real.
She walks forward, her classmates following behind.
/code the Stella Dome, it turns out, is a type of pocket dimension set up on the Academy campus.
Code.
The Stella Dome's main feature is that it allows the user to freely manipulate the size of the place. The Stella Dome is used for all sport events and other types of events.
Code.
/code dungeons, gates, and monster training are all held within the Stella Dome for that very reason.
Code. A hand materializes, seemingly conjuring a complex, glowing glyph.
Murmurs ripple through the crowd of students.
The crowd's attention focuses on the student with the dark hair.
She looks down, her expression unreadable. A surge of energy erupts around her.
A total of 141 people.
The words hang in the air as she stands among the other students. The numbers are revealed, 50 students each from classes A1 and A2, and 41 from Class S. If it had been like the novel, it would have been 39 from Class S, she thinks, a subtle difference now noted. I expected it to be 40 including me, she realizes, the discrepancy adding to her unease. But to think another would have been added, she considers, the implications of this change weighing heavily on her mind.
The question hangs in the air, where did Baek Uziel come from?
In the novel, there were a total of 1,140 students in the first year, and with my addition, it became 1,141.
The numbers, however, don't add up. The realization hits, Baek Uziel was in the original novel too. I'll figure.
The protagonist vows, his determination growing. I'll figure things out slowly.
It's fine.
I can do it, she repeats, trying to calm herself. I'm the only person in the world who knows the novel, after all, she thinks, a flicker of worry still in her eyes.
She adjusts her sleeve, a subtle gesture betraying her underlying nervousness. The lesson should be starting soon,
she thinks, her words laced with a hint of anticipation.
Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Young Master Jeremy, are you done with the class registrations?" Jeremy responds with a confident smirk, "Yes, of course."
He then adds, "We signed up for soft magic research."
Jeremy continues, revealing the reason for their choice, "Because we heard you signed up for it." Jeremy's smile widens, a glint in his eye. "Really? Let's have fun together."
A bouquet of flowers obscures the view, but Jeremy's suit and tie are visible, hinting at a formal occasion. Standing in a field, the girl stares up at Jeremy, a look of apprehension on her face.
It's Prince Jeremy. Jeremy's golden eyes glint in the light.
The narration reveals that, in the novel, he was obsessed with Acel but was ultimately rejected by her. It is revealed that, in the end, he becomes a villain. The scene fades to white.
A blinding light fills the void. The light subsides, revealing a young woman in a blue uniform.
He looks kind, but each one of his actions is calculated, she thinks, a note of caution in her internal monologue.
I should watch out not to get
close to him, she concludes, her internal warning now complete.
The young man's expression remains unchanged, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looks off into the distance.
He raises a hand in greeting, still smiling serenely.
"Way!"
A voice groans, breaking the serene moment. Despite the earlier groan, a character observes, "He sure is good looking though. I do understand why he has so many people kissing his ass."
Prince Jeremy's clique is probably the
text reads, cutting off abruptly.
Prince Jeremy's clique is probably the
thought is cut short, as the group is shown standing together. The text finishes, "most conspicuous in this school."
I need to.
The thought trails off. Get it together, she thinks, steeling herself. Since this world is my reality now, she resolves, taking a step forward.
I need to prepare for the
she thinks, the words hanging in the air, unfinished. Future, she concludes, the word hanging in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The scene shifts to a blond man in uniform, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. The blond man's intense gaze remains fixed on something beyond our view.
"Flame," he murmurs, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly, a commanding voice cuts through the air, "Attention."
The man in the long coat addresses the crowd.
"We'll begin with simple training before starting with the lesson for the day."
He continues, stating, "I need to know your skill level in order to teach you properly." The man in the long coat declares, "I will be the one directing the training."
He adds, "If you don't like that, then keep it to yourself."
As you already know, a voice states, "We professors have the right to take away or to add to your points." Keep in mind, the voice continues, that you will be expelled if you fall below a certain number. I will explain the training now, the voice declares.
The instructor's next words are, "We're gonna do a mock dungeon training."
The instructor continues, "I will be using phenomenons that occur in real dungeons as well as traps and monsters to test you all." The instructor explains that defeating a risk level 1 monster will earn them 4 points. The instructor's voice continues, explaining that a monster of risk level 2 will earn them 8 points. The instructor raises a thin, golden stick, explaining that defeating a monster while holding it will earn them 20 points. The top 5 students will receive a small reward in shop privileges. However, students with 0 points will have points deducted. The instructor holds out his gloved hand, seemingly waiting for the students to make their move.
If you're afraid, the instructor begins to say,
of failing or being on your own, you may form teams, the instructor continues.
But keep in mind, the points will be divided amongst you if you're in teams. The instructor lays out the stakes. If you manage to take out another student, you will earn all of their points. A sharp shwoom cuts through the air. Blinding light streaks across the field. That's it. Good luck, a voice says.
The figure moves with incredible speed. The figure speeds across a field of tall grass. He continues to move at a rapid pace. Suddenly, the group is assaulted by a barrage of projectiles.
"WH what?" one of them exclaims. More projectiles rain down, intensifying the unexpected assault. The ground is, someone cries out, as the projectiles continue to strike. The projectiles strike the ground with force. Kaya, someone cries out as the projectiles continue to rain down. Another cry echoes as the barrage intensifies. The onslaught continues, each projectile finding its mark. Her eyes widen as she realizes, this is. A blinding light fills the forest as the projectiles strike. The light subsides, revealing the words, Jack and the Beanstalk map. The group continues through the forest, the path ahead still unclear.
A single, ominous shadow stretches across the stark white ground. The ominous shadow fades as the scene opens onto a lush, overgrown landscape. The landscape bursts with vibrant greenery, a stark contrast to the previous desolation. The students stand in the vibrant forest, murmuring amongst themselves. They continue through the forest, sunlight filtering through the dense canopy above. They continue deeper into the forest. All right, a voice calls out, breaking the silence of the forest.
Then, I should get going, too, she declares, clutching her staff.
Flame, she utters, her expression unreadable. With a muttered incantation, she prepares to cast her spell.
She's interrupted by a voice asking, are you going to be alone during the practical training?
She turns, surprised.
Ah, Jackie. While forming a team during the
text reads, leaving the sentence unfinished. She declines his offer, stating, sorry, I'm going to try being alone this time.
The reason? It's better to earn more points that way. He understands, explaining that she'd have to distribute points between her teammates.
That's right, she asks, seeking confirmation. A thought bubbles up, is it just me, or does she sound sarcastic? She then says, let's go together next time.
She simply responds, okay. She simply agrees, okay. The tension mounts.
He wonders if it's his imagination, but it feels like she's mimicking him.
She's going in alone.
With a smile, she states, it can't be helped. She turns her head, muttering, well, maybe it's just a phase. The title card appears, I became the Academy's top genius. The title card appears, episode 21.
An hour later.
The air crackles with energy. Phew, this is so exhausting, she says, pausing to catch her breath.
Frustration mounts as she wonders aloud, when will this damn practical training end?
A bead of sweat trickles down her face, a testament to the grueling training. She pauses, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. She questions, something catching her attention. A gust of wind rustles through the bamboo forest. The forest floor shimmers with an otherworldly light as she takes a stance, staff held ready. Energy crackles around her staff as she prepares to unleash her power. The staff glows with an intense light, ready to unleash its power.
The staff unleashes its power, a surge of energy erupting from its tip.
The energy surges forward, the plants around her reacting to the immense power. The energy continues to radiate outward. Not just the monsters, but the field attacks, too, she wonders, realizing this dungeon training is not to be underestimated. Not just the monsters, but the field attacks, too, she wonders, realizing this dungeon training is not to be underestimated. So far, the text reads, continuing her thought.
I've collected 18 points, she thinks, assessing her progress. It's not bad, but this difference can be
covered by a single point stick, she concludes, realizing how easily her lead could vanish. I have to get moving, she declares, picking up her pace through the forest. She halts abruptly. Something has caught her attention. The upper portion of a figure in ornate clothing comes into view.
This presence,
she thinks, a figure visible in the distance.
A blinding light emanates from the approaching figure. The light intensifies, revealing a silhouette against its radiant glow. The light continues to flare.
No, it's a person, she realizes.
But how can this be? The question hangs in the air, a student hide their presence to this extent?
The silence stretches, heavy with unspoken questions.
It's okay, she mutters, seemingly trying to reassure herself.
After all, I'm also hiding my presence using cone with nature, she thinks, trying to reassure herself. Bolstering her resolve, she considers her options. With Flame's specialties, which are bind, destruction, defense, and healing, it'd be an okay choice to ambush. Her thoughts turn to the opponent. In the forest depths, she spots her opponent. His face remains shadowed, an unsettling detail. Her eyes widen slightly, a soft ha escaping her lips. A blinding light erupts. Amidst the light, a name echoes, Beck Uziel? The light fades, revealing a figure in profile. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. The light subsides, revealing a young man cautiously navigating the dense forest. Is he going around alone, too, he wonders. I recall hearing that many students tried to form a Beck Uziel faction, he thinks, but he rejected all of them, he realizes, still unsure of the other's true intentions. His eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. A point stick, he exclaims, clearly confused by the offering. A hand extends, offering a point stick. A thought bubble reveals the protagonist's inner query, he already obtained one? Silence hangs in the air as he grips the point stick tightly. This is the perfect. He thinks, a plan seemingly forming. Chance, he finishes his thought. The moment has arrived. His gaze sharpens, resolve hardening in his eyes. I'm going to test that man. He grips the golden rod tightly, the test about to begin. The light cluster test begins, radiating a vibrant green glow. The rod flares with power, bathing the surrounding area in a golden light. The rod is held firmly, ready for the next stage of the test. He assesses the situation. The distance between him and me is around 15 m. He moves with incredible speed. He calculates his opponent's disadvantage. He won't be able to perform a defensive tactic at such a distance. Golden energy erupts around him. Standing firm, she channels the radiant energy, a complex magical circle glowing beneath her feet. The radiant energy intensifies around her as she focuses. The energy surges, becoming a blinding light. Light bullet, she shouts, unleashing the concentrated energy. The light bullet surges forward, a concentrated beam of energy unleashed. The light bullet hurtles forward, an incandescent streak against the shadows. The light bullet rips through the air, leaving trails of energy in its wake. He moves in a blur, his sword a streak of light. SFX, whack. The blade connects. Blink. The strike lands with incredible speed. A blinding golden light erupts. Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. She exclaims, followed by a confused, "Hha." The light fades, revealing a dense, overgrown forest. Wielding her staff, she finds herself in a thick forest, sunlight barely filtering through the dense canopy. She treads carefully through the undergrowth. How? She stammers, her grip on the staff visibly trembling. Her bewilderment grows. How did he manage to avoid a second-class spell in that distance, she wonders aloud. In the meantime, a blinding flash fills the area, blink. The figure moves with incredible speed amidst a flurry of light. The light fades, leaving only blurred scenery in its wake. Yikes! Is she trying to kill me or something, he wonders, reeling from the sudden attack. Using light bullet out of nowhere like that. Still reeling, he glances up the path. A figure stands silhouetted in the distance, a sword slung across their back. Thank goodness the mana leakage syndrome's level is increasing, or else I would have been in big trouble, he thinks, narrowly avoiding disaster. He barely dodged a fatal blow, relieved the mana leakage syndrome leveled up. The new skill, Blink, is Class 1, with a maximum distance of 12 meters, 2 stacks, and a 3-second cooldown. He realizes he has 2 blinks left, and he needs to use the terrain to his advantage. He considers his options, thinking, with the terrain advantage, I should be able to take her on to some point, but avoiding her would be the best choice, he concludes. A bright flash obscures the scene as he activates a skill, Blink. He takes off, activating Blink with a burst of light. A trail of energy remains, marking where he vanished.
He reappears in a lush, green area, muttering, "Well, it should be okay if I'm this far away." He declares his current goal, 5th place. He concludes, "So there's no need for me to risk anything." The screen focuses on his hands, revealing his plan. The reward for 5th place is ethelic roots, which increases health and strength by a certain amount. The reward for 5th place is ethelic roots, which increases health and strength by a certain amount. The reward for the top 4 is next. Spots are going to be taken by the main characters anyway, a voice states. They only need 3 more point sticks. Footsteps echo through the forest, the sound of someone approaching. "Oh, look who it is," a voice remarks, the speaker's gaze fixed on someone approaching. The figure comes into view, a young man in a formal suit now standing before them. The camera focuses on the ground, showing the feet of the young man in the suit as he stands before them. "If it isn't Beck Uziel from the S-Class," a voice says, dripping with disdain. The camera pans up, revealing a group of young men in matching uniforms. The focus narrows to Beck Uziel, his expression unreadable as the unseen speaker continues, "He's." The title card proclaims, "I became the Academy's genius swordsman." The story continues with Chapter 22. The chapter begins, but a voice interrupts. "If it isn't S-Class Beck Uziel." Beck Uziel stands on a stone path, surrounded by lush greenery. Turning his head, Beck Uziel's expression is unreadable. "This guy." The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. The voice continues, clarifying, "He's Raiden, someone who's been famous in school these days." The statement is punctuated by Raiden's confident, slightly unsettling smile. The voice continues, revealing that Raiden is a member of Uslek. The voice continues, revealing that Raiden is a clique member of Jeremy's Pushovers clique. Raiden stands calmly, holding a cane, as the revelation about his affiliation with Jeremy's clique hangs in the air. Raiden's eyes narrow slightly, betraying a hint of annoyance at the revelation. Anyway, Raiden begins, seemingly trying to brush past the awkward moment. Raiden continues, revealing he has. Raiden reveals he has a golden staff in his hand. 3-point sticks, someone exclaims, clearly surprised. For a pushover of a pushover, he sure has collected a lot, someone observes, a hint of surprise in their voice. Whispers spread quickly. Word is that he's a failed student who cheated to get into the S-Class. To have gotten into S-Class for solving those 3 weird questions. A voice scoffs. Stella sure has fallen these days. Aren't they tired of repeating the same lines, he thinks, unimpressed. They lack creativity. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Hey, Beck Uziel." The voice continues, demanding, "Since we've met, give up your point stick." The speaker's hand tightens around his own point sticks. The challenge is met with a blunt refusal. "Don't wanna." The challengee's brow furrows in confusion. "Huh? Are you resisting us?" he demands. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he poses the question, "Do you?" His sinister smile widens as he finishes the question, "Think you can face us alone?" The sinister smile now fully formed, he leans on his cane, awaiting an answer to his challenge. The challenge hangs in the air as he waits for a response, his hand still resting on the cane. The challenger presses, inquiring, "Are you going to use that amazing high mid-class staff of yours?" The challenger scoffs, declaring, "You can't even use magic, much less the staff." Holding the staff, he wonders, What should I do?" He realizes, with a first-class blink, it'll be hard to face Raiden, who is from a famous family. With a confident smile, he stands flanked by 2 figures, all identically dressed and holding similar staffs. The thought crosses his mind, maybe if I had 3 blinks. Still, there remains a variable I have. He realizes, is the point stick in my hand? And the fact that this location is a dungeon dawns on him. The other students stand on the high ground, pointing at him with their point sticks. One of those point sticks is now being flung at him. He holds up his own point stick and declares, "Here." The point stick is now aimed at his torso. He states, "That's what I'm talking about." A smug grin spreads across his face as he confirms, "That's what I'm talking about." His smug expression deepens, a sinister edge now present in his smile. A blinding light streaks across the sky. He launches forward, a trail of golden light following his every move. His eyes widen in surprise as he sees something unexpected. Ha!
His grin falters as he sees something blocking his path.
Ha! A dark shape looms before him, obscuring the path forward. He cries out in alarm as the attack connects. The blow lands with devastating force.
His eyes widen in frustration as he curses the successful hit.
Damn it!
The force of the impact distorts his features.
Rage consumes him. This damned commoner bastard.
He's sent flying backwards, the force of the blow evident in his wide eyes and clenched teeth.
He moves in a blur, the chopsticks in his hand crackling with energy.
The air crackles with energy as he unleashes a furious curse, "You motherfucker!" His face contorted with rage, he screams, "I'll get yo dash!" Cutting off his furious tirade, he strides forward, his destination unknown. A rustling sound fills the air as a stunned realization dawns.
He's gone?
Gosh, he mutters, his eyes widening in disbelief. He shouts in disbelief, watching the rapidly receding figure disappear. He watches in disbelief as the other figure disappears into the lush forest.
That was dangerous, he says, watching the figure disappear into the forest.
Thanks for your help, a voice calls out. A sinister grin spreads across his face.
Thanks for this.
You bastard, give that back, someone shouts, their anger palpable.
He simply replies, don't wanna. The point sticks sure are efficient, he thinks, a smirk playing on his lips.
A smirk graces his face as he thinks, I learned this coincidentally. I learned this coincidentally while the players were playing the game, he thinks, a smirk playing on his lips. But these point sticks are actually a bug item. Their unnatural durability prevents them from being destroyed by student magic. In fact, the point sticks possess the strength of most magic tools. Although it's more helpful for other mages to use magic, he thinks, gripping the point sticks tightly. For Beck Uziel, who fights physically. He realizes that a weapon with strong attack power can be used to its full potential. Cook, that bastard. He mutters, clearly angered by something. He glares, his face contorted in rage. How dare he take my point sticks? His anger reaching a boiling point, he yells, "What are you guys doing?" The command rings out, "Hurry and attack." The command is followed by a sudden, sharp intake of breath. He leads the charge, the figures behind him moving as one. They move through the forest, a blur of motion. Damn it, why is it now that the dungeon, he shouts, frustration etched on his face as they rush forward. He barks orders, everyone get it together and load your magic. And don't lose that motherfucker. A blinding light fills the dungeon. Now, a voice commands, as a surge of light erupts. The surge of light intensifies, accompanied by streaks of dark energy. Beck Uziel is running away. A look of panic is etched on the face of the one left behind. You bastard, where are you going? He yells, launching a blast of energy after the fleeing Beck Uziel. The energy blast hurtles toward Beck Uziel, streaks of light following his desperate escape. The energy blast dissipates harmlessly in the empty space. Beck Uziel is engulfed in a burst of energy, a look of shock on his face. As the energy engulfs him, Beck Uziel admits, those guys are better than I am. The energy intensifies, blinding him. Damn it, blink again, he exclaims, struggling against the overwhelming light. The blinding light intensifies, and a voice cries out, where did he go? Another responds in frustration, he's too fast, I can't find him. With years of PvP experience, he plans to use the terrain to his advantage. A confident declaration echoes, using the terrain features at my pleasure is a piece of cake. His earlier confidence seems to be fading. Damn it, we just need to hit him once, he exclaims. He calls out to Raiden, a growing panic in his voice. Raiden, the dungeon is. Calm down. He's still nearby, one of the group urges. The others are told to wait until the terrain stops shaking, then attack if they see him. The mage warns that if their magic fails, there will be a magic rebound, so they must be careful. He stares intently at the person in front of him, a flicker of concern in his eyes.
The mage unleashes a flurry of magical attacks.
Ack, he cries out as the mage's attack hits its mark. The magic crackles intensely around his weapon. Damn, he exclaims, the magical energy surging around his weapon seemingly uncontrollable. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts as the magic rebounds. He cries out in pain.
The backlash throws everyone back.
A collective scream pierces the air as the uncontrolled magic surges. The unleashed magic explodes outward, consuming everything in its path. He plants his foot firmly on the ground, bracing himself against the magical force.
The light intensifies, and a voice booms, "It's over."
The attack lands, and the two fighters cry out in pain. Standing above, the assailant looks down at his defeated opponents.
"Damn it, Beck Uziel."
One of the fighters grunts, clearly in pain.
Standing over them, Beck Uziel declares, "I'll be taking this too."
He holds up the 3 golden rods, his prize. Beaming, Beck Uziel thinks, if I get a girlfriend later, I should give this to her as a gift. Suddenly, an off-screen voice interrupts his thoughts, demanding, when did you? The cheerful mood shatters as a shout rings out, "Give that back!"
Several students, clearly agitated, approach him. Amidst the rising tension, a voice declares, "That was fun, so I'll be off."
Another voice, presumably from the crowd, adds, "Last one will be annoying." A figure stands before a luminous, rocky landscape, seemingly stunned.
"Why you?" he stammers.
A furious outburst erupts, the words "motherfucker" echoing through the landscape.
Silence hangs in the air.
A voice suddenly breaks the silence.
I struck the jackpot." The man stands amidst the dense forest, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips.
He continues, "If I'd fought normally, I would have been robbed, but since..." A knowing smirk still on his face, he declares, "This is an adult's experience."
Lost in thought, he wonders, "But am I just feeling things?" He pauses, sensing something amiss. "I feel something strange from some."
The hero's thoughts are interrupted by a sudden, urgent question, "Where?" He looks over his shoulder, a slight smile playing on his lips. The hero's robes billow as he moves forward.
A burst of flames erupts. He walks through the inferno, unfazed. A faint light begins to emerge. The light intensifies, illuminating the surrounding forest. He wonders aloud, "But am I just feeling things? I feel something strange from some."
He trails off, sensing an unknown presence. Suddenly, a disoriented voice cries out, "Where?"
"Where?" he asks, clearly disoriented. A blinding explosion erupts. He stands amidst the inferno, seemingly unharmed.
A collective gasp rises from the unseen crowd.
His face contorts in pain, sweat beading on his brow.
"What?" he utters, a clear sign of disbelief.
The air crackles with energy as he shouts, "The fuck?" A blinding explosion erupts. The world is engulfed in flames. The flames intensify, consuming everything in their path. The inferno rages on, its heat intensifying.
A sharp sound echoes as a figure steps through the inferno. "Phew, that was close," he exclaims, narrowly escaping the inferno.
He continues forward, deeper into the forest.
That was almost trouble, he thinks, the close call still weighing on his mind. The forest thickens, the trees now looming tall around him. But this spell, he thinks, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. A figure emerges from the light, its form silhouetted against the bright haze.
The figure's attack lands, a resounding crack echoing through the forest.
He speaks, his voice dripping with disdain.
"Hey, commoner." He continues, demanding to know, "Why didn't you take the other stick from those bastards?" The girl stands, staff in hand, her gaze unwavering. "Hon." A booming voice echoes. Her name echoes, Bayan.
The camera focuses on Bayan's ornate clothing. Why is she here?
The question hangs heavy in the air.
The man faces Bayan, the question of her presence still unanswered.
"I think you're misunderstanding something," a voice says.
"It's not that I didn't, but rather that." Cutting him off, the man retorts, "In the first place, what does me taking or not taking their sticks have to do with you?" The air crackles with tension as a quiet command hangs in the air, silencing any further argument.
Silence descends as the command echoes, the tension palpable between the two men.
A shower of bones rains down, an eerie display following the sudden silence. His eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a single word, "You." Rage fills his voice as he accuses, "Were you waiting for me to take on all of them so you could take all the sticks from me at once? I even taught you before. How can you do that to me?" She simply stares back at him, offering no immediate response to his accusations. Her expression changes as she declares, "I am of royal blood."
A voice from below responds, "Would you look?" The unseen speaker's words cut through the tension, "Would you look at her?"
The boy challenges, "If you're aware, come at me." A surge of power emanates from him. The royal retorts, since just taking objects from a commoner isn't dignified for a royal. She declares, "I will defeat you properly and take them from you." He scoffs at her claim of dignity, retorting, "Dignified, my ass.
Do you really like robbing a weakling?" The royal then questions, "A weakling?"
She accuses, "I saw you joking around with those bastards from the beginning." Both remain silent, gazes fixed forward, the tension palpable. The accusation hangs heavy in the air as she continues, "You didn't even use proper magic to face them." Her staff tapping rhythmically against the ground, she continues to walk forward, her expression unreadable. "I need to hurry," she thinks, her realizing, "if I don't want to get in trouble with mother, I need to quickly get point dash dot." Her thoughts are interrupted. The sound of talking, she wonders, her eyes widening slightly. Her thoughts are cut short by shouting. Beck Uziel's running away, someone yells, followed by, "You bastard, where are you going?" The sounds grow closer. "That's..." she begins to say, realization dawning. The realization dawns on her face as she continues, "That's the Beck Uziel?" The sound of footsteps grows louder. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he hears the approaching footsteps. It's Beck Uziel and Raiden's crew. The approaching footsteps make her question, "Should I attack?" But she quickly realizes, no, even for me, taking on 6 people alone will be hard. She decides to wait, thinking, rather, once the fight is over and they're out of stamina, I should take the stick points in one dash dot. A sharp snapping sound echoes as she remains hidden, patiently waiting for her opportunity. Suddenly, a voice cries out, "What the?" The hidden observer's patience may have just been compromised. The source of the noise is revealed. A student, eyes wide in disbelief, exclaims, "That commoner." His eyes widen as he realizes, isn't using any spell other than blink? The student dodges a blow, his movements a blur as he continues to rely solely on blink. Despite acknowledging their individual weakness, he recognizes, they're much weaker than me, but they still grew up as elites in mage families. The mage family elite narrows her eyes, thinking, if he's good enough to joke around with those bastards. Her eyes narrow further, a glint of suspicion flashing as she considers his earlier actions. A surge of power erupts, the words echoing with the force of his resolve, "I must use my full power." The air crackles with energy as she declares, "I must use my full power to burn him." A fiery aura erupts around her, ancient symbols blazing with power. Blazing energy explodes outward, ancient symbols hurtling forward amidst the inferno. The inferno intensifies, the ancient symbols now a concentrated, searing force. The figure stands amidst the raging inferno, ancient symbols swirling around him. The ancient symbols erupt, a blinding flash of light consuming the scene. He bursts through the light, propelled forward by the force of the eruption. The hero is engulfed in flames. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. An exclamation hangs in the air. A blinding explosion erupts. He braces himself against the shockwave of the blast. The world blurs as the blast intensifies. The blast slams into him, a blinding light engulfing everything. The force of the explosion sends him hurtling backwards. Through the dissipating light, a figure emerges, unharmed. A faint, confident smile plays on her lips. Her crimson eyes narrow, a predatory glint shining within them. As expected of Hong Baiyan. That was really dangerous just now. Standing amidst the flames, he reflects, it was a good thing that I trained my intuition in advance. Still surrounded by flames, she admits, but using 2 blinks to dodge is difficult.
A thought bubbles to the surface, there must be some other way. The flames still rage around her as a voice challenges, "You're not going to take out your staff?" He retorts, confused, "What are you talking about? You took my staff. You don't remember how you took it to get it remodeled?"
The girl holding the staff insists, "You must have the basic staff that was given to you when you got in." The girl stands firm, staff in hand, as the flames continue to burn around them.
He suddenly remembers, yeah, I forgot about that. A note explains that he received a basic staff on the day of the entrance ceremony and immediately put it away.
Use that staff anyway, which is why I completely forgot about it. He recalls. You are joking, as always, she replies, her face betraying no emotion. Her red eyes glow intensely, as the name Sa appears above her.
Flames lick around him as he declares, "I'm this desperate."
Flames rage around him, yet he thinks to himself, but that brainless commoner always jokes like this. I don't know about other losers, she begins, her red eyes narrowed.
But it would be good to properly go all out against me.
Flames erupt around her, but she remains unfazed, clutching her staff.
Wait, I was always.
A voice begins to question, cut off mid-sentence.
Being serious, though. She thinks, a startling realization dawning. I just can't use magic.
If you don't, the words hang in the air, unanswered.
The unfinished sentence hangs heavy in the air, the implications of her inability to use magic left unsaid. Suddenly, a fiery blast erupts, engulfing everything in a blinding light. But the blast wasn't the end.
A figure emerges from the flames, staff in hand, her red eyes piercing through the inferno. A figure stands amidst the fading light. Her red eyes blazing, she vows, I'll really kill you.
Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. 24. Blazing projectiles streak through the air, engulfing the scene in flames.
Flames erupt around him as the woman with the staff continues her assault. Amidst the inferno, she vows, I will definitely crush that commoner today.
The flames intensify, engulfing the area as the woman's attack bears down upon him. The flames explode outwards, obscuring everything in a blinding inferno.
He braces against the inferno, the heat intense.
The flames lick around him, but he remains steadfast, his gaze unwavering.
Roaring flames surround him, but his teeth grit in defiance. The flames continue to rage, but a smirk plays on his lips. His eyes widen, the surrounding flames seemingly catching him off guard.
The flames roar louder.
The flames intensify, bearing down on him.
His golden eyes widen as the flames close in. The inferno explodes outward. He leaps away from the inferno, barely escaping the blast.
He continues to back away from the explosion, his cape billowing behind him.
Even with blink, he realizes dodging the attack will be impossible. The attack scope is too broad.
The attack bears down on him, and he's running out of options.
What do I dash?
As the attack closes in, a new sound catches his attention.
This sound. A deafening crash reverberates through the air.
The protagonist is sent flying backwards amidst a fiery explosion.
A blinding flash fills the screen.
Stumbling, he catches himself, his eyes widening as he shouts, "Over there!"
Another blinding flash erupts, accompanied by the word, blink. The light intensifies, momentarily blinding everything.
Amidst the searing light, he stands his ground, bracing for the inevitable impact. The world erupts in a blinding inferno. The inferno intensifies, consuming everything in a supernova of light and heat. The inferno rages on, a landscape of fire and destruction. He stands amidst the inferno, seemingly unfazed by the raging flames. He looks down, a shadow crossing his face.
I was lucky that time, but I think.
He begins, his words trailing off, hinting at a grim realization. His ominous words hang in the air, it'll be harder this time.
The hero's thoughts turn to the formidable Hong Baiyan. Even if I get close to Hong Baiyan?
His thoughts are interrupted by a stark realization, the flames surrounding her body will explode the moment I get near. A wave of frustration washes over him. I know because of how many times I lost in PvPs against fire class mages. He looks on, a grim expression settling on his face as he stares at the inferno before him.
Before him, a mage stands amidst an inferno.
A stark warning appears: she's much stronger than you'd think. He thinks, if this were Flatland, I would have been done for in 1 minute. The mage's power surges, her white hair whipping around her as the inferno intensifies. The inferno rages, filling the space with searing heat.
The mage's expression hardens as she utters a firm no.
The mage stands firm amidst the inferno, declaring, this wouldn't even be a valid fight in the first place.
A blinding light erupts. The inferno intensifies, engulfing everything in a searing white light.
He stands amidst the inferno, seemingly unfazed.
The inferno's light intensifies, blinding all. But what comes next?
A sharp crack echoes as he crushes the golden rods in his hand.
His expression remains hidden, but the action speaks volumes.
A fierce glint in his eyes hints at the resolve that now burns within him.
Do you think I'll just stand here and do nothing?
He shouts, his defiance echoing. He moves in a blur, striking with incredible speed.
A blinding flash erupts.
The world erupts in fire. The inferno rages, consuming everything in a storm of fire and ash.
He is thrown back by the blast, engulfed in the raging flames. The flames lick at his heels as he's sent hurtling backwards.
He is sent flying through the air, the impact leaving a trail of light in its wake. The light intensifies as he continues to be blasted backwards. His vision blurs as the light intensifies, the force of the blast overwhelming him. The blinding light intensifies, pushing him further into the distance.
The light consumes everything.
Within the blinding light, a realization dawns.
I see it.
He charges forward, a determined glint in his eyes.
He leaps forward, propelled by the newfound understanding. The clash of swords erupts in a blinding flash of light. The force of their collision sends shockwaves rippling outwards.
No way, she exclaims, eyes wide with disbelief.
Using a weapon to deflect magic? Magic fragments scatter.
The weapon deflects a fiery blast.
That's possible, he exclaims, dodging the blast.
His expression hardens as he prepares for another attack. His senses begin to fade. My senses are fading as more time passes.
This feeling of moving my body and facing a mage.
He thinks, as the battle rages around him. He stands amidst a blaze of magical energy, realizing this is no mere game.
And not a game where you play using a keyboard and mouse.
The thought trails off, leaving only a scattering of magical particles in the void. The vibrant energy intensifies around him, solidifying the reality of their situation.
It's vivid.
The energy swells around him, and he realizes, I can feel the flow of the mana surging as if I'll be able to grasp it with my hands. He's unlocking something new, the sixth sense that feels as familiar as sight or hearing. A subtle shift in the air hints at the change taking place.
The flames around her intensify as she wonders, just how.
The flames surge higher as she realizes, this location, which is full of trees, would be more advantageous for me, who has the fire attribute.
The flames explode outward.
If so, she thinks, a sinister sound accompanying her realization.
The flames intensify as she thinks, I need to send even stronger magic.
The magic staff glows brighter as she focuses her power. The magical energy intensifies, filling the space with blinding light. He braces himself against the intense magical energy erupting around him. The magical energy continues to surge around him. He realizes, I can't just defend forever. Realizing defense alone won't suffice, he thinks, I need to use these magic sticks to destroy Hong Baiyan's magic shield somehow. SFX, KWAGWAGWA. The sound of something breaking echoes. The shield shatters, sending fragments of light scattering. Hong Baiyan is sent flying backwards from the force of the impact. The attack explodes with fiery force. The force of the blast radiates outwards. He shouts, now, as the fiery energy intensifies around him. A blinding blink fills the area. The fiery energy explodes outward.
Amidst the inferno, one figure is blasted backward while the other remains standing. Staggering back, she gasps, "Ah!"
The force of the blast clearly took her by surprise. The world explodes in a burst of light and energy. The force of the impact sends her reeling.
Another, even stronger crash follows. The hero is caught within a complex, glowing red magic circle. He's trapped.
The magic circle, it's revealed, is used by the fire class. The magic circle is specifically designed for bishops that engage in close combat, and it causes a knockback. The magic circle's power is then revealed, it causes an explosion for those within a 2-meter radius. But, a voice trails off, hinting at an unforeseen complication.
"I've experienced."
The voice continues, the sentence unfinished.
"This a ton of times too."
The voice booms, the words echoing with a strange familiarity. The girl stands firm, her staff planted upon a glowing, intricate magical circle.
A figure lunges forward, a blade aimed directly at the girl.
Her eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing her face as the attack approaches.
The blade descends, inches from its target. The blade strikes, a resounding crack echoing through the air. The hero is engulfed in light as the attack lands. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. The blinding light consumes everything. The world dissolves into pure, radiant light.
The light fades, leaving only scattered remnants of its brilliance.
The light recedes further, and a voice whispers, "No." The light completely vanishes, and a shocked voice cries out, "No way."
Only a faint purple glow remains, the last vestige of what was once a brilliant light. He's sent flying backward by the force of the blast. The world blurs as he continues to hurtle backwards through the aftershock. He gritted his teeth against the continued force, the world a blur of gold.
An "ah" escapes him as he's still sent reeling backwards. The force sends him flying backwards, a massive geobeak, echoing. The force of the blow reverberates with a deafening geobeak. The impact sends tremors through the air, "Chiak."
The figure collapses, a single bead of sweat rolling down their face as they kneel before their opponent.
The battle concludes. "I won," she declares, standing victorious over her kneeling opponent. A pained cook escapes her lips. He approaches, questioning, "Just, who are you?" Kneeling, she retorts, "What else?" "Just a normal student."
His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his face.
"Anyway," she begins, seemingly changing the subject.
Suddenly, a voice booms from the forest, demanding, "Stop hiding and come out." Hearing the booming voice, he turns, his eyes narrowed as he scans the forest. The word flame appears in a speech bubble. Her expression hardens as she utters the word, flame. A lush forest surrounds the characters. A young man in a suit stands amidst the greenery, looking up at someone. Footsteps echo through the forest as the characters move deeper into the woods. A voice cuts through the forest's ambience, "I wasn't hiding." Her eyes widen slightly as she asks, "How did you know I was there?"
He responds with a smile, "Well, I just had a feeling."
Then he elaborates, to be exact, it was the mana revelation de la physique's sixth sense.
A feeling," she repeats, seemingly unconvinced by his explanation. The question hangs heavy in the air, how did you break the magic field with a training device like the point sticks?
The camera focuses on the impeccable tailoring of his uniform, the gold trim glinting subtly.
The girl looks up, questioning, was that just a feeling too? So this kind.
The narration begins, the sentence unfinished.
Of Bug wasn't in the original novel, he reveals. But I can't just tell the truth. He hesitates, then remarks, it's really sturdy. The instructor's voice booms, a challenge hanging in the air, a training device has its limits. You thought you could use that to break the magic shield? The instructor's voice echoes, posing a question that hangs heavy in the air, why do you think normal knights disappeared from this world? A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he realizes, she's right, so I don't know what to say in response. She retorts, I thought you were weird since before. But, a voice trails off, followed by, Bec Uziel. The girl stares intently, demanding, just who are you? Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. 25.
A pregnant pause hangs in the air as the Academy genius considers his next move. The Genius Academy student stands beside another figure, her red eyes narrowed.
So this.
The words hang in the air, leaving the sentence unfinished.
So this is what it's come to.
He speaks, his expression hardening as he continues, It hasn't been
a month yet, and already.
He trails off, the unspoken words heavy with implication. The screen fades to white, leaving only a semicircle of spikes.
Should I just reveal my identity, he wonders, a flicker of doubt crossing his face.
But the thought is quickly dismissed.
No, that's...
The spikes fade, revealing a new thought, dangerous as long as flame holds no favor for me. The thought solidifies, I must be suspicious to you, but I'm not a bad person to you.
Amidst the lush forest, a bewildered what breaks the silence.
The man's face is shown, his expression one of utter confusion.
His confusion deepens, and he asks, what does that mean?
The voice continues, It's just as I said.
I want to help you, if anything.
A disbelieving thought bubble appears, help, me? Her eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down her face as she wonders, just who
is offering help? The light intensifies, blinding. Now, a voice booms. I want to tell you more, but I don't have time. Bye. The abrupt farewell hangs heavy in the air.
A sinister smile plays on her lips as she turns away.
Nice, now. The words hang ominously, hinting at a sinister plan.
I just have to take my leave, she begins, but her words are cut short by a sudden, violent impact. The blow lands squarely, and a pained ache escapes her lips. Golden sparks fly around her as the force of the attack sends her reeling. Staggering back, she utters a confused "ha," as the sound of something striking the ground echoes around her. Dazed, the man retorts, Hey, if you had complaints, you should have used your words. I thought you'd catch them, he says, bewildered.
You could dodge other types of traps in magic, but you can't catch those? The traps surround them, forming a deadly arc. He winces, clutching his head. Ouch, that really hurts, he groans.
There's no helping it, even the mana revelation delay physique's sixth sense has a limit. It turns out his sixth sense's ability to sustain itself depends on Beck Uziel's mind power. And since his mind power has bottomed out, his migraines are now severe.
Despite his pain, Beck Uziel pauses, noticing something.
So why did you throw these, he asks, looking down at the scattered objects.
The girl responds, I lost, so take them. Watching her from below, Beck Uziel wonders, is it her pride?
He considers the implications. But if I take all this, my ranking will rise too much, Uziel thinks.
And the other prizes are useless.
He reaches down, picking up the offered prizes.
A sly smile plays on his lips as he declares, it's fine. I'll just take one, so you take the rest. With that, he announces, then, I'm off.
A swift whoosh cuts through the air.
Swoosh, he's gone. A man who shows kindness to the opponent.
Even to me, he muses, a slight blush gracing his cheeks.
That's so cool, a voice exclaims, clearly impressed. A voice cuts through the air, questioning, is he an idiot?
Maybe it's because he's a commoner that he has no common sense, one of them suggests, a hint of disdain in her voice. Her crimson eyes narrow, a hint of annoyance flickering across her face. The focus shifts to Beck Uziel's identity. At the same time, the scene shifts. A strategic map appears, pinpointing locations scattered across the islands. 3 figures stand before a holographic projector. A beam of light emanates from the device. The holographic projector flickers with static as one of the figures prepares to strike. A sharp crack echoes as the figure's attack connects. Kiki, the S-class students are incredible this year, a voice declares, the statement hanging heavy in the air. The man remains stoic, his gaze fixed forward. It was worth coming to watch, a voice declares.
Another responds, it sure is fun.
When I was young, I was more impressive, of course.
Identifications appear: Jarina Aeon of the Blue Mage Tower Board of Directors, and Elder Telex of the Magic Council of Elders. The Magic Council is mentioned. So many big shots have.
An unheard voice trails off, observing Jarina Aeon, Elder Telex, and others gathered in the room.
Come just to watch these new students in a practical exercise. Well, they.
The voice continues, the sentence unfinished. Have to if they want to scout talents, the voice concludes, the speaker's gaze intense. I'm sure most of. The voice continues, the statement hanging in the air. I'm sure most of. The voice trails off, before adding, the other professors are also watching this exercise.
A strange, crackling energy fills the room, the source unseen.
Darn, a voice says, an expression of annoyance breaking the tension.
An electric blue barrier suddenly erupts from the ground. Hei Wonriang and Ma Yusung have finally met.
The barrier separates Hei Wonriang from Ma Yusung. The barrier shatters.
With the barrier gone, Hei Wonriang unleashes a torrent of blue energy. Hei Wonriang watches as his blue energy strikes the green vines.
The blue energy spears pierce through the green vines.
The blue energy explodes outwards.
The man is propelled backwards by the force of the explosion.
The force sends him hurtling backwards. Wow, someone observes, noting, a third-rank power jump activated in succession. The display of power leaves onlookers stunned.
That's possible at the age of 17, someone wonders aloud. The implications of his rapid advancement become clear. Generally, a normal mage would have to be at least in their mid to late 20s to reach third rank.
The mage narrows his eyes, a calculating gaze settling on his face.
The implications are laid bare, but Ma Yusung is freely using third-rank magic at the age of 17. The mage's voice cuts through the air, disbelief ringing in his tone, I truly cannot believe it. A voice calls out, highlighting the unbelievable, watch, they both have 3 elements.
The unbelievable is confirmed as the two mages unleash a barrage of elemental attacks.
The narrator's voice breaks in, stating the obvious, most mages only have 1 element, the narrator continues, setting the stage for the impossible.
Can they have 2 elements?
The narrator finishes, hinting at a rare and powerful ability. Yes, from 3 elements and more, that is talent, the narrator declares, as the character's red eyes gleam with determination.
The narrator continues, revealing that they have possessed that talent since birth. Suddenly, a loud CAW pierces the air.
His eyes widen in sudden realization.
That's, he exclaims, seemingly recognizing something or someone.
A surge of blue energy erupts, accompanied by glowing symbols.
The colossal bird descends, its golden talons poised to strike. Blue energy crackles around it, a terrifying display of power. Just as the bird descends, a stark realization dawns, a hidden boss. The air explodes with energy.
The hidden boss unleashes a devastating attack, the force of it radiating outwards.
The attack surges outward, a wave of blue energy consuming everything in its path. The blue energy intensifies, obliterating everything in its path. The blue energy continues its destructive path, leaving a trail of devastation. The energy continues to surge, its intensity seemingly without limit.
His eyes widen in shock as the energy surges towards him. His eyes widen, a visible exclamation mark punctuating his shock. The energy intensifies, the symbols glowing brighter. The energy surges, blinding the area. The blinding light intensifies, consuming everything. The symbol materializes amidst the blinding light. The symbol takes the form of a colossal bird of light, dwarfing the figures below.
The colossal bird of light descends, streaks of green light blurring as it moves. The light intensifies, obscuring everything in a blinding flash.
As the light fades, a voice pierces through the silence.
Oh, you were in the middle of a fight? The scene is obscured by lingering light.
Standing atop what appears to be a massive beast, the figure with the staff surveys the scene. Sorry for interrupting, she calls out, her expression a mix of apology and surprise. Acel Molf's name echoes in the air, and the man regards the source of the interruption with a narrowed gaze. Suddenly, a system message appears, a hidden boss is a type of hidden event. The system message continues, explaining that these bosses only appear once you have abilities past a certain amount.
Acel Molf stands ready, a magical aura emanating around her spear.
The system message continues, warning, not only are they hard to find, but it's also not easy to defeat them. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupts.
To hunt that alone. The message concludes, leaving the implications hanging heavy in the air.
The girl's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in her eyes. A voice muses, the eldest daughter of the traitor Grand Duke Molf.
How unfortunate, the voice continues. If it wasn't for her father, that talent would bloom even more.
A sudden breaks the man's train of thought, a flicker of curiosity now in his gaze.
The man's attention is suddenly caught by something in the distance. That's the Adalabet, he declares, a note of surprise in his voice.
His declaration continues, identifying the figure as the Adalabet princess.
The man wonders aloud, who is she fighting? I've never seen him before.
Suddenly, recognition dawns on the man's face. Wait, that spell, he exclaims, a flicker of understanding in his eyes.
The scene blurs with intense light, obscuring the ongoing battle.
The light intensifies, overwhelming everything in its path. Through the blinding light, a voice wonders, is that blink?
A bright blink fills the screen.
Despite countless scholars attempting to control it for centuries,
everyone failed. They either died, became crippled, or simply gave up. It's a spell that is absolutely impossible to control. But for there to be a student who can control it completely, as if blink is his hands and feet.
The man says, a hint of disbelief in his tone.
Blink crackles around him as the student moves with incredible speed. The onlookers, shrouded in shadow, can only wonder, just who is that boy? His name is Beck Uziel.
The man with the mustache appears surprised, his eyes widening slightly as he looks towards Beck Uziel.
The focus remains on the man with the mustache, though only his torso is visible. The man states, he's a very unique student who uses blink as his specialty. The hooded figure questions, blink is his specialty.
He then declares that this is a completely different issue than my Uziel, He Wunriang, or Izel's overwhelming power.
The hooded figure wonders why the student doesn't use other magic and instead just jokes around.
He continues, stating, if he used magic, he could have ended this battle long ago.
I truly don't understand.
The hooded figure continues to express his confusion regarding the student's choices in battle. The hooded figure then realizes, no, he is fighting seriously right now.
The student stands before the hooded figures, awaiting their judgment.
The student stands before them, awaiting their decision. A stunned silence is broken as one of the figures finally speaks, uttering a single, accusatory word, you. The accusation hangs heavy in the air as the student's name rings out, Eltman Eltwin.
The camera focuses on Eltman's uniform, the ornate details hinting at his high status.
A voice observes, he's been serious from the start.
The hooded figures stand silently, as one of them questions, it doesn't seem that way to you all?
A smile plays on his lips as he simply states, interesting. The voice continues, observing that the way he fights is reminiscent of the chivalry that once existed in older generations. A golden light erupts as he unleashes a powerful strike.
The light intensifies, blindingly bright. The light consumes everything. The world fades to white. Chivalry, you say?
A voice begins, followed by another, questioning, you mean the chivalry that disappeared along with the cold weapons? A student as young as that, the man muses, his gaze fixed on something unseen.
I see. Chivalry.
Chivalry, it is explained, refers to the knight's mentality of those who still wield swords in a world that uses magic. The existence of heroes, it is said, has always been to protect the world against evil. Standing on what appears to be a battlefield littered with broken swords, he gazes up at a beam of light descending from the heavens. They were said to have always fought evil with a single sword. The voice continues, explaining, for magic to exist, but to still fight with
a sword, it's something that's not realistically possible.
But the speaker continues, his words hanging in the air.
The voice reveals that student is actually using the point stick as a sword. And if that's what that Eltman Eltwin is feeling.
The voice continues, the words hanging heavy in the air. The headmaster of Stella Academy, the best magic academy in the world, is revealed.
The emblem of Stella Academy, the world's most prestigious magic academy, is revealed.
That headmaster is a 9th rank master mage.
The 9th rank master mage, the headmaster, looks on with a subtle smile.
He is also one of only 10 great sages in the continent, Eltman Eltwin.
If that great sage thinks that. The words trail off, leaving the audience in suspense as to what Eltman is thinking. Eltman is surrounded by cloaked figures, their faces hidden in shadow. What could he be thinking, surrounded by such mysterious company?
The scene shifts to a bright, open sky. The title Magic Academy's Genius Blinker gleams against a bright sky. The title fades, revealing the number 26 against the bright sky.
The first dungeon practical training ended.
The scene shifts to the S-Class exclusive training hall.
A blinding flash erupts as a powerful attack lands.
The young man advances, his blade glowing with a menacing green light.
He exhales, a visible bead of sweat trickling down his face. Ha! He breathes heavily, beads of sweat now forming on his brow. Ha! Damn it! He mutters, a frustrated expression on his face. I'm almost.
His situation worsens as he realizes he's all out of mana.
But a voice echoes, a defiant not yet.
Despite the odds, he grips his sword tighter.
I'm still far behind.
The results are posted. 39 of the 141 students were eliminated from the dungeon training. Acel, who defeated the mysterious bird, came in first, and he came in second. Ma Yuzion, however, only managed to secure 6th place.
Despite coming in second, he admits, I don't really feel like I won, though.
His gaze is downcast, a shadow of disappointment lingering in his eyes.
The scene fades to white, the words back then appearing, signaling a shift in time.
The scene shifts to a memory, focusing on a bird engulfed in blue flames.
In the forest, a past memory surfaces. If Acel hadn't interrupted, I probably.
His eyes narrow, a dark resolve hardening his features as the memory replays. The memory solidifies his resolve, it's been the case since I first saw him. He states with unwavering conviction, it's been the case since I first saw him.
Ma Yuziong half-assed everything, but regardless of what he did, he would get above expert results. Even in this practical training, I set up magic.
He continues, stating that he set up magic circles all around and thoroughly calculated his movements.
Magic circles begin to activate. Despite all of that, he admits, still, he received all of my attacks with ease. The hero's frustration mounts as he wonders, can I not beat him no matter what I do? A smirk plays on his lips as he wonders, was the wall of talent this tall and thick? He stands in the center of the room, a long, thin weapon held loosely in his hand. The scale of the chamber dwarfs him. His gaze remains fixed downward, his expression unreadable. His gaze remains fixed downward, his expression unreadable.
No, there's no time to blame myself.
He steels his resolve, a flicker of determination in his eyes.
The hero resolves, I just need to work harder. He declares, I just need to work harder.
Staff in hand, she strides forward with determination, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. A faint, green glow emanates from the ground.
A vortex of energy swirls before him, its power palpable as he draws his sword.
The vortex intensifies, bathing the area in blinding light. The light explodes, consuming everything. Through the fading light, a voice calls out, Hey Wonriang?
A voice observes, the guy who is always calm sure is spiteful today.
Well, that's not something I should be saying, the figure admits, standing amidst a field of glowing runes.
Suddenly, red energy slashes erupt, narrowly missing the figure. A blinding explosion erupts as the figure is caught in a sudden, devastating attack.
The world is consumed by a flash of light.
Emerging from the light, she stands defiant, a fiery spear blazing in her hand. Her red eyes burn with determination. The fiery spear hurtles forward, leaving trails of searing light in its wake. The spear strikes with explosive force, a blinding flash engulfing the scene. The dust settles, revealing a young man with a concerned expression. He reaches out, his expression one of concern. The woman stands firm, a fiery weapon glowing in her hand. Dust swirls around her as she prepares to strike. The scene fades to white. Even after yielding the point stick, she only managed to get third place. How upsetting, she thinks, recalling, Mother was pretty satisfied, but if I hadn't received that, I would have been punished. A mere commoner acting like he's all that, so annoying, she fumes, clearly angered by her recent loss. A blinding explosion erupts between them. A blinding flash. White. The light fades, revealing a figure with white hair against a blue sky. Catching his breath, the white-haired figure stands, staff in hand. A second figure watches him from a short distance. Did something happen to the princess too? The figure wonders, his expression clouded with concern. I don't know. A voice admits, the words hanging in the air. I don't know if this is just feeling, but her magic seems to. The figure trails off, a sense of unease growing. Have gotten more accurate than just earlier. The thought concludes, a worrying development. Just as how explosive is princess. The thought continues, the comparison hanging heavy in the air. Hong Baiyan's fire magic is, it's almost. The thought trails off, unfinished. It's almost impossible to control it precisely, he thinks, his gaze fixed on the training grounds. Doubt clouds his expression as he considers, there's no way she could have improved so much in such a short period of time. Is it just a coincidence, he wonders, his thoughts swirling with uncertainty? His eyes narrow, and he mutters, damn it. I don't want to admit it, but Beck Uziel's classes have been effective, she thinks, a reluctant acknowledgement forming in her mind. The papers lay on the table, testament to the effectiveness of Beck Uziel's classes. After switching to the pun quizzes, my magic achievement. The text reads. Has increased tremendously, the text confirms. He's just a commoner. His grades are terrible, and his personality is the worst, a voice declares. Despite the criticism, he thinks to himself, but I'm sure that Beck Uziel is the only person who knows the method to supplement my weaknesses. Despite his belief, Beck Uziel thinks, but I'm still upset. Suddenly, she speaks, uttering a single word, princess. Yay Taryn, what's wrong? A voice asks, breaking the silence. The staff member, Terry Vaughn, announces, the remodeling that you requested before is complete. A crucial question arises as he gazes upon the blade, should I give it to Beck Uziel immediately? The answer comes quickly, yes, that'd be good. Understood. Then I'll be, W8. A sudden realization seems to strike her, halting her in her tracks. Her sudden pause prompts a question, what's wrong, Your Highness? Her eyes narrow, a serious expression replacing her previous demeanor. Sunlight bathes the towering stone structure, its windows hinting at the secrets within. The structure is identified as the second main tower. I came because. A voice declares, the statement hanging in the air. I heard Beck Uziel was here, she reveals, standing before the second main tower. The second main tower, home to the faculty's research facilities, looms ahead. But is Beck Uziel here to meet a professor? Who? A sigh escapes her lips, suggesting a mix of relief and anticipation. Her eyes widen, a blush rising on her cheeks. Is she nervous about what lies ahead? The image fades to white, leaving only a series of lines that curve into a semicircle. She pauses, a thought striking her. Wait, but why did I come here? I can just give it to him at the training hall. She continues, a new idea forming, if I do this, it makes it seem like. The image fades completely to white. Ugh. She groans, realizing, this can't be. I should dash. The white fades slightly, revealing a faint outline. The white fades, and a voice booms, oh my, princess. The white fades completely, and the princess is revealed. A woman's voice calls out to her, oh my, princess. The camera focuses on the princess's lower half. Teacher Hammerl, she questions, a flicker of surprise in her expression. Hammerl stands before her, a slight smile playing on her lips. It's been a while, Professor Hammerl, she says, correcting herself. Hammerl responds, it feels like it was just yesterday when I was teaching magic at the castle, yet you've already gotten so old.
But then, Hammerl asks the pressing question, what brings you here?
I had some business here, but I'm returning, he answers, though the specifics of that business remain a mystery. Well, it is a bit disorderly right now, so that'd be better, she states, seemingly unprompted.
A voice then responds, pardon?
The reason for the disarray is revealed. Magic officials have arrived because of a student named Beck Uziel.
The name echoes in her mind. A blinding flash of light erupts. Through the light, a voice cuts through the chaos, demanding, what about that commoner?
The woman in maroon robes responds, I'm sure you. Her words are cut off by the panel's edge, leaving her statement incomplete.
The voice presses, I'm sure you know because you fought him yourself, but that student didn't use magic, right? A hesitant reply comes, yes. A realization dawns, so she saw that fight. A wave of frustration washes over her.
Why did I have to show an unsightly state to the teacher I respect the most, she thinks, clearly regretting her earlier display. She stands before the teacher, her expression a mix of embarrassment and regret. The teacher's voice cuts through her thoughts.
You don't need to blame yourself. Your opponent tried his best. Her eyes still closed, she asks, even though he didn't even use magic? The teacher explains, that's because of his creed. His creed?
What? The thought bubble reads, the question hanging heavy in the air.
The teacher continues, revealing the headmaster's observation, he believed the student was trying to revive chivalry, a concept long lost to time.
The teacher looks down, arms crossed, as she continues to explain the headmaster's reasoning.
The teacher's words hang in the air, Beck Uziel's trying to bring back chivalry. The teacher's expression shifts to one of clear disbelief.
That makes no sense, she exclaims, struggling to comprehend the headmaster's decision. Her red eyes widen slightly, a subtle shift in expression hinting at a dawning realization.
The teacher realizes something crucial, he definitely did use the point stick as a sword during our battle. The teacher now wonders, is that why he also wanted this magic sword? She now holds a rectangular box, its purpose still unknown.
She gulps, her expression betraying a sudden unease. The consequences of not using magic at the academy are dire, but not using magic in a magic academy will give him an incredible penalty. He'll end up receiving penalty points during magic practical training, among other things.
The other woman responds, confirming his choice, yes.
He decided to walk this path despite knowing that.
The woman wonders aloud, isn't that incredible?
Isn't that incredible, the woman asks, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. The woman's thought continues, remarking on the fact that he still pushes himself, even after accomplishing the great achievement of Blink. Her thoughts conclude, makes me think that creed must be real.
The title card appears, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker.
The story continues with Chapter 27.
Chapter 27 begins, showing the protagonist standing alone on a cobblestone street. A blinding flash fills the screen. The question hangs in the air, a knight, in this generation?
But Beck Uziel, is he seeking chivalry?
The disembodied voice continues, questioning, sincerely, and not as a joke? I got so angry at.
The words trail off, leaving the source of his fury a mystery. Him, telling him not to joke around. The voice trails off, the unseen speaker's frustration palpable.
A sharp geobeak echoes, cutting through the silence. The boy, chewing on a thin stick, casually asks, "What ya doing here?"
Fifth place goes to Ethelic Roots. Her eyes widen, and she mutters.
Flustered, she blurts out, I am not here because of you. Her outburst leaves him visibly confused, a question mark hanging in the air.
She abruptly shoves a box toward him, stating flatly, whatever. Just take this. He seems surprised at the gesture.
Oh, Terry Vaughn? Thanks.
His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise evident.
The box's contents are revealed, it's a shapeless sword? As expected of a Dalabit. Their craftsmanship is unmatched. Resting on crimson fabric, the shapeless sword gleams.
It's a shapeless sword?
As expected of a Dalabit. Their craftsmanship is unmatched. A voice echoes, reflecting on recent events, it's a good thing I helped the princess. A voice cuts through the silence, reflecting on the recent rescue. It's a good thing I helped the princess. Holding the box, he asks, can I keep the box? A thought flickers through his mind, I think it'll fetch a good price if I sell it. Do as you wish, she replies. The princess thinks to herself, yay, free money. Aloud, she sighs, gosh, commoners. Her red eyes narrow slightly, a hint of disdain flashing across her face. Bec usual, he utters, a slight smile playing on his lips. His expression shifts, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he questions, The girl's eyes widen, a question hanging in the air, are you really? The girl is cut off as a voice declares, not going to use other magic. The boy pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He wonders aloud. Her eyes widen, a look of surprise washing over her face. Ugh, a voice groans. Flustered, she stammers, and never mind. Forget it, I'm leaving. He watches her leave, a puzzled expression forming on his face. With a distinct thud, she walks away. A voice calls out. Professor Lee Hangwell said. Magic. The words echo as the man walks down the brick path. Something similar earlier. The words linger in the air, hanging heavy with unspoken meaning. You've chosen a difficult path, the man states, leaving the protagonist visibly confused. But with a smile, he replies, well, what's good is good. If I just have. The protagonist thinks, a determination building within him. He believes that this magic sword, I'll be safe enough for the next episode. His fingers tighten around the edge. The sword now in hand, he wonders aloud, then, shall I take a look at this sword? The camera pans out, revealing the training grounds bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. He pauses, muttering to himself, let's see. He stands on the training grounds, ready to begin. He grips the hilt of his weapon, questioning, do I just need to channel my mana into here? A surge of blue energy erupts from the weapon. Blue mana crackles intensely around the blade. Eyes wide with shock, he can only manage a woe. A burst of energy fills the air, and a voice remarks, it's better than I expected. He grips the glowing blade, its power clearly exceeding his expectations. He gazes at the blade, a thought crossing his mind, it would have been better if Flame had wielded this. A voice declares, the female lead, Flame, is quite special. The voice explains that Flame is special, capable of wielding elf, dwarf, and angel magic despite being human. Furthermore, the staff cannot be used by just anyone, as it continuously absorbs the user's mana. Flame recovers her mana, drawing energy from nature itself. She prepares to unleash a lethal move with the wand. But then, a stark realization, but me? I don't have any mana to begin with. Despite constantly absorbing mana, it cannot accumulate within her body, being expelled due to her mana revelation delay physique. In other words, the problem lies in her very constitution. Concentration of mana within my breathing is used as the output of Terivon, she explains, finally revealing the method she uses to compensate for her unique condition. With a smile, he suggests, let's check the status window. Bec Uziel's status window appears, revealing his stats. His strength and agility are both at 1 star, with 77% and 87% respectively. He also possesses the skill, Blink LV1, and the trait, Mana Revelation Delay Physique LV2. The status window vanishes with a poof. The Mana Revelation Delay Physique LV2 grants a 5% increase to strength, 8% to agility, and 15% to sensitivity. It also unlocks a 6th sense, consuming mind power to detect mana within an 18-meter radius and activate cognitive acceleration automatically when danger is near. His blood mana circulation rate is at 1%. Thanks to the 5th place prize. He reflects that through practical training, his strength increased a bit. Now, with a weapon in hand, he realizes he can directly increase his stats instead of relying solely on experience points. He grips the sword tightly, resolving, I need to practice using the sword. Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. 28.
The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit hall, seemingly inside a cathedral. A booming voice echoes through the cathedral-like hall. From today onwards, you will be actually practicing proper magic. The students stand at attention, listening to their instructor's booming declaration. The instructor then orders, everyone, spread out and hold your taffs. The man before them is identified as Varian, the magic defense lecturer. Varian and another student simultaneously cast, shouting magic shield. Multiple figures, including Varian, are now poised, casting their own magic shields. There are quite. The words trail off, hinting at a larger, unseen threat. A lot of talented students in this group. The statement hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the impending danger.
It's a.
The words are cut off, leaving the listener in suspense.
The voice continues, revealing the speaker's strategy. Good thing I lined them up by their rank. A thoughtful hum escapes his lips. The voice continues, now questioning the infamous S-class student.
The words "the commoner" appear.
He's known as the commoner, an S-rank student who resonated with the upper middle class staff and placed 5th in the dungeon practical training.
I really don't like him, one voice declares.
Another demands, Beck Uziel, why aren't you doing anything? The commoner smiles broadly, his expression seemingly genuine. So?
The commoner begins, hesitating slightly. I'm learning a different defensive technique, so I don't need to learn basic magic.
The instructor smiles, intrigued by the commoner's statement. Oh, I see. You have your own defensive technique? That makes me curious.
The instructor thinks to himself, how arrogant.
Maybe I'd understand if he was learning the succession magic of Adalabad like Princess Hong Bayan, but how could a normal commoner learn something like that?
The instructor recalls a rumor. I heard that Beck Uziel can't use any magic other than blink in the first place.
If that's true, he wonders. A wide, almost unsettling smile plastered on his face, the instructor asks, then, can you show an example of that incredible defensive technique to the other students? The instructor's unsettling grin widens as he announces, your opponent will be him.
The instructor gestures toward another figure, who subtly holds a dagger behind his back.
The instructor continues, yes, B-class Morso would be good.
Morso stands with 2 other students, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The protagonist's eyes widen as a dark aura descends, blanketing everything above him. Morso's sinister grin widens, a palpable bloodlust radiating from him. The lecturer reveals his reasoning. For me, the lecturer of defensive magic, to stay at this school, connections are important. He continues, explaining, Morso Dordan is from the Scalvan Empire, so it'll be helpful to give him a good impression of me.
He then asks for an opinion. What do you think? The lecturer continues his thought, believing that if he shows impressive magic against an S-class student, it'll be good for him.
Answering the lecturer's question, he simply states, sure, why not? The voice calls out, then, please step onto the platform. The lecturer and the protagonist stand on opposite ends of the platform, ready to begin. The audience watches as the two stand ready. On a nearby table, strange, dark meat sits, awaiting consumption. A smirk plays on the lecturer's lips as he looks on. The boy stares intently at something just out of view, his expression unreadable. The crowd erupts with shouts, demanding Morso squash him completely.
Another voice adds, embarrass him publicly. A voice responds to the crowd's demands, of course. Just wait. A realization dawns, what the? He's part of Uslak and Raiden's group. The character then muses, these young guns sure are small-minded. This is good. I'm only taking it because it's a mandatory class, he thinks, seemingly unenthusiastic despite his words. And there was nothing to do since I can't use magic, he thinks, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Well, Varian has always been notorious since the first-year episode, a voice remarks, as the figure of Varian comes into view, holding a blade. A smirk plays on Varian's lips. Let's. The words hang in the air, an ominous invitation to what comes next. Begin. Varian's challenge hangs heavy in the air as he declares, check the results of all my training up until now. A surge of power emanates from him, a visible aura crackling around his form.
The rules are laid out. This duel will be based on attack and defense turns. The rules continue, and you cannot use magic outside of them.
The announcement rings out, Morso will begin.
Morso begins, and he immediately takes a stance, preparing to strike with his blade.
Doubts begin to surface as someone wonders, Morso will win, right? Defense is defense, but...
The concern continues, he's learned offensive Earth-class magic. The onlookers realize the gravity of the situation, as one states, it'll be hard to defend against that. Morso's eyes reflect the growing concern, his gaze intense.
Morso's expression remains unchanged, his eyes betraying nothing.
Morso declares, ready.
The moment of truth has arrived. The signal is given, begin the duel. Green energy explodes outwards. The duel has begun with a blinding flash.
With a confident smirk, he unleashes a torrent of green energy. The arena floor glows intensely as the green energy spreads.
That's second-rank magic, someone exclaims, recognizing the power on display. It's the tacit rule to only use first-rank magic during a basic magic practical. A voice declares, highlighting the blatant rule violation. The question hangs in the air, will Baek Yuziel be okay? A sickening crack echoes. The word arrogant fills the panel. With a confident smirk, he unleashes his attack, Dordan Stone Pierce.
The Dordan Stone Pierce hurtles forward in a blinding flash of green. The green energy surges outward, filling the room with its power.
The light intensifies, blinding everything in its path. The world is consumed by a brilliant white light.
The blinding light begins to fade, revealing a figure standing amidst the dissipating energy. The light recedes further, revealing a massive, dark structure. As the light fades, the figure is revealed to be under attack. He stands ready, a determined look on his face as he prepares to strike.
A blinding flash erupts.
The force of the blast sends shards of debris flying through the air.
The force throws him backwards, scattering debris across the floor.
His eyes widen in shock as he's sent flying backwards. The force sends him hurtling backwards through the air.
His expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his face.
A flicker of disbelief crosses his face.
Ha! And no way. He mutters, seemingly shocked by what he's witnessing. The realization hits him hard, my magic disappeared? The question hangs heavy, laden with disbelief.
A green symbol flares brightly, filling the space. With a determined gaze, he grips the glowing blade. It looked like he cut the magic with his sword, one of the onlookers observes.
Another questions, but does that make magic disappear?
No, it would, the thought is cut short. The man refutes, make no sense that it'd disappear from just a slash.
However, it's revealed that Baek Yuziel definitely made Morso's magic vanish.
It turns out all magic has a path of mana, but if you accurately cut that path, the magic will be extinguished.
The question hangs in the air, Baek Yuziel did that? The figure stands, sword gleaming, as the implications of the question sink in.
A smirk plays on his lips as he holds the glowing sword.
It's better than I thought, he muses, a hint of something more to come. Although I can.
He admits he can only barely manage to cut third-rank magic now.
It seems his practice has paid off, though perhaps not as much as he'd hoped.
He pushed himself in the training hall for days without rest. This might be doable, he thinks, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. His face contorted in rage, he spat, damn it, how dare a commoner cut my magic? Below, the instructor watches with a grim expression as the student's rage intensifies.
This is troublesome, he thinks, observing the fight. If Morso loses here, it'll be annoying for me too.
Baek Yuziel, your defensive technique is good, a voice booms across the arena. The voice continues, declaring, however, there's a limit to hitting aside everything one by one.
For example, the voice elaborates, if an abundant attack comes towards you.
A sinister smile spreads across her face, a palpable sense of dread filling the air. Her sinister smile fades as she mutters, that man just had to say something.
An irked expression appears on his face, clearly annoyed by the interruption.
His gaze sharpens, a flicker of annoyance evident in his eyes.
SFX, swish.
A sharp swish cuts through the air.
The swish intensifies. She stands amidst a flurry of green energy, preparing to strike. The green energy surges forward, enveloping her target.
The green energy intensifies, crackling with power. A manic grin spreads across his face as he channels the green energy into his blade.
Wait. Isn't that too much? A voice cries out, followed by another warning, he'll get hurt at this rate. Growing concern is evident among the onlookers.
Why isn't the professor stopping the duel? One of them questions.
A blinding light erupts.
This will end things, a voice declares, as the light intensifies. A sinister grin spreads across his face as the light intensifies.
Blades of light streak across the sky. Balor stone pierce. The attack is unleashed, hurtling towards its target.
The attack connects with a resounding OH. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as the attack lands. His eyes widen, a bright light filling his vision.
The light intensifies, engulfing him. The blinding light consumes everything.
He cries out as the light solidifies into sharp, floating crystals around him.
The OH sound reverberates as the light intensifies.
He realizes, with dawning horror, there are 11 stones coming at me.
If he can't use blink or slice them, there's only one option left. His last resort, method. To block.
To block all of them, he shouts, unleashing a torrent of energy.
The torrent of energy explodes outwards.
A pained grunt escapes him as the force of his own attack seems to backfire.
The backlash sends him reeling.
Staggering backward, he struggles to regain his footing. To think my strongest spell could be blocked this easily, he exclaims, disbelief etched in his voice.
His face contorted in fury, he shouts, damn it, more so. What are you doing? A voice echoes, warning, if you lose, it'll be difficult for me too.
Morso nonchalantly replies, oh, I just tried copying something I saw in another game.
It works?
The screen displays, this is a technique called panning dot. The screen displays a warning, Terry Vaughn has the disadvantage of requiring several times more mind power than others to maintain its form, so after using it, your stamina will rapidly fall, the warning concludes. The warning continues, revealing another critical flaw, and since the defensive power is weaker than when blocking a single item, this would have been difficult to use in an actual fight. His expression hardens as the full implications of the warning sink in. What a relief that this is just a duel, he thinks, the weight of the warning settling heavily on him. He grips the hilt of his blade, preparing for the duel ahead. A murmur rises as someone observes, I've never seen that before. That's basically like a magic shield, right? Was there something like that in the magic defense techniques? One person wonders aloud. Another voice chimes in, Morso's going to lose at this rate. Morso grits his teeth, a frustrated damn it escaping his lips. His frustration boils over.
How dare a mere commoner embarrass me like this?
Morso's eyes widen with fury as he grips his sword, a surge of green energy crackling around him. A voice wonders if he's trying to use magic again.
Then, a notification declares, Morso's attack turn is over.
A sinister smile spreads across the instructor's face as he commands, yes, keep attacking. The students behind him look on, shocked.
Morso roars, prepare yourself, Beck Uziel. Energy crackles around Morso as he declares, I won't let you go this time.
He then calls out, lecturer.
Morso's call is met with confusion as the lecturer questions, huh?
Standing beside the lecturer, a student peeks out from behind him, seemingly unnoticed.
The lecturer's confusion turns to concern as he asks, what's wrong? Jeremy?
Jeremy's eyes are half closed, a subtle smile playing on his lips.
That subtle smile deepens, a strange energy emanating from him.
That smile abruptly vanishes, replaced by a look of intense frustration.
Why aren't you giving Beck Uziel his attack turn, he demands. He stutters, that's. Something has clearly caught his attention, leaving him momentarily speechless.
His eyes widen in disbelief. That isn't a first-year basic duel, he exclaims, the murmurs around him growing louder. Whispers spread through the crowd, a growing concern for the duel's outcome. If something goes wrong, he might get seriously hurt. One student worries aloud.
Another questions, isn't this already over? He has no right to be a teacher. He realizes, darn. I was too focused on the duel and didn't see the reactions of the students. The weight of the students' reactions finally hits him. Lecturer, he wonders, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. His face tightens with a growing unease. I'll change the dash, a voice declares, followed by the incantation, magic shikiak. A shimmering barrier materializes. The magic takes form, creating a protective barrier. He stands ready, the barrier now complete. The barrier fails. He collapses to the ground, defeated. Baek Uziel's victory is declared. A blade flashes before his eyes. Wow! In the end, Baek Uziel won. The onlookers appear surprised. He's more impressive than I thought. A faint smile plays on Baek Uziel's lips as he looks towards the sky. A strange energy crackles around him. The sky darkens ominously, as if responding to Uziel's power. The warm glow of the chandelier illuminates the room. Ki-ak. A strained gasp echoes through the chandelier-lit room. The sound of something shattering echoes. Breathing heavily, she pleads, huff, huff. Please forgive. A pained aok rips through the air. A powerful impact resonates. He lies defeated, a pool of blood spreading around him. He struggles to speak, only managing a choked, cook. His gaze hardens. Verajane, he states, standing over a body lying in a pool of blood. A figure responds with a quiet, yes. His expression unreadable, he remarks, I think my friend is pretty hurt. He then asks, can you take a look at him? If something goes wrong, I'll be very sad. Yes, I understand, comes the reply. Thanks, he replies. A smirk plays on his lips as he turns away, leaving her watching him from behind. The camera focuses on the back of his head as he walks away, his intentions still unclear. Her gaze lingers on his retreating figure as she hears the words echo in her mind, not a loyal subject, but a friend. The scene shifts, now within the Skullud Empire. Within the Skullud Empire, succession to the throne is determined solely by magical ability. Crown Prince Jeremy Skalyud obtained his title after defeating his brothers at the age of 12. A sinister smile plays on Jeremy's lips as the words echo, that he is not his loyal subject. The implication is clear, the Dord family has been thrown out of the political world. The rain falls, washing away any trace of their former power. Scattered debris remains, the last vestiges of a fallen house. A blinding light erupts. It's not just Morso. The woman's words reveal a deeper, more complex situation. Since he's caught. That commoner named Baek Uziel, I won't. The woman's words trail off, leaving her intentions unclear. Baek Uziel won't have a comfortable school life either. The woman's threat hangs in the air, promising trouble for the commoner. The imposing academy looms, its stone walls a silent testament to the challenges that await Baek Uziel. Students in uniform populate the academy grounds, their presence a stark contrast to the imposing architecture. Inside the academy, students are already hard at work, surrounded by beakers and bubbling concoctions. Hey, did you hear? A voice whispers, starting a new conversation. About S-Class Baek Uziel? He was talking about chivalry. The surprising topic of conversation is revealed. One of them scoffs, questioning, chivalry at a magic academy? Desperate for attention, right? But the other reminds him, but he still beat Morso of the Dorden family. Ah, really? Isn't Dorden still quite the influential family in the Skalvan Empire? One of the students asks, highlighting the significance of Baek Uziel's victory. It's not that. She begins, her expression conveying annoyance as she leans against the desk. I want attention, but I strangely don't like this, she thinks to herself. Then, her thoughts shift to the newcomer, just who is that guy? Snapping herself out of her thoughts, she tells herself, okay, focus. Alchemy requires. The disembodied voice begins to explain.
The disembodied voice continues, explaining that alchemy requires accurate measurement and timing as well as perfect temperature control.
The voice belongs to alchemy professor Maizen Tyran. Professor Tyran announces, "Today, we'll be practicing the Tyran fatigue recovery potion that I created, so focus."
On the table sits a rack filled with vials, each containing a different colored liquid. A disgusted ugh fills the air. "So annoying," she mutters, grimacing as she prepares to pour the pink liquid from the vial into the cauldron.
"So everything will go wrong if I do one thing wrong,"
she thinks, the pressure mounting.
"Alchemy is particular and difficult, so I try to avoid it,"
she thinks, the pressure mounting as she continues.
She stands before the alchemy setup, a cauldron bubbling ominously.
Suddenly, a voice cries out, "Altalicia!
That's so dangerous. What are you doing?" A stern voice booms, "You think you can call yourself an alchemist?" Altalicia, head bowed, stammers, I apologize."
She apologizes, her voice trembling slightly.
A thought bubble declares, "Professor Maizen will one day blacken and become unruly."
Altalicia resolves, "I should get more ingredients
in order to." The text begins, hinting at Altalicia's next course of action. "To prepare for that, I have no choice but to keep taking this class." Altalicia's determination solidifies her commitment.
A mischievous he
escapes Altalicia, hinting at a hidden agenda behind her decision.
A sinister chuckle escapes him.
"Yes, this is it," he thinks, a plan clearly forming.
A sinister smile spreads across his face as he prepares to add the contents of a vial to the cauldron.
Suddenly, a thought bubble appears, "Beck Uziel?" Everything fades to white as the name Beck Uziel echoes in his mind. The name triggers a memory.
"At first, I thought he took this course to get close to Acel.
But it seems..."
The memory continues, as the scene shifts to a laboratory.
"Like he's just a pervert." The memory concludes, leaving the protagonist to wonder, "Just what did I see?" The protagonist's vision fades to white.
"Forget it, let's just get some ingredients," a voice declares, seemingly moving on from the recent memory. 2 vials filled with a crimson liquid sit on the table, awaiting use. "Phew, I've finally finished," she sighs, wiping sweat from her brow. "Thanks to the fact that Flame's academic achievement is high, I could make it quickly, luckily," she thinks.
"Oh yeah, what's Acel doing?" she wonders aloud, shifting her focus.
Izel's name escapes her lips as she wonders what her friend is up to. Izel stands in a lab, carefully examining a vial of pink liquid. Izel, still in the lab, mutters, "So I put this here." A voice observes, "Luckily, it seems she's decently good."
Izel's eyes widen as she questions, "Wait, decently?" The narration explains that, in the original novel, Acel coincidentally comes across Maella's magic engineering notes. Just as the narration described, Izel stumbles upon Maella's magic engineering notes. Izel recalls, "And didn't she create a high-rank compatible good to the Tyran fatigue recovery potion in this class?" Izel wonders, "But why is she making the potion normally?" Izel's brow furrows, a hand raised to her mouth in contemplation. A sharp question cuts through the air, "Beck Uziel, who told you could change the experiment ingredients as you wished?" "What? But doing it like this is more effective," Beck Uziel retorts, seemingly unfazed by the accusation.
The instructor, arms crossed, presses the issue.
"Is the result the problem?"
Her eyes widening slightly, she exclaims, "This is different from the Tyran fatigue recovery potion that I ordered."
"What?" The question hangs in the air, unanswered.
The world fades to white, leaving only the lingering question.
Did Beck Uziel make? The words trail off, leaving the question hanging once more.
Beck Uziel is shown, his expression unreadable as the question hangs in the air. The quality potion that Acel was supposed to make, the question hangs heavy.
"Something strange," a voice echoes, hinting at an unsettling discovery.
Her eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face.
The question hangs in the air, how was Beck Uziel able to make the quality potion that? The question continues, now revealing the core of the mystery, how was Beck Uziel able to make the quality potion that Acel was supposed to make?
Isel stands, looking down, as the question of how Beck Uziel created the potion hangs heavy in the air. The instructor sighs, placing a hand to her head.
You just won't listen. Your attitude is a mess. Isel's inner thoughts surface. This is why commoners just won't do, tisk. Isel scoffs inwardly, thinking to herself, this is why commoners just won't do, tisk. Isel's thoughts take a darker turn.
The line she almost said was, this is why your family fell, tsk. Those words became traumatic to Isel, who lost her family, the narration reveals. And they bothered her until the moment she finished making the potion, the narration continues, revealing the weight of those unspoken words.
The man wonders aloud, what if Beck Uziel knew this and purposely got on Professor Mason's bad side? The thought continues, now more urgent, protect Isel from that?
The man's thoughts continue, revealing the extent of Professor Mason's power. Professor Maizen has quite the influence within Stella, and if you get on her bad side once, there'll be aftereffects on your grades in other classes.
Her thoughts shift focus, a new question forming, what's with that guy? The question continues in her mind, why would? The question lingers, why would he go that far for her? Her simmering thoughts are interrupted by a sharp rebuke. What's with your tone of voice, she demands, her anger now boiling over. An order rings out, bring your parents here immediately. Then, a realization dawns on him. I'd forgotten. He realizes, I was so focused on alchemy that I'd completely forgotten about this annoying development. A bead of sweat forms on his brow as he remembers a crucial detail. I don't have parents. He realizes with a grimace. Her eyes widen in shock as she stammers, why you, if you come out like this? He resigns himself to the situation, thinking, well, I've already gotten on her bad side, so there's nothing I can do. Ah, right, he realizes, perhaps understanding the implications of his actions. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him. Ah, right, he mutters, perhaps now understanding the full extent of the situation. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. I should try making a kimchi potion and a cola potion tomorrow, he exclaims, seemingly excited about his next experiment. Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. 30. A few weeks passed. Beck Uziel. Beck Uziel stands among her peers, a slight frown creasing her brow. An unseen instructor's voice booms, reprimanding someone, I've told you repeatedly. Don't use ingredients that I haven't taught. The instructor's sharp tone is directed at another student, who looks startled by the reprimand. Defiantly, the student retorts, but I'm creating better results by slightly altering your compositions. The instructor's shock is palpable. What? She begins to sputter, clearly taken aback by the student's audacity. She's clearly stunned by his words, beginning to stammer, what? You? He adjusts his glasses, a glint in his eye suggesting he's far from intimidated. Suddenly, a status window appears, revealing Maizen Tiran's Dark Demon erosion progress is at 21%. It also notes his inferiority complex and jealousy, labeling him a Dark Demon contractor and alchemy professor. The system confirms Maizen Tiran is the Episode 8 boss, and his dark demonization is now confirmed. Good, the progress is going well, just as planned, a voice declares, confirming the dark scheme is unfolding as intended. Her eyes narrowed, a flicker of unease now visible on her face. Episode 8, Dark Demon Erosion Boss, Maizen Tiran. Unable to overcome her dark emotions, she undergoes dark demonification, becoming one of the villains. Once the dark demon erosion reaches 90%, she will become a dark demonic human. However, while the erosion progress is under 50%, it's impossible to find out through magic. Currently, Professor Mason's erosion progress is at 21%. He realizes, I can't report her or prove that she's a dark demonic human, so I just need to continuously provoke. He continues his train of thought, planning, and once it passes 50%, I'll call in the Dark Demon Assassination Squad. The text reveals that, for a typical dark demon erosion, there would have been a way to overturn it before she completely underwent dark demonification. Maizen, it's revealed, is a dark demon contractor who willingly made a pact with a dark demonic human. The dark demonic human seeds have already blossomed inside her,
making the transformation irreversible. A radiant crystal floats above a crown-like formation of glowing energy. The fourth episode hasn't even started yet, but she's a very strong boss, so I need to prepare beforehand, he thinks, a determined look on his face. He resolves, if I don't, she'll turn other students into dark demonic humans and threaten Stella. The woman, her expression unreadable, states flatly, your attitude is still the same as ever. Threateningly, a voice booms, don't expect a good mark from the alchemy subject. The threat hangs in the air as the speaker looms over the other students. This is. The text begins. Better. If I receive. The threat continues, leaving the audience hanging. Attention, there won't be any additional damage, the threat concludes. He then thinks to himself, I'll just work on building muscle instead of doing assignments. He continues, I'll just have to get a good grade on the midterm. As if. It seems he's not so confident after all. The thought bubble reveals his true feelings, to think the practical exam would be a group. The realization hits him, the practical exam is a group project. He looks visibly distraught. An awkward silence hangs between them. The blonde student eyes his companion with suspicion. The girl with the flower in her hair remains silent, her expression unreadable. Wow, this. A voice trails off, the speaker's astonishment palpable even with the incomplete sentence. He smiles, seemingly oblivious to the heavy atmosphere. Someone would think we were in mourning. He observes. Nice to meet you. I'm Baek Uziel. Two more introduce themselves, Ka Sehun and Mao Liwon. Another voice chimes in, I'm Asel Mulf. A wave of despair washes over one of the group members as he thinks, our group is screwed. The grim reality sinks in, Professor Maizen always gives bad marks to students she dislikes. It seems that doing well on the exam won't even matter. I feel sorry now. Despite the dire situation, a glimmer of defiance sparks. But how can we just give up, she asks, her voice laced with determination. A hesitant response begins to form, be but. Comes the hesitant reply, before a sudden announcement clarifies the stakes. The practical exam is assessed by at least 3 alchemists from the alchemy castle. The alchemist's gaze drifts upward, towards the towering spires of the alchemy castle itself. That means Professor Maizen can't ruin our grades by herself. A small comfort, perhaps, but a comfort nonetheless. The two students wear matching expressions of mild surprise. A sudden ha cuts through the air. The students' expressions shift, a subtle smirk now playing on their lips. Why yeah, let's try our best, comes the slightly hesitant reply. That's a relief. This is something I wanted to make once, he admits, a slight smile gracing his lips. But she just huffs, clearly unconvinced despite his enthusiasm. He then states that the D-Vitality potion assignment shouldn't be too difficult if they combine their knowledge. However, he acknowledges that gathering the ingredients properly will be essential. He then asks who wants to gather the main ingredient for the potion, the tail of a fire lizard. Immediately, one student volunteers. I can get that, he says confidently. A voice reminds everyone that a fresh monster corpse is the most important part of alchemy. Of course, a voice says, followed by another stating, nice. He's so confident. I can trust him, a voice thinks, a sense of reassurance settling in. Her gaze drifts upward, a silent question hanging in the air. The word fire looms large, a stark warning of what's to come. The man's eyes narrow behind his glasses as the word lizard fills his thoughts. A faint sick sound effect punctuates the air as a subtle smirk plays on his lips. I'll. He begins, the rest of his declaration hanging in the air. Dropship it here. His command hangs heavy in the air. A voice responds, cutting through the silence. You called, Professor? The professor, a slight smile playing on her lips, requests, can you give this to the C Group first-year alchemy students? The professor's request is met with a response, though the words are cut off. Then Team 12, that is. The man finishes, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Yes, I will. A chilling aura emanates from her as she prepares to make her move. The alchemy practical exam is now underway, judged by the alchemy castle's official alchemists. The stakes are high. If he shows a pathetic sight in front of them, his path as an alchemist will be blocked forever. Baek Uziel. A voice calls out, followed by a chilling threat, "I'll teach you what it means for a student to go against a professor." The scene shifts to the S-Class training hall, where the confrontation is about to unfold. Across the training grounds, Baek Uziel stands ready, staff in hand. The professor's looming presence hints at the unequal battle to come. "Flame," a voice declares. The professor looms, and Baek Uziel calls out, "Flame." A student hands Baek Uziel a note, stating, "They said to give this to you." It's an alchemy announcement. He responds with a simple, "Ah, thanks." The note contains a warning, and she said not to tell other students. The note continues, revealing the message's unusual delivery, and that you'd understand if I told you like this. The note ends with a question, "Other students?" The note clarifies, she just means Teen 12, which Baek Uziel is in. The focus shifts to two figures walking away. The conversation seems to be continuing. The conversation continues, with one of them questioning, "Does she think I'll just do?" "Nothing," he finishes, his words hanging in the air. A close-up reveals a letter clutched in his hand, the contents obscured. An announcement declares a change to the practical exams assignment. The D-Vitality potion is out, and the Tyrann Point potion is in. A blinding flash fills the area. Her eyes widen slightly as she says, "Wait." The question hangs in the air. If Baek Uziel knows the original novel, he'll be prepared for this incident, right? The realization dawns, he won't prepare the tail of a fire lizard for the D-Vitality potion, but the idyllic spider's scales needed for the Tyrann Point potion. A single tear streaks down her face as she clutches the crumpled note. "Yes." The word echoes in the silence. Her grip tightens on the note, the sound of paper crushing filling the air. The note is gone, leaving only her hand. The sound intensifies. This will be the chance to test that guy, he thinks, his gaze fixed downwards. The story unfolds at Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. The story continues. SFX, swoosh. With a swoosh, a system message appears, "You have been moved to Daredevil Stadium." Arg, my head. He groans, rubbing his temple. "I like warp holes and all, but once you come out, it's too dizzy." Still dizzy from the warp, he complains, "I like warp holes and all, but once you come out, it's too dizzy." The words "Welcome, Mage Baek Uziel" appear, as if spoken by an unseen presence. An ethereal voice echoes, "Welcome, Mage Baek Uziel." As that voice fades, a new message appears, "Welcome to Daredevil." The mage stands on a stone floor, the journey to Daredevil now beginning. "I'm not an official mage yet. I'm a cadet," he clarifies. But a voice booms back, "A cadet of Stella is worthy of the same treatment as an official mage," the voice concludes, the statement hanging in the air. Murmurs erupt around him as someone shouts, "Hey, look over there. It's a Stella cadet." The murmurs grow louder as someone exclaims, "For real? I've never seen the Stella uniform before." Another voice whispers, "I'm so jealous. He's handsome too." A woman in a crisp uniform offers, "You saw, right? If you need help, let me know." He simply replies, "Thank you." He walks on. "So as long as you have..." A new voice begins to speak. "A pass and a Stella pocket watch, you'll get treated as an official mage no matter where you go." The voice continues, the word Stella sure lingering. "Is nice." The disembodied voice concludes. "Not to mention," the voice adds, "I can use a warp hole that costs 100,000 credits for free." Thanks to that, the voice continues, "I've been using the warp hole every weekend to go around the city." He confirms that the information he has is mostly the same. Looking around, he mutters, "It should be around here somewhere." He continues his search through the dense foliage. The objective is revealed, a fire lizard, carrying a risk level of 2. It's revealed that the fire lizard possesses stamina and power exceeding that of most beasts. To catch the fire lizard, one must use at least second-rank magic due to its magic resistance and quick movements. When I tested it out by
The words trail off, leaving the audience in suspense.
Catching risk level 1 monsters, it was pretty easy.
I think I'll be able to handle a risk level 2, he declares, confidence evident in his tone.
Rustling sounds echo through the forest, hinting at something approaching. The ground shatters beneath him as he lands.
A blinding light erupts. Through narrowed eyes, he realizes it's here.
A blade, glowing with blue energy, is drawn.
He continues forward, deeper into the forest.
He continues his advance, the glowing blade held ready. A crimson eye pierces the shadows. He continues forward, the forest blurring around him as he presses on.
His sixth sense activates. He senses danger. A flurry of blows descends.
He parries the monster's attack, the clash of their weapons echoing through the forest.
The monster recoils, letting out a pained shriek. The hero's blade cuts through the monster, a blinding white light piercing the darkness.
The monster's pained cry echoes. A pained KRR escapes him.
SFX, Gua. The creature roars in agony as flames engulf it.
With a satisfied look, he announces, "Got one." The creature writhes, engulfed in flames, as the protagonist stands over it, sword still drawn. He pauses, a slight frown creasing his brow as he looks off into the distance. The protagonist stands over the fallen creature, but more of the fire lizard monsters are closing in from the forest.
The fire lizard monsters continue to approach from the forest, closing in on the protagonist. Then,
he begins, a smirk playing on his lips.
He draws his sword, a flash of light accompanying the movement. Let's collect some ingredients.
He dashes forward, a determined look on his face.
Let's collect some ingredients.
Her eyes widen, a look of surprise washing over her face. It's super fresh, a voice declares, followed by a confident, obviously. It seems you have an eye for ingredients, the voice observes.
The voice adds a cryptic warning, as long as you're aware. He responds to the cryptic warning with determination. Nice, then we just need to make it perfectly.
A confident smile spreads across her face as she considers the challenge.
With a shared glance, the trio confidently declares, "Let's do this."
The air crackles with energy.
Addressing the figures cloaked in red, the woman asks, "Has everyone gathered?"
The woman's voice booms, announcing, "Today's exam, as I've said, will be carried out in front of the alchemists from Alchemy Castle." She continues, stating that if they do well, it will be helpful for their future as alchemists.
The woman's voice concludes, signaling the start of the alchemist exam. "Okay, then begin." With those words, the exam begins, the subject revealed. Today's exam subject is the Tyrann Point Potion Type B. A collective "what" rises from the group, followed by the question, "You've prepared all the ingredients, right?"
"Wait, Professor," someone calls out. The students are clearly confused, as they thought the exam was supposed to be on the D Vitality Potion. The girl beside him looks equally surprised by the sudden change in plans. "Yes, but I sent out an announcement," the professor replies, apparently having anticipated their confusion. A sly smile plays on the professor's lips as she reveals that it was changed to the Tyrann Point Potion.
The professor then asks, "Right, everyone?" A question hangs in the air, unanswered.
The students remain silent, the weight of the professor's words hanging heavy in the air. The student thinks to himself, gosh.
This is how she's going to play it?" A blinding light erupts.
A voice echoes, "It doesn't matter to me, but it'll be tough if the others fail the exam because of this." The light fades, revealing the words, "Was this part?"
The question hangs in the air, was this part of the original novel?
A gasp escapes her lips. A voice wonders aloud, question marks swirling around him. Her eyes flutter open, confusion clouding her gaze.
What happened, she wonders aloud. The question hangs in the air, doesn't Beck Uziel know the original novel? But why was he unable to prevent this from happening? Suddenly, a voice rings out, questioning, "Acel, did you prepare the wrong ingredients?" Acel stammers, "Yes so."
Her eyes widen with a visible sense of panic. She states, to forget the goal of an alchemist who creates the truth, and mix up the ingredients. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he declares, "There's no helping it." Team 12, a voice cuts off abruptly, followed by a stark command, "Wait."
That Tyrann point potion, we just have to make it, right? A voice questions, followed by a bewildered, "What?" The instructor, standing behind the counter, waves his hand dismissively. He confirms, "That's right." The instructor raises a hand, declaring, "We'll make it." The instructor states, "A potion with higher efficacy than yours, using different ingredients than you did, Professor." A smug grin spreads across the instructor's face as he retorts, "As I always have." He lets out a short, smug laugh. Ha! The core ingredient for the Tyrann point potion is the Italic spider's scales. The Italic spider, its multiple eyes gleaming, descends from above. The Italic spider's scales, rich in nutrients, form the foundation for the Tyrann point potion, a thermal supplement. But he's going.
The words trail off as a large red potion bottle descends, surrounded by glowing particles.
To make a thermal supplement using the tail of a fire lizard? The question hangs in the air.
A smug smile spreads across his face.
This is better, if anything.
The air crackles with energy as a voice booms, "I'll end your path as an alchemist in front of everyone's eyes." "Okay," he replies, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes despite his attempt at composure.
The announcement rings out, the time limit is 1 hour.
The instructor's voice booms, setting the challenge, complete a Tyrann point potion in that time. With arms crossed, the instructor's imposing figure looms.
The challenge seems impossible, prompting a stunned reaction, "Are you crazy?"
The impossible challenge draws a hesitant response.
"Why yeah, Uziel. I don't think this is it."
The group stands together, seemingly unsure of what to do next. Despite the group's hesitation, Uziel smiles, resolving to face the challenge head-on.
"Since it's come to this, we have no choice but to try."
Uziel's confidence doesn't waver as she looks back at them.
"Just trust me." She believes that it's better to try something than to get disqualified like this. "Yes, let's try," comes the determined reply.
"I want to make it too," one of the group exclaims, determination etched on his face.
"Let's show them what we've got," the group declares, their determination solidifying into a unified front.
A smirk plays on his lips, a silent confidence radiating from him.
Alchemy. The secrets to transformation are about to be revealed. Alchemy, a path he knew well.
"It was one of my main interests while playing the game," he recalls. And I recorded each and every trivial recipe. Of course, among all those recipes, he remembered the one for Tyrann point potion type B. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts.
The light is accompanied by a declaration, "I wasn't going to do this because it was originally going to be a recipe that..."
The speaker continues, explaining, "The reason the Italic spider's scales have a lot of nutrients is so that it can hatch eggs." The speaker continues, drawing a comparison, "It has a similar feature as the tail of a fire lizard." The speaker's attention is now drawn to something else as he says, "This blood vessel."
The speaker elaborates, revealing, the Alakair tribe in the southern desert is said to use these blood vessels to improve the health of their leaders.
The speaker continues, revealing the blood vessel's potential, using it also results in a longer life expectancy, so we can use this instead.
A new voice speaks up, offering,
I have some knowledge about the Alakair's process.
Can I take this on?"
The first speaker agrees to the suggestion.
"Yeah, sure." He explains, this spike mulberry mistletoe should be dehydrated using the desert style of mana release. Does anyone know how to do that? He knows how, explaining, the hand-drying dehydration method, right?
I learned it when going around with my dad before.
He confidently adds, for this many blood vessels, I think I'll be able to dehydrate them in 5 minutes.
Then this part of the process.
He begins, ready to demonstrate his skill.
Before he can begin, the girl volunteers, I'll do that.
She offers a simple, thanks.
He looks on, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as she begins the task. The girl carefully examines the vial, her expression unreadable as she studies the liquid within. A smirk plays on his lips as he observes, thinking to himself, they're all better than I expected. The man's voice rings out, declaring, "Then, from now on, let's blend it like how I've instructed each of you."
The title card appears, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. The title card appears, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker.
The title cards fade, revealing a bespectacled individual flanked by two figures in hooded robes.
This, a potion glows with an eerie purple light, is the key to our salvation. The professor is informed, it's the Tyrann Point Potion Type B, Professor. The professor is presented with a potion labeled Tyrann Point Potion Type B.
"I can't believe it," one of the robed figures exclaims.
The professor appears skeptical, questioning, "Those children really did this?" Scoffing, the professor retorts, "Don't make me laugh."
The professor continues, his disbelief growing, "Tyrann Point Potion is something I invented after countless years of research. There's no way they could have completed it this easily." The professor, still skeptical, declares, "I will check it." As the professor prepares to examine the potion, his eyes widen in disbelief.
The professor's shock is evident as he exclaims, "What's?" His colleagues turn to him, one asking, "What's wrong?"
He explains that although the potion is incomplete, too many ingredients were added.
The professor's shock intensifies as a voice declares, "This potion is much more effective than Professor Mason's." A wave of shock washes over the students as they celebrate the potion's unexpected success. A voice whispers, simply, "Incredible."
The hooded figure examines the potion closely, a thoughtful expression on his face. "These young guns sure do possess unique knowledge," he muses. His eyes widen, a glint of newfound understanding sparking within them. Suddenly, a booming voice cuts through the air, demanding, "Pass it over." A powerful strike lands, shaking the very foundations of the building. Eyes narrowed, she shouts, "I need to check this for myself." Her eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping her lips. She clutches a vial tightly, her expression a mixture of shock and realization. "There's..." She begins, the revelation hanging heavy in the air. Examining the vial closely, she realizes, "My technique that uses a monster's nutrients to replace a human's vitality has definitely been..."
There's no doubt about it. The realization hits her, this is clearly a perfect Tyrann Point potion.
The woman's eyes widen in disbelief as she clutches the potion.
"There's no way.
How could they create a result that's better than my potion on the spot?" Clutching the potion, she refuses to believe it.
"No, I'm still the..."
She continues, desperately clinging to her authority, "No, I'm still the one who gives the grades."
Desperate, she threatens, "I can just disqualify."
"I've finished inspecting," she states, her threat hanging heavy in the air. Her threat now explicitly stated, she declares, "I think Team 12 even an A+ wouldn't be enough for Team 12. An exclamation mark hangs in the air, the tension palpable.
Turning her gaze towards a figure off-screen, she asks with a smile, "Don't you agree, Professor Maizen?"
Her smile vanishes, replaced by a frustrated grimace. "Damn it, those old bats," she mutters, her annoyance evident. A low growl rumbles from her throat, barely audible.
"Team 12, you've passed."
The words hang in the air as the team members look on, their expressions a mix of surprise and relief. The team stands silently, their hands clenched at their sides. The tension breaks as smiles spread across the faces of the team members. The team's collective relief is palpable. "We did it."
Amidst the team's relief, one member remarks, "What a relief."
Another voice chimes in, "Impressive." But a cloaked figure looms nearby, their fist clenched, hinting at a hidden agenda. A swirling vortex of dark energy begins to manifest. The cloaked figure's expression hardens, a sinister aura emanating from them. "Just you wait, Beck Uziel," the figure threatens, their words laced with malice.
The system reports a grim development. Professor Maizen Tyrann's dark demon erosion progress has increased.
A powerful blast rips through the training grounds, leaving a cloud of dust and fractured training dummies in its wake.
Energy blasts streak across the training grounds.
The students unleash their attacks. With a sigh, she stretches, declaring, "Ha, finally finished.
Going to school at this age makes my body ache." She adjusts her uniform, ready to head out.
She steels her resolve, whispering, "It's okay, Arswang." A voice encourages her, stating simply, "You're doing well." A voice reassures Ars Huang, "Yes, you're still doing better than the princess."
A realization dawns, that's. The realization hits her.
The one who I heard was the genius fire class mage. However, he is stunned by her rapid progress.
Did you see that scary growth speed?
He thinks, comparing his own years of practice to the princess's already impressive abilities. The princess looks up at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. He then realizes, with growing unease, soon enough, she may surpass my control as well.
A troubling realization dawns on him.
Hong Baiyan's control should only start to develop in the second year, so how is she already? A chilling thought interrupts his previous musings. Is this Baek Yuziel's? Interrupting his thoughts, a voice calls out, "Let's go," as the group begins to move. Yes, the alchemy practical exam was strange too, a voice echoes, adding to the growing unease. The text reveals that the Tyran point potion type B was a recipe that the future Acel was supposed to find.
The text continues, revealing that Professor Maizen Tyran would later steal and complete the Tyran point potion type B recipe. How is it that? The text begins to question. The question hangs heavy. How could Baek Yuziel know the recipe that didn't even appear in the original novel? The woman's thoughts take a turn, as she realizes, it seems he didn't know that the incident was going to happen.
Her eyes widen in a realization.
Wait, he knows things about the
future but doesn't know the original novel story, the woman wonders, a new possibility dawning on her.
The thought trails off, leaving the audience in suspense. The woman's train of thought continues, a new question forming, he not a possessor but a regressor?
Her eyes widen slightly as the woman continues her train of thought.
That makes sense, she concludes, the realization seemingly aligning pieces of a puzzle in her mind. If Baek Yuziel came from the future.
She begins to hypothesize, the idea taking root in her mind. The voice continues, postulating that he may know things about the future, but not the small incidents that occurred to Acel.
The narration reveals that, in the original novel, Mai Yuzian did once obtain the opportunity to regress.
The sole being with the power of time in this world, the 11th moon of the Silver Age.
With that being's power, a voice suddenly asks, "What's wrong?"
The 11th moon of the Silver Age turns, a flicker of concern in her eyes. "Hey Wonriang," she questions, her voice filled with a growing concern. The man she seeks stands before her, his expression unreadable.
Good timing. You know Baek Yuziel, right? What do you think about him? Hey Wonriang asks abruptly.
I don't know why you're asking, but all I think of him is that he's a slightly strange student.
The question hangs in the air, you don't feel anything else? The response is blunt, not particularly.
The man's flat effect seems to register with the other person, who covers their face, a sound of frustration escaping them, HAAIC.
The question hangs in the air, Flame, are you bothered by Baek Yuziel? The answer comes, well, yes. The admission hangs heavy, unspoken tension filling the air.
I see, she responds, followed by a quiet, resigned yeah. The girl's gaze hardens as she begins to speak of Baek Yuziel.
Since it seems that
he knows about the original novel, just like I do.
But this won't do, a voice declares. The scene shifts to an empty hall, raising the question, what won't do?
Whining like this doesn't match my personality, a voice declares, hinting at a change of plans.
A new target is set. Since I'm here, I'm going to confide my thoughts to Baek Yuziel.
A smirk plays on his lips as he sets his sights on Baek Yuziel.
The ornate railing of a grand staircase comes into view.
The two stand before a building of immense scale, its architecture ornate and imposing. Thanks for hearing me out today, she says, before adding, then, I'll be off. With a soft sound, she waves goodbye. A hand reaches out and gently grabs her wrist as she turns to leave. His gaze remains fixed downwards, a slight frown creasing his brow.
Flame.
He mutters, the word hanging heavy with unspoken meaning. He remains still, the vast, empty hall amplifying his solitude. The title card flashes, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker.
The number 33 appears. The next day dawns, revealing the Academy building.
Seated alone at a table, he seems lost in thought as two girls watch him from nearby. He sighs, a hint of frustration crossing his face.
Now what? He wonders aloud. An ominous presence suddenly looms over him. Currently, Maizen Tiren's dark demon erosion's progress is at 37%. His gaze hardened, Maizen Tiren realizes, that means that the incident will take place within 3 months.
The ominous crown glows with an eerie, bright light.
The text reveals that Maizen's dark demon erosion randomly affects one student, and there are 3 candidates. The first candidate is revealed, Flame's friend, Jackie. The next candidate is revealed, Arswan, a member of Hong Baiyin's clique. Hei Wonriang, the heir to Full Moon Tower, is the next candidate. If Hei Wonriang gets involved, it's the worst case scenario. Hei Wonriang stands silently, his gaze lowered.
Hei Wonriang remains still, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily as the words worst case scenario hang in the air.
The narration warns that Hei Wonriang's dark demon erosion almost always meant a bad ending.
The narration continues, ominously warning that this dark demon erosion is the most likely of the 3.
The narration ominously concludes, as Hei Wonriang appears to listen intently.
Flame, the thought echoes, a question hanging in the air. Hei Wonriang stands with arms crossed, a slight frown creasing her brow.
Abruptly, a voice demands, "Who are you?" Another voice retorts, "What are you suddenly saying?"
The unseen speaker presses the issue, "You didn't answer properly last time."
About your identity. The repeated question clearly irritates him. Making it difficult for me.
He thinks, a slight frown creasing his brow. The word illusion appears above him, as his golden eye reflects a hidden intensity. Telling Flame the truth and obtaining information from her might actually help us get to the true ending, he realizes. Since I have nothing to lose, should I just say it, she wonders, a hint of resolve hardening her gaze. Her eyes narrow slightly, a subtle shift in expression suggesting she's steeling herself to speak. Hesitantly, she begins to speak, the words hanging in the air, "I'm." Suddenly, a jarring warning flashes, "You lack narrative power." Another warning blares, a stark command, "Do not reveal the fact that you are a possessor to the relevant character." Before she can finish her sentence, a blaring warning interrupts, "Do not share the information and knowledge you have with the relevant character." Before she can speak, another warning flashes, commanding him, "Do not share information or knowledge with her." Before either of them can speak, the warnings intensify, a red alert flashing around them.
This is driving me nuts.
So this is how it's going to go, he thinks, the warnings clearly not deterring him. He sighs, running a hand through his hair, and decides, then let's do it like this. He proposes a deal, suggesting, "We both have secrets we don't want to reveal to each other, so let's just tell each other half of it."
Okay? After his proposal, she hesitantly agrees, "Fine."
Then, "I'll ask first," he declares, relieved to finally start.
He immediately cuts to the chase, asking, "You know the future, right?" "I said only."
Her voice trails off, the rest of her response yet to come. He retorts, eyes still closed, "The fact that you are asking that question must mean you also do."
He follows with another question, "What are you trying to achieve by going to this school?"
Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she listens to his unexpected question. She answers his question with a grave declaration, "To move the world in a direction where it won't collapse.
This world is unstable. If you see."
Her words trail off, leaving the weight of her ominous statement hanging in the air.
That's a relief, he thinks, though doubt lingers. He wonders if she's telling the truth. Then, "It's my turn again," she declares.
The two stand facing each other, waiting to see what happens next. "Why are you acting like that?" he asks, his gaze intense.
He wonders what she means by like that. "Let's." A voice echoes, but the sentence is cut off.
Cutting her off, a voice booms, commanding, "Just speak vaguely." She responds with a simple, "Just because." Arms crossed, she stands firm, her expression unreadable. Her gaze intensifies as she thinks, "I think that doing this is for the best."
"That should."
She begins to say, her words trailing off into an unspoken decision. "Be for the best," she begins, but her voice trails off, leaving the rest unsaid.
The man before her watches, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, a sharp command cuts through the air, "Don't lie."
The sudden command elicits a surprised "huh" from the smiling man.
An inner monologue surfaces, questioning, "No. How can someone be that kind?"
The man's thoughts continue, as he voices, "There's definitely some kind of goal, or something you want." Her eyes widen, and she vehemently denies his accusation.
"No, there isn't."
A simple, "what," is all that she can muster in response. He admits, even if she were to ask if there's something he wants, he's not sure.
"You're not sure," she repeats, clearly taken aback. He answers simply, "Yeah, I just want to live."
Her eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. "Want to live," she repeats, the question hanging heavy in the air.
"Oh.
I'm sorry, I overstepped," he says, his expression unreadable. "Is that it?" a voice echoes, laced with disappointment. A new voice cuts through the disappointment.
"Then I'll go first." Cutting in, another voice declares, "Then it's my turn to go first." A voice then wonders, "Wait, is she crying right now?"
"Beck Uziel," a voice announces.
The announcement of Beck Uziel's name echoes into the darkness.
As Beck Uziel's name is called, a surge of ominous blue energy emanates from him.
His opponent's eyes widen in disbelief.
The opponent cries out, "ACK," as the surge of energy hits him.
His eyes narrowed, Beck Uziel demands, "Answer." Beck Uziel presses, demanding to know, "Why did Flame go back crying?" Threateningly, Beck Uziel warns, "If you answer with a lie, I won't let you be."
Hei Wonriang, visibly intimidated, thinks, "Wow, I feel scared because the rival of the world's strongest person is glaring at me." He then remembers, "Oh yeah, I forgot that Hei Wonriang had an unrequited crush on Flame."
Hei Wonriang resolves to tell the truth, thinking, "If he has a misunderstanding here, it'll be tough, so I'll just tell him." He steels himself and declares, "Nothing happened with Flame." "Why?" The response is met with disbelief. "You're telling me to believe that?" With a disarming smile and a wave, he insists, "Yup. And it's especially not something like what you're thinking, so don't worry."
But a second voice abruptly cuts him off, declaring, "That should be enough."
"No!" A scream echoes, abruptly cutting off the conversation.
His expression darkens, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he thinks to himself.
"I asked you something pointless."
"I apologize," he admits. The other man, brow furrowed, stammers, "And no, you don't have to go that far." With a somber expression, he says, "Then, goodbye."
The world fades to white. The world dissolves into pure white, the Korean word geobeek echoing in the void. The white fades, and a voice echoes, laced with disbelief, "What the?" He wasn't originally that kind of character. Waving goodbye with a bright smile, Hei Wonriang seems anything but calm and cold. A voice wonders, that calm and cold Hei Wonriang is showing such an unstable self.
Against the backdrop of a moonlit sky, a sense of foreboding descends.
Something feels uneasy. The old building looms under the dark sky, its many windows hinting at secrets within. With a soft thud, a hand rests on the book's cover. He opens the book.
"Ha, I can't focus today," she sighs, her gaze fixed on the table. "Ha, I can't focus today," she sighs, her eyes downcast. Her unfocused gaze drifts downward, lost in thought. The words, "Beck Uziel, I have something I want to ask you," appear, hanging in the air. A voice breaks the silence.
"What is it?"
"Was that mixing method earlier something you came up with on the spot?" he asks, his expression unreadable. She admits, the first part was.
"I see."
The man responds, his expression still hidden.
A memory surfaces, "I always thought I was a genius."
The woman recalls, "So I thought that if I kept going, I could beat that woman."
"That's what I believed."
She concludes, the memory hanging heavy. Her eyes are downcast, a single tear escaping as the weight of her past settles upon her.
"Ugh." A voice groans, the question hanging in the air, "Just what am I right now?"
His fist clenches tightly on the book. "At this rate, I'll never be able to avenge father." Suddenly, a title card appears, The Dirty and Mucky Adalabets. The title card declares, The Dirty and Mucky Adalabets. The text above them accuses someone of framing his father as a traitor, leading to his death.
Flames erupt as a voice declares, Get revenge on them.
Her hands fly to her face, a visible flinch accompanying the unseen impact. Her resolve hardens. I can't just let this be, she declares, a newfound determination etched on her face. Against the backdrop of a stormy night, she resolves, I need to work harder. A bright sky stretches out, hinting at the world beyond. The bright sky fades into a dark, moonlit night, revealing a large castle.
Noisy.
She sleeps soundly, unaware of the castle looming nearby.
Still asleep, she thinks to herself, I chose a 4-person room because I liked the bustle, but if I knew it'd be like this, I would have just chosen an S-class exclusive 1-person room.
Her eyes flutter open, a hint of regret lingering on her face.
Beck Uziel, she murmurs, finally awake.
He definitely said he didn't really have a goal, she says, her expression unreadable.
That's
evidence that he regressed, no doubt about it, the voice declares. It's revealed that in the last part of the original novel, the 11th moon of the Silver Age says something to my Yuziang.
The words from the original novel echo, you can turn back time.
The sky swirls with an ominous mix of blues and fiery oranges. A blinding light erupts, consuming the sky.
As the light fades, a figure stands silhouetted against the brilliant sky.
But a price must be paid, you will lose most of your memories.
The price is steep, and after completing your mission, your existence will cease to be.
The crushing weight of sacrifice descends, no one will remember that you saved the world. A blinding light erupts, consuming everything in its path. The light fades, leaving only the stark reality, and even those you loved will come to forget you.
Against a backdrop of swirling crimson, a question echoes, do you still want to turn back time and walk those steps again?
He descends through the swirling crimson clouds, the light below beckoning him forward. Though bloodied, a faint smile plays on his lips as he answers, if that's my fate.
He continues his descent, a trail of sparkling light following him into the darkness.
But it was Acel who stopped him from that.
Acel urgently calls out, wait.
The world fades to black, leaving only scattered embers in the darkness. From the fading darkness, a voice declares, rather than living in a world without you,
I'd rather go to ruin while remembering.
The woman's voice trembles with resolve, tears welling in her eyes. Her declaration hangs in the air, let's go together. Bathed in a brilliant light, they stand together, ready to face whatever awaits. Convinced by her, he gave up regressing. And so, the world was destroyed, and the epilogue ended.
The world fades to white.
A rustling sound breaks the silence. He stirs, his hand clenching on the bedsheets. If this world is a different story from the original novel, she thinks, a troubled expression on her face. And it was Beck Uziel who used the 11th moon of the Silver Ages.
Power to regress. The realization hangs heavy in the air. After fulfilling his mission, Beck Uziel will. The text ominously declares. Bathed in a blinding light, Beck Uziel stands ready.
Below, a figure watches him intently, her expression unreadable. The text reveals a startling truth, but the one who should have lost most of his memories and only has his mission. The narration continues, revealing a surprising desire, he just wants to live. His hand clenches the fabric tightly, a visible sign of inner turmoil. The world fades to white, leaving only a sense of stark emptiness.
If that's true, The words trail off into the emptiness. The emptiness persists, marked only by the chapter number. Footsteps approach.
She sits up in bed, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. Her eyes widen in alarm as a voice booms, Flame, hey Wonriang came for you. He's waiting on the first floor of the dorm.
A voice says.
Standing now, she urgently replies, tell him that I'm not here.
But, a wave of hesitation washes over her.
Whatever, I'm going to sleep, she declares, seemingly dismissing the situation. Her eyes widen, betraying her earlier declaration. A flicker of concern now dances across her face. A visible gulp betrays her attempt at nonchalance. The air hangs heavy as a cloud of uncertainty settles around them. The camera pans out, revealing the imposing stone structure of what appears to be a castle. Standing on the stone courtyard, the man crosses his arms, a picture of quiet contemplation.
Footsteps echo as a woman approaches.
Hey Wonriang, she calls out.
Hei Wonriang glances down at the woman, his expression unreadable.
Her hands clasped tightly, the woman appears nervous as she awaits his response. The woman looks up at him, a nervous smile on her face as she asks, "Who are you?"
A stunned, "What?" echoes in the air. The man ignores her question, instead demanding, "Where's Flame?"
Stammering, she replies, "She's sick, so she's sleeping." The man scoffs, questioning, is she feeling down just because she confessed and was rejected by a flunk-out student? His eyes are downcast, a shadow falling across his face as he considers the question.
Okay, I'll go back, he concedes, the words hanging heavy in the air.
The woman in the cloak stands before him, her expression unreadable. She looks up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, as the towering structure looms before them. A hint of melancholy underlies her words, as she thinks, I like him this much, but Hei Wonriang doesn't even remember my name. It's always been this way, she concludes, a sense of resignation settling in. The screen flashes, declaring outstanding ability.
She beams, finally having everyone's attention.
Flanked by two figures, she stands with her hands clasped, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. The ornate frame highlights the text. The person who always had everything was Flame. Only the top of Flame's head is visible. Flame's gaze is fixed, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Even Hei Wonriang's heart. The text hangs in the air, a chilling revelation. A strange energy permeates the air, the scene obscured by vertical lines of light and shadow. The strange energy intensifies. The light fades, revealing a woman standing alone in a courtyard. Her fist clenches tightly, a visible tremor running through her hand.
SFX, squeeze.
So annoying, she mutters, her frustration palpable. The camera pans up, revealing the imposing structure of the castle against a bright sky.
The imposing castle looms, its first main tower piercing the bright sky.
You were embarrassed by a student, Professor Maizen, a voice declares.
The professor responds, I'm ashamed.
The unseen speaker declares, you must be well aware that there are high expectations of you.
The voice continues, expectations weighing heavily on Professor Maizen.
The scene shifts, introducing Stella Academy's vice principal, Akihaden.
Akihaden inquires with a smile, is the research on the random sequence convergence technique that you're conducting with the Moon Shadow Order doctors progressing well?
A hand rests on Akihaden's shoulder as a voice confidently replies, of course.
I won't disappoint you. Akihaden responds, nice.
I'll trust you.
With a confident smirk, he affirms, yes. Leave it to me.
SFX, crack. A sharp crack echoes through the hall. His brow furrows, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. His lips curl into a sneer as he mutters, idiot.
His thoughts drift to another, lamenting, not even knowing she's being used, she's blinded by glory.
His lament continues, his gaze settling on the woman before him. She stands with a hand to her chest, a serene smile gracing her lips. His gaze remains fixed on her, a deep sadness evident in his expression. A voice echoes, laced with bitter irony, how laughable.
A magic warrior who is meant to fight against dark demonic humans is performing research for a dark demonic human. A low chuckle rumbles from him, the sound echoing with sinister amusement.
He anticipates, with dark glee, I cannot wait for the day when alchemic magic engineering is complete. Standing in the grand library, he awaits the culmination of his dark ambition. He stands on the ornate carpet, awaiting the completion of his grand scheme.
A rustling sound echoes through the library. Ugh, I can't see.
She groans, struggling under the weight of the enormous stack of papers.
She struggles to keep her grip on the precarious stack.
Huh, she mutters, something catching her attention despite her struggle. A man's voice cuts through her concentration. Assistant, are you okay? He asks, a hint of concern in his tone. The assistant stands before a tall stack of papers, her expression unreadable. A stack of papers crashes to the table.
Thanks.
If it weren't for you, I would have gotten in trouble with Professor Maizen again, he says, relief evident in his voice.
He waves off the thanks, stating simply, it's nothing.
Dismissing the gratitude, he simply says, it's nothing.
Anyway. He begins, moving on. Suddenly, a voice declares, this is complete chaos.
The room is a disaster, littered with crumpled papers and overturned scrolls. His golden eye widens, a flicker of surprise crossing his face.
That's.
He begins, his voice trailing off as he stares intently at a diagram covered in arcane symbols.
His voice trails off, leaving the audience in suspense. What could he possibly be seeing? A woman's voice chimes in, clarifying, That's the formula that Professor Maizen is researching with the doctors. I think it is the random sequence convergence technique.
The thought trails off, leaving the audience to wonder if this is the formula they were discussing.
Suddenly, realization dawns on him. The technique is now fully realized. This is the random sequence convergence technique, he wonders.
He stares at the chalkboard, covered in diagrams and equations.
This is the random sequence convergence technique, he asks himself, clearly impressed. Scattered papers litter the desk, some crumpled in frustration, others neatly rolled. The text declares, the first formula of alchemic magic engineering, the random sequence convergence technique. Professor Maizen, surrounded by arcane symbols and rising flames, is about to put the random sequence convergence technique into practice. The text indicates that during Maizen's blackening episode, dark demonic humans and Maizen worked together to complete this technique. The text reveals the technique's devastating potential. The difference in technical skills will lead to incredible damage. Massive structures loom overhead as Professor Maizen prepares to unleash the random sequence convergence technique. But the text reveals that after Altalicia appears, the situation changes. What if the thought hangs heavy in the air, an unspoken question that could change everything? He stands before a board filled with arcane symbols and text, lost in thought. The urgency is clear, is to solve this technique before the dark demonic humans? A voice calls out, Assistant Altalicia. Then, a woman asks, HM? Do you want some coffee? The focus shifts to the upper portion of two figures, one in a dark robe, the other in white. Cutting her off, the assistant asks, doesn't Professor Maizen bother you and get annoyed? He questions her motives, asking, why are you asking that all of a sudden? But she cuts him off, posing the question, what if? There's a very refreshing way to get revenge, she suggests, leaving him hanging. A bead of sweat trickles down her face as she gestures, leaving the question hanging in the air. A question hangs in the air, what if there's a very refreshing way to get revenge? Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. A smirk plays on his lips, hinting at a plan forming. I am just an assistant. How could I get revenge, she mutters, her voice laced with frustration. Her frustration mounts, the assistant now worrying, if I get fired, I'd be living on the streets. She then tries to reassure herself, I guess being homeless is kind of a vibe, too, though. A new idea sparks as she wonders, then what about this? The idea forming in her mind is becoming a better alchemist than Professor Maizen. The alchemist's eyes widen in surprise. What? She asks, clearly taken aback. A voice responds, advising, that way, no one can look down on you. He looks down at the alchemist with a smirk. Their hands meet. A single tear rolls down his cheek. He murmurs, a soft sound barely audible. A smile graces his lips, a stark contrast to the tear that had just fallen. His hands remain clasped, a silent promise hanging in the air. Adelicia is already tired, he states, his gaze unwavering. He continues, certain of his assessment. There's no way she'd be satisfied by doing Maizen's dirty work in a dusty storage room. Altalicia dreams of becoming an alchemist and creating all sorts of inventions. And she has the talent to make the dream come true. That's because she. The disembodied voice begins, leaving the reason hanging in the air. The voice continues, foretelling that she will one day become this generation's greatest genius alchemist.
Because she seamlessly combines her genius brain and innovative thinking, the voice concludes, highlighting her potential.
Holding a brown paper bag, she apologizes, "Sorry, I didn't even give you coffee." He simply replies, "It's fine." The world fades to white. A blinding white consumes everything, the words "to put it away" lingering in the fading light. The light subsides, revealing a man with a knowing smirk. A faint energy field surrounds him. "But I'll make that dream come true soon." Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. 35. After Stella's first round. After Stella's first round of exams ended, he went to meet Altalicia regularly. Altalicia clasps her hands together, a bright smile spreading across her face.
"Ah, you think so too," she exclaims, continuing, "I wanted to add a function where you could change the color of a pen by pressing a button." He suggests, with a smile, "Try adding an eraser too while you're at it."
"Ah, like a mechanical pencil?"
"That's a good idea," she responds, clearly pleased with the suggestion. "Nice, Altalicia's inventions are increasing smoothly," he observes, a subtle smile playing on his lips as she continues to sketch. But, a sudden shift in tone suggests a problem. A sharp sound echoes, and a thought bubble reveals the underlying issue: her formulaic solutions are still lacking. A new resolve hardens within him. "I need to lead Altalicia to the answer. Before my Zentiran reaches it," he thinks, "but it's not easy." Suddenly, a voice snaps him out of his thoughts. "Hey, what are you spacing out for, old man?" The voice continues, warning, "If you go around like that, you'll bump into something." The girl stares directly ahead, a concerned look on her face. The camera focuses on the figure's torso, clad in a formal uniform.
"Who's an old man?" the figure asks, arms crossed.
The girl responds, "You, obviously."
"Gosh. I've never said my age." He thinks, clearly taken aback by the girl's remark.
"But she does speak to me more frequently than before," he muses, a slight smile playing on his lips.
"Anyway, good timing."
The girl's expression remains neutral as she asks, "You know your friend, Jackie?"
The girl's question hangs in the air, "You know your friend, Jackie?"
The girl's words are immediately followed by a declaration, "That's a crime." The boy beside her looks shocked, protesting, "I didn't even say anything yet." The girl continues, her words now clear, "Keep an eye on her." Her gaze remains fixed, the girl's expression unreadable as she gives the instruction. The girl continues, her expression still unreadable, as she warns, "She might not be in good condition right now." She adds, her voice laced with concern, "If she's influenced by the dark demon erosion."
Unstable state. The warning hangs heavy in the air.
Despite not fully understanding the situation, he declares, "I'm going hunting with her during the weekend, so I'll watch her then."
She simply responds, "Thanks." Hunting season.
He thinks, a determined glint in his eye.
He concludes, it's obvious where they'll go.
The scene shifts to the location where the fourth episode begins. The scene shifts to a graveyard, shrouded in mist and shadow.
The fourth episode begins in Martiva's cemetery. My Yuzion, Izel, and Flame are all involved.
The episode plunges into a massive battle, where fifth-class necromancers emerge.
The fifth-class necromancers stand amidst a throng of skeletons.
"Of course, I'm not going to intervene in the story," a voice declares, "but earning the hidden reward there will be helpful in the familiar contract."
"Here's my leave pass," the voice declares.
He stares ahead, toward the towering bookshelves. He accepts the offered pass, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze.
Training. He muses, examining the pass. "Well, it's not like you can learn swordsmanship or chivalry at Stella."
Clearing his throat, he dismisses the previous thought.
"It's nothing." His gaze drifts downward, a flicker of contemplation crossing his face. The man's eyes widen slightly as he reads the document. "That's my Yuzion's leave request?" He notices a sticky note amidst the documents. It reads, "By Ragain Sats, Dorby thanks for Lovier Le Gut."
I should sound this out, just in case, he thinks, a sense of unease settling over him. The message continues, revealing the reason for the student's absence. There are a lot of students requesting leaves to go hunt. The message reveals the students' destination. They're all going to Martiva's cemetery for club activities, probably to try to win points. As I thought, a voice says, confirming the suspicion about the students' activities.
My Yuzion said he's going home, another voice interjects, contradicting the assumption about all students heading to the cemetery. Adding to the confusion, the voice reveals, and Hei Wonriang is going with Flame. A look of concern washes over his face as he mutters, huh? They won't be able to defeat the voice continues, stating that they won't be able to defeat the necromancer's attack without my Yuziong. He continues, admitting, I don't know what's gotten into my Yuziong, who would never go home without a specific incident. He declares that the current members will never be able to defeat a 5th-class necromancer. He wonders aloud what he should do, realizing he can't request support without concrete evidence. He also laments that he can't tell them the proper information because of narrative power. He realizes, however, that he can't just let them die. His fist clenches, resolve hardening. His eyes narrow, a steely determination hardening his gaze. There's no choice, he realizes, steeling himself for what must be done. The weight of the situation settles upon him. I have to solve it myself, he declares, the words echoing with newfound resolve. A few days later, the scene shifts to Martiva's cemetery, a place of somber beauty under a cloudy sky. The stone path of Martiva's cemetery stretches out, slick with moisture under the overcast sky. Rain lashes down upon Martiva's cemetery, blurring the already bleak landscape. A colossal serpent looms, its massive form dwarfing the cemetery. The protagonist faces the beast, a glowing sigil forming in his hand. A risk of 2. These predict fish only need a single blow. The protagonist seems confident in his strategy against the colossal serpent. A sinister grin spreads across Dok Chulkwang's face as he prepares to strike. Hey, you idiot! How can you just destroy everything? A voice booms, cutting through the air. The booming voice echoes, hey, you idiot! How can you just destroy everything? The booming voice continues, demanding, can you not hear my orders? His face contorted in frustration, the student shouts back, can you not hear my orders? Kasif Derek grips his staff, ready to defy the booming voice. Ha! Ah, sorry. Ah, a voice suddenly chimes in. But another voice demands, why are you laughing? The laughing man seems to be apologizing for something, but the other man looks annoyed. Suddenly, a woman interjects, advising, leave him be. Speaking will just tire you out. Her name is Ban Dian, a second-year student. Ban Dian confidently states, you don't need to worry about those kinds of guys. The other man, looking confused, responds, pardon? Okay. Suddenly, a voice booms, cutting through the conversation, hey! We can hear you. An equally loud voice retorts, so what? It continues, even more aggressively, shut up. Watch your mouth in front of a new student. The first voice immediately responds, don't wanna. The girl stares up, a flicker of worry in her eyes as the argument escalates. The voice continues, I came because they said. The voice explains that they had an empty seat in the club that allowed special leaves. The speaker continues, noting that they don't seem to be bad people, which is a relief. Acel, let's go, a voice calls out. The figure's ornate collar comes into view. Yes, Diane, the figure responds, amidst a burst of energy. Diane's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. The landscape erupts in a blinding flash and a deafening boom. What was that sound? Diane wonders, clearly startled. Seems like someone is fighting passionately nearby, one of them observes, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. It won't be good if our hunting grounds overlap, so let's go say hi. That's fine, right? One of them suggests. A hesitant huh? Yeah. Comes in response. The group ventures deeper into the forest, the sounds of battle growing louder with each step. They continue onward, their destination still unknown. Suddenly, she stops, a look of surprise washing over her face. The world around them shifts, the sky darkening ominously. That's. She begins, spotting figures in the distance.
The ground crumbles beneath her feet. Two figures stand before her, their faces obscured. The camera pans up, revealing a ruined cityscape under a cloudy sky. Amidst the ruins, a lone figure with long white hair stands, facing away from a small group gathered in the distance.
A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything. What are Hong Baiyan and?
The light fades, revealing two figures staring intently at something.
What are Hong Baiyan and Flame doing over there?
The camera focuses on their torsos. I shot down these big predator fish first. The woman turns her head slightly, listening intently to the ongoing conversation.
An angry voice booms, declaring, "Bullshit. This is the area we were hunting in, so it's ours." Then, a confused "what" echoes. Suddenly, a voice exclaims, "That's a big predator fish." Above, something is detected. "They have a risk," a voice declares. "Level of 3, and I heard they were hard to discover." The voice continues, revealing more about the detected threat. "I guess they're in a fight to raise more points," a character observes. Another voice warns, "Getting involved will make things tumultuous." And, what else will they discover? Her red eyes narrowed, she reveals a deep-seated resentment. "I don't want to meet the younger sister of the enemy who killed father in the first place." "I should." She begins, seemingly about to reveal her next course of action. "Leave quick dash," she begins to order, but is cut off by another's voice. "Okay, my juniors." But before she can finish, another voice interrupts, "Let's not do that and express your concerns to this senior of yours." But before he can finish his sentence, another voice booms, cutting him off, "Shut up and continue on your way." But before he could finish, a new voice erupts with fury, "What did you just say to your senior?" A voice retorts sharply, "If you're a senior, act like it." One of the students responds, clearly taken aback, what? Suddenly, the ground cracks beneath their feet. The ground gives way, plummeting them into the depths below. A look of surprise crosses their faces as they plummet downwards. The world blurs as they continue to fall deeper into the abyss. "This energy," someone exclaims, sensing a powerful force. The abyss below reveals itself to be a mass of grasping, skeletal hands. The skeletal hands reach out, blurring with speed. The two stand side by side, a shared look of concern etched on their faces as they stare into the abyss. "And no way," one of them exclaims, her face a mask of disbelief. Below them, a chilling sight emerges, skeletons, the text reads, confirming their worst fears. The skeletons, draped in hooded cloaks, advance through the purple haze. Their glowing eyes pierce the gloom. The skeletal figures loom closer, their empty eye sockets burning with an eerie glow. The skeletons vanish into the blinding light. The title, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker, is revealed. The chapter begins. Scattered debris floats in the air. A stone pillar stands amidst the scattered debris, etched with a warning, "Do not enter alone." A chime rings out as a system notification appears, "Your skill EXP has increased." The chime signifies progress, a system notification confirms, "Your skill EXP has increased." The sword gleams as he stands over his fallen opponent. "Ha, I want to use magic too," he says, a hint of longing in his voice. Gazing upwards, he wonders aloud, why blink of all things? He stands amidst the strange, eye-like formations, the ground around him shimmering with an unnatural light. He continues, a thought forming, but I should come across it soon. His gaze remains fixed ahead, determination etched on his face as he continues his search. He continues onward, a determined look on his face, his hand gripping a dagger. His eyes widen slightly as he stops, a soft thought escaping his lips. He seems to have found something. Before him stands a weathered gravestone, a cross atop it. The air hangs heavy with an eerie silence. "Found it," he declares, the words breaking the silence of the graveyard. He admits, "I don't have any OP skills or overwhelming power to sweep the skeleton army away like my Yuuzhan does." He realizes, with a grim determination, "So there's only one way for me to survive here. I need to fight in a way only." He declares, his words hanging in the air, unfinished. "Players can." He strides forward through the graveyard, a determined glint in his eyes as he grips his sword. he moves in a blur. Episode 4, Necromancer's Attack, has begun.
Episode 4, Necromancer's Attack, begins, the title card fading to reveal the protagonist. The protagonist grips his sword, ready for battle. A blur of motion. The enemy strikes with blinding speed. That. A disembodied voice echoes. That. The voice trails off as the skeleton general, commander of hundreds, appears. The skeleton general's strike lands with a resounding slam. There are. The words begin, but the panel cuts to black. There are only 3 of these semi-boss ranked monster skeleton generals in this episode. He grips his sword, a stark realization hitting him: I'd die immediately if I were to fight them normally with my current ability. A swift strike cuts through the air. But then, a determined glint in his eyes, he thinks, of course, I don't plan on facing them normally. The command rings out, go in. He slams into the creature, forcing it back with the command, go back in. The monster cries out in pain and surprise. Gra. He ignores the golden rule. It's the golden rule to just watch when a monster is transforming or being summoned. The monster cries out, quack. Ignoring the golden rule might not help with defeating it, though. The transformation finishes with a resounding crack. Spine staff complete. With this, the right of command is given to Skeleton Generals becomes mine. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he grasps the completed spine staff. A flicker of determination ignites in his eyes. Okay then, he declares, a subtle shift in his resolve. He states firmly, let's be off. 2 skeletal figures emerge, shrouded in dark cloaks and radiating an ominous purple aura. The group finds themselves surrounded by the skeletal figures, their ominous presence causing visible unease. The skeletal figures stand tall, their purple aura intensifying. I forgot, this was. A voice trails off, the speaker's realization hanging heavy in the air. The Necromancer episode, she finishes, catching her breath. But. Something strange, a voice declares, an unsettling realization taking hold. In my memory, a voice begins, the statement hanging in the air, unfinished. Who resolved this episode? The voice trails off. A surge of power emanates from his clenched fist. The power intensifies as he wonders aloud, but why is Acel with those people? Where is my Yuzion? His grip tightens on the staff as he questions, do we have to face a 5th-class necromancer with these members? He reveals, I sent a rescue request to Stella Academy through my pocket watch. She steels herself, declaring, we just have to face the skeletons until then. He adds, yeah, the professors of Stella will come if we hold on a bit longer. The group stands firm, facing the skeletal horde. Even if we can't defeat the necromancers, we can escape, one of them declares, hope flickering in their voice. Interrupting the hopeful sentiment, she declares, this isn't the time to be talking about that. Her staff firmly planted, the woman stands her ground amidst the skeletal horde. The woman warns, this is a cemetery, so the longer we wait, the more skeletons will appear. We need to hurry and return to base camp, she urges, the threat of the growing undead horde pressing down on them. SFX, caw. Panic etched on her face, she stammers, D don't come. The looming figures of the undead close in. A guttural gra erupts from one of the undead as it lunges forward. A sharp hiik escapes her lips as the undead draws closer. A surge of energy erupts as the undead's attack makes contact. Kyaak, she screams as the undead's attack connects. Immediately, a voice calls out, are you okay? She responds weakly, why yeah. Are you okay? He asks, concern etched on his face. Why yeah, she replies, her voice still weak. The opponent remarks, oh, newbie, you're pretty good. A voice then observes, this necromancer must be thoroughly prepared. I think there is a high possibility they created a pose vessel, a voice observes, elaborating that this is a technique for a necromancer to continuously inject and store their mana. The necromancer holds a glowing orb of mana in their hands, a complex structure of energy crackling above. The narration explains that even necromancers have a limit to their mana, and summoning even a dozen third to fourth class skeletons would exhaust them. But to seize a domain this large. The necromancer's expression betrays a hint of uncertainty. A massive surge of mana emanates from above. A wide grin spreads across the necromancer's face. More and more skeletons are gathering, he exclaims. A figure, partially obscured, remarks, I think this was probably planned a long time in advance. 3 skeletal figures emerge, cloaked and menacing, as a complex magical circle glows ominously behind them. Panic rises as a character wonders aloud, are they trying to kill us and make us into mage skeletons? A booming voice declares, I'm the leader. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, I'll use strong magic and sweep them away in one go. The leader begins to channel his magic, a complex blue sigil materializing before him. The magic intensifies, crackling with purple energy as it surges forward. The magic surges forward, taking the form of sharp, dark projectiles. He struggles against the encroaching power, a strangled cry escaping his lips. Hiik. Hiik. He strains, desperately trying to maintain control. Gra! Hands off, he shouts, his face contorted in rage as the dark projectiles close in. The projectiles slam into him, a blinding flash erupting as the attack connects. He cries out, Isike, as the attack hits. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outward. Shit, he was mid-cast, he realizes, the electricity crackling around him. It's rebounding. Duck, a warning shouts out. The electricity surges back, an explosion of blue energy threatening to engulf everything. A surge of power erupts, and she cries out, no. If that explodes, we'll be in danger too. She warns, the blue energy crackling violently around them. The blue energy intensifies, crackling with unstable power. The blue energy surges, threatening to explode. The energy explodes in a blinding flash. A blinding white fills the screen. As the light fades, devastation is revealed. Collapsed pillars and cracked earth litter the scene, with shadowy figures strewn amidst the rubble. From the dissipating light, skeletal figures emerge, their forms silhouetted against a swirling purple haze. Catching her breath, she realizes, this isn't right. I'm at my. She struggles to continue, realizing, limit now. The situation isn't good, she realizes. I barely have any. The world fades to white as she reaches her limit. As her vision fades, the grim reality sets in, and there are too many opponents. Towering skeletal figures loom above her, their presence casting an ominous shadow. A skeletal figure roars, lunging towards her with terrifying speed. Ugh, she cries out, the impact clearly felt. Staggering back, she grits her teeth. Is this? She begins to question, her expression strained. Is this? She begins to question, before the words how I die appear ominously. The words hang in the air, heavy with dread, how I die. The skeletal figure lunges, its bony fingers reaching for her. Her eyes widen in terror at the approaching death. She leaps back, narrowly avoiding the skeletal hand. Her breath hitches in her throat, eyes wide with lingering fear. What the? She exclaims, her words laced with disbelief. The skeletons, stopped? The sudden stillness hangs heavy in the air. A blinding flash erupts, silencing the skeletal horde. The light fades, revealing the young man standing calmly amidst the skeletal remains. Above, skeletal remains crumble into dust. Below, a calm expression settles on the young man's face. Beck Uziel, a voice echoes, questioning the young man's identity. Her eyes widen in disbelief. How did he? She begins to ask, clearly stunned by what has transpired. A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything. The light fades, revealing a terrifying figure. That's the skeleton general, someone exclaims, recognizing the formidable foe. The skeleton general is far more powerful than an ordinary skeleton, a voice narrates. And an elite skeleton should be guarding it. But he defeated it by himself, a voice exclaims, disbelief evident in their tone as they look upon the skeleton general. Standing over the blood-soaked ground, the protagonist is flanked by dark figures. The skeleton general looms behind him, staff in hand.
I can't, a voice whispers, trailing off into nothingness. I can't believe it, but.
She whispers, her expression a mix of disbelief and dawning realization.
A blinding light erupts, swallowing everything.
Within the radiant light, a hopeful thought emerges: I might be able to live now.
The light intensifies, hope still flickering within it. The light fades, revealing the title, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. Chapter 37 begins. Chapter 37 begins with a simple, heartfelt message: thanks. We survived because of you.
He dismisses their gratitude, replying simply, it's nothing.
The girl then asks, but just how did you get the skeleton general's head?
This, he begins, seemingly about to reveal the secret to his victory.
He answers flippantly, I got it from some bone soup, of course.
But inwardly, he thinks, there's no need for me to tell them that I was waiting at the place where it got summoned. The girl stares at him, a question mark practically hovering over her head. Clearing his throat, he states, anyway, let's quickly set up some plans. He continues, explaining, since it'll get annoying when the necromancer begins to ignore the general and control the skeletons themselves.
One of his companions asks if he has a plan.
He responds that on the way there, he saw that the necromancer had taken control near the base camp. He declares his intention: I have a way to get past this siege. Then, the story continues. He reveals, there's one method. He reveals the solution: get the boss. A beat of silence follows his suggestion. The girl looks on with a blank expression. What? A voice exclaims, followed by another, wait, are you serious right now? He explains that while necromancers wield powerful abilities, their physical forms are weak. However, he cautions, but there should be countless guards near them. He urgently explains, the scope the necromancer has control over is already large.
If we don't go for them, we can't escape. He warns of the current.
He warns of the guard forces for the necromancer. He specifies the guard forces consist of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 normal skeleton soldiers. The more time passes, the more that. He finishes, urgently stating, the more time passes, the more that number will grow, and this is our only opportunity. Time is of the essence, indicated by the visual of clock hands ticking down. But how could he possibly convince? The question hangs heavy in the air. But how could he possibly convince? The question hangs heavy in the air. Yet, with newfound resolve, he declares, we can do it. Despite appearances, one of the women insists, even if he looks a little stupid, he has more experience in battle and strategy. Another voice chimes in, agreeing, I don't think we'll be able to break through a siege like this otherwise. She adds, additionally, the necromancer probably doesn't expect us to attack them. The woman with the red ribbon looks up at the man, a slight furrow in her brow. I don't know how you feel so confident, the man says, but it's not like we can escape with just the 2 of us, so we'll work with you. He then adds, yes, let's try what we can. The man's suit is shown in detail. The group needs to act quickly, before the necromancer catches on. Rain falls on the desolate landscape. An old church looms through the mist, its crosses stark against the gloom. A sharp tearing sound echoes through the air. A voice cuts through the silence, how lucky I am to be able to meet Stella's little chicklings here. The hooded figure plots, if I turn them into skeleton mages, the dark demonic union bastards won't be able to look down on me. The hooded figure is revealed to be Sabayhuk, a 5th-class necromancer from the Mage Tower of Darkness. Suddenly, a voice booms, it's been 7 years. Sabayhuk stands amidst a graveyard, revealing his motive. It's been 7 years since I've started collecting mana in the Pose vessel. The voice continues, revealing the graveyard holds a staggering number of undead, there are a whopping 700 skeletons asleep here. A sinister grin spreads across Sabayhuk's face. No one can scorn me anymore. The air crackles with energy as Sabayhuk begins to summon the undead. His eyes widen, a chilling intensity burning within them as the summoning continues. The summoning continues, the energy building into a crescendo. Suddenly, his eyes widen in alarm. What the?
My senses were blocked all of a sudden. Did a general get captured? The question hangs in the air, unanswered.
A bright flash momentarily blinds him.
The world dissolves into a blinding white. The blinding light intensifies, revealing a surge of raw energy. The light coalesces, revealing a figure cloaked in dark robes, energy crackling around a long, ornate blade. The light dissipates, leaving only scattered particles. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares in disbelief. An exclamation mark punctuates his shock.
Only scattered particles remain.
What could have caused such devastation?
The air crackles with energy.
A guttural cook escapes him.
Before the cloaked figure stands a towering skeletal structure, crackling with blue energy.
Panic rising, he shouts, "There's a crack in the bone barrier I made using fourth-class magic. You bastard! I won't let you go," he roars, his voice filled with desperate resolve. His eyes widen in disbelief, the Korean SFX emphasizing the shock of the moment.
A blinding explosion erupts, engulfing everything in a wave of intense light and heat.
The explosion intensifies, the Korean SFX amplifying the devastating impact.
As the light subsides, two figures stand amidst the devastation, seemingly untouched by the blast.
From the dust, skeletal arms emerge, reaching upwards. More skeletal limbs emerge from the haze, accompanied by a chilling sound.
The skeletal limbs continue to rise, piercing through the dust cloud. From the dissipating dust, a figure fully emerges, cloaked in black and wielding a staff topped with skeletal claws. A sinister grin stretches across his face, his grip tightening on the captured fabric.
"Come to attack me," the words echo, daring his opponents. Even though they're chicklings, he continues, his confidence unwavering. He scoffs, declaring, "They are from Stella, after all."
The air fills with dust and debris.
I didn't want to use this method if possible, he thinks, realizing, but facing them like this is dangerous. He resolves, "I need to call the elite." Biting his finger until it bleeds, he declares, "Call the elite soldiers." Below, a magical array begins to take shape. With arms outstretched, he commands, "Soldiers, come to me." A blinding light erupts from the array below.
From the blinding light, skeletal soldiers emerge. The summoning continues, the air crackling with arcane energy. The robed figure raises a gnarled staff, completing the dark ritual. More skeletal warriors materialize amidst the swirling purple energy. The robed figure's eyes widen in shock, a speech bubble indicating his surprise.
He coughs violently, blood splattering across his robes.
Catching his breath, he wipes blood from his mouth.
"I did take some internal damage from overdoing myself while summoning skeletons, but this much should be enough."
The summoned skeletons roar to life, their glowing eyes fixed forward.
"Block those bastards," he commands. The skeletons unleash a deafening roar. "Quo! SFX, pung!" A sharp crack echoes. "Nice, they're fighting well," the cloaked figure observes with a sinister smile. A flurry of strikes erupts.
"I can be at ease now," the words echo, but are cut short. He stands, weapon drawn, as golden energy crackles around him. An exclamation punctuates the air as the hooded figure reacts with shock, blood still staining his lip. The hooded figure cries out, his lip still bleeding from the previous blow. Stumbling back, he demands, "Who are you?" A gust of wind sweeps through. Leaves swirl in the air. Standing in a graveyard, he holds a skull mask as he faces a cloaked figure. The cloaked figure stands silently before him in the graveyard. "Who are you?" he demands, blood dripping from his mouth. The cloaked figure is met with a sharp question from his opponent, "Where did you come from?" "I kept an eye on." The cloaked figure begins to explain. All the Stella students through the skeleton's vision, so how, he wonders, before realizing, wait, that's... The cloaked figure realizes with a smirk, "That's my skeleton general." The cloaked figure holds the skeleton general's staff, revealing its true owner. The skeleton general's skull lies shattered on the ground. The skeleton general explodes into fragments. A final burst of energy erupts from the shattered remains.
"K-E-O-K," he cries out, blood splattering from his mouth. Coughing up blood, he struggles to remain standing. He gasps for air, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and fury. "Damn it, I thought too lightly of them," he grits out, blood still dripping from his mouth. Looking up, he wonders aloud, is this the power of Stella? Sword in hand, he stands amidst the swirling mist, a silent figure against the desolate landscape. A confused "ha" escapes him as he realizes, this isn't what I planned, though? A realization dawns on him. Normally, Dok Cholkwang and Bandayan should have dealt with the generals and come to help me, he thinks, charging forward into the fray. But because more elite soldiers? Because more elite soldiers were added, they're not done. The timer continues to tick down. He looks down, a wave of despair washing over him. Do I have to fight alone? Me? When I'm the weakest here? His thought is cut short, I just are you. Before he can finish, a figure looms over him, eliciting a choked cough. Gasping for air, he manages a strained, "Wait." Towering above, the figure remarks, he's not in good shape right now either. "I see," a voice declares. It's revealed that he overdid himself summoning the elite skeletons, explaining his internal injuries. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Despite his injuries, a dangerous confidence radiates from him. "I think I can do this," he declares, a surge of determination filling his voice. The chapter begins. The new chapter unfolds against a backdrop of towering mountains shrouded in mist. A figure emerges amidst the chaos, staff in hand, as skeletal shadows rise around her. The skeletal shadows loom, surrounding the figure as the battle intensifies. This isn't good. She breathes, a flicker of concern crossing her face amidst the rising skeletal shadows. Taking a deep breath, she steels her resolve. I need to quickly deal with these guys and join Baek Yuziel. Suddenly, a frantic voice calls out, "Princess! There's trouble!" Suddenly, a voice cries out, "Princess! There's trouble!" The frantic call is followed by a startling announcement, the necromancer and Baek Yuziel are having a one-on-one fight. The princess's eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" she exclaims, shocked by the news. The odds are stacked against him. Baek Yuziel, a first-class mage, faces a fifth-class level necromancer, and it's clear, there's no way this will be a manageable fight. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts. From the blinding light, skeletal figures emerge, surrounding Baek Yuziel. Wounded and grimacing, Baek Yuziel grits his teeth, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. "If you die, I'll kill you." Baek Yuziel's name echoes. The sound reverberates. Baek Yuziel, eyes wide with surprise, finds himself dwarfed by a towering figure. The impact throws everything into a blinding white. A blinding blink fills the area. The hero's attack connects, sending golden energy surging towards the monstrous figure. The hero's attack continues to surge forward, the golden energy ripping through the air. The hero's eyes widen as the golden energy continues to surge forward. The golden energy hurtles towards its target, a blinding light filling the space. The golden energy collides with a blast of purple, the impact creating a shockwave. The cloaked figure is struck, blood trickling from their mouth as they stagger back. Golden energy explodes outward. Not a chance, the figure screams, blood dripping from their mouth. The golden light intensifies, blinding everything. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he declares, "I prepared this." Holding up 2 vials, he reveals his twisted plan. He brought cola potions specifically designed to dissolve bones. The cola potions are hurled, a desperate no, echoing as the viscous liquid splatters against the bone structure. "My bone barrier," he cries, as the dissolving potion eats away at his defense. The bone barrier crumbles, and he roars in fury, "You fucking rat-like bastard." The dissolving potion continues its work, the barrier now completely gone. Bone pierce. The attack surges forward, a crimson energy slicing through the air. The bone pierce attack hurtles forward with incredible speed. The bone pierce connects. The bone pierce slams into its target. The impact explodes in a burst of light. Now, the protagonist shouts as the light intensifies.
A cruel smirk plays on his lips. The world distorts around the protagonist. His eyes widen in terror as the world around him dissolves into chaos. A sinister grin spreads across his face as the chaos intensifies.
The chaos consumes everything.
Shit, he exclaims, his eye wide with alarm. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Whatever he's seeing has clearly caught him off guard. A blade pierces the ground with tremendous force. Cracks spider web outwards from the point of impact. Grimacing, he barely dodges a blade that slams into the ground beside him. Ugh, he grunts, blood splattering across his coat. His eyes narrowed, he realizes, I've been had. He collapses to his knees, another blast erupting nearby. The cloaked figure stands over him, staff raised. The cloaked figure sneers, blood smeared on his own face.
Hee, you dog-like bastard.
Look at that rough state of yours.
What a nice sight. The cloaked figure raises his staff, a menacing purple glow emanating from its tip.
Despite his injuries, the protagonist grits his teeth, clutching his weapon.
So even if he's
weak, a fifth class is a fifth class, after all.
He finishes, steeling himself for the fight.
But his grip tightens on the sword, a visible sign of his resolve. A sinister grin spreads across his face, blood trickling down his cheek. In other words, he's a fifth class, but this is all he amounts to, the character declares, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He grips the hilt of his blade, a menacing aura surrounding him.
A voice echoes, declaring, he's quite tired now.
He steels his resolve.
If I go in once more, I can defeat him.
Despite his resolve, a thought bubble reveals his struggle, but it's hard to use mind power because of the pain. Despite his determination, doubt creeps in.
At this rate, I won't be able to use Blink's motion cancel. The hero's inner turmoil intensifies.
What should he wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. But then, a spark of realization ignites within him. Oh, I can do that, he exclaims, a newfound confidence flashing in his eyes. Kneeling, he clutches his wounded leg, a dagger held firmly in his hand. Before him stands a figure cloaked in shadow.
But his opponent is far from defeated. With a manic grin, the cloaked figure lunges, dagger aimed straight ahead. Defeat flashes above, as the hero braces for the incoming attack. The system blares defeat, as the attack hurtles towards him. He lies on the ground, defeated. Above him, his cloaked opponent stands, spear in hand. The cloaked figure above him shouts, "Pft, kahaha." His eyes are wide with manic glee. His opponent's cruel laughter rings out as he declares, "You running away is a great sight." The sound of his laughter echoes. His face contorted in anger, the protagonist mutters, "A bit." His expression hardening, he grits his teeth, "A bit more." The air shimmers as something shatters. Something has shattered. The figure lies prone, defeated. Standing over the fallen figure, the hooded man declares, "It's pointless to struggle." A sinister laugh escapes him. Looking down with a sneer, he vows, "I'll kill you here." His face contorted in a cruel sneer, the hooded man's eyes gleam with malice. "I'll kill you here," he shouts, his expression twisted with rage. A sinister grin spreads across his face, scars etched on his cheek. "The distance between me and the necromancer is 13 meters, a voice echoes. The necromancer stands 13 meters away, shrouded in black. A smirk plays on his lips as he realizes, in other words, it's a distance at which I don't have to use the motion cancel at Blink. A blade flashes into view, held ready in his hand. Blink. His eyes widen in shock as blood splatters from his mouth. More blood sprays from his mouth, a clear sign of a devastating blow. His eyes dart to the side, confusion clouding his features. "Huh," he mutters, clearly disoriented. A cloud of dust explodes outward, obscuring the scene. The man in the suit lunges, sword flashing towards his hooded opponent. The blade connects, erupting in a burst of light. His eyes widen in shock as the attack lands. He cries out as the attack hits. The world explodes in a blinding light. SFX, KWA boom. The deafening explosion rips through the air.
The figure stands silhouetted against the fading light of the explosion. Emerging from the smoke, a skeletal figure looms, its presence casting a pall over the survivors.
A question hangs in the air: the skeletons are disappearing?
The skeletal figures dissolve into black smoke, vanishing before his eyes.
The skeleton's disappearance prompts a pressing question: did Baek Uziel really defeat the necromancer? The battle-worn Baek Uziel stands beside the girl. Did he truly win? I can't believe it. The girl stutters, disbelief etched on her face. A voice declares, "We're safe. We're alive," a voice exclaims, relief palpable in the declaration.
The hero is impaled by a blade, blood blooming around the wound. His eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "I'm so damn tired," he groans, exhaustion evident in his voice.
A thought bubble appears: I want to go home. The title card appears, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. The chapter opens, 39. Chapter 39 begins. Scattered crows fly across the sky.
The crows scattered, and a text box appeared, stating, "Afterwards, we were transferred to Stella's Magic Nights and returned to the school." Back at the school, a voice calls out, "Baek Uziel."
Baek Uziel stares ahead, questioning, "You said you were going to train somewhere with good mountains and good air." The figure stands with arms crossed, retorting, "And I suppose a cemetery has good air?" "I apologize."
The apology hangs in the air, unanswered.
The moment of contrition is cut short.
A stern voice declares, "You will receive penalty points according to the school rules."
There are no exceptions. However, the stern voice continues, cutting off any hope of leniency.
However, the instructor continues, his gaze unwavering, "The fact that you saved a friend even while violating the school rules is amazing." "The fact that you saved a friend even while violating the school rules is amazing," the instructor states, then adds, "You will receive appropriate rewards and points for that, so just wait."
"Thank you," a voice echoes in the open air. "Phew," he sighs, then continues, "Then, shall I be on my way?"
"Then, shall I be on my way?" he asks, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he thinks, "They said it'd take a few days for my thighs to recover, so I need to rest," he thinks, revealing his true intentions. The scene fades to white, indicating the passage of time. His eyes snap open.
The focus remains tight on his face. He utters a name, questioning, "Aisel?" Aisel thanks him for the day. He responds, "Yeah, buy me a meal sometime later."
Aisel appears lost in thought, her expression unreadable. Then she starts to say, her words hanging in the air, unfinished. He turns, looking back with a question.
"Can I do what you did?" The question hangs in the air: will I be able to do what you did if I try? Her expression is uncertain as she awaits an answer.
She clutches a set of papers tightly in her hand, awaiting the response. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise or perhaps fear crossing his face. This isn't good, she thinks, her expression unreadable.
The original Aisel didn't ask a question like this. Aisel clutches at her chest, a sudden realization dawning on her. It must be because of me that Aisel has become like this. Aisel realizes the shift in Aisel's behavior is her fault, confessing, "Because I interfered."
Aisel realizes she only received trials and didn't get a chance to overcome them.
"But," Aisel begins to say, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Aisel finishes his thought, stating, "I don't think you need to ask me that."
Aisel's words resonate, highlighting the hero's past achievements. "You've already achieved a miracle that others called impossible."
Aisel's gaze softens, a glimmer of hope reflected in her eyes.
Aisel clenches her fist, a renewed determination hardening her gaze.
A sudden question hangs in the air: "How did you know?"
The man answers Aisel's question with a chilling revelation: "Because I've been watching." A close-up reveals the intensity in Aisel's eyes, a mixture of shock and disbelief.
Her cheeks flushed with disbelief. Aisel can only manage a stunned, "What?" Aisel's thoughts race. "Wait, does that make me seem like?"
She trails off, a small eek escaping her lips.
The boy's expression shifts to one of dawning realization.
"Just what am I saying?" he wonders, the thought hanging heavy in the air.
"A stalker?"
Feigning nonchalance, the boy announces, "Anyway, I'll be off, then." But under his breath, he admits, "Arg, I almost got arrested just now." Her eyes downcast, she seems lost in thought. The silence is broken only by her hesitant ellipsis. "No one shows interest in the daughter of a traitor," a voice declares. But then, a shift, "But this person said, he's." The sentence hangs, unfinished, leaving the listener in suspense. "Been watching me." The revelation hangs heavy in the air. A miracle. The word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. With hands clasped in prayer, she closes her eyes, a serene expression gracing her face. Her eyes remain closed, her expression unwavering as she continues her prayer. Meanwhile, other students walk along the courtyard, seemingly oblivious to the silent prayer. The courtyard buzzes with quiet chatter as other students mill about. "I can't believe the magic faculty, Mage Tower, and nobles are here just for some commendations," he mutters, finding the whole situation unnecessarily grandiose. "Anyway," he says, seemingly cutting off his own train of thought. "She's so outwardly excited," the thought continues, as she beams with bright red eyes. But a subtle, knowing smile plays on her lips. Her gaze pierces through, as she asks, "Whatcha looking at?" "Nothing," comes the mumbled reply. Suddenly, a commanding voice booms, "Quiet down." The authoritative voice continues, announcing, "Today, I will be giving commendations to the 12 brave students who fought against dark demonic humans." Footsteps echo as the speaker, adorned in a formal cap and cloak, prepares to address the assembled students. "And this award." The speaker begins, his voice resonating throughout the hall as the students await their commendations. The speaker's words continue to echo through the hall, the anticipation building as he prepares to announce the recipient. The speaker pauses, standing next to a young man in graduation attire, the anticipation palpable in the hall. "Will be given by the headmaster." A collective woe ripples through the crowd. A voice then muses, "So that's the peak of humanity." The announcement booms, "The 9th class master mage, Elfman Eltwin." The announcement continues with a shocking revelation, he's 300 years old. The announcement continues, noting that he always wears a comfortable smile, but also that he is the strongest mage warrior in the world, bearing the destructive title of Decimator. The Decimator descends, a figure cloaked in shadow against a backdrop of swirling red energy. The Decimator speaks, telling everyone that they worked hard and should continue to work hard bravely in the future. A deafening kaboom echoes through the area. The aftermath leaves only a single word hanging in the air: devastation. Footsteps echo in the sudden silence. A smirk plays on his lips. "Ugh," a voice groans. The intense pressure is incredible, even just from locking eyes, a voice narrates, as the opponent's smirk remains. "So this is what a 9th class mage is like, of which there are only 10 in the entire world," a voice narrates, the gravity of the situation becoming clear. "But I can't," a voice admits, the words hanging in the air. "Turn my gaze away here," he exclaims, eyes wide with panic. An exclamation hangs in the air, unspoken. A sinister aha echoes, the laughter clearly not born of joy. The sinister laughter fades, replaced by a wide, unsettling smile. The smile remains, as he speaks, "You sure are as hardworking as ever." "It's as I'd hoped." A question hangs in the air, as the other man looks on with a knowing smile. But the words hang heavy in the air. What does that mean, he wonders, the question echoing the audience's own. Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. 40. A sealed letter rests beside a dark book, glimmers of light catching their surfaces. "Wow, 5 million credits as a reward." "That's a lot," a voice exclaims, followed by, "I won't have to worry about money for a while now." Standing at the table, he crosses his arms, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. The reward sits before him, a sealed letter, and a glowing purple orb resting on a small cushion. And what else awaits him after such a substantial reward? The scene shifts to a distant view of a library. I even received the pose vessel that's said to be the heart of a necromancer. A glowing orb pulses with energy. The pose vessel rests on what appears to be a cushion. Its energy swirls within. Though it will be difficult now, Altalicia will soon be able to make a subspace. Once she can, carrying around items will get easier. I'm glad the other students passed on the reward to me, he thinks, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. But to make a subspace, Altalicia still needs to solve the random sequence convergence technique. The system announces what's next, the rewards. The system announces the completion of Episode 4, Necromancer's Attack, and declares that he has obtained EXP en masse. Because he continued the story in a unique way, the Constellation Project promises him additional rewards, a downgraded version of an item he used in the game, a downgraded version of a skill he obtained, and EXP. Reading the system message, he expresses his annoyance. This again? Despite the rewards, he admits, I'm a bit torn. Another version of a skill is obtained, granting him more EXP in the game. But he declares, I think this is the most important right now. He then requests, please add EXP to the blink skill. He grits his teeth, realizing, I realized how weak I was during this battle. The hooded figure declares, it's useless to work hard like the others. He resolves, I need to use my knowledge to go as far ahead as possible. The world blurs as he begins to put his plan into motion. A system message appears, the blink skill's experience has reached its limit, increasing its rank. A whooshing sound fills the air. The blink skill levels up to class 2, now allowing a maximum distance of 12 meters and 3 charges, with a 3-second cooldown. A faint glow remains, marking where he teleported. A flicker of surprise crosses his face as he looks down, perhaps assessing the skill's effect. Looking down, he seems to be assessing the lingering effects of his teleportation. A blinding flash fills the space. A system notification appears, charges has finally increased to 3. A smirk plays on his lips. Now that his charges have increased, he thinks to himself, I'll be able to use it a bit more while being at ease now. Then now. He begins, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. His gaze locked on a distant point, he declares, next is a cell. The camera pans to a large, imposing building, presumably a cell. The scene shifts to a room where students are kneeling in meditation, attending a meditation journey into the Abyss class. During the meditation class, one student kneels, hands clasped, eyes closed in concentration. A voice whispers, cell. Her eyes snap open, wide with shock as she hears, a cell. Silence descends. Acel, startled, wonders aloud if she fell asleep. But then, a voice warns, look above your head. Her eyes widen, a silent, escaping her lips. Above her, 2 enormous, glowing blue crystals float ominously. The women remain kneeling, hands clasped in prayer, seemingly oblivious to the danger looming above. Ha! Wait! A voice calls out, seemingly noticing something amiss. Staring up at the floating crystals, she wonders aloud, when did I make those? A realization dawns on her. I didn't use any techniques or make. Her confusion mounts as she finishes her thought, any calculations, though? A radial pattern of energy spikes emanates outward. Did the other students not realize, she wonders? Even if it's first-class magic, they should have noticed something. The girl's eyes widen as she looks up, realizing the extent of the magic. If this is really the effect of meditation, she thinks, clearly astonished by what she's witnessing. A chilling thought crosses her mind, did that person foresee all this? The group proceeds down the street, heading towards a building with a sign that reads sweet. A freshly baked loaf of bread, still warm in its paper bag, is presented. She takes a bite of the bread, a wave of happiness washing over her. Thanks to the reward, I can even eat this red bean paste cream bread that's worth 1,500 credits. I'm so happy. Suddenly, a voice calls out, hey, Acel. Izel's eyes widen slightly as she hears her name called out. Izel's expression shifts to one of surprise as she hears her name. A blond man in a suit smiles faintly, looking down at Acel. The blond man asks Acel, a slight smile playing on his lips, have you joined any clubs yet? Acel responds, nope, not yet. The blond man then asks if she wants to join his. Izel's hands fidget with a brown paper bag as she asks, what are the conditions? A slight smirk plays on his lips as he answers, conditions?
I just like you, so I wanted you to join.
But Acel sees through his words.
Lies. He approached me to use me as a trophy.
Darn, so you don't believe me, he says, followed by, but Acel, I really don't have any conditions. His smile widens as he counters, you just need to join my club and stay with me.
Then, I can do a lot of things for you.
His tone shifts, a dangerous edge creeping into his voice.
You know who I am.
Yes, better than anyone, he affirms, a chilling confidence in his words. The Scalvan Empire and Adalabad Kingdom, it is revealed, have a hostile relationship. So with Crown Prince Jeremy's power, my difficult life would end, a voice declares, hope radiating with the light. I won't have to get happiness from mere bread, he thinks, a sound effect emphasizing the intensity of his resolve. I won't have to endure the humiliation of being a traitor's daughter, he resolves, the words echoing his deepest desire.
I know I shouldn't, but... She thinks, a conflict brewing within her.
She begins, her hesitation hanging heavy in the air. Her words trail off, the decision still unclear. Her hand reaches out, fingers outstretched towards the sky. She slashes downwards, a crimson arc cutting through the air. The crimson energy cleaves through the space between them. Huh, she mutters, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. The blonde-haired man looks down, a slight frown creasing his brow. She reaches out, a look of surprise on her face.
Rain pours down, obscuring everything.
Her eyes widen, the downpour intensifying around her.
A furious voice booms, you piece of trash. The man's accusation cuts through the air. I thought we were going to try and work it out, but you were secretly seducing men? The blue-haired girl, seemingly unfazed by the outburst, leans back with a wide, almost manic grin.
Her grin widens as she retorts, I said I liked you.
But you're going to try and abandon me now.
The brown-haired girl urgently shouts, come with me.
We need to talk. The blue-haired girl, looking surprised, can only respond with, what?
Suddenly, the brown-haired girl grabs the other's hand, pleading, come with me.
We need to talk. What are you doing?
Follow me, the brown-haired girl says, pulling the blue-haired girl along.
Wait.
She stammers, clearly confused by the sudden urgency. A sinister smile creeps across the blonde-haired man's face, his eyes gleaming with an unknown intent. The scene shifts to an exterior view of the castle, its stone walls standing tall amidst the surrounding trees. Phew, that was close, he says, audibly relieved. Her hand goes to her forehead, brows furrowed in confusion. What? She asks, clearly perplexed by something. Suddenly, she declares, anyway, you should be thankful to me. She explains that he would have bothered you until you died if you had refused him without a reason. Her eyes widen slightly as she continues, explaining that he would have been a persistent nuisance, possibly to the point of death, if she hadn't intervened.
Anyway. Sorry for hitting you. I'm off, he declares, abruptly ending the conversation. Ah, okay.
She responds, clearly taken aback by his sudden departure.
What was that? She wonders aloud, watching him leave. The sound of something breaking echoes in the air.
Her eyes widen slightly as the sound reaches her. The breaking sound prompts a moment of self-doubt.
I made the right choice, right? If Acel.
Her expression hardens as she reflects on the potential consequences.
If Acel had joined the club like in the original story, she would have been thoroughly destroyed by Jeremy.
If possible, I didn't want to disrupt the flow, she admits, revealing her underlying motive. She continues, her thoughts lingering on the original storyline. But when I look at Beck Uziel, I don't think something like this is bad, she admits, revealing a surprising perspective.
The sound of footsteps echoes. Footsteps approach. She glances back, a flicker of unease in her eyes.
A thought bubble appears, but he won't realize I lied, right? She ascends the ornate staircase, her mind racing with doubt.
But he won't realize I lied, right? She wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, seated at his ornate desk, he sips from a delicate teacup, seemingly undisturbed.
He lowers the teacup, his eyes still closed, a subtle hint of a smile playing on his lips.
Flame, was it? He muses, a hint of amusement in his tone. With a soft click, he sets the teacup down. How cute, he thinks, considering her words. What she said when she took her away from me was an obvious lie. A sinister smile spreads across his face. He clearly doesn't believe a word of it. The man's thoughts turn to another. How interesting, even more so than Acel. His gaze intensifies, a possessive glint in his eyes. I want her. A formidable stone structure rises against the sky. A voice booms, announcing, "Today, we will have the monster mock battle." With a snap of his fingers, the instructor initiates the simulation. The announcement continues, revealing, "This mock battle will not be against the monsters of risk level 1 to 2 like those you've faced up until now, and the goal is to fight mid-level monsters of risk level 3. The instructor's voice booms, declaring, "This is the strategy." The instructor lays out the strategy: you will make a team, analyze the monster, and defeat it using standard tactics. The instructor continues, "If you choose one of the mid-level monsters to suppress, you will be given practice time to face that monster." The instructor elaborates, "You can find the geography you want in the Stella Dome and hunt the mid-level monster that suits your team." The instructor concludes, stating that A-class and S-class students will work together, and the performance assessment will be completed in 4 days. The instructor's final instruction rings out: create a team of at most 6 people and submit your list. Ha, I hate group projects. She sighs, clearly unenthusiastic about the instructor's latest assignment. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Princess, you'll." The voice continues, asking, "Princess, you'll do it with us, right?" A close-up reveals the princess's wide, questioning eye. Another voice interrupts, declaring, "No, I'll be even better." But the princess counters, "What? It's my turn this time." A slight smile plays on the princess's lips as she raises a hand to her cheek. A faint smile graces the princess's face as she touches her cheek, seemingly ready to take her turn. A swirling purple and black energy crackles above the princess. The princess's expression hardens, a steely resolve now in her eyes. "My surroundings were always like that too before a Dalabit destroyed my family." "Our starting points were the same," she continues, her voice resonating with conviction. The scene shifts to the Grand Duchy of Malth, a land defined by its ice attribute. Towering ice structures dominate the landscape of the Grand Duchy, piercing the sky above a fiery glow. In stark contrast, the royal household of Adalabit, a land defined by its fire attribute, blazes with intense heat. The text reveals that in the past, 2 families kept each other in check, maintaining control over the magic world. It was the 2 children, Hong Bayan and Acel, who were born with genius talent. Gripping the fabric tightly, she thinks back then, I thought I'd been chosen. But now, a question plagues her: but can the current me really get revenge on Adalabit? Acel stands before a towering figure, her expression unreadable in the dim light. A palpable tension fills the room. The room is filled with a thick, oppressive silence as Acel stands before the towering figure. Breaking the silence, Acel is asked, "Hey, are you alone?" Acel responds, "What is it?" The man smirks, his expensive suit gleaming under the dim light. His eyes narrow, the smirk fading from his face. A sharp intake of breath echoes in the room. A blinding flash fills the space. A wide grin spreads across his face as he proposes, "Let's be a team." The blinding light fades, revealing only the number 41. The group of students stands before a looming figure, waiting for what's next. A student speaks up, questioning, "Beck Uziel?" A series of sharp points appears, arching menacingly. "With that girl?" Why, she wonders, before the word team snaps her out of her thoughts. He proposes, "There isn't a minimum number of members. Let's form a team of 2 and receive bonus points for being a small team." The girl questions his sanity, exclaiming, "Are you crazy? How can the 2 of us defeat a mid-level monster with a risk level of 3? Her eyes widen slightly, a hint of disbelief flickering within them. The hero presses her for an answer. "So, will you or will you not?" A wide, unsettling smile spreads across his face as he awaits her decision. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face as she considers the offer.
She sighs softly, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. Who? Okay, I have no one else to team up with anyway, he mutters, a forced smile plastered on his face. Yay! Then I'll go submit the team list. They walk together down the hall, the silence thick with unspoken tension. Footsteps echo in the hallway, breaking the silence. The echoing footsteps grow louder as they continue down the hallway. The footsteps draw closer, the sound now directly overhead. The footsteps are getting closer, and the character's eyes widen with concern. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "You." The pink-haired woman stands with her arms crossed, blocking the path. The blue-haired woman questions, "What is it?" "If you're on guard against me, then." The pink-haired woman's eyes blaze crimson as she warns, "Just behave yourself." The blue-haired woman's eyes widen as she hears, "Since you're now a pig wearing a pearl necklace." The pink-haired woman turns, a sharp crack echoing through the room. The sound of something shattering fills the air, crack. Crack, the sound reverberates. It wasn't because she was wary of my abilities. He thinks, as the cracking sound still echoes. The cracking sound persists as he clutches at his chest, a realization dawning on him. The realization hits him, but because of Beck Uziel. The debris falls around him, the weight of the realization heavy in the air. So annoying. She. The unfinished thought hangs in the air, thick with frustration. Thought I'd lose to a loser and a commoner? The question hangs in the air, laced with disbelief. Her red eyes narrow with disdain as she looks up at someone. It's fine even if I make a team with my clique, but... She trails off, leaving her true feelings unspoken. She thinks to herself that it would be most profitable to bring a knight who was called the best. She stands in the room, flanked by shadowy figures, her mind set on recruiting the most powerful knight available. The name of the knight she seeks echoes in the room, my Yuzion. Oh. My princess. A voice whispers. Turning to the man, the princess greets him with a casual, "Oh, hi, princess. What's up?" The princess then asks directly, "Have you formed a team yet?" The princess receives a direct answer, "No, I wanted to do it alone." A sly grin spreads across his face as he proposes, "Then what about doing it with me?" He then hears the reply, "Why should I?" Beck Uziel and Acel formed a team. "I think they won't target a mid-level monster," she states, considering their next move. "But a mid-large special monster," she corrects, implying a far greater challenge ahead. "So, let me say this again," she begins, her red eyes intense. "Want to do it with me?" The purple barrier shimmers, the invitation hanging in the air. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he responds, "I see." The barrier shatters, leaving only fragments in its wake. With a confident smirk, he declares, "This will be fun. I wanted to compete with Beck Uziel at least once in my life." He adjusts his tie, a subtle gesture that speaks volumes of his confidence. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she declares, "Nice, then let's do this." A red glint shines in Beck Uziel's eye, his name now echoing in the air. And Acel Mulf, too, the declaration echoes, the air thick with anticipation. A voice declares, "I'll defeat them properly this time." The declaration hangs in the air as the group prepares for the impending battle. And after 4 days of preparations? 4 days later, the imposing structure looms. At last, the monster mock battle began. From below, a figure looks up at a large, open structure. People stand along the edges of the building, which is partially obscured by a hazy mist. A massive, shadowy figure looms over the group. "Then from now on," a voice declares, "you will all be under my command." The man addresses his subordinates, holding a document in his gloved hand. The announcement echoes, "The S-Class and A-Class performance assessment will begin." The candidates are transported to the assessment location. The title of the next chapter appears, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. The next chapter begins, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. Chapter 42 begins. The new chapter begins. Elsewhere, 2 figures stand within a glowing circle, while below, a fiery explosion erupts before a twisted, gnarled tree. Murmurs spread as someone observes, "Oh, Group 16 has a Mugrika."
That kind of mid-level monster is doable, someone declares, observing the scene. Taking a deep breath, she steels herself. It's okay. I've practiced enough.
She resolves to face a mid-level monster with a risk level of 3, believing that doing so alone will secure her the highest score. However, instead of the level 1 monster she expected, a towering, shadowy figure looms above her and the other students. The text explains that compatibility, experience, and environmental factors can allow one to defeat monsters a few levels higher. Although, I have no choice as a light class with basically no compatibility, she thinks, her expression betraying her inner turmoil. Her eyes widen, a sharp intake of breath accompanying the realization of the challenge ahead.
Anyway, I hope. She begins, the rest of her statement left hanging, leaving the audience in suspense. Things go well for Acel.
The words trail off, leaving a sense of foreboding. Her gaze lowered, a shadow of concern passing over her face as she thinks of Acel.
Have original story.
The words echo in her mind, the implications hanging heavy. The implications of the original story weigh on her, the knowledge that Acel doesn't form a team with anyone because of Hong Bayan and receives the worst score. A voice then breaks the silence, "I'm here." Acel stands confidently, her hand on her hip, as the fog obscures the scene below. A man wipes his face, excusing himself with, "I had to go to the washroom."
Ha! Acel simply responds with a disgusted, "Ew." The narrator states, if Beck Uziel is with her, Izel's future will turn for the better. A loud bang echoes as Acel looks on.
Amidst the chaos, a voice declares, "Good work, Group 16.
The announcement rings out, "Next up."
The voice continued, announcing, "Group 17. Her eyes widened slightly, a flicker of anticipation perhaps. "Yes," she exclaims, a clear indication of her eagerness. A sharp thwack echoes, signaling the start of something new. With a sharp thwack, one of the figures leaps down from the ledge. A sharp intake of breath is heard. The girl tenses, her eyes fixed on something ahead. Standing behind her, the boy narrows his gaze, also alert. The figures in the distance come into sharper focus. The shapes in the distance begin to take form. Footsteps echo. The figure comes into view. The figure, a woman, stops short, a look of confusion on her face. "Huh?" she questions. She steps forward, her boot landing heavily on what appears to be a dusty floor. Dust billows as she lands, the impact echoing in the empty space. Her hair whips around her as she continues to descend into the unknown. He steadies her, his expression a mix of concern and confusion. A heavy thud echoes as they land. His eyes widen in apparent shock. He utters a single, surprised "ah." Now, she murmurs a questioning "hm." The sound of footsteps echoes in the chamber. She offers a quiet, "Thanks." He dismisses her gratitude, saying, "It's nothing, just tie your shoelaces." A surprised "ah" escapes someone's lips. "It was fine when Jackie tied them," a voice declares. "Flame, I'll tie your shoelaces," one offers, as a memory replays of the same offer being rejected. "Should I tie it for you?" he asks now. "It's fine," she replies, but he thinks to himself, "It would have been bad if I went out to fight like this." He kneels to tie her shoelaces. He carefully reties the laces of her boot. She stands, gripping her ornate staff, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Staff in hand, she stands ready. An ominous feeling hangs in the air. A hushed murmur fills the air, "She's alone?" "Looks like it," comes a reply, confirming their suspicions. One of the onlookers voices his disbelief. "She's going to defeat that thing by herself?" The giant boar looms, its massive form filling their vision. "That giant boar," someone questions, the words hanging in the air. The girl faces the enormous boar, staff in hand. A shower of magical energy surrounds them both. Facing the boar, she states a key detail: it doesn't have any special attributes, so you can't target it using the opposite attribute. Then, the announcement rings out: Group 17's performance assessment will begin. The boar charges forward with incredible speed. The boar closes in, its massive form filling her vision as it bears down on her with terrifying speed.
The impact sends shockwaves outwards.
"Look at it charge," someone shouts, as the boar's glowing eyes fixate on its target.
The boar charges forward. A voice wonders, how is she going to face it alone?
She prepares to face the charging boar, activating her skill, Flowers whispers in the wind.
The skill activates, bathing the area in a golden light.
Her gaze sharpens, ready to meet the charging boar head-on.
The boar's momentum is halted with a resounding crack.
The boar's eyes glow red as it prepares for another charge. The boar's mouth opens, teeth glowing with a menacing red light.
A deafening roar erupts as the boar unleashes its attack. The boar descends, its massive hooves poised to crush her. With a determined gaze, she prepares to meet the boar's charge, activating matter modification on her blade.
The blade clashes against the boar, the sound echoing through the forest.
The massive boar, eyes glowing red with fury, towers over her. Despite the boar's size, a voice declares, "It's not over yet."
Her determined gaze hardens, focused on the fight ahead.
A complex magic circle flares to life, bathing the area in golden light.
She lunges forward, her blade poised to strike.
The blade connects. The impact reverberates.
The shield splinters. The force shatters what remains. The attack continues, tearing through everything in its path.
The girl is sent flying backwards, the monster's attack showing no signs of stopping. The monster continues its relentless assault, moving in a blur.
The girl is sent hurtling downwards, crashing through what appears to be a glass ceiling. She continues to fall through the shattered remains of the ceiling. She plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet her. A blinding light erupts as she continues to fall.
The impact sends shockwaves outwards. SFX, KWAGWAGWA.
The ground shatters with a deafening crack. With a determined stance, she prepares to strike with her staff. Her eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down her face.
A faint hio escapes her lips. A swift strike descends.
Her spear pierces through the massive beast.
The impact reverberates. Silence descends upon the onlookers. "Wow, she's no joke," someone remarks, acknowledging her power.
The crowd's shock grows.
"We can't even defeat a mid-level monster with 5 people.
One of them admits, stunned by the display of power.
Another wonders, just who is she?
Her footsteps echo through the chamber as she advances.
The question hangs in the air, just who is she?
Who, it's finally over, she sighs, her voice echoing in the chamber.
SFX, clatter. Footsteps echo in the chamber as someone approaches.
Tears well in her eyes. She pauses, a soft escaping her lips. A sudden thought strikes her.
Did I see wrongly, she wonders. She's left staring at nothing.
Next up, a voice booms, signaling the start of the next round.
Footsteps echo in the arena, signaling the start of the next fight. Group 31's performance assessment will begin, a disembodied voice announces.
A blinding white light fills the screen. The light fades, revealing 2 figures standing before a grand building. Suddenly, a voice exclaims, "Look, it's the princess."
"Good luck, princess," a voice calls out. A thought bubble appears above the princess's head. Why is Hong Bayan working with my Yuziang instead of a clique member?
She then wonders, in the original story, the two didn't really interact at all.
The princess is still puzzled.
Just what's with that combo, she wonders.
Magic Academy's Genius Blinker.
A flurry of attacks descends.
The onslaught intensifies. The attacks continue to rain down, the onslaught showing no sign of stopping.
The relentless barrage continues.
The onslaught continues, accompanied by a sharp kick.
Before them looms a massive, grotesque waterfish monster.
Wait, a waterfish monster? My goodness, a voice exclaims, recognizing the threat. That's a mid-level special monster. To find that rare monster just to fight. The thought trails off. How incredible.
As expected of the princess, a voice comments, clearly impressed. That's not just any mid-level special monster, she realizes, her eyes widening slightly. Lightning crackles across the sky above the jagged peaks. The attributes of Hong Baiyan and Mai Yuxiang are revealed: fire, earth, and lightning.
The landscape is engulfed in a blaze of fire and earth.
It's revealed that the waterfish monster is a water class, making it strong against fire. Furthermore, it is a flying-type monster. The waterfish monster, with its menacing teeth, is the complete opposite match for not just Hong Baiyan, but also Mai Yuxiang.
Not only are they fighting a mid-level monster, but
from the stands, the observers reveal their true intentions: they want to
completely receive full marks. However, something unexpected is about to happen.
The disembodied voice booms, echoing with a condition: you can only receive those marks upon succeeding.
A loud crash echoes. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. Debris rains down in the aftermath.
The air vibrates with the force of the blow. The force of the impact sends tremors through the air.
Dust explodes outwards. With a monstrous roar, he unleashes a devastating attack.
The devastating attack hurtles towards them.
Begin, a voice declares, signaling the start of the fight.
Got it, princess, comes the immediate reply.
The fight begins, the sound of their movements echoing in the arena. Confusion hangs in the air as one of the spectators wonders aloud, huh? What are they doing? Another admits, I thought they'd attack right away.
A spectator voices the growing confusion, questioning, the knight is standing behind the bishop?
The audience's confusion grows as the knight remains positioned behind the bishop.
A sinister smirk plays on his lips.
The knight unleashes a blast of energy towards the bishop. Surrounded by a glowing, inscribed circle, the bishop dodges the incoming energy blast.
A confident smirk plays on the bishop's lips as he evades the attack. Oh, he has a good power jump for a first year, the bishop observes. But he won't be able to reach the waterfish monster with just that. You can't use another power jump in midair, a voice declares, revealing a critical limitation. The waterfish monster looms above him. Just what's she thinking, a voice wonders. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he brandishes his glowing blade.
A massive chunk of rock hurtles towards the water's surface. His blade meets the incoming rock, a resounding impact echoing through the air. A blinding explosion erupts as the blade strikes.
The air distorts with the force of the impact. He soars through the air, blade extended towards his monstrous opponent. A sudden exclamation hangs in the air as the hero's attack seems to falter. Wow, a voice exclaims, followed by a stunned silence.
Flames erupt around a figure wielding a golden staff.
Red eyes pierce through the light.
No way, is all that can be uttered.
The figure stares intently, his expression unreadable. The figure remains, the scene fading into white.
The scene shifts, revealing the words giant's fist.
The figure strikes, a massive, glowing fist hurtling toward their opponent. The attack connects, the impact obscured by a burst of darkness.
The force of the blow sends shockwaves outward. The world blurs, the devastating force of the attack distorting the very air around them. The force of impact is immense. The attack explodes in a blinding white. The world dissolves into pure white. The world shifts back to the monster, now seen from below.
The monster looms, its form now filling the entire view. Eyes narrowed, he raises his sword, a surge of green energy emanating from the blade.
The green energy intensifies, now engulfing the monster.
The monster shrieks as the green energy strikes.
The monster is blasted by the green energy.
The force of the blast sends the monster flying. Despite the blast, the monster, teeth bared, snarls, kill.
The monster lunges forward, its massive maw wide open, ready to strike. Qua, the monster's roar echoes as it closes in.
The monster barrels forward, a blur of motion and raw power.
The monster continues its relentless charge.
It easily broke free, he remarks, a subtle smirk playing on his lips.
His red eyes gleaming, he declares, but it's too late. A disembodied voice booms, declaring, our princess's spell is complete.
Crimson energy swirls, enveloping everything as the princess's spell takes hold. The crimson energy solidifies, forming a barrier. The princess stands firm, her crimson eyes reflecting the magical barrier she has created. The princess stands her ground, the barrier emanating from her staff. The magical barrier intensifies, a blinding red light erupting from its core. The barrier explodes outward, a wave of intense energy unleashed. The world is consumed by a blinding white light. The intense light continues to burn, obscuring everything. The light fades, revealing two figures in shock. "My goodness!" one of them whispers. The air crackles with residual energy. Even with its strong fire tolerance, the waterfish monster is in pain. He prepares to strike, the energy crackling around his blade. His eyes narrowed, he declares, "It's over." A sinister smile spreads across his face as he confidently states, "It's over." A blinding light erupts, engulfing everything. The figures clash amidst a flurry of energy. The energy explodes outwards, revealing a monstrous silhouette. Lightning crackles as the monstrous form solidifies. It ended with the waterfish monster not being able to attack once. A slithering sound echoes. "The new students this year are insane," a student observes with wide eyes. He continues, "They should be able to become like that guy from the third year's S-class." A thought bubble appears, so that's what geniuses are like. The two students walk side by side. He covers his mouth with his gloved hand, seemingly stifling a yawn. A slight smirk plays on his lips. Suddenly, a voice booms, tauntingly asking, "How's that, Beck Uziel?" Her red eyes narrow as she confidently states, "At this rate, no matter what you choose, you won't be able to beat me." A confident smirk spreads across her face, radiating an almost palpable sense of superiority. That smug expression only deepens, her confidence seemingly unshakable. Her confidence crests as she declares, "I've won this time." Standing side by side, the pair exude an aura of calculated power. Her eyes narrow, a glint of determination hardening her gaze. His eyes widen in surprise, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. The voice booms out, demanding, "Please summon 5 of them." The woman's eyes widen, a visible shock on her face. "What did I just hear?" she wonders aloud. Her companion shares the same surprised expression. It's difficult for 5 people to defeat one mid-level monster, but those two are facing 5 of them, he wonders, clearly taken aback by the revelation. "I heard the rumors," she begins, her expression thoughtful. "But that Beck Uziel guy." The focus shifts to Beck Uziel, the subject of their conversation. A thought bubble reveals his own question, is he actually crazy? The camera focuses on his chest and neck, the stark white background emphasizing his dark clothing. The title card for Magic Academy's Genius Blinker appears. The number 44 is displayed. The scene cuts to black, accompanied by the sound of something tearing through the air. A blinding light erupts as the blade cuts through the darkness. The blade rips through, a surge of vibrant energy unleashed. A sharp, echoing sound reverberates. Summoning complete, the words materialize as the massive forms of the summoned creatures tower over the group. The immense power of the summoned entities radiates outwards. The monster scholar, Viken, looks up, a perplexed escaping his lips. The scholar utters, "A Heimeraden." The Heimeraden's glowing eyes narrow, its long tongue extending menacingly. The Heimeraden's true form is revealed, a sand-maned black cow. The sand-maned black cow's glowing eyes burn with intense fury. "Akaden," the Heimeraden declares, its gaze fixed on something unseen. "Anami slime," the Heimeraden declares, identifying the unseen presence. And a sensitive bat, the Heimeraden wonders aloud, its glowing eyes fixed on the creature. The Heimeraden seems to recognize a dangerous pairing. That combination. The woman turns to my Yuzion, a question hanging in the air. "My Yuzion, do you get it?" A sinister smile spreads across my Yuzion's face. I'm curious what Uziel is thinking. And I'm excited, he thinks, the anticipation palpable. Yuzion and Uziel stand ready, weapons drawn, facing an unseen opponent.
An irritated voice booms, "Let me ask one thing, who selected this monster combination?"
A small, surprised face replies, "It was me." The figure in the trenchcoat stands silently, arms crossed, the source of the earlier booming voice. The voice continues, explaining, "You're a knight, so you can win points from even these extreme situations, but bishops can't do that." The pair finds themselves surrounded. A monstrous bat, a giant bird, a massive frog, and a strange, blue, liquid-like creature encircle them. A thought surfaces, "I'm wondering if this is too cruel of a strategy for a bishop." That thought is immediately dismissed. Nope. His doubts erased, he confidently declares, "This strategy is specifically made for a bishop." He stands firm, his back to us, as if ready to execute the plan. He pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he asks, "Is that so?" The moment of hesitation passes. "I got it." "Then, begin," he declares, signaling the start of their plan. The plan begins with a guttural roar. They stand shoulder to shoulder, ready to face whatever emerges from the shadows. "Hey, you've got this, right?" he asks, a nervous edge in his voice. "Of course," she replies, though her expression betrays a hint of doubt. "Just trust me," he urges, but she retorts, "I'm tired of hearing that." Despite her earlier doubts, she says, "I trust you." She exhales softly, a visible sign of her newfound trust. Baek Uziel. The name echoes, carrying a weight of uncertainty. "I truly don't know what he's thinking," a voice admits, the words hanging in the darkness. They continue onward through the night, the rustling of leaves accompanying their silent journey. A sudden chill permeates the air as they continue their journey. He utters, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He pauses, a confused escaping his lips. The question hangs in the air, "Why me?" "Your abilities could have worked with someone else," she states, her expression unreadable. He remains silent, lost in thought. He adjusts his hair, still contemplating her words. She continues, "As you said, there are many students with incredible talent. The mage asserts that no one can match Hong Baiyan's firepower, nor can any mage match Flame's control." The mage continues, stating, "My Yuziang is the strongest among the first years, so that speaks for itself." She adds that Shin Warian and Ada Lin, strong in one-on-one situations, also have good compatibility with her. Then why? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. He continues, "But still, I thought it'd be best to do it with you." He finishes his thought with a simple declaration, "That's all." "Then, shall we keep going?" he asks, suggesting a new opponent, "Let's face a Caden this time." The sound of footsteps echoes as a new figure approaches. A young woman with long, light blue hair appears, her expression unreadable. The woman grips a long staff, its presence adding to the already tense atmosphere. "I still don't know what he meant," she thinks, her brow furrowed in frustration. "But there must be a reason he chose me," she realizes, a new determination forming. The light intensifies, blinding her. "Then, let's show him," a voice declares, resolve ringing in its tone. With a resounding thud, someone lands. The scene dissolves into a bright, ethereal landscape. Standing amidst the bright landscape, a figure emerges, staff in hand. The bright landscape fades, becoming a complete whiteout. The world dissolves into pure, blinding light. As the light subsides, a figure emerges. Wait. Isn't that ephemeral resonance? No way, a voice exclaims, recognizing the phenomenon. That's a phenomenon that only appears when a 6th class or above mage completely enters the unconscious world. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. The text ominously warns, the moment their concentration scatters, mana countercurrent phenomenon might occur, leaving their mana disabled. Emerging from the blinding light, a figure stands poised, a slender sword held firmly in hand. A stunned voice echoes, questioning, and a first year is doing that. She's worthy of the title, Lady of Winter. A knowing smile plays on his lips as he glances off to the side. A confident smirk spreads across his face. Then, let's get started. The challenge has been accepted. The plan, 2 against 5 mid-level monsters. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he brandishes a glowing blade.
He leaps forward, a burst of light erupting from below. The floor cracks beneath him as he lands. A blinding blink fills the area. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as the light intensifies. The light intensifies, and sweat now beads on his brow. A flurry of blows erupts, the air thick with the clash of unseen forces. He moves in a blur, his blade meeting an unseen force. His golden eyes narrow, a flicker of determination burning within them. The air crackles with energy. A massive form lunges forward, its maw open wide, ready to devour. The attack connects with a resounding impact. The creature's jaws clamp shut with a sickening snap. He slashes upwards, the blade meeting the creature's flesh with a spray of blood. The Heimeraden has been dealt with for now, a voice declares, the words echoing with a sense of temporary victory. The words hang in the air, but his expression betrays a deeper concern. A menacing voice booms, singling out their next target. Up next is you, sand-maned black cow. A sharp creak echoes as a pointed, red object pierces through the air. The sand-maned black cow reels back, a long, pink tongue lashing out towards him. The black cow's face contorts in rage, his eyes glowing with a menacing red light. The black cow's long tongue lashes out, saliva dripping from its maw. The beast snorts, its breath misting in the air as it prepares to charge. Dust swirls as the massive cow charges forward. A smirk plays on his lips as he watches the charging beast. Nice, it's as I expected. With a swift motion, he draws a crystalline blade. The method for targeting 5 mid-level monsters at once. That is, he begins, a red light gleaming ominously in the darkness. A flurry of movement fills the air, the sound of something slicing through the darkness. The strike lands, a visible tremor running through the blue energy mass. The energy shatters, fragments of light scattering into the darkness. The figures, now free from the energy's hold, loom over the scene. My God, what is that? One of the onlookers exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. The monsters are attacking each other? Confusion hangs in the air as the two beasts clash. The two monsters grapple, a whirlwind of claws and teeth tearing through the air. A sinister smirk plays on his lips. It's all going. A voice booms, the rest of the sentence cut off. According to plan, the man finishes, his expression one of cold satisfaction. His goal, to create a situation where they become hostile to each other. The strategy is called the borrowing knife, where you don't use your own power but borrow someone else's. Knife to kill the enemy. The strategy hinges on manipulating others to do the dirty work. The title of the series is Magic Academy's Genius Bluffer. The veterans of Ether World pondered, how can we kill many monsters with few people? After countless trials, the veterans finally discovered their method. Their method was to use the attributes and characteristics of the monsters. The veteran strategy is revealed. First, attack the Heimeraden first. Then, the Heimeraden, having felt pain, will have its forehead redden. This will activate the black cow's attacking instincts. The Heimeraden's rage explodes outward. A flurry of blows descends, the air thick with the force of the Heimeraden's attack. The sound of the attack echoes, klek. The agitated black cow will spray out sand from its body, spreading it everywhere. The sand spreads, taking the shape of a monstrous cow's head. The narration reveals what will happen next, and when that sand hits the Nami slime. The sand slams into the Nami slime. As predicted, the Nami slime begins to produce a large amount of water, attempting to keep its skin from drying out. The Nami slime continues to expel a large amount of water. Perfect. The water. The slime seems to be succeeding in its plan. He notes that the water isn't filling up properly, blaming the barrier on the testing site. He wades through the rising water, the sound of it sloshing filling the room. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoes through the room. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he utters a chilling next. A raven stands beside him, its gaze unwavering. Brushstrokes of color fill the air, obscuring the view. A blinding flash erupts. The Kaden, sensing the moisture, will begin to scream 7 octaves or higher. The Kaden's beak opens wide, poised to unleash its promised shriek.
And finally, the sensitive bat, with its sensitive hearing, will be provoked.
The shriek rips through the air, a wave of sound descending.
The bat recoils, its sensitive ears assaulted by the piercing sound. The sound intensifies, a physical force slamming into something solid.
The creature emits a pained grrr, its form flickering with an eerie blue light. The blue energy dissipates, fading into nothing.
The creature's spectral form shatters, dissolving into fragments of light. Below, a new, menacing presence emerges, its eyes glowing with eerie light. A sinister creature with glowing purple eyes now takes its place.
The sinister creature lunges, its razor-sharp claws poised to strike. The creature's attack rips through the air, leaving trails of energy in its wake.
All of the monsters over there are provoking each other, someone observes, their expression a mix of concern and apprehension. Oh, did that boy have a good understanding of these monsters and their characteristics, someone wonders aloud. Even I, who majored in monster academics, have never thought of this.
How surprising.
But what's really surprising is Acel Mole's focus, the voice continues, drawing attention to a new, unexpected element in the unfolding situation. Acel Mole's focus, the woman states, her arms crossed as she observes the scene below.
Despite the chaos, it's noted that Acel Mole's mana remains remarkably stable, and her focus unwavering.
Acel Mole floats serenely above the chaos, her staff held firmly as she prepares to unleash her power.
She truly believes that the night will protect her, a voice narrates, revealing Azel's unwavering faith. A powerful impact shakes the ground as the unseen force strikes. The sound of something breaking echoes.
His eyes widen, a flicker of shock crossing his face as the attack lands. The force of the blow sends him crashing downwards. She stands above him, her spear radiating a chilling blue light.
A blinding flash erupts as he's sent hurtling backwards. The hero's weapon streaks through the air, a trail of red energy blazing behind it. The hero is sent flying backwards through a torrent of energy.
An immense blast of energy erupts from the figure with long white hair, dwarfing the hero's previous attack. Amidst the dissipating energy, the hero struggles to maintain his footing.
His golden eye reflects the intensity of the battle, a flicker of determination burning within.
A violent explosion erupts before him, the force of it immense. The force of the blast sends him reeling backwards, eyes squeezed shut against the impact.
Despite the explosion, she remains standing, though her eyes are now shadowed with a newfound intensity.
He recovers quickly, drawing his sword to meet her next attack head-on.
The impact sends shockwaves outward. "You know, princess."
He begins, a sly smirk playing on his lips.
Her immediate response is a sharp, "What?" He continues, "About Uziel."
His sly smile widens as he prepares to reveal whatever information he has about Uziel.
He asks pointedly, "Don't you think he's the most ideal knight?"
The scene shifts to Uziel, who is now surrounded by dark, shark shapes in golden light. Like a knight protecting his princess, a voice narrates. He moves to strike, a golden light emanating from his outstretched arm. The sound of the strike echoes through the darkness. The strike lands, but a dark figure emerges, blocking the attack. Dust and sparks fill the air. The air crackles with energy as a magical circle begins to form.
The woman floats within the completed circle, its power surging around her.
The runes glow brightly, filling the void.
The magic circle intensifies, its blue light consuming everything.
The light fades, leaving only a few scattered stars in the darkness. The blue light coalesces into a swirling vortex above him. Her eyes remain closed, a look of intense concentration etched on her face. Her eyes snap open, now glowing with the same intense blue energy.
The blue energy intensifies, now radiating outwards.
The words crystal flower appear amidst the radiant energy.
The staff glows brightly as the crystal flower begins to manifest.
The crystal flower fully materializes, its form sharp and gleaming with power. The crystal flower pulses with raw energy. The crystal flower solidifies into a platform beneath her feet, sharp edges glinting. The crystal platform cracks ominously.
Below, a character looks up, wide-eyed. "Wow!" she breathes.
Above, a figure stands on the platform, her expression unreadable. A soft voice whispers, "Pretty."
As a massive, glowing blue flower blooms before her.
The glowing blue flower erupts into sharp, crystalline spikes, surrounding the figure. The crystalline spikes shatter, leaving only a cloud of shimmering blue dust.
The flower implodes, a blinding flash of blue light consuming everything.
Shatter, she commands, her voice echoing with power. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face.
A blinding flash erupts. The blinding light intensifies, obscuring everything. The world dissolves into pure white light. The light consumes everything, leaving only scattered fragments in its wake. Only scattered fragments remain in the blinding light. The attack lands with a resounding KAACK.
The force of the blow distorts his face.
The force of impact echoes with a sharp KE. The attack lands with a resounding KEE.
The monster's attack continues, the force of its assault palpable. The monster's assault continues, a flurry of ice shards surrounding the lone figure. The sound of the monster's roar reverberates.
Is it over? A voice wonders. The question hangs in the air, did the two of them really defeat 5 mid-level monsters?
SFX, swoosh.
Ha!
No, look over there, someone exclaims, the sound of rushing wind filling the air. The wind intensifies, a powerful gust rushing past. The wind continues to rush past, blurring the scene.
The wind intensifies, revealing a landscape of towering ice formations. The wind howls.
A crimson glow pierces through the blizzard.
A guttural growl echoes through the storm as a monstrous form emerges. The monsters woke up, a voice booms. So in the end, they couldn't conclude things, one of the men observes. What a shame.
But they would have already received a high score with that, the voice trails off, leaving the statement unfinished.
A single character appears on the screen.
A hand, clad in a dark glove with elongated fingers, reaches forward. The hand continues to reach. The hand shatters something with a crack. A blinding flash erupts as the hand makes contact, shattering something with immense force. Standing tall amidst the echoing chamber, she holds the shattered remains of her weapon aloft. That matter and flow, someone exclaims, seemingly in shock or realization. Her eyes widen, a visible shock washing over her face as a bright, crackling energy emanates around her. A surge of power crackles around her, energy coalescing. Her eyes widen, reflecting the raw power now surging from within. The word strike appears, glowing with power.
A blinding strike of pure energy erupts from the dragon.
The hero stands defiant, the dragon's energy blast erupting around him. The energy consumes everything, a blinding light filling the area.
The light intensifies, an all-consuming wave of energy.
The light explodes outward, accompanied by a sharp crack.
The energy surges, blindingly bright. The light intensifies, consuming everything. The blinding light explodes outward.
The light intensifies further, punctuated by sharp, crackling energy.
The light pulses, accompanied by a resounding pa-ah. The girl stands, her staff crackling with energy.
The attack explodes outward in a burst of light and energy. Her eye reflects the blinding light of her own attack.
This is...
The character begins to say as the light intensifies.
My magic.
She finishes, the words hanging in the blinding white light.
The light explodes, and the words I can do appear, signaling a turning point.
The light fades, revealing the words something like this. The light subsides, revealing her standing amidst a shower of sparks, staff in hand.
The sparks fade, revealing nothing.
The scene is washed out in white.
The whiteness intensifies, and a voice echoes, it says.
The voice continues, he said. The voice fades as the scene darkens, the word what appearing in a speech bubble.
The protagonist's shocked exclamation echoes in the night, what? 5 at once.
The protagonist stands beside the instructor, the night sky twinkling above them.
Her eyes wide with disbelief, she blurts out, "Are you crazy?"
To her disbelief, the instructor simply replies, "Nope." A confident smile plays on the instructor's lips as he states, "You can do it, and I believe in you." The instructor's words hang in the air as she stares, a flicker of doubt still present in her eyes.
So, believe in me,
who believes in you. A firm grip tightens, a determined resolve solidifying. I didn't have anything up until now, he thinks, a newfound conviction solidifying within him. I had neither the conviction for the path I was taking, nor a person who would tell me that the path I was walking was the right one, he reflects, his hands covering his face. But, a new path seems to be opening before him. He clasps his hands together, a soft light illuminating his face. Darkness descends, obscuring everything. He plummets through the fiery abyss. He continues to fall, the fiery glow above fading as he descends into the abyss. The fiery glow above him diminishes as he continues his descent into the darkness. Not anymore, a voice declares, as the abyss swallows him completely. Now. He steps forward, drawn by a faint blue light. Let's follow that light. Footprints appear behind him as he walks towards the radiant light. The footprints behind him begin to glow a faint blue, mirroring the light ahead. Then I won't have to, a voice declares, the statement hanging in the air. The words materialize, be lost anymore. The light grows brighter, the words fading into the background. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. With that, Group 32's performance assessment has concluded. The light fades, revealing a large, echoing hall filled with snowflakes. The hall transforms, now filled with swirling snowflakes and echoing with an unknown power. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. The flowers bloom around her, a stark contrast to the icy atmosphere. He hangs suspended in the air, narrowly avoiding capture. I almost got caught up in that, he thinks, frustrated. She should have cast it after telling me. Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. 46. Runes shimmer into existence, displaying a list of statistics. The runes display the monster mock battle marks, revealing that Beck Uziel and Acel Molf's Group 32 took first place with 199 points. The group stands before the posted results, the official announcement of their victory now a tangible reality. The announcement is met with disbelief. We completely lost, a voice declares, contradicting the visible results. Despite the announcement, one of them concedes, if we lost even after defeating 2 mid-level special monsters of our opposing attributes, we have to acknowledge it. A voice chuckles, dripping with condescension. Oh ho, you came to terms with it faster than expected. Cutting off the condescending voice, she retorts, humph, shut up. Her red eyes narrow, a clear sign of displeasure at the continued taunting. But if, the disembodied voice continues, its ominous tone hanging in the air. The voice continues, revealing a shocking truth, my knight had been Beck Uziel. Then perhaps I would have been able to show. The voice trails off, leaving the listener in suspense. Been able to show magic as good as Izel's. The sentence hangs, unfinished, leaving the listener to wonder what could have been. An angry thought bubble appears, but why is that commoner bastard so dedicated to Acel? The thoughts continue, now pondering, if the most perfect knight in this world existed, then he would have to be someone like him. Acel sits regally on her throne, gazing down at the kneeling figure before her. Izel's thoughts solidify into a question, shouldn't he become a knight for me, who will become the most perfect queen in this world? Her gaze intensifies, a dark determination hardening her features. Shouldn't he become a knight for me, who will become the most perfect queen in this world, she wonders. The intensity of her ambition seems to darken the very air around her. Her red eyes gleam with an almost unsettling intensity. A blinding light erupts. It'd be a lie to say that I've come to terms with it, a voice declares, followed by, I can't accept it. Strange symbols and numbers appear, but the voice continues, I can't understand it. A firm resolution hardens within him. I need to investigate Beck Uziel further. A determined gaze settles on Beck Uziel. Beck Uziel's expression remains unreadable. Beck Uziel's gaze remains fixed, his expression still unreadable. Beck Uziel stands with her arms crossed, her expression still giving nothing away. The silence breaks as Beck Uziel finally speaks, Sayer Orkin. The sound of footsteps echoes as Beck Uziel wonders, did she come after hearing that I lost to a group consisting of a commoner and a traitor? She's so annoying, he thinks, facing her directly. Footsteps approach. The footsteps grow closer. A figure appears, her gaze fixed ahead. She continues onward, her expression unreadable. A voice echoes, reminding her, "You've still got a long way to go." At a desk, she continues writing, seemingly unfazed by the voice. Suddenly, the word "stop" appears in large letters. Her hand continues to move, writing the words "when to seg, bodo. Mirroring diam roip. To think. She mutters, her expression unreadable. The thought surfaces, she'd learned crystal flower so early. The words crystal flower appear above a radiant, blossoming formation of ice. The narration clarifies that spell, crystal flower, is Izel's signature, a testament to her future strength and confidence. Only after she experiences all of her hardships and struggles. The narration continues, stating that, based on the original novel's progression, Izel should be declining even more right now. The sound of a pen scratching against paper fills the silence. The thought echoes, but for her to demonstrate crystal flower in front of everyone's eyes. The thought continues, now explicitly stating, must be thanks to Beck Uziel. The text reveals a grim fate. In the original romance fantasy, My Yuzion and Izel share their feelings and the world ends. However, a new question arises: what if there was an extra story I don't know? The text reveals a hidden truth: a nameless character, Beck Uziel, loved Izel. The narration continues, revealing a hypothetical scenario: if he had chosen to regress instead of My Yuzion, at the moment the world ended. Izel looks down, lost in thought, as the figure of Beck Uziel hovers above, bathed in golden light. Lost in thought, Izel contemplates the hypothetical world where she, not My Yuzion, had regressed. The narration reveals the true motivation behind the regression, a regression to create a world where the person he loves could live. Even if it meant being completely forgotten. Could Beck Uziel truly have regressed for love? Have no regrets? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. The answer comes: a love he felt so strongly that he turned back time. He turned back time, but at the price of giving up his own existence. A question lingers: I wonder how that feels. The young man stares ahead, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. His hands are clasped, a picture of quiet determination. The system announces, Episode 5, Monster Mock Battle is complete. The system then declares, you have obtained a significant amount of EXP. The system then congratulates him, stating that, because he has succeeded at continuing the story in a fantastic direction, the Constellation Project promises you additional rewards. What should I get as a reward this time? He wonders aloud, crossing his arms as he ponders the possibilities. Let's think. His eyes narrow as he realizes, I've strengthened my skill to a certain extent. He then realizes, so I should prepare for the episode that's coming up soon. He declares, I'll take an item. The screen displays his reward, Iphanal's Grass Key. The Iphanal's Grass Key materializes, its form a glowing, geometric shape. The Iphanal's Grass Key hangs before him, a geometric shape radiating a soft glow. The system search completes. A system message appears, reward has been distributed. A silver staff materializes, glowing faintly. Nice. The reward is Iphanal's Grass Key. It's not an ancient relic class item, but it is one of the super rare class items that only high-level players can obtain. The key connects to a place where deities exist. The key opens a gateway to a luminous forest, bathed in an ethereal glow. But to use this, he has to go. To use the key, he has to go on an outing. The conditions to go. How? The question hangs heavy, the conditions for the outing still unclear. Ah, he utters, realization dawning in his eyes. A grand castle stands tall against the sky. A note lies on a desk, covered in scribbled handwriting and the Korean word square. The note continues, revealing a difficult childhood. Ever since I was young, we were poor, so I yelled at Mom for better food and forced her to take out the emergency money, to order black bean noodles for us. I was really happy. The note reveals a painful truth: his mother didn't eat for some reason, claiming she didn't like black bean noodles. Stretching his arms, he declares, okay, I'm basically done with this assignment. A faint smile plays on his lips. Okay, then.
he mutters, seemingly ready to move on to the next task. A blinding light erupts. Amidst the brightness, a question echoes, "Shall I go find a club now?" The title card appears, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. Chapter 47 begins.
The chapter begins as he approaches a bulletin board covered in notices. Lost in thought, he wonders aloud, but what club would be good for this? His eyes land on a notice, Rune Composition Club.
Let's study hard and go to university.
Among all the clubs, a thought bubble declares, not many are permitted to do special external activities. So I need to think it through well, he muses, considering the limited options for special external activities.
But something else seems to be on his mind. A voice cuts through his thoughts, asking, "Are you trying to join a club too? You still haven't joined one yet? What?
It's not like that strange," he stammers, seemingly caught off guard by the question. He hears someone say, I'm sure there are a lot of clubs asking you to join them.
Her next words carry a chilling undertone, "You forgot who I am?"
The chilling question hangs in the air, leaving him speechless.
He replies, "I know, you're ASL. You're popular these days." He stammers, "That's true, but..."
He continues, his expression hardening. After the mocks, people's perceptions of ASL have started to change.
ASL changed a lot, the text declares. And she must be.
The words trail off, leaving the statement unfinished. The one who's most aware of this, the statement concludes. But still, I need to choose a club carefully, she thinks, a slight smile playing on her lips. A voice whispers, "Why are you doing this to me?"
Another responds, "Should we go together?" A hand lands on Yuziel's shoulder as someone calls out his name. Ma Yuziang's arrival sparks confusion. Ma Yuziang?
Why is he, one wonders aloud. The man being addressed retorts, "Whatever, don't touch me," while another comments, so cold." Ma Yuziang continues, "I enjoyed the mock battle, and I heard you even led the hunt." Ma Yuziang continues, "I heard you even led the hunt against necromancers a while back."
How impressive. He responds to the praise with a hesitant, "Well, yeah, somehow." To the praise, he responds with a hesitant, "Well, yeah, somehow."
A subtle smirk plays on his lips, hinting at a deeper meaning behind his words. His gaze sharpens as he thinks, "As I thought, you." His thought continues, "Seem to think differently from others." His chilling thought continues, implying a dangerous difference in perspective. Meanwhile, his opponent's eyes widen in apparent surprise. A pregnant pause hangs in the air as the scene focuses on his opponent's stoic expression. He begins to explain his perspective, stating, "As you know, I'm a commoner, so I am always thinking of ways to do things better." He responds to the commoner's explanation with a hint of sarcasm, "I see. Unlike me, you use your time well." He then asks, "What do you do on the weekends?" The commoner responds, surprised by the question, "Me?" He simply states, "Study." "Because I asked as a formality, you replied as a formality." "Thanks," he states, seemingly satisfied with the exchange. He waves his hand dismissively, a wide grin plastered on his face.
"No, for real." He states matter-of-factly, "I study, and train too." The other party's response is simply, "What?" The response comes back, "You aren't the type to usually do that." He responds, "HM? Why yeah, that's true."
A slight smile plays on his lips. "You're too direct, Yuziel," a voice observes. He replies, "But I've been doing so recently."
Ma Yuziang should have started training way later, a thought surfaces in his mind. He wonders, what's? His thoughts crystallize, the reason? Practical dungeon training, he concludes, finally understanding the instructor's reasoning. A voice then cuts in, seeking confirmation, right? Her expression remains neutral as she seeks confirmation, simply asking, right? He confirms, yes.
If my lady hadn't intervened back then, it could have been a bit dangerous. An enormous, spectral bird of blue and black energy materializes, dwarfing the others.
Visibly annoyed, she retorts, "Don't call me that."
He then reveals, well, in the original story, Ma Yuzion and Flame work together.
The text declares their intention, to easily defeat Hei Wonriang.
He continues, explaining, but because I intervened this time, Flame was tied.
The text reveals that he ended up meeting Hei Wonriang alone. A question arises, is this the reason Hei Wonriang's state is also weird? He muses, anyway, this is good. If this happens, both Hei Wonriang and Ma Yuziang will train more.
The text reveals his thoughts, unlike me, the growth of those two will have a positive influence towards a happy ending. His thoughts drift to the others, realizing, unlike me, the growth of those two will have a positive influence towards a happy ending. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts. But Yuziel, you still haven't joined a club yet? You enrolled in the school a long time ago. To that question, a terse reply echoes, I was busy. A wide smile spreads across his face as he extends an invitation.
Then do you want to join my club? A conditional acceptance hangs in the air.
I'll think about it if you do things that suit me.
The question hangs in the air, what club do you want to join?
And preludes a rather specific request. One that is quiet with not many people, has no in-person meetings, covers the 4 major insurances, buys me cheese tonkatsu at lunchtime, has free external activities, respects individual activities, and allows external.
The others are taken aback by the specific requests. Cheese tonkatsu, one asks, while another wonders about the 4 major insurances?
The others question the specifics of the request.
What kind of club has all that, one asks, while another wonders, and what are the 4 major insurances?
The silver-haired individual admits, of course there's no club like that.
I just said it as a joke. The blue-haired girl responds, a hint of skepticism in her voice, yeah?
A sly grin spreads across his face as he proposes, should I make a club like that for you?
Her eyes widen in surprise as she asks, what? She questions his offer, asking, you can really make a special outing club? His response is simple and direct, yeah, I can. He thinks to himself, well, with my Yuziang's connections, it's possible. But, what will that cost him? He directly asks, how does making a club for me benefit you?
Arms crossed, he awaits an answer, his expensive suit a subtle display of power. A simple reply hangs in the air, it does.
The reason is revealed, because you're special.
A sinister smirk spreads across his face as the words sink in.
The men stand shoulder to shoulder, the tension palpable. His gaze sharpens, suspicion now etched on his face.
Do you know something? He asks, his tone laced with a hint of threat.
Suddenly, a realization dawns. Ah, I just remembered.
He tenses up, a low growl escaping his lips.
One of my Yuziang's fundamental flaws is about to be revealed.
The narrator reveals a surprising weakness, he's super lonely.
Despite his bravado, my Yuziang's loneliness surfaces as he demands, okay, make me a club. He then mutters, special, my ass. His face lights up, a genuine smile spreading across it as he asks, really? My Yuziang agrees, but with a condition, yeah, but let her join too.
The girl beside him is visibly surprised.
Me too, a voice asks, hope evident in the question. My Yuziang smiles, adding, I welcome a pretty girl like Lady Acel to join.
A narration box reveals that, in the original story, Acel was inseparable from him, and would be able to help him mentally.
Azel's annoyance is clear as she states, don't call me lady. It's annoying. My Yuziang, still smiling, asks, right? Probably. My Yuziang's smile remains as he changes the subject. So, what club are we going to join?
Ah, about that, my Yuziang says, a slight hesitation in his voice. The conversation pauses as he declares, I have an idea. The idea is revealed to be a club request form, already filled out, for a delicious restaurants club. The idea is a club request form, already filled out. The club leader is Baek Yuziel, and the club members are my Yuziang and Acel. The goal, explore delicious restaurants. The club leader, Baek Yuziel, looks down at the form, a worried expression on her face. Will this work, she wonders aloud. The form's requirements are revealed. To receive the seal for special activities, they need a guidance professor and at least 4 club members. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he declares, I'll figure out the club members and the seal. Despite his confidence, he admits, but I think it'll be hard to find a guidance professor.
He perks up, countering, why? You can even get permission for special outings. His eyes closed, the student confidently declares, they're just all trash. A flustered reaction comes in response, is that so? A smirk plays on his lips as he declares, then, I'll get the seal. Yeah, I'll leave it to you, he states, passing the responsibility on.
Not everyone can do it, a voice warns, casting doubt on the plan. Can give the seal for special activities, he explains, his gaze unwavering. The voice continues, emphasizing the need for someone who can stamp it. The voice echoes, filled with suspicion, it has to be one of those bastards. The camera focuses on the first main tower, the location now under suspicion. Inside the vice principal's office, a vase shatters on the desk. The vice principal's eyes widen in shock as he utters, "Ah." A powerful force rips through the office, the air itself seemingly cracking. Amidst the chaos, a stunned gosh escapes someone's lips. Suddenly, a voice booms out, "Welcome, young master." The young master smirks, his red eyes gleaming. "Yeah, long time no see, grandfather." "Hello," echoes out, the greeting hanging in the air. This is COU, the artist behind Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. It felt like the serialization had only just begun, but season 1 is. A figure sits, the sound of something breaking echoing in the air. Settling into the seat, he remarks, "Oh, this seat is way more comfy than I expected. I like it." A figure behind him responds with a dry, "Ha, is that so?" The camera pans out, revealing more of the room. A look of irritation crosses his face as he thinks, why is this psychotic bastard here now? The question hangs in the air, but what brings you here? The other man, hands clasped and wearing a disarming smile, declares, it's a club request form. Stamp it for me. He pauses, considering the request. A club request form? I need to check whether it fulfills the conditions. As he leans over the desk to examine the form, a dark energy suddenly erupts below. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupts directly beneath the form he was inspecting. The man with the mustache stares up, his eyes wide with alarm. The man with the mustache looks up, his eyes now wide with alarm at the sudden development. His alarm turns to apprehension as a voice booms, there's no need to look at it. Just stamp it. The man's eyes narrow, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he asks, you will, right? The man's sinister smile deepens as he presses, you will, right? A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he audibly gulps. He steels himself, resolving, I mustn't refuse him. A voice echoes in his mind, stating, as long as he is that man's heir, I cannot. His red eyes gleam with an unknown resolve. He cannot refuse, bound by the legacy of that man. The weight of destiny settles upon him. He declares, yes, I will. And the man extends a document across the desk. He adjusts his tie, a flicker of unease crossing his face. I'm aware. The man's response hangs heavy in the air. A sudden, sharp sound cuts through the air. Thanks, I'll be off, a voice announces, abruptly ending the conversation. With that, he turns and heads toward a massive, ornate door. But as the door slams shut, a sinister look creeps across his face. The door slams shut with a resounding thwack. Thwack! The sound of the door echoes ominously. The man lowers his gaze, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He sure is like his father. A carbon copy, he muses, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. His sinister smile deepens as he thinks, a bastard child dares to be so arrogant. His thoughts solidify into a chilling declaration, but that won't be for long. His murderous intent crystallizes, because one day, I will chop his arrogant head off. His gaze intensifies, his hands clasped tightly as the chilling promise hangs in the air. The title card appears, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. Chapter 48 begins. The title fades, revealing the words Dang Dong. The scene shifts to a castle, and a voice announces, okay, that's the end of the lesson. With the lesson concluded, a man in a long coat walks towards a large, ornate door. Ha, it's finally over, one voice says, relieved. Another voice chimes in, remarking, whenever someone's presenting, that professor always nitpicks them. A third voice adds, yeah, especially so for commoners. After the presentation, a young woman stands at the table, holding papers. Her hand grips the papers tightly, a visible tension in her hold. The woman thinks, I could have shown a better version of myself. But I messed up since I was nervous, she thinks, regret etched on her face. I could have done better than Flame, she thinks, frustration evident. Jackie, good work during your presentation today, she hears. Hearing the praise, Jackie turns to face the speaker. Don't worry about what the professor said, she's told. You did great, whatever, the voice says, the last word dripping with sarcasm. The two walk away, the sound of footsteps echoing behind them. Gosh, she sighs, muttering, I was worried for her, but she doesn't understand. A voice then commands, ignore her. Ah, gosh. What's up? He asks, a smile on his face. He then asks if the other person is close with the professors, continuing, I want to make a club, so can you ask some professors? He then asks, what about you? The other person replies, I think the professors hate me too much for me to ask. He retorts, well, based on your normal attitude, I'm sure that's the case. He continues, listing the reasons why the professors might dislike the other person. You keep talking back to the professors and sleeping during lessons. It's a relief you haven't gotten an academic warning. The other person replies, ahem, you're exaggerating. He continues to list the other person's faults, their faces still turned away from each other. But would someone do something so annoying, she wonders aloud, her eyes still closed. Her eyes snap open, a realization dawning. Ah, she gasps, the realization hitting her hard. The realization sparks a question, wait, aren't you close with Assistant Professor Altalicia? Awaiting the response, he stands impassively. He explains, so assistants can also take on the guidance professor role. He continues, his thoughts now revealed, I was focusing on the story when. He admits, I played the game, so I didn't know that. A question mark appears, mirroring his own confusion. Footsteps echo in the hallway as a figure in a long robe walks away. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he utters. An ominous aura descends. His eyes widen as he mutters, what the? Before him stands a stone monument, etched with strange symbols. The monument looms, its surface covered in indecipherable symbols. The scene shifts to Altalicia's personal research lab. A wide smile spreads across his face. A voice calls out, hello? The greeting hangs in the air, unanswered. His eye twitches, a sign of growing irritation. The question echoes, Assistant Professor Altalicia? The camera focuses on the blonde woman's face as she kneels on the floor. Scrawled papers litter the ground around her. Altalicia gasps, her hand clutching at her collar. Altalicia, startled, exclaims, oh, you're here? A concerned voice then asks, Assistant Professor, what's wrong? He begins to explain, as so what happened was. Scattered papers litter the floor, covered in text and diagrams. Papers now litter the floor, covered with diagrams and text. Assistant Professor, what happened to the thesis you've been preparing for a while? The question echoes. He grips his tie tightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. His grip tightens on his tie, the sound of tearing fabric filling the air. I gave it to the professor, he stammers, his voice strained. The research conference is happening soon. With a strained smile, he says, Professor said he'd use my thesis then. I should be grateful. For him to use it in a place with such outstanding alchemists. He finishes his thought, the words hanging heavy in the air, Assistant Professor. The assistant professor states bluntly, you've just been robbed. He then asks, with a hint of disdain, will your name even be on there? The assistant professor's pointed question hangs in the air, will your name even be on there? Despite the professor's harsh words, she forces a smile, stating, it's fine. This is also a learning experience. This isn't the end, she thinks, her determination unwavering despite the setback. Time for me to ask her to be the guidance professor, he thinks, considering his next move. He scratches his head, a slight frown creasing his brow as he contemplates the proposition.
His gaze intensifies, a determined glint now visible in his eye. Soon, Professor, he declares, an ominous countdown seemingly beginning. Maizen will solve that formula too, he declares, his words hanging in the air. Before that, I wanted to let Altalicia complete it herself, but... The ominous statement hangs unfinished, leaving the audience in suspense. Assistant Professor, he continues, the implication hanging heavy in the air.
He continues, implying that the assistant professor had prepared something else.
She seems to recall, asking, HM? The random sequence convergence technique?
I've been working on it because your ideas were so interesting, but it hasn't worked out, she admits. The complex diagram of the technique is revealed, filled with arcane symbols and intricate geometric patterns. It's not a problem that remained unsolved for 300 years for nothing, a voice declares, the diagram looming ominously. I do feel like I'll be able to see the way if I just solve one thing, but... She trails off, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Despite the lingering uncertainty, she declares, I'll solve that part. Her gaze sharpens, a new resolve hardening her expression. The angle shifts, focusing on the ground ahead as she prepares to move forward. What? She stammers, clearly taken aback. What did you just say?
You'll really solve that? Truly?
He responds, yes, but it's something I just solved coincidentally, so I don't understand it. He begins writing on the chalkboard, the chalk scratching against the dark surface. The first characters of his equation begin to appear on the board.
The blonde woman watches him intently as he continues to write.
Her eyes widen in surprise as she stares at the equation.
The man continues writing, the equation growing more complex. He finishes writing, adding with a smile, but it'll be different for you. The word tunnel appears. The sound of footsteps echoes in the tunnel. Yes, this formula takes Trini's coefficient, the light and reflection, as well as Panusin's flow.
She continues, the tunnel's chill seemingly unnoticed. She's already stuck in it, he thinks, a subtle smirk playing on his lips.
What impressive concentration.
She's truly a genius, he concludes, impressed by her focus. Compared to me who just copied what I saw, he admits, downplaying his own skill. She is a genius to change the future of humanity.
Footsteps echo on the wooden floor.
The words appear in front of us, my role ends here.
He pauses, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looks forward.
My role ends here, he had said. Now, he continues, now, I'll just place. The train car sits silently, the only sound the faint creaking of metal. A foot steps onto the train car floor.
I'm finally here, a voice yawns.
He explains that with Altalicia's help, he founded the Delicious Restaurants Club, and as a club leader, he received a leave pass. A frustrated sigh escapes him. He clutches at his throat, a pained expression on his face. I feel unwell, he groans. Although I did receive some suspicion in the process.
He admits. The other person questions, training? While receiving a leave pass from the Delicious Restaurants Club?
He chuckles, explaining, yes, that's how it worked out. He thinks to himself, relieved, but it's a relief he still gave me the leave pass. He thinks to himself, well, it's fine as long as I don't cause any accidents. He walks through the garden, hoping to avoid any trouble. Suddenly, he stops, uttering a simple, oh. Looking up, he realizes, so that's the third world tree. Sunlight filters through the canopy of the third world tree, illuminating the forest. The forest is bathed in light filtering through the third world tree's canopy, revealing the Dutch tree orchard. The title card appears, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. The story continues with Chapter 49. The scene shifts to a lush, green forest, the academy buildings visible below through the dense foliage. The camera pans down, offering a closer view of the academy buildings nestled amongst the trees. Wow, this can't even compare with the game graphics, he remarks, walking down the stone steps. A woman with long, silver hair greets him with a warm smile.
Nice to meet you, Mage of Stella.
The woman smiles knowingly, stating, I hope your honest heart reaches the mother of the land. The woman's words hang in the air as a thought surfaces. Perhaps it's because in the past, Eltman Eltwin. With a warm smile, he adds, I hope the blessing of the World Tree who has granted this beautiful garden is with you. He saved the second World Tree that was ablaze and about to die. But there are many elves who recognize the Stella uniform and are friendly. They continue through the elven village, the Stella uniform drawing friendly glances. But even among the friendly elves, there is one of exceptional beauty. That elf is none other than the king of elves, Flower Siren. Flower Siren, with an appearance as beautiful as that of a goddess, tugged at the heartstrings of many male players. He's the character with the most fan art in Ether World. However, elves are a species born without gender. But when elves truly fall in love, they change their gender based on their partner. Flower Siren, too, was born as a female. But because he hadn't found true love yet, he didn't have a gender. But after falling for Flame later, he chose the male gender. No matter what path was taken, Flower Siren never chose the female gender, plunging many men into despair. I liked Flower Siren too, one person laments. Flower Siren stands in a forest, gazing upwards with a slightly surprised expression. A knowing smirk spreads across Flower Siren's face. Found it, he declares. The forest path ahead shimmers with an ethereal light. A voice declares from above, this is the hidden dungeon. The path leads to deity Iphanal's garden. I've strengthened my skill to a certain extent. He thinks, his gaze sharpening. So I should prepare for the episode that's coming up soon. He decides, I'll take an item, and chooses Iphanal's grass key. He realizes with relief, it's a relief that I could use this earlier than I thought. He holds up Iphanal's grass key, a slight smile playing on his lips. He inserts Iphanal's grass key into the lock. With the key in place, a warning flashes, once you open the entrance, you cannot go back. Before him, a warning appears, once you open the entrance to this place, someone else who possesses this key may find out. He recognizes the phrase. I'm sure I saw this in the game too. He murmurs, I'm sure I saw this in the game too, his expression thoughtful. But a new message appears, stating that it was confirmed to lead to no special event among players. The scan completes, revealing a radar-like display. I doubt something would happen now, he mutters, just as the tool strikes the metal with a sharp crack. A blinding light erupts. The light subsides, revealing the aftermath. A sharp cracking sound echoes. Debris rains down as the cracking sound reverberates. A door to deity Iphanal's garden has opened. A blinding light fills the space. Before them lies the elf kingdom, the heavenly spirited tree's birthplace. Towering cliffs, draped in lush greenery, rise before them. Before them sprawls the magnificent elven city, nestled amidst the towering cliffs. Waterfalls cascade down the cliffs, adding to the city's serene beauty. The figure lies still on a bed, bathed in the soft glow of what appears to be a window. A soft escapes him. Bare feet touch the floor, the hem of a blue gown flowing around them. She stands before a vast window, arms outstretched as if to embrace the sky. The vast window casts a blue glow upon her. Beyond the window, a lush green tree stands against a bright blue sky. Her hand rests on the ledge, the vibrant landscape stretching out before her. The world is peaceful today as well, the king of elves muses, his gaze distant. The sign reads Flower Siren, hinting at the shop's name. Two birds take flight against a bright, cloud-filled sky. Gazing out the window at the birds soaring freely, she wonders aloud, when will I be able to freely travel like that? She admits, with a wistful expression, I'm jealous of those birds. Suddenly, an attack rains down upon her. This energy, she exclaims, sensing something powerful. The attack intensifies, closing in. She clutches her head, anxiety etched on her face. Did someone enter the secret garden that Iphanal is asleep in? Nobody can go there. Her question hangs in the air, so who? She lowers her hand, a grave expression settling on her face. This isn't the time for this. Her hand presses firmly against his chest. Her touch halts him. The room remains still. His fist clenches, a visible tremor running through his hand as he fights an internal battle. No, I need to hold back, he thinks, struggling against years of pent-up restraint. I've waited for dozens of years. I can't move. I can't move now, he thinks, the strain evident. A dark premonition grips him. If the curse activates again, I don't know who might fall into lunacy. He remains frozen, grappling with the terrifying possibility of the curse's resurgence and its devastating consequences. Let's wait until the World Tree birthday that's coming soon, she proposes, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. I can check, a voice declares, offering a potential solution to the looming crisis. Then, a sudden sneeze erupts from him. Achoo! Arg, damn pollen, he groans, clearly annoyed by his allergies. He steps forward, the sound of his footfalls echoing in the open space. Arg, damn roots, he exclaims, now facing a different obstacle. He sprints forward, a determined look on his face. He stumbles forward, losing his balance. He falls into a thicket of plants, the vibrant colors a stark contrast to his earlier determination. He pauses, realizing, just fighting them would take forever. He smirks, revealing his plan, which is why I created some fire potions with alchemy. He holds up a small bottle, the red liquid within glowing ominously. He hurls the potion forward with incredible speed. The potion explodes in a burst of crimson flames. Keek! A piercing shriek echoes through the fiery explosion. The explosion intensifies, blinding light filling the area. Through the fading light, a hand grips a sleek, blue-edged blade. Then, I shouldn't miss this opportunity, he declares, seizing the moment. A blinding blink fills the area. He bursts through the light, blade extended. His eyes widen, reflecting the blinding light. His expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his golden eyes. There, he declares, pinpointing the location amidst the blinding light. He stands his ground amidst the inferno, unwavering despite the surrounding chaos. He slashes through the blinding light, his sword a blur against the inferno. Keek! A pained cry echoes through the dust and debris. Keek! The pained cry pierces through the lingering dust. 2 system notifications appear. You have obtained EXP. The protagonist stands amidst the dust, his expression unreadable. That's enough with the small fry, he declares, dismissing the defeated foe. He glances down, his expression hardening. A new determination steals his gaze. I should go achieve my true goal, he thinks, his mind now set on a different path. He turns, now facing a new direction, ready to pursue his ambition. He has entered the dungeon's boss room. The boss room is a field of blue flowers under a sky filled with sparkling lights. The sight of the boss room leaves him speechless. Wow! He stands amidst the field of blue flowers, the sparkling lights above casting an ethereal glow. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. So that's... He begins, his words trailing off as he sees something in the distance. Deity Iphanal, the words echo in the air, as a figure draped in white kneels amidst a field of blue flowers. The story begins. Deities, the most arcane existence in this world. /code deities are pure souls, having trained for hundreds of years and attained enlightenment, becoming new beings. Even in the ether world, there aren't many. Code. Deities are rare, enlightened beings, but the protagonist realizes, however, what's in front of me now isn't a complete deity. The protagonist realizes that, since the woman in front of me had her heart stolen before she became a deity, she became solidified into that state forever. He exhales slowly, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He takes a step forward, the sound echoing through the forest. His eyes widen in disbelief as he cries out, "Cook! This Mana's pressure," he exclaims, staggering under an unseen force. Struggling to stay upright, he thinks, even when dead, a deity is a deity, I suppose. But despite the overwhelming power, he vows, but I can't give up. A desperate cry tears from his throat as the pressure mounts. The deity's power intensifies, and the sound of cracking fills the air. Panting heavily, he struggles against the deity's overwhelming power. The deity advances, his power radiating outwards. The deity's power intensifies, a visible force pressing down on his opponent.
The scene shifts to a distant tower, bathed in an ethereal blue light.
Panting, he crouches among the blue flowers. A figure in white stands before him near the tower. A system message appears, his trait, Mana Revelation Delay Physique, SEXP has increased.
Ha, now I can breathe, he says, finally catching his breath.
Another system message appears, your stats have increased.
Yes, he murmurs. It's then revealed, this is a natural training location left behind by a deity.
He realizes this place is one of the opportunities that the mages of my previous world were desperate to find, a mana ley line.
The text explains that exercising here yields results 100 times greater than normal. Furthermore, receiving the deity's energy will greatly increase his nature affinity.
In other words, I went through all this just to find a good gym, he quips, a wry smile playing on his lips.
Doing exercise I don't even do in reality here.
His hand rests on the table, fingers drumming lightly.
But before that,
a voice echoes as a surge of energy crackles around him. Suddenly, a system notification appears, hidden artifact, resentment-filled branch, obtained. A smug look crosses his face as he examines the branch crackling with purple energy in his hand.
The system displays the branch's details, rank, high class. Description, resentment isn't forgotten even as time passes. If anything, more fury is added. It continues, on first contact, gives the opponent the status abnormality resentment. On second contact, the opponent's resentment will explode, leaving damage.
His smirk widens, confidence radiating from him. With this, I'll be able to face the 8th episode's boss, my Zen Tyrann. He holds the artifact aloft, a surge of power emanating from it. Then, since I've obtained the artifact secured, he declares, let's begin training. The title card appears, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. The story continues, Chapter 50. A few weeks later, the system displays the results of Mana Revelation Delay Physique LV3, strength increased by 8%, agility by 12%, and sensitivity by 20%. It also gained a sixth sense that consumes mind power to detect mana within 24 meters and activates cognitive acceleration when danger is detected, with a blood mana circulation rate of 2%. He adjusts his tie, a slight smile playing on his lips. My stats are now at 2.5 stars, he muses, pleased with the progress. He stands confidently, the city skyline behind him. He prepares to strike, a determined look on his face. I still have a long way to go, he thinks, the protagonists all have abilities that are 4 stars or above. He realizes, in this world, I have no teacher to teach me swordsmanship. Grasping his sword tightly, he resolves, so I need to repeat the simple stab and slash to more accurately pierce my enemy's vital points. His eyes blazing with determination, he vows, I need to work harder. He raises his sword, the determination in his eyes hardening as he thinks, I need to cut through bone and skin and work hard enough to vomit blood. With a yell, he swings his sword in a blinding flash of light. His eyes widen as the sword emits a blinding light. A figure stumbles back, coughing violently. The attack lands, kicking up dust and obscuring the scene. Gasping for air, he struggles to regain his composure. Huff! Huff! A system message appears, you have partially obtained a special mana breathing method. Another system message appears, this time declaring, skill, deity's breath, obtained. The newly acquired skill surges within him, a powerful energy emanating from his very being. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the power of the new skill begins to manifest. The power intensifies, swirling around him like a vortex of raw energy. The vortex intensifies, becoming a blinding white light that threatens to consume everything. Amidst the blinding light, a desperate voice cries out, "What are you doing right now? Can't you hear my voice?" I said, "Respond." "Hurry!" Heek cries out, a look of utter shock on his face. Heek's eyes widen as he cries out, "What the hell? Where is the noise coming from?" Heek demands, his voice laced with confusion. "Ha? You heard my voice just now, right?" the voice asks, before adding, "You?" "Deity Ifanal," the voice finishes, posing the question. The figure, draped in white, stands silently amidst the field of blue flowers, waiting for a response. A sudden thought interrupts the silence.
Deity Ifanul spoke to me? The man, still standing in the field of flowers, is struck by a sudden realization.
Deity Ifanul spoke to me, he wonders aloud.
The man's eyes widen in disbelief. What the? A corpse is talking.
Suddenly, a voice retorts, I'm not dead, you bad human.
The man is clearly taken aback, exclaiming, What? How are you speaking? I've been speaking this entire time.
You just didn't hear me because you're deaf, the corpse retorts.
The man is left wondering why he couldn't hear it until now. The corpse continues, stating, That must be because you've become like me.
The corpse continues, You breathed the same way as me just now.
Oh yeah, he recalls, I did get a message that I obtained a skill. A notification window appears.
What's with this incredible skill, he wonders, clearly intrigued.
The notification boasts of a temporary boost to 4-star level stats.
Strength increases by 107%, agility by 125%, sensitivity by 147%, and endurance by 101%.
Ha! Wait, the penalty is essence erosion.
He realizes, a worried expression now on his face.
The notification's true cost becomes terrifyingly clear. This is basically saying that I'll lose my human body. However, a second line offers a glimmer of hope. Your essence's form can maintain itself through mana. The hero realizes the full ramifications of the penalty. But if I, who has mana revelation delay physique, lose my body? The word death hangs ominously in the air. He realizes the terrible truth. To think it's a skill where the more you use it, the shorter your lifespan gets.
His eyes narrow, a grim understanding settling on his face. No, let's think positively, he tells himself, trying to shake off the grim realization.
Regardless, it's true that I've obtained a good skill to use when I'm in danger.
The words hang in the air, a stark reminder of the challenges ahead.
His thoughts trail off. A voice muses, fascinating. This is the second time a human has breathed deity's breath.
Then, a chilling pronouncement, your existence is too faint, it seems like you don't exist in this world.
The cloaked figure remains kneeling, hands clasped in what appears to be prayer. The kneeling figure, seemingly unfazed by the chilling pronouncement, asks, Who are you referring to?
The cloaked figure's words hang in the air, like you, he used a sword. He cut down both magic and deities.
The protagonist's eyes widen in disbelief. What? He asks, stunned by the revelation. The revelation hits hard. There was no mention of a swordsman in the game.
A swordsman in the game, he must be fairly strong if he could cut down a deity, he thinks, the revelation sinking in.
Then, a question forms on his lips, can I meet that person?
No, the first mage's 12 disciples, comes the reply, shifting the focus. The first mage, then it's someone who died long ago, he realizes, the implication settling heavily on his face. Should I teach you, he asks, his expression unreadable. He reveals, I was close with that person, so I recorded all of his breathing techniques and movements.
The protagonist, visibly surprised, asks, Really?
However, a condition is revealed, I cannot move from here or converse with anyone. Her head bowed, she confesses, I'm basically dead. Her eyes lock onto him as she makes a startling request, so get my heart for me.
His expression unreadable, her desperate plea hangs in the air, save me. It's a response, a voice declares.
His gaze unwavering, he delivers a crushing blow, I'm sorry, but that's impossible. The figure, cloaked and obscured, declares, with my abilities, I cannot get another deity's heart.
Silence hangs heavy in the air after his proclamation. A new possibility emerges. It's okay even if it isn't a deity's heart.
If it's a divine beast's pure heart.
The man's expression hardens as he poses a critical question, if I use that, wouldn't you lose most of your power? Despite the potential cost, a voice echoes, it's okay.
The man stands resolute amidst a field of flowers, watching as his companion kneels before a massive, ornate sword. A voice breaks the silence, stating, it's better than being trapped here forever.
He agrees, stating simply, okay then.
He reveals, it's not impossible to get a normal divine beast's heart. A strange light emanates from his hand.
Really? A voice questions, disbelief hanging in the air. He continues, revealing, the reason I was training here was because of the upcoming familiar contract ceremony.
I'll have met countless divine beasts by then.
A confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares, it's way easier than obtaining a deity's heart. He then adds, I'll try my best to bring it. A voice responds, thanks. I'll be waiting. Another voice adds, oh yeah, I also.
Suddenly, a voice booms, I have something for you.
The protagonist looks up, questioning, something?
The voice commands, look at the pillar behind me. A thought bubble appears, the protagonist clearly confused.
What is this, he wonders.
The voice continues, stating, it's a sign that you're my friend. The system displays a notification, Ithanol's flower necklace, a sign that you have become Ithanol's friend.
Ability, nothing.
A voice from above states, I've never heard of such an item in the game. The protagonist replies, well, if it comes to it, I can use it as firewood if there's none around. He clutches at his chest, a visible tremor running through his hand. Suddenly, a thought strikes him.
No, wait.
A sinister smile spreads across his face.
A sign of a deity. He examines the flower in his hand, a new thought forming. It might be quite useful. Rain patters against a large window. He begins to write on a glowing blue surface.
His hand continues to move across the glowing surface.
Suddenly, she collapses.
Her body slumps forward as she falls to the floor. She continues to fall, the world around her fading into a blur. The light fades as she loses consciousness.
As consciousness slips away, she thinks, I did it.
She sits in the room, surrounded by scrolls and diagrams, the glow of her success fading with her awareness. Her vision fades to white. Her eyes widen as she realizes something is wrong.
Ah, this isn't the time for this.
The sound of papers rustling fills the air as she sits at her desk.
The quill pen hovers, poised to write.
The quill poised, a voice declares, a new generation will begin tomorrow. A smile graces her face as she looks forward to the dawn. A radiant light engulfs the scene, promising the dawn of that new generation.
The light intensifies, blinding and all-consuming. As the light fades, a message appears, Uziel will be happy to know that. The message confirms, Uziel will be happy to know that.
The scene opens on a towering skyscraper, its windows glowing warmly against the night sky. This is the Dwarf Kingdom.
The skyscraper is identified as the capital of the Black Iron Empire, gold mining Manchurian Railway.
The camera pans up, focusing on the Black Iron Empire's towering capital. Amidst a crowd of people, the word bagel appears to float in the air.
Standing before a grand building, one of the travelers announces, we've arrived. His companion simply replies, yes.
It's the day of the conference, which is held in a different location each year. This year, the conference is being held at the Dwarf Kingdom's most prestigious alchemy school, the Golden Light Crane Academy. It's noted that, just as dwarves were the originators of matter magic, the scale of things is completely different here.
Not to mention, the greatest alchemist, known as the Golden Alchemist, Talium Corden, will be attending this conference. He believes that, in other words, it's the perfect time to present Altalicia's research.
But Uziel, is this really okay? A worried voice questions.
Uziel appears confident, despite the other person's clear worry. This is something the professor has been researching for half her life.
Uziel states, her expression serious. Ha, I don't know if she's a good person or an idiot, a voice ponders. The speaker continues, noting, saying that even after her own research was stolen. Don't worry, she says, her expression suggesting a hidden confidence despite the dire situation. A sly smile plays on his lips as he retorts, it's not like you stole Professor Mason's research.
He continues, asserting, you are simply more talented than Professor Maizen.
She appears to be listening intently to his words, her expression unreadable.
After a brief pause, a voice responds, okay, thanks. Then, a suggestion is made, then, shall we go in?
That red carpet is a bit much, so let's go through the back door.
Why yeah.
Good idea, she responds, agreeing to the suggestion.
The title card appears, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. The title card appears, Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. Doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Society, welcome. The formal greeting sets the stage. We will now begin the 87th Golden Section Conference. The announcement signals the start of the event. The speaker holds up a small card, a smile playing on his lips as the conference gets underway. The speaker announces, in the first session, we will introduce new potions. The sound of footsteps echoes as the conference begins. First up is Stella Academy's Professor Maizen Tiran, the speaker announces. Professor Maizen Tiran stands at the podium, hands clasped. Professor Maizen Tiran begins, announcing, I am Stella Academy's Maizen Tiran, and I am here to announce the red potion's alpha type. Professor Tiran gestures to the screen, beginning her explanation. First, if you look here. Professor Tiran continues, ready to delve into the specifics of the red potion's alpha type. Professor Tiran prepares to show the details on the screen. With a final flourish, Professor Tiran announces, and that concludes my presentation. A sharp clap echoes. Incredible, Professor Maizen Tiran, a voice booms, cutting through the silence. The voice continues, impressed, to improve the tricky red potion even further. What an incredible idea! She sure is yapping away about Altalicia's thesis as if it's her own, he thinks, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Although I have. The thought bubble reads, the sentence cut off mid-thought. Lots of methods to screw her over, the thought bubble completes, revealing his true intentions. The main dish starts now, the text declares, hinting at the chaos to come. Then, next up, the text proclaims, as two figures stand at opposite ends of a vast hall. The announcement rings out, is Stella Academy's Assistant Professor Altalicia's presentation. The crowd looks up, their attention fixed on the figure above. A nervous hello escapes Altalicia's lips. Altalicia introduces herself to the crowd, I am an alchemist at Stella Academy, Altalicia. The man at the podium leans forward, beginning his inquiry, so about the pharmaceutical company you introduced before. The man continues, drawing a connection, you know the naturally regenerating cells the professor mentioned. The potion coating protection skill you created. He pauses, stating, the topic I will be announcing today. A smirk plays on his lips as he reveals, is the artificial human experiment. But the words that actually ring out are far more complex, is the complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique. A palpable tension fills the room. The camera focuses on the lower half of a figure standing before a crowd, the weight of the complex revelation hanging heavy in the air. The crowd stares, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The crowd's stunned silence speaks volumes. Their wide eyes reflect the gravity of the moment. A palpable tension fills the air as the crowd remains speechless. Their expressions betray a growing unease. The silence is broken by a chilling question. Do you know where we are right now? Oh, of course, he stammers, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him. It's an incredible position that is a lot for someone like me to be standing in. The woman's expression hardens as she questions, then how shall we accept what you just said? Her hand clenches into a fist, a subtle quack sound effect emphasizing her suppressed anger. The woman coolly replies, accept it the way alchemists do. Murmurs ripple through the room as one man declares, but the random sequence convergence technique doesn't make sense. The murmurs grow louder as another voice questions, isn't it fundamentally impossible to mix magic engineering with alchemy? The atmosphere thickens with doubt as a voice declares, a problem that hasn't been solved for 300 years. A tense silence falls as the man adjusts his glasses, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a commanding voice cuts through the silence, everyone, quiet. The man scoffs, declaring, concluding it's impossible because many people have failed wouldn't be very alchemist-like of us. The screen displays Golden Alchemist Talcum Cordon, identifying the speaker. The Golden Alchemist leans in, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he declares, I can't wait. The Golden Alchemist anticipates to hear from this young alchemist who wanted to find the truth behind a technique considered near impossible. A request booms out in the hall, the words hanging in the air, please present the truth you found. The hall awaits the young alchemist's presentation.
Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips.
Thank you. Then, the presentation.
A voice begins, only to be cut off by a sudden, resounding I object.
The presentation is abruptly halted by a booming voice. I object, it declares.
The booming objection echoes, the sound reverberating through the room. The woman declares, before Assistant Professor Altalicia's presentation of her thesis, I want to propose my doubts about her thesis. The man's eyes widen, his expression one of disbelief and perhaps a hint of anger.
Doubts? What do you mean? He demands.
Her eyes narrow, a visible frustration building as she prepares to elaborate on her challenge. A sinister smile spreads across her face, hinting at the unsettling revelation to come. The word bubble looms large, about plagiarism.
The challenge hangs heavy in the air.
The camera focuses on the audience as the instructor stands before them.
The student's voice rises in disbelief. My goodness, plagiarism?
The instructor's words hang heavy in the air, a suspicion of plagiarism.
A voice chuckles, interesting. The instructor's smirk widens, his fingers interlacing as he savors the unfolding drama. The stakes are raised. If you cannot prove it after saying she plagiarized, you know what will happen to you, right? A confident reply echoes in the room.
Of course. A sinister smile plays on her lips as she confidently replies, of course. The camera focuses on the woman's attire, a dark coat with a golden belt.
The sound of shattering glass echoes.
A sharp togak sound breaks the silence as someone approaches.
The woman explains that there are 5 conundrums of the random sequence convergence technique.
She continues, saying only through solving all 5 of those conundrums can the harmony between alchemy and magic engineering succeed. She reveals that, in scholarship, only 2 of those conundrums have been solved, and even those are considered incomplete. Arms crossed, he listens intently to the gravity of the situation. The woman smirks, countering that, but I solved 4 of those conundrums. She strides forward, her gaze fixed on something unseen. The woman states that Assistant Professor Altalicia is her alchemy TA, as well as her assistant professor.
If that's true, this thesis.
She begins, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Her eyes narrow, a smirk playing on her lips.
There is no doubt that this is my thesis.
Her smirk widens, a glint in her eye.
Even if Altalicia solved the 5th one. She says, leaving the rest unsaid but heavily implied. Doubt creeps in. Did she really solve the other 4 herself? The question hangs in the air.
She clasps her hands nervously, her expression unreadable. Suddenly, a voice booms out, filled with anger, Altalicia, you unreliable thing. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he declares, I'll acknowledge your genius and outstanding abilities.
But your life as an alchemist will end here.
A dark energy coalesces, and a chilling declaration echoes, your talents will be mine eternally. The camera focuses on their feet as the ominous declaration hangs heavy in the air. The chilling declaration hangs in the air as a voice cuts through the tension. So, what do you think, Assistant Professor Altalicia? That chilling declaration hangs in the air before a voice cuts through the tension. So, what do you think, Assistant Professor Altalicia? Her hands clench as Altalicia's mind races.
I knew she'd do this, but my head's blank, and I don't know what to.
A voice echoes in Altalicia's mind, if you think it'll be difficult alone, ask me for help. The disembodied voice continues, offering a lifeline, if you think it'll be difficult alone, ask me for help. Hesitantly, Altalicia responds to the voice in her head, I'd like to call up one person to support me.
A new voice cuts through the silence, demanding, who is that?
The man's gaze sharpens, his expression hardening as he demands to know who Altalicia has chosen. The co-author of this thesis, she reveals.
A hand extends forward, the fingers pointing towards an unseen target. The student over there, Beck Uziel, she declares, revealing the name of the co-author.
Her gaze settles on Beck Uziel, who sits in the upper tier of the auditorium.
Beck Uziel responds with a confused, huh?
A nervous smile stretches across Beck Uziel's face as he fidgets with his sleeve.
A booming voice declares, A voice declares, I'd like to call up one person to support me.
She nervously gestures, her eyes darting around as she awaits the arrival of her chosen ally.
A collective question hangs in the air: who is that?
The man with the distinguished mustache and spectacles peers forward, his gaze intense. The man is dressed in a dark suit, his tie neatly knotted. He stands amongst others, their faces obscured. The man's voice trails off, the co-author of this thesis.
A hand points accusingly. The student over there, Beck Uziel. The speaker identifies the student in question, Beck Uziel. The student, Beck Uziel, seems confused by the sudden attention.
Ha? Beck Uziel, caught off guard, simply responds with a confused, huh?
Suddenly, a voice booms, declaring, I'm the
co-author. The booming voice finishes, leaving the question hanging in the air. A murmur spreads through the crowd.
The crowd's reaction is palpable.
Whispers fill the hall as the two women stand before them.
A student?
The thought echoes, but it doesn't seem to change the speaker's opinion much.
But that doesn't really change much. The speaker pauses, then utters a simple, oh ho. The man crosses his arms, a gesture of authority.
A flicker of anticipation crosses his face as he declares, I'm excited about this.
Footsteps echo as he descends the grand staircase.
The descent continues. He pauses on the staircase, meeting the gaze of a woman in a dark suit. His gaze hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The camera focuses on the intricate details of his uniform. He lowers his gaze, a shadow of contemplation passing over his face as he listens to the woman before him.
Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupts.
The purple energy coalesces into a sharp, glowing blade in his hand. A system message appears: the special function of the resentment-filled branch has been activated, targeting Maizen Tyran.
Maizen Tyran's face tightens with annoyance. TSK.
How rude, he mutters. A sly smirk spreads across Maizen Tyran's face as he says, nice, I accept your challenge. Suddenly, a voice booms, it worked.
Footsteps echo as the challenger plants his feet firmly on the ground. The challenger stands firm, gazing out at the crowd before him. The challenger speaks, stating, I'd like to look at Professor Maizen's perspective first.
Professor Maizen begins, stating, there's a saying that seeing something once is better than hearing about it 100 times.
Professor Maizen continues, I'll show you something interesting. Professor Maizen proposes a challenge, so, how about you solve the random sequence convergence technique together at the same time?
Professor Maizen smiles, a glint in his eyes suggesting he has something devious in mind.
Whispers spread as the challenge is proposed, a competition between Professor Maizen and the assistant professor? Amidst the growing excitement, a voice declares, this will be fun.
The assistant professor hesitates, beginning with, Uziel, I.
Before the professor can finish, Uziel cuts in, asking point blank, Assistant Professor, do you not trust me?
The assistant professor reassures her, I've been watching you from the side all this time.
I am confident that you can do this. Don't worry.
The assistant professor's words resonate, trust the me who trusts you. The assistant professor smiles, his words echoing with conviction, trust the me who trusts you.
Her eyes widen slightly, a question forming in her mind, I can do it?
Her hand clenches into a fist against her chest, a surge of power coursing through her veins.
A blinding light erupts, engulfing everything.
Through the fading light, she speaks, a hint of agreement in her voice.
Yes, Uziel is right. The light fades further, revealing more of her face.
Her hands rise to her head, fingers touching her temples. Let's trust in everything I've done until now, she thinks, steeling herself. A sudden, sharp sound echoes. From her perspective, the woman with glasses appears shocked. A gasp escapes her lips.
The silence is broken by a voice, ominous in its intent, then, shall we begin?
Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing her face as the challenge is laid bare.
Her eyes widen further as she questions, Professor Maizen? The title card appears, Magic Academy's Genius Blighter. The chapter begins. The chapter begins with a display of the random sequence convergence technique. The scene shifts, and a caption appears, 300 years ago, an alchemist said. The alchemist's words echo across the centuries. I've found an astounding technique that can explain this formula.
The alchemist's discovery led to an unexpected event. After that, they had an accidental death in a washroom and became a hot topic, which is why this formula is famous, even now. A complex, glowing red alchemic circle dominates the space, filled with arcane symbols.
Countless alchemists have challenged it since then, a voice narrates, as a complex alchemic circle glows red.
However, they've all failed, and now, no one tries it, a voice narrates, as black footprints lead toward the glowing red alchemic circle. That's why this unsettled formula has been deemed impossible to solve, the voice concludes.
The camera focuses on the alchemic circle, its intricate markings a testament to its complexity. The announcement rings out. They intend to boldly announce that they will solve the random sequence convergence technique.
How interesting, a new voice remarks. The speaker, identified as Kane, captain of the 13th Destructive Assassination Corps of the New Moon Great Tower, observes the proceedings.
Interesting? Kane's thought hangs in the air, a silent question. Kane covers her mouth, stifling a yawn. I'm bored to death, she declares. The announcement rings out, Vice Captain Hazen Macaron. But Captain, a voice protests, cutting through the previous announcement. An invisible presence wonders aloud, is that professor really a dark demonic human? Meanwhile, someone else nearby asks, do you smell cigarettes somewhere? I think.
A new voice trails off, adding to the growing unease. Above them, a stark message appears, this mission is a miss. The two figures stand silently, the weight of the mission's failure palpable.
A wave of disappointment washes over them, the silence amplifying their failure.
The woman begins, breaking the heavy silence. She continues, her words hanging in the air. She finishes, her eyes still closed, as she seemingly gathers her thoughts. Gosh, Captain, you believe that old man's words unconditionally? She questions, her tone laced with disbelief. Her eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion creeping into her gaze. Gosh, Captain, you believe that old man's words unconditionally? She questions, her tone laced with disbelief.
A low rumble echoes in the distance.
The woman's expression remains skeptical, while the captain holds a cigarette, his gaze fixed forward. The rumble intensifies, accompanied by the sound of something approaching. The hall's atmosphere has changed, a palpable shift hanging in the air.
The first dilemma has just been solved, a message declares. A realization dawns on him. That's.
His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of understanding crossing his face.
The realization solidifies.
Similar, but solved slightly differently, he murmurs, understanding dawning.
However, something still seems to be bothering him.
The assistant professor's analysis and solution are clearer and simpler than Professor Mason's, a thought reveals. Not to mention, there's a slight difference in the final answer as well.
The screen displays, next up is the second dilemma. The professors begin working on the second dilemma.
One professor mutters, how surprising.
Another professor continues, I've seen many people
solve the second dilemma, but it's my first time seeing someone solve it this way, one of the professors states. The professor is astonished, stating that to think the second dilemma, which usually takes at least 200 lines to solve, has been solved in 12. The professor's amazement continues as she notes that the second dilemma, typically requiring 200 lines to solve, has been resolved in just 12. Everyone's reaction is good, he observes, arms crossed, a subtle smile playing on his lips. But well. He begins, a knowing smirk spreading across his face.
A blinding light erupts.
The light fades, revealing the words, the real deal. The words currently, we're crossing the third dilemma appear, as the woman watches with a concerned expression.
Can the third dilemma, which has never been solved until now, be solved here?
The question hangs in the air as the woman looks on, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Her gaze remains fixed, a bead of sweat forming on her brow as the challenge unfolds. Her expression tightens, a fierce determination hardening her features as she focuses intently on the unfolding events. Suddenly, a voice breaks the tension with an astonished "Oh my!" The man in the suit stares, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Has it really been solved, he wonders aloud.
Though it's impressive that Professor Maizen solved the third dilemma, considered impossible, the assistant professor's achievement is apparently even greater. The assistant professor's gaze is fixed, his expression unreadable as he stares into the unknown.
His teeth grit, the assistant professor's eyes narrow as he wonders, just how did she solve it? A slight smirk plays on the assistant professor's lips as he wonders, how did she think of approaching it like that? He mutters, I can't believe it even as I'm seeing it with my eyes. The text reveals, until now, previous alchemists have considered the 5 dilemmas as individual issues. The text continues, revealing that until now, alchemists had seen the 5 dilemmas as separate issues. But Altalicia approached them with a different perspective. Altalicia considered the 5 dilemmas to be interconnected, and solved all of them together. Altalicia stands before a glowing, complex alchemical circle. Although they continue to solve it. The text reads, hinting at the difference between her and Professor Maizen. The alchemical circle fades into darkness. Her brow furrows in concentration.
Wait, what was the ending of this part? She wonders aloud, struggling to recall a crucial detail. Her frustration mounts as she realizes, shit, is there no more space left on the chalkboard? Her patience snaps.
Bring me a new chalkboard, she demands, her voice echoing through the room. Her eyes blazing with impatience, she shouts, hurry.
Her patience now completely gone, she declares, I'm done.
Her gaze intensifies, a burning determination reflected in her eyes. Her eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening her gaze. She lunges forward, a cloud of dust erupting as she moves. She stops abruptly, facing away from her opponent. A chalkboard covered in cryptic symbols stands behind her.
What you see? A voice begins, its source still unseen.
The disembodied voice continues, what you see right now
is everything.
The voice continues, revealing that what they are seeing is the complete theoretical. The voice elaborates, defining it as understanding of the random sequence convergence technique.
The speaker stands before the crowd, the light illuminating the grand hall behind them. The speaker's eyes widen, uttering a single word, holy. Holy shit.
This is crazy, he exclaims, the words bursting from him amidst the blinding light.
Witnessing the spectacle, one of the onlookers exclaims, to think I'm witnessing such a historic moment. Oh, this is amazing. A resounding clap echoes.
This is the moment of the century, someone declares, as clapping resounds. He clutches at his jacket, whispering, I did it. The crowd erupts in applause.
Thank you, Uziel, a voice booms.
A composed smile graces Uziel's face as he clasps his hands together, acknowledging the crowd's appreciation. It's thanks to you, the voice continues, attributing the success to Uziel.
The name Altalicia echoes, hanging in the air. A slight smile graces her lips as the name echoes. The name Altalicia
lingers, a soft echo in the air.
Altalicia. The name hangs in the void. Altalicia.
The name echoes again, hanging heavy in the air as a figure stands silhouetted against the swirling purple energy. Looking up, she sees a figure towering above, silhouetted against the swirling purple energy alongside strange symbols. The man's eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he mutters, holy.
Holy shit.
This is crazy, he exclaims, as the scene blurs with speed. The speed intensifies, and he realizes, to think I'm witnessing such a historic moment.
Oh, this is amazing.
This is the moment of the century, he declares, the sounds of the fight echoing around him. A soft smile plays on her lips as she watches the fight unfold. A triumphant I did it echoes as the fight concludes.
Thank you, Uziel, a voice echoes, filled with gratitude.
A gentle smile graces his face as he listens to the gratitude directed toward Uziel. His hands, clasped together, rest on the table, a subtle gesture of contemplation.
The words "it's thanks to you" fill the air. The name Altalicia echoes in the darkness. Altalicia.
The name hangs in the air, a whisper on her lips.
Altalicia. The name lingers, a haunting question mark hanging over everything. Talicia. The name echoes again, now above a figure bathed in ominous purple light. Bathed in the eerie purple glow, she can only utter one word, Professor? Only his hand is visible, but the professor's presence is undeniable. Footsteps echo. The professor has arrived. The professor utters a name, Altalicia. The professor steadies Altalicia, but a voice booms from below. How much longer will you upset me? Altalicia looks down, a slight smile playing on her lips as the ominous voice echoes. The voice continues, accusing, after modifying the thesis you stole from me. The voice continues its accusation, pretending it's your own. Are you happy? The accuser continues, pressing, pretending it's your own. Are you happy? His gaze sharp, he wonders, is this how she's undergoing dark demonification? The process, he observes, is faster than I expected, but if anything, this is good. He realizes the danger if she becomes a dark demonic human in front of everyone like this. Altalicia's name escapes his lips. Her name, Talicia, escapes him as he watches the dark demonification unfold. Talicia. He manages to choke out, his expression a mixture of horror and disbelief. He begins, his voice barely a whisper. Suddenly, a booming voice commands, stop and acknowledge it. The booming voice seems to physically impact her, as she clutches her hands together, eyes wide. Her eyes widen as she stammers, my thesis is better than yours. A second voice booms, questioning if what she presented earlier was not enough. An unseen voice booms, filled with accusation, just how many of my theses must you steal before you're satisfied? The man's voice cuts through the air, demanding, so that red potion thesis from earlier was that TA's? No wonder. He mutters, a realization dawning. Her face contorts with worry, and she repeats, Professor. Her face contorted with rage, she shouts, you're stupider than me. His hands clench tightly together, knuckles white with suppressed fury. His gaze lowers, jaw clenched. The insult clearly stung. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. A slight gasp escapes her lips. The man begins to speak. The man's attempt to speak is cut short by a burst of maniacal laughter. The man's face contorts in unrestrained, maniacal laughter, cutting off any further attempt at speech. Through his maniacal laughter, he manages to choke out, fun. This conference was truly fun. The laughter abruptly stops as he chokes, "H-O-K." The laughter dies in his throat as he stares at his hands, a dawning horror spreading across his face. What have I? A voice echoes, stating, that was dangerous. A fierce glare hardens his features. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to unleash another attack. Altalicia, you dare, he roars, his fury reaching a boiling point. Altalicia's eyes widen, her hands clasped nervously as she faces his wrath. A sharp intake of breath is heard, and Altalicia visibly tenses, her eyes darting nervously to the side. The name echoes in the air, Professor Maizen. The man, identified as Professor Maizen, looks on with a slight frown. Suddenly, a stark warning appears, stop and read the room. Maizen's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of unease crossing his face. His expression hardens, a subtle narrowing of his eyes betraying a newfound resolve. He takes a determined step forward, a sound effect emphasizing his movement. The sound echoes as he moves past the curtain, revealing the ominous silhouettes of several figures. The silhouettes sharpen, revealing the figures more clearly. The figures fade into nothingness. The figures solidify, revealing two distinct individuals. And no. The word hangs in the air. The refusal is absolute. I said no. Rage explodes as she screams, this bitch stole my thesis. Accusations fly as she unleashes her fury, this bitch stole my thesis. The professor coldly orders, drag her out. A subordinate replies with a simple, yes. And knew. I'm not at fault, she cries, struggling against those who now seize her. Let go. I said, let me go, she shouts, her voice echoing through the halls. Let go. I said, let me go, she repeats, her struggles intensifying.
Suddenly, she collapses to the floor, a gasp escaping her lips. A hand reaches out towards her, but her expression is unreadable. A voice echoes, praising her efforts, "Altalicia, good work today." Smiling, he extends his hand further, awaiting her response. A slight frown creases Altalicia's brow as she looks away, seemingly hesitant. But then, a warm smile spreads across Altalicia's face. "Yeah," she exclaims, her earlier hesitation completely gone. The city glows in the distance, bathed in a golden light. The grand architecture of the city hall looms, its dome illuminated against the night sky. Magic Academy's genius blinker. A blinding flash engulfs the scene. As the light fades, a voice declares, "So it was a dud in the end." The woman walks with her head down, seemingly dejected after the recent events. So it was a dud in the end. Despite her dejected appearance, the woman thinks to herself, "Yes. I'm sure there would have been a sign if she got that emotional." Her thoughts continue, revealing the reason for her disappointment, but there was no reaction from the sensor that reacts to dark demon erosion. Her expression shifts, a hint of frustration now evident. While the new moon Great Tower's psychometry isn't perfect, she declares, seemingly trying to reassure herself. The crowd murmurs in disbelief. The question hangs in the air, anyway, so that kid who is the co-author is a high schooler? "He's quite cute, don't you think?" someone remarks, breaking the tension with an unexpected observation. The conversation takes a sharp turn. "Did you investigate him?" the unseen speaker demands. She responds to the question, confirming, "Yeah, I just received contact from Mettler." The report reveals damning information. His hometown was destroyed by dark demonic humans before his arrival at Stella. Furthermore, he's a commoner with low grades, so why is he in the S-class? Adding to the damning report, it's revealed that, while attending the world's greatest magic academy, he doesn't use magic. The report continues, revealing that he's unique in several ways, and he even asked for his name to be removed from articles today. "I see. I'll remember," he says, a close-up of his eye hinting at a brewing storm. His gaze drifts downward, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at a plan forming. His expression hardens, a clear indication that he's made up his mind. He opens his mouth, seemingly about to speak. He pauses, a question escaping his lips. Did we just make eye contact? The realization hits her hard. What? No way. Her eyes widen in disbelief. There's no way your recognition resistance magic and my shadow shield formation could be pierced that easily. A voice calmly interrupts her disbelief. You must be mistaken. A calm voice cuts through her disbelief. You must be mistaken. His gaze remains fixed, his expression unreadable. His eyes remain lowered, as if hiding something. A faint smile plays on his lips. He pauses, the silence broken only by the ellipsis in his speech bubble. Let's go. Our business here is done. He declares, turning to leave. I was sick and tired of this boring place too, a voice booms, the agreement echoing through the chamber as they turn to leave. A luxurious carriage awaits, ready to whisk them away from this tiresome place. The carriage explodes in a burst of dark energy. The dark energy dissipates, leaving only scattered debris. He bites his lip, a low growl escaping him. The dust clears. Shit, she mutters, biting her fingernail in distress. She blames her humiliation on one person. If it weren't for Beck Uziel, I wouldn't have faced such humiliation. Since it's come to this, I must, she thinks, before commanding herself, calm down, Maizen. A sharp sound echoes as Maizen steels herself, her resolve hardening. The realization hits her hard, why you? Laden? Layden's gaze is cold as he states, you've caused an accident. A luxurious carriage, pulled by unseen horses, rolls along a sun-drenched street. Suddenly, the carriage explodes in a burst of dark energy. The dark energy dissipates, leaving only scattered debris in its wake. He bites his finger, a sharp intake of breath betraying his rising tension. Debris still floats in the air, a testament to the power unleashed. The air hangs thick with dust, obscuring what lies beyond. Shit, she curses, her expression a mix of frustration and dawning horror. If it weren't for Beck Uziel, I wouldn't have faced such humiliation, she declares, her voice laced with resentment. Since it's come to this, I must, she thinks, struggling to contain her anger.
A second thought surfaces, calm down, Maizen.
A sudden, sharp sound cuts through the air as she faces her opponent.
Why you?
She begins, her voice trembling. Her voice falters as she recognizes the figure before her.
Layden, she exclaims, shock evident in her tone.
The figure responds, the words hanging heavy in the air, you've caused an accident. A sharp thud echoes as he slams a book shut.
This isn't an accident,
he declares, the statement laced with a sinister undertone. It was almost, she begins, a visible tremor in her expression as she speaks.
Dangerous.
You're lucky that suppression was cast, a voice warns. Had their emotions been any more severe, all their plans would have been ruined. A sinister smirk creeps across his face. The suppression spell barely contained their emotions. The suppression spell shatters, unleashing a wave of raw power. With a look of utter shock, she stammers, I
apologize. The apology is met with cold fury. You think this can be swept under the rug with a mere apology?
The man stares down at the blue energy crackling in his hand, his expression unreadable. The tension rises as a voice declares, the order leader is very disappointed. The man is told, you've lost the right to be a professor at Stella. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he hears the pronouncement.
His composure cracks as he shouts, NNO. I have a lot of connections in the plagiarism discussion meeting team. A hand gestures dismissively as a voice declares, this incident can definitely be covered up. Another voice insists, I won't be chased out yet. Before a final command silences them, shut up and stay still. The man coldly advises, the most helpful thing you could do is to go around with your head held low. His eyes narrow, a cold glint in them as he asks, got it?
The scene fades to white, with only scattered debris remaining. A disembodied voice echoes, issuing a stark command, until you receive the order leader's orders, don't move and stay quiet. She sits in silence, clutching a piece of fabric. Above her, a strange blue light flickers. Her grip tightens, the fabric clutched in a fist.
This is all because of Beck Uziel.
The words echo with a palpable rage. Her eyes widen, a furious glare directed forward. A dark aura explodes around her as she vows, just wait.
The dark aura intensifies as she thinks, just wait a bit more.
A smirk plays on his lips as the dark aura below him continues to swell.
Beck Uziel. The name echoes with ominous intent as the dark aura intensifies. A plume of steam erupts from the train, obscuring the view. The train continues its relentless journey down the tracks. A heavy clunk echoes. The train car rattles, the sound echoing in the dimly lit space. SFX, clang. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. What a shame, he declares, his voice laced with disappointment. He reflects on his plan, realizing its potential failure. I thought that if Maizen underwent dark demonization at the conference, I'd be able to prevent the 8th episode's calamity. He wonders if it's simply fate, that Maizen's rage is destined to be suppressed until the appointed episode. The thought trails off, leaving the audience in suspense. No helping it. No need to be rushed, he thinks, leaning back. The conference ended safely, and I activated the resentment-filled branch too. His gaze lowered, he admits to himself, the one thing that is bothering me, surrounded by cloaked figures, he continues, is that I don't know what kind of variables will appear. His concern voiced, the scene shifts to a brightly lit hall where two figures stand in formal attire. The scene cuts away, now showing two figures standing in a brightly lit hall, both dressed in formal attire. A close-up reveals a man's calculating gaze. That person. A voice trails off, the identity of the subject remaining a mystery. That person was definitely Kane. A mage squad of elite members, and the greatest black magic squad, the New Moon Great Tower, are revealed. The ominous New Moon Tower looms, its silhouette piercing the stormy sky. They are known as the masters of hunting dark demonic humans and mages.
Among the elite of the New Moon Great Tower stands the captain of the 13th Destructive Assassination Corps, Kane. Kane reflects, without sixth sense, I wouldn't have noticed until the end. Kane suspects, I have a guess on why those dangerous bastards were there. I'm sure they came to keep an eye on Professor Maizen. Regardless, it'd be best to get away from here, Kane concludes. A knock echoes, as a voice from above suggests, it'd be good if we could get connected in a positive way. A nervous expression crosses the woman's face as she suggests, it'd be good if we could get connected in a positive way. Her previous suggestion hangs in the air before she adds, I'm sorry, could you give me some time? Her eyes widen slightly as she asks, who? A heavy silence descends. Her eyes widen further, a clear look of surprise on her face. Huh, she asks, clearly taken aback. The question hangs in the air, are you? The man tips his hat, a slight smile playing on his lips. His features remain shadowed beneath the brim. The man's crisp white suit comes into view. The man's golden eyes glint as he says, it's nice to meet you. The man is identified as the president of StarCloud's trading company. The name Melian is revealed. 54. As the episodes progressed within the game, the world building expanded. As Flame grew into adulthood, the game introduced more characters to target. One such character is known as the Heart of the Southern Hall Plains. Another figure emerges, Melian, the president of the StarCloud's trading company. Thanks to his trait, Golden Rules Fatal, he is the richest person in the world. Despite being in his 50s and having a daughter, he was popular as a love interest. That's not because he is rich or because he's handsome, a voice declares, as a portrait of Melian with a figure obscured in shadow is shown. The voice continues, revealing the reason for his popularity, but because his daughter, Jeriel, is the villainess. Jeriel, the High Elf, is said to bother the protagonist throughout the episode, living up to her title. Jeriel, now revealed in full, towers over the protagonist, her dark silhouette radiating a menacing aura. The furious players try to figure out a strategy to screw over Jeriel as much as possible. The ultimate goal? To marry the person who loves Jeriel the most, her father, Melian, and lead their family to bankruptcy. It may sound like a joke, but everyone loved this dramatic plotline. He squints, a determined look settling on his face. I did expect it, but... The words trail off, leaving the thought unfinished. To think he'd come personally. He muses, the implications of this arrival hanging heavy in the air. He leans back, a subtle smile playing on his lips. I need to leave a good impression on him during this conversation for the future episodes. The gravity of the situation settles as the camera focuses on the others present. His eyes still closed, he confirms, Alchemist Altalicia and the alchemist who didn't reveal his identity, correct? Ah, if it's okay with you, can I ask your name, he inquires. He already knows, a voice observes, but he sure is smooth with it. I'm Stella Academy first year S-Class, Beck Uziel. Oh, a Stella student? Nice to meet you, he replies. He pauses, a slight smile playing on his lips. The reason I came to see you too. Reaching inside his coat, he prepares to reveal the reason for his visit. The reason for his visit is revealed, an exclusive contract to Alchemist Altalicia's techniques from StarClouds. Of course, we'll have great conditions for you, the man says, offering the contract. Would you like to read through the contract? A thoughtful silence hangs in the air. The contract is held out, waiting for a response. Hyok, comes the immediate, resounding acceptance. The terms of the contract are revealed, unlimited materials and support, and an amount I've never even seen before. Her eyes widen with excitement as she reads the contract. With these conditions, I could make all of the inventions I've ever dreamed of. I'm sure Uziel will also like, the voice trails off, leaving the statement unfinished. I'm sure Uziel will also like, the speaker begins, before their voice abruptly cuts off mid-sentence. I'm sure Uziel will also like, he began, before a sudden cuts him off. His voice trails off, replaced by an ominous silence. The silence stretches, thick with unspoken tension. I'm sorry, can you give me some time to think about it? He asks, his expression unreadable.
Are the conditions not good enough?
If there's something else you want, please let me know, he presses, a subtle crack audible as he clenches his fist.
It's not that. The conditions are amazing, if not excessive. However,
he stammers, hesitating to reveal his true reason. He finally reveals the reason for his hesitation. I need time to discuss this with the co-author of this technique.
He needs to consult with the technique's co-author. The identity of this mysterious collaborator remains unknown.
A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he contemplates the implications of his statement. I see, he replies, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The subtle smile fades as he reflects on the implications.
Co-author. I thought she was just saying it for appearances, but I guess it was true.
You don't need to worry about me, he says, still smiling.
But a nearby voice wonders, how could I do that?
Another voice muses that he's still just in high school, despite solving a problem that remained unsolved for 3 centuries.
With a wide smile, he asks, would you like to take a look at the contract?
Despite his genius in magic and alchemy, a voice observes, he's still just a child when it comes to business. His expression hardens as he looks over the contract. He won't be able to refuse conditions like this, he thinks, a hint of calculation in his eyes.
His smug expression doesn't falter as he declares, I refuse.
His eyes narrow, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. A slight smirk plays on his lips, betraying a hint of amusement.
Is there? The question hangs in the air, unanswered.
A reason, he finishes, his gaze sharp and questioning.
His question is met with a bold declaration, if you don't like the conditions, I'll adjust them immediately. The offer is laid out, an exclusive contract with the greatest trading
company in the world, Star Clouds, is a good thing, the voice continues, the offer hanging heavy in the air.
But although Melian's business tactics are outstanding.
The voice trails off, a hint of reservation entering the tone. He has a strong tendency not to lose things that are his, the voice concludes, the words framed ominously. The implications of Melian's control become clear. If a technique is tied to him, the diversity, individuality, and performance of items will be limited based on what sells well. Furthermore, due to the exclusive contract, countless mages will not be able to use it. And because the development of the technique will be focused on business, the dark demonic implications loom large. The dark demonic implications are further underscored. There were many players who chose that kind of route and ended up making lots of money, but they got a bad ending. Despite the warnings, the protagonist declares, I don't care about the conditions.
I just don't want an exclusive contract. The man's expression remains unreadable as he begins to speak. You mean?
He begins to respond, the weight of his next words hanging heavy in the air.
You mean?
He continues, explaining that this technique, combining magic engineering with alchemy, will have a huge influence, not just on real life, but also in producing equipment for mages. His eyes widen slightly as he continues to read, absorbing the information before him. The document states their goal: we want this new technique, this item, to be able to be used by more mages.
The document continues, stating, you have big dreams and ambition. It's good to be ambitious.
However, in order to actualize your kind dream, you need money. He states that they just came from talking to many investors. He then declares, you are simply one of them, President Melian.
President Melian asks, so you want to have a contract with all of them, as well as me?
A sinister smile plays on his lips as he responds, then I'll have to get rid of most of the conditions I offered.
He pauses, a slight smile playing on his lips. That's true. Honestly, I do like those conditions.
So? The screen displays a notification, the item's luxury goods.
The protagonist states, that is my offer.
The voice declares that this technique, combining magic engineering with alchemy, will have a huge influence, not just on real life, but also in producing equipment for mages. He emphasizes that they want this new technique, this item, to be accessible to more mages.
The voice acknowledges their ambition, stating it's good to be ambitious. However, to realize their dreams, you need money.
He retorts that they just came from talking to many investors.
You are simply one of them, President Melian.
President Melian then asks if he wants a contract with all of them, as well as with him.
President Melian states, "Then I'll have to get rid of most of the conditions I offered." He admits, "That's true. Honestly, I do like those conditions." He pauses, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he begins to speak.
"So? The item's luxury," he states, his eyes gleaming with anticipation.
"That is my offer."
A sinister smile spreads across his face, hinting at the deal's true nature. He continues, "Although we will push the supply expansion of this item as much as possible, we'll sign an exclusive contract with StarCloud's trading company for the luxury items that are harder to create." He concludes, driving home the point, like a brand.
A question arises, "That's good and all, but will those luxury goods sell?"
He responds with a confident smirk, "I never do anything that will cause me losses." He continues, explaining, "Yes, which is why I'm not asking for a contract right away."
His expression remains confident as he states, "half a year."
He assures them, "I will open an investor presentation for you within that time." He adds, "If you like the products offered, then sign an exclusive contract with us."
His expression remains unreadable as he awaits their decision.
His lips curve into a disquieting smile as he thinks, "Gosh. You sure are cool-headed," he observes, his words laced with a hint of something unreadable. The man stands beside a woman with blonde hair and round glasses, his expression unreadable. The offer comes, "I'll give you this messenger paper and my contact information." The messenger paper is offered, a small card with a name and contact information. The small card is now held delicately between two fingers.
"Thank you," is written in a speech bubble.
A note above explains, "Messenger paper, if you write a message on the paper and send it flying, it will definitely fly to the target." With a sly smirk, he tips his hat.
"Then, I'll be off."
A soft tap echoes in the room as he prepares to leave. "Phew, I thought I was going to die from anxiety," he exclaims, visibly relieved.
Another character questions his reaction, "Are those the actions of someone who's anxious?"
Her eyes widen, and she admits, "I was so anxious." Her eyes remain closed, a slight furrow in her brow suggesting lingering tension. A soft chuckle escapes her lips.
"You sure are amazing, Uziel." Caught off guard, Uziel asks, "What?" quickly followed by, "It's nothing."
The sound of static fills the air. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he states, "Anyway, one thing has been resolved." He continues, his words laced with a hint of menace, "When I go back, I'll deal with the club members." His threat hangs in the air, promising retribution. The conference ended well, the text declares, a stark contrast to the threat he just issued.
And Stella Academy's lessons proceeded as normal. An announcement echoes through Stella Academy, "Professor Maizen isn't feeling well, so I will teach in her place." The substitute instructor stands before the class. A chilling thought crosses his mind, they're hiding the fact that she disappeared. Normally, in the 18th episode, Maizen, who is completely awakened, does incredible damage to the school. Maizen's fully awakened form is revealed, a terrifying figure with horns and wings, radiating dark power.
But due to this incident, I don't know how it might change, a voice says.
The question hangs in the air, will the episode happen earlier? It'd be great if.
The man begins, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. It were at a level that could be managed. The man finishes his thought.
The man's statement continues, revealing a concerning detail, not just Maizen, but Altalicia didn't come to school either.
By now, she's probably being happily pestered at Alchemy Castle, he muses.
An unheard person calls out, "Hey, did you hear?" Suddenly, someone calls out, seeking attention, "Hey, did you hear?"
The protagonist turns his head, listening intently. The voice continues, revealing what they overheard. "I heard Assistant Professor Altalicia solved that random sequence convergence technique or whatever it's called." The voice chimes in, adding, I heard that too, but I also heard that there was a co-author." The voice continues, now musing, "They wanted to keep their identity unknown, though.
I wonder why." He retorts, maybe they're really ugly." Then, with a chuckle, he adds, maybe?
The protagonist reflects, "Since I hid the fact that I was the co-author, I was able to quietly attend school."
He continues, reflecting on his past actions, I only gave her. He recalls giving her a hint by borrowing the knowledge of the bulbul glasses. He concludes, so it's only right that all the attention and focus is on Altalicia. Suddenly, he exclaims, found, isn't that my Yuzeong? My Yuzeong looks up at the tall figure beside her, thinking, wow. He's so tall. Her thoughts continue, he's smart and he's handsome. Isn't that unfair? Her gaze remains fixed downwards, still seemingly lost in thought as she stands beside him.
Her internal monologue continues, questioning if the person beside him is a MILF, noting she looks like a doll. Despite her initial disdain, she admits, although she is pretty. Breaking the silence, he states with a sigh, there are no quiet days. A voice then cuts through the air, I'm here. Welcoming Uziel, one of the figures asks, sorry, did you wait long? The response comes quickly, not really. Uziel then asks, so, what are we eating? You said you'd choose. The focus tightens on Uziel, the shot framing her from the neck down, highlighting the intricate design of her uniform. A smirk plays on his lips as he considers her question. He responds cryptically, you'll see when we get there. Magic Academy's Genius Blinker. 55. The scene shifts to a sun-drenched dining room, where the characters are seated around a table laden with food. A blinding light suddenly fills the room. The light intensifies, obscuring everything except the food on the table. The light show continues, now focusing intensely on the food. Whoa! A voice whispers, clearly in awe. Her eyes widen, a blush rising on her cheeks as she stares at the table. Her eyes lock on the food before her, a look of pure wonder on her face. Oh yeah! She whispers, her eyes sparkling with delight. A sudden realization dawns as Izel's description comes to mind. The thought bubble reveals a strange quirk, if she orders pizza, she'll drink the pickle juice first. The thought continues, revealing that if she orders food like pizza, it'll come with a refreshing side, like pickles. A hand presents a bowl of pickles, demanding, eat this. A question mark hangs in the air as the recipient looks up, clearly confused. This. She begins, a look of utter bewilderment washing over her face. Her confusion deepens as she asks, how do you eat this? A thought bubble appears, is it her first time at a pizza place? Before she can ponder further, a voice interrupts, hey, that. She takes a large gulp, but immediately regrets it. Arg. Despite her grimace, she insists, it's yummy. He watches her reaction with a slight frown, holding his own cup. He closes his eyes, bracing himself. He takes a sip from his cup. It's good, he comments after a moment, taking another sip. An irritated voice then retorts, just film an advertisement, would you? Grinning widely, he offers a slice of pizza, declaring, eat this too. Eyes wide with delight, she eagerly holds up her fork and knife, ready to eat. Suddenly, a voice interjects, declaring, oh, how imprudent of you to put a knife to the pizza. Holding the slice of pizza, he looks down, seemingly disapproving of her choice of utensils. He insists, it tastes better to eat it like this. Taking a bite, he declares, it tastes better to eat it like this. That seems more imprudent. She stammers, but he counters with, oh, it looks fun. He holds out the pizza slice, declaring, let me try. The girl looks on with a bewildered expression. A beat of silence hangs in the air as the girl stares at the pizza slice with a hesitant expression. The pizza slice remains suspended between them, the girl's gaze fixed on it. She takes a bite, her eyes closing slightly as she savors the taste. SFX, shiver. The two boys beside her visibly shiver. Wow, the bell peppers on the cheese are dancing around, she says, lost in her own world. The paprika and olive that are watching the dance with satisfaction have an incredible combination. She continues, lost in her food-induced fantasy, the bacon and onions are holding hands and dancing a passionate salsa. A slice of pizza held in his hand, he asks, so, is it good? Breaking her reverie, he holds out a slice of pizza, asking, so, is it good? Yes, it's so good, she replies, her eyes glistening. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she savors the taste. His gaze lingers on her, a subtle curiosity evident in his eyes. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he continues to observe her.
Let's come often, one suggests. You'll invite me too, right? Another asks hopefully. A voice replies, we'll see. Then, a simple hey.
Then, the sound of wind rushing past.
3 symbols drift against a sunset sky. The symbols continue to drift.
The symbols shatter.
Flame. Did you hear?
A voice calls out, urgently seeking someone's attention. Flame turns, her expression unreadable as she listens to the urgent call. Flame responds, confirming she heard the urgent message, yeah, I did.
The girl on the right smiles, responding to the urgent message with a simple, oh yeah? Footsteps echo as the figure departs, leaving the girl behind. Then see you next time, he says. The grass sways gently in the breeze. She obviously came to tell me about how Altalicia.
He thinks, the sentence unfinished. Solve the random sequence convergence technique, the thought continues. The sound of rain intensifies. But I know the truth, the thought continues, revealing the core of the matter.
This is all Baek Yuziel's doing.
Standing before a towering figure bathed in golden light, she glares with suspicion.
But how did? The thought trails off, leaving the question hanging in the air. The lingering question hangs heavy as she wonders, how did he solve the formula?
The question lingers, he should have forgotten most of the knowledge about the future other than the decisive incidents or narratives as a price for regressing. The words materialize, hinting at the cost of his actions.
Does he still?
The question hangs, pregnant with unspoken implications.
Does he have his memories? Or is he just really smart? The question lingers, as murmurs fill the air.
The girl's voice cuts through the murmurs.
Hi, Flame. Flame smiles, posing a question. Do you want to be in the same group as me for the Persona Gate practical? She responds to Flame's question with a hint of irritation. What's up with you? If you tell me to, do I have to?
She firmly rejects his offer.
Ask another girl instead of bothering me.
She turns away, her expression firm. Footsteps echo as she walks away, leaving him standing alone. The camera pans up to the sky, vast and empty. A slight smile plays on his lips as he thinks to himself, she sure is special. A large stone tablet, inscribed with indecipherable runes, appears before him.
Murmurs echo around it.
The stone tablet is covered in strange, alien runes. The tablet displays an official document, urging him to choose a Persona Gate for his first-year practical. A faint, semicircular gauge appears. But a Persona Gate practical. The text hangs in the air as the students stand in anticipation.
It's finally starting. The text reveals the nature of these gates, another dimension born through the power of the dark demonic humans, the Persona Gates.
The text warns that if a Persona Gate isn't raided quickly, the location will become a place where living beings can no longer survive.
Unlike dungeons that are cleared by defeating the boss or destroying the core, these Persona Gates, however, can only be cleared after analyzing and destroying their specific patterns and gimmicks. These Persona Gates require awareness of thousands of patterns, concentration analysis, space distortion rates, topology, and soul isolation techniques, as well as memorization and fighting ability. The reason magic warriors are needed becomes clear. The reason for the creation of magic warriors is to block the Persona Gates. That is because magic warriors are needed for a very important subject. The text reveals a concerning detail. According to the novel, this Persona Gate practical has reality mixed in. A surge of determination fills him. I can't leave everything to Baek Yuziel forever. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, signaling a shift in the environment.
Bracing himself, he thinks, I need to block it this time so that there won't be a lot of damage. She steels herself, thinking that she needs to block the attack this time to minimize the damage.
The scene shifts to the Night Star Tower, Starcloud's Cafe Terrace.
The scene now shows the Starcloud's Cafe Terrace, located in the Night Star Tower. Did you try the new dessert? A voice asks, as a table laden with sweets and a cup of tea is shown. "Ah, the cream cheese pumpkin tart," comes the reply. The response comes, "The taste was out of this world."
Right? I was so touched after having it once. She admits, sipping from her teacup.
A voice cuts through the pleasantries, "It tastes bad." The conversation shifts abruptly. "Oh yeah, it was a huge fuss because an assistant professor at Stella solved the random sequence convergence technique." She takes a sip from her cup, her crimson eyes staring intently. She reveals a surprising detail. "I heard this from my father. The co-author is actually a student from Stella."
The girl on the left exclaims, "Oh my, is that true?"
The statement is met with a firm response, "Litchell, your father is the Information Bureau director, so that must be true."
The question hangs in the air. To solve an unsolved dilemma as a student, just who could it be? Who knows? A cup rattles against its saucer, the sound echoing in the room.
Even the Information Bureau director didn't figure out that much.
The speaker's words suggest the student in question is exceptionally skilled. The reason for the student's skill is revealed. Beck Uziel is the co-author of Alchemic Magic Engineering.
Uziel looks down, her expression unreadable as a looming figure stands behind her.
The question hangs in the air, but why did Beck Uziel hide that? The question hangs heavy, unanswered for now.
A finger stirs the liquid within the ornate teacup, the question of Beck Uziel's secrets still unanswered.
The question echoes, in order to give all the merit to Assistant Professor Altalicia?
Or does Beck Uziel actually, to Assistant Professor Altalicia?
The question hangs heavy in the air, unanswered. The sound of something being torn echoes.
A tearing sound echoes, and one of the students gasps, "Princess."
With a determined tone, the princess declares, "I'll be off."
A voice calls out, stunned by her sudden departure, "What?"
"But the tea time."
The sound of her footsteps echoes as she departs. The remaining girls are left with surprised expressions, unsure of what just happened. "What's up with the princess?" someone wonders aloud, voicing the confusion of the others. The princess stands with her arms crossed, an unreadable expression on her face. Suddenly, the princess moves, a gust of wind swirling around her as she advances. "Buy-in," she states, her red eyes gleaming.
The princess utters a single word, "Buy-in." "Princess Hong Siwa," she finally reveals. "Oh my, I told you to call me sister," Hong Siwa insists. With a sly smile, Hong Siwa repeats, "Oh my, I told you to call me sister." An illegitimate child's fate forced a confrontational relationship between the speaker and their half-sister, Hong Siwa Adalabit. Hatred burns within her, "I hate her to death." Hong Siwa Adalabit arrives, immediately questioning her half-sister's presence. "What brings you here?" She then mockingly adds, "Aha, don't glare at me like that." Siwa coolly responds, "I came here because I had business here." Siwa continues, revealing her true purpose, "I heard there's been a very interesting commoner among the first years recently." Siwa's interest is piqued by the commoner who is learning chivalry and swordsmanship that have disappeared from this world. Siwa's smile widens as she observes her companion. "Judging from your reaction, you must be interested in that knight too." The two women continue walking. The woman muses, "Well, a knight who sacrifices everything for his bishop." She asks with a smile, "Isn't that every princess's fantasy?" Her red eyes gleam with amusement as she awaits a response. Her amusement fades as she demands, "So, introduce me to him." The woman with white hair refuses, stating flatly, "No, do it yourself." An unseen character remarks, "You sure are cold." "You weren't like that before," the unseen character continues. Her gaze sharpens, a finger raised in a silent warning. Her red eyes narrow with a chilling intensity. "It must be because the eldest sister died." Tears well in her crimson eyes, reflecting the stormy skies above. "I'll be off." Her words hang in the air, leaving a heavy silence in their wake. She stands alone, her face obscured by her hair. The heavy silence lingers in the air as she remains motionless. She starts to walk away, her long hair swaying with each step. The silence remains unbroken as she leaves. Footsteps echo as she walks away, her expression unreadable. A thought surfaces amidst the silence, "Maybe I was a bit too much just now." A new thought surfaces: it might be too early to mention big sister to her.
The word hangs in the air, princess.
The individual responds, what is it, Sayaran? Sayaran responds, this is the info on Cadet Beck-Uziel you requested before. Sayaran explains, this is a copy of the project he submitted in class. Sayaran continues, revealing that the project contains a summary of Beck-Uziel's past. Oh yeah? To think the past we couldn't find anything about anywhere would be written in here.
The girl holding the document explains, well, there were some classes that told us to write about our pasts. Then, shall I check it, she asks, holding up the document titled, For Mother.
The last line reads, Mother, I miss you.
Barely suppressing a giggle, she thinks, pfft, he is young after all. The girl smiles, finding it endearing that he's looking for his mom in the first line.
What a cute kid. 1 minute later.
A hand trembles as it reaches out, fingers brushing against the fabric. Her eyes widen slightly as she looks up at the figure before her. A question hangs in the air, her uncertainty palpable.
Princess, she questions, the word hanging in the air amidst the fiery backdrop.
The woman pauses, a hand raised to her face.
Yes. So Beck-Uziel's mother said she didn't want black bean noodles.
Pardon, she asks, clearly confused by the non sequitur.
Another woman questions, but are you crying right now?
A sigh escapes the first woman's lips.
It's nothing, she insists.
Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, betraying her attempt to appear unaffected. Despite her insistence, a tear escapes, and she wipes it away with a trembling hand.
A sudden realization dawns on her: I've never thought about poverty before.
The letter in her hand is covered in an unknown script, but the words at the bottom are clear, but to have lived.
The letter continues, speaking of someone who lived like that and firmly protect his belief in chivalry.
Her eyes narrow as she continues reading, the name Beck-Uziel now visible at the bottom of the letter.
The letter reveals a grim fate: hometown was taken over by dark demonic humans.
I feel sorry for Bayan, she thinks, a hint of a smile playing on her lips despite the grim news. Despite the tragic news, her thoughts drift elsewhere, but I'm getting more curious about him.
Her thoughts now turn to, about the child named Beck-Uziel. Her curiosity piqued, she wonders about the child, Beck-Uziel. And the day of the practical arrived.
Students milled about on the training grounds, the air buzzing with anticipation. An announcement rings out across the training grounds: from now on, the first-year cadets will be starting the Persona Gate practical.
The instructor gestures towards a swirling, blue-tinged portal. Cadets, please enter the Persona Gate. The cadets stand before the swirling blue portal, ready to enter the Persona Gate.
One of the cadets exclaims, wow, it looks so similar to the Persona Gates in the textbooks.
Despite the excitement, one cadet admits, I'm strangely nervous.